Chapter 561 Harvest. In a burst of light, Wang Lin appeared on the platform where the stone door was. The cave spirit was gone without a trace along with the stone door. If it wasn't for the fact that there were traces of blood that Xixue had coughed out on the ground, he would have suspected that there was an error in the transfer. Wang Lin held the crystal token in his hand. Aside from the chant to enter and exit the cave, there was some information in it as well. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's body shot out and quickly moved along the revered dragon path. He quickly moved past the 11 platforms. There was no change on these platforms, and the stone statues remained in Xixue's seals. Although Wang Lin hasn't seen the Blood Ancestor, after seeing how he had spread misinformation about the Blood Soul Pill and the Divine Sense Trap on the bag of holding, it was as if he had met the Blood Ancestor in person. While he felt great admiration for the Blood Ancestor, he also deeply dreaded him. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin carefully put the bag of holding away and placed his gaze on the other 3 bags. He spread out his divine sense and couldn't help but suck in a deep breath even with his strong mental fortitude. The first bag was filled with celestial jades. There were too many celestial jades to even estimate. Wang Lin roughly scanned it with his divine sense. There were at least 10 times more celestial jades than what she had given him so far. The amount of celestial jades needed to reach the Ascendant stage is great, far more than the total amount needed before this point. The amount of celestial jades needed for every step after the Ascendant stage must be unimaginable. If one doesn't have enough, their cultivation just stops. This before me is a large amount of easy money. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he put away this bag of holding, and his divine sense moved to the second bag. Looking inside the bag, his eyes immediately released a hint of excitement. The second bag of holding had no less than 1,000 blood-colored jades. During the time he spent with Xixue, he developed strong feelings for the blood jades and also dreaded them very much. Once a jade is broken, the blood-colored light it releases has a very powerful sealing force. Aside from sealing, this blood-colored light can also act as a powerful protection spell. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this blood-colored light should also be able to attack, but it would be impossible to use it without the correct chant and method. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he touched the bag of holding, and a blood jade appeared in his hand. He pondered a bit before squeezing the jade until it shattered. A ray of blood-colored light immediately came out from the shattered jade and floated before Wang Lin. After checking it with his divine sense, the blood-colored light dissipated, and Wang Lin thought, I don't have the method to use the sealing function, so I can only use it to protect myself. However, with Xixue in my hands, I can get everything. The third bag was filled with many different things. There were even female clothing as well as some perfumes, small jewelry, and even dolls. Wang Lin directly ignored those things as his divine sense searched the area. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he found more than 10 blood soul pills. These wax pills were neatly placed together. There were dim symbols on them, but they weren't flickering. Not all of the blood soul pills were placed together. One pill was placed in the corner of the bag. This pill wasn't dim, and the symbols on it flickered slightly. Aside from the blood soul pill, there was also a compass on the side. Wang Lin's target was the compass. He touched the bag of holding, and 2 items appeared in his hand. The compass and the blood soul pill that were placed in a corner. This Xixue obviously couldn't have thought that she would be captured by me and have her bags taken by me. So the placement of the stuff inside the bag contains some information. There is an 80% chance that the blood soul pill placed on its own is real. As for the others, I assume they are all fake. In addition, aside from the blood jades, there are no magical treasures inside her 3 bags of holding. I assume things like magical treasures are all inside the bag with the Blood Ancestor's divine sense. Wang Lin looked at the blood soul pill for a while before putting it inside his bag of holding. As for the fake one Xixue gave him, he took it out and placed it inside one of her bags. Then his eyes fell on the compass. This compass was completely blood red and was made from some unknown material. Holding it in his hand, he felt waves of coldness enter his body. Back then, Xixue used this compass to enter this place. This compass must have some connection with the array here. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the compass and found Xixue's divine sense imprint inside. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. If this compass also had the Blood Ancestor's divine sense, he would have had to find a way to modify the transfer array here to leave this place. There was a transfer array to leave this place inside the cave as well. Wang Lin learned of it from the crystal token. However, the transfer array was in the northeastern corner of the cave and was fairly far from where Wang Lin was located. With all the restrictions in the way, it would be a difficult trip to get there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this situation. Wang Lin easily wiped out Yao Xixue's divine sense from the compass and replaced it with his own divine sense. He immediately found that there was a small formation inside the compass. The formation constantly changed as the pin on the compass moved and hasn't stopped once. This compass indeed also has a formation. The transfer array outside and the formation inside the compass must sync up, or else it will have no effect. Wang Lin's divine sense probed the inside of the compass and studied it for a bit. While he couldn't completely see through it, he was able to find some clues. He used 3 days of time to change the formation inside the compass. Then he changed the transfer array on the platform, causing the transfer array to become very different from before. Although Wang Lin didn't change much about the transfer array, he did change one key point. If anyone else besides him were to enter this place, the transfer array would immediately send them back. This continuous transfer would cause space to break open and that person would be dragged into the void. Just sending them into a spatial rift doesn't mean they will die. So I must add some extras. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then began working on the transfer array. He had used 3 days to change the transfer array, but used 30 days to add countless restrictions to it. Not only was he not impatient while adding the restrictions, he felt rather happy. If someone were to really come through here, they would definitely be surprised. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his divine sense entered the compass to activate it. Then a flash of blood-colored light surrounded Wang Lin's whole body, and after a few breaths of time, the blood-colored light disappeared, and so did Wang Lin. There was a burst of blood-colored light on the ancient mountain 1,000 kilometers away from the army camp, and Wang Lin appeared. The glaring sunlight entered Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at the surroundings with a feeling like he was viewing it from another world. The faint outline of ancient Demon City didn't seem to change from when he left. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the army camp. His speed was much faster than before, so it didn't take long before he closed in on the army camp. Just at this moment, a powerful killing intent came out from the army camp and locked onto Wang Lin. Chapter 562, The Power of Peak Soul Transformation. Incomer stop. A roar came from within the army camp. This voice contained powerful killing intent. At the same time, a ray of black light came from the wall around the camp, creating a black, mist-like protection barrier. Inside the army camp, 10,000 black-armored demon soldiers stood at the center. Before them was a burly fellow in black armor, coldly looking outside the army camp. Sima Yin stood respectfully beside this burly man. From his expression, it could be seen that he was filled with respect toward the burly man. Aside from Sima Yin, there were 3 more people in black armor. From their clothes, it was clear that they were also commanders, and their expressions were equally as respectful. Wang Lin's body moved like meteor and didn't stop at all. When he got close to the black mist, he let out a snort, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body spread out. The black mist before him immediately scattered, creating an opening for him, and he calmly stepped inside. The burly man in black armor coldly looked at Wang Lin as he waved his hand and shouted, "Anyone who dares to rush into the military camp will be killed, without question." The 3 commanders behind him charged out without any hesitation. Sima Yin recognized Wang Lin, so he hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth and charging out. Of the 4 commanders, 3 of them were equal to early-stage soul transformation cultivators, and one of them was the same as a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. If it was before Wang Lin entered the cave, he could still win, but it would cause him some trouble and delay him quite a bit. This was mostly because the 4 of them had a lot of demonic spiritual energy. As they charged at him, their demonic spiritual energy took the form of 4 demonic beasts that made them even more fierce. But right now Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, so he was currently standing at the top of soul transformation cultivators. When he saw the 4 of them rushing at him, his expression was completely calm. "Back down." Wang Lin stood still and only opened his mouth to say those 2 words. Although his voice was low, it contained the celestial spiritual energy of a peak late-stage soul transformation cultivator. The sound was like thunder echoing in the 4 commanders' ears. Only the commander who was equal to a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator was able to resist it with only his expression changing. The other 3 were only equal to early-stage soul transformation cultivators, so the difference in cultivation levels was too great. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled and involuntarily stopped. Although their cultivation could be compared to soul transformation cultivators, they were still too far below from Wang Lin's level. Wang Lin was now at the peak of the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked forward. Although his steps were slow, they were firm. The commander, whose cultivation was equal to that of mid-stage soul transformation cultivator, immediately took a step to the side, as he didn't dare to stop Wang Lin. As for the remaining three, they were all filled with shock, especially Sima Yan, who was the most shocked of them all, and he didn't dare to even look at Wang Lin. He felt he was very lucky back then. If he had known that Wang Lin had such cultivation, he would have never dared to provoke Wang Lin back then. But his heart immediately trembled as he thought about what happened to 13 and Hu Pao. He secretly cursed and felt regret. As Wang Lin stepped closer, all 10,000 demon soldiers dispersed to make a path. They all recognized Wang Lin, and the scenes from the past rushed into their hearts. Their complex feelings and fear for their mysterious former commander rose up in their hearts once more. Some of the demon soldiers here were new and had not seen Wang Lin before. Although they had doubts in their hearts, after seeing how even the Lord Commanders didn't dare to stop him, they all involuntarily retreated. In almost an instant, a long passage appeared before Wang Lin, and at the end of the passage was the burly man in black armor. His eyes were still cold, but right now there was an air of seriousness gathering around him. His eyes were cold, but Wang Lin's eyes were even colder. Wang Lin's entire body was like a piece of never-melting ice as he walked step by step toward the burly man in black armor. As he walked by, the black-armored demon soldiers close to him all took a step back, as they felt a suffocating feeling come from the bottom of their hearts. The serious aura around the burly man in black armor became even stronger as he let out a roar and took a step forward. This step caused his aura to immediately rush out. This aura was invisible, but all the surrounding demon soldiers felt it, causing them to involuntarily back up even more. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. He didn't pause the slightest and continued to walk forward step by step. The aura from the burly man in black armor dissipated the moment it landed on Wang Lin's body and was unable to affect Wang Lin at all. Wang Lin was able to see through the burly man's cultivation at one glance. The burly man's demonic spiritual energy was equal to that of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator that hadn't reached the peak of the late stage yet. Wang Lin's own aura increased like crazy with every step he took. As he walked, frost began to appear on the ground and spread. The burly man in black armor was at a disadvantage when it came to their auras, so a suffocating feeling immediately appeared in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but he immediately forced himself to stop. He knew that if he were to retreat, he would lose his momentum and his enemy might take that chance to immediately attack. But if he didn't back down, that invisible pressure would continue to condense on him like crazy. He had only faced this kind of pressure when facing the demon general. Finally, when Wang Lin was only 20 steps from him, the burly man in black armor, whose forehead was covered in sweat, shouted, "Commander Wang, what do you intend to do?" Wang Lin calmly opened his mouth as he continued to step forward. "This is my military camp. What do you think I intend?" The burly man in black armor immediately felt an enormous pressure on his body, as if there were countless large mountains pressing down on him. He suppressed his urge to back up and shouted, "You have been missing for over a year, and the demon general has long ago stripped you of your rank as commander." 1 year? So it has only been 1 year. Wang Lin's heart felt a hint of relief, but his aura became even stronger. "Where are my 2 followers?" When Wang Lin entered the army camp, his divine sense spread out and didn't find 13 nor Hu Pao. At this moment, there were only around 10 steps between him and the burly man in black armor. Bursts of powerful aura came crashing down on the burly man like wild beasts. He suppressed his urge to take a step back, because as the chief commander, he couldn't allow a commander to outpressure him, or else his position would no longer be secure. Even if this commander's cultivation was more powerful than his. Wang Lin immediately noticed that the burly man was reaching his limit, so he immediately sped up and took 7 steps in a row. The burly man immediately felt Wang Lin's aura increase like crazy in those 7 steps. It felt like countless mountains had just crashed down upon him. He could no longer resist this pressure and involuntarily took a step back. The burly man took 1 step back and his own pressure weakened. In reaction, Wang Lin's pressure immediately skyrocketed and reached a peak. Not good. The burly man's expression changed, and at the same time, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He bolted forward like lightning and charged directly at the burly man in black armor. At this moment, his peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation quickly revealed itself. As the burly man backed up, his hands clenched into a fist and immediately threw a punch, causing a loud rumble, and the sound waves spread forward. At the same time, the demonic spiritual energy in his body surged out and immediately formed a black tortoise about 1,000 feet wide. This black tortoise was covered with countless spikes on its back and tail. As its tail swung around, it felt like it could cause space itself to shatter as black lines appeared in the air. Wang Lin stepped toward him through the air, moving as fast as lightning. His thumb lifted into the air as he used the finger of death. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, the power of his finger of death was several times more powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon soldiers had already backed up, they would have had their flesh and demonic spiritual energy absorbed by the finger of death. Even though they had backed away, some of their demonic spiritual energy was still absorbed by the finger of death. At this moment, waves of demonic spiritual energy gathered on Wang Lin's finger from the heavens and earth. Some of the demon soldiers that weren't familiar with Wang Lin were too close, and they felt the blood in their bodies boiling. In the blink of an eye, the blood in their bodies turned into essence and flew out of their bodies. Luckily, their companions quickly pulled those who were frozen in place away, preventing a massacre. The heavens and earth changed colors from Wang Lin's finger of death, and the entire camp was now covered in darkness. The sound wave created from the punch the burly man threw out immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's thumb didn't pause for a moment as it pressed down with his body. At this moment, it was as everything within 1,000 feet had gathered on his finger. As the finger of death descended, the burly man in black armor had the illusion that he was fighting against the heavens. The burly man let out a roar, and his body immediately fused with the black tortoise behind him. Now his eyes were filled with a demonic light. At this moment, Wang Lin finally encountered a native using a native demonic spell. At the moment the burly man fused with the black tortoise, it seemed to come to life as it let out a roar, and its tail whipped toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and his finger of death pressed down on the black tortoise's tail. The tail immediately began to shatter inch by inch, and this began to affect the entire body. The difference between a peak late-stage soul transformation cultivator and a normal late-stage soul transformation cultivator was a huge gap that could not be easily crossed. Not to mention the fact that his spell was very powerful, the finger's strength was extremely close to the power of an Ascendant cultivator. The black tortoise's body shattered, and the burly man's armor cracked into pieces. He coughed out a mouthful of blood before being forced back several steps and kneeling down on one leg. The demonic spells sure have their own extraordinary powers. Wang Lin coldly looked at the burly man. If it had been a cultivator, their cultivation level would have fallen, but this didn't happen to the burly man. Although his injuries looked serious, his foundation wasn't hurt at all. Wang Lin's right hand reached behind him, and Sima Yan's body immediately flew toward him and was caught by him. "Where are my followers?" Wang Lin's voice was like the cold winds of winter blowing into Sima Yan's ears. Chapter 563, Saving 13. Sima Yan's body trembled. This voice that entered his ears caused his entire body to become cold. "Half a year after you left, the two of them went missing. I don't know where they went." Wang Lin coldly looked at Sima Yan and no longer wasted time with him. His two fingers formed a sword and immediately pointed between Sima Yan's brows. He used the Soul Search spell once more. Sima Yan's body violently convulsed, and blood came out of his orifices. His eyes bulged out like they were ready to explode. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to search through Sima Yan's mind. The memories of the past year continued to appear before Wang Lin. Half a year after he left, 13 and Hu Pao had a dispute. Hu Pao decided to not wait and return to the tribe, while 13 was determined to wait here for Wang Lin. Finally, Hu Pao left, but he wasn't successful in his departure. Sima Yan easily caught Hu Pao and used the excuse of him violating army regulations to waste his cultivation and threw him into the dark prison. 3 months later, Hu Pao mysteriously disappeared. The dark prison was very well guarded, so even Sima Yan didn't know how Hu Pao went missing. As for 13, he tried to help Hu Pao, but in the end he was not Sima Yan's match. He crushed all of 13's meridians and bones, and was about to throw him into the dungeon to die like Hu Pao. However, the chief commander saw it, and took 13 away. These various memories appeared inside Wang Lin's eyes. His eyes became even colder as he let out an angry laugh and repeated the word, "Good," 3 times. The coldness in his eyes became even stronger as he looked at Sima Yan's bulging eyes. He activated the Celestial Slaughter art, and then Sima Yan's body immediately began to wither. After several breaths of time, Sima Yan's body exploded with a bang and pieces of flesh fell all over the surrounding area. Strands of gray gas came out from some of the flesh and gathered between Wang Lin's fingers. The Celestial Slaughter art was very difficult to use, but this time Wang Lin successfully refined a life seal from Sima Yan in a moment of anger. After killing Sima Yan, Wang Lin looked at the burly man not far away from him. From Sima Yan's memories, it was him who took away 13, who was on the verge of death. Wang Lin took one step and arrived before the burly man. He coldly asked, "Where is 13? The burly man in black armor stared at Wang Lin. Then he pondered for a bit and said, "Is the person you are referring to the barbarian Sima Yan wasted half a year ago? If you are looking for him, then asking me is useless." The demon general set out in order to gather people with strong bodies. That barbarian had all his demonic spiritual energy gathered in his flesh and used a mysterious method to refine his body. I saw that he met the demon general's requirement, so I healed him and gifted him to the demon general. Commander Wang, if you have the ability, you don't have show off here. Do you dare to ask the Lord Demon General yourself? You can rest assured, I won't lie about matters relating to the demon general. The burly man looked at Wang Lin and sneered. You saved 13 and then gave him to the demon general. Your actions balanced each other out, so I won't kill you. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as his body turned into a cloud of smoke that charged into the sky and then flew directly toward the demon general's palace. The burly man said that in a moment of desperation. He was defeated by Wang Lin and didn't expect to live, but now he was startled. Raising his head, he looked at the green smoke Wang Lin turned into in the horizon. He hesitated for a bit and said, half a year ago, the demon general went into closed-door cultivation and closed off all transfer arrays. If you want to enter, the only possible way is to break in. He touched his chest as he walked away. He was heavily injured and needed to return to his palace to recover. As Wang Lin flew through the sky as a cloud of green smoke, he spread out his divine sense and scanned the area. All of the transfer arrays inside ancient demon city that led to the demon general's palace were closed. These arrays were closed from the other side and had nothing to do with the transfer arrays themselves. Unless the demon general opened them from the other side himself, it would be impossible to use them. 13 and Hu Pao were brought here to ancient demon city by me, meaning I dragged them into this. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Originally, when he left, he didn't expect to fall asleep inside the cave. Due to a series of circumstances, he hurt 13 and Hu Pao. In this world, there are things that happen and things that don't. Cultivators hope for longevity and to escape from fate, to dodge calamities and meet good fate. 13 and Hu Pao aren't close to me, and to break into the demon general's palace for them means going against the demon general and the sky demon country. I should be wary of danger and stay away from it. None of this seems to be worth it. However, I, Wang Lin, don't want to follow convention and to one day find the Dao of the heavens. I want to live without feeling I have wronged anyone. I'm not a gentleman, a villain, an honest person, or a hypocrite, but there are some things in life that must be done for the sake of it. From this point of view, I'm not suited to be a cultivator. However, there are certain things I have to do. If I don't save 13, what Dao am I chasing? Wang Lin looked up into the sky. His heart was set. There were 6 doors between the military camp and the demon general's palace. If he couldn't use the transfer array, then he would have to break through them one by one to get inside. The inside and outside of each of the 6 doors are well guarded, and the entire palace was surrounded by a formation that prevented teleportation. Wang Lin appeared outside the 6th door. The door was over 100 feet tall and was connected to the outer wall, which had restrictions constantly flickering along it. The moment Wang Lin appeared, there was a shout from a guard next to the door. Incomer, stop and quickly leave. If you take another step, you will be killed without question. Wang Lin raised his head, and his eyes became cold. He took a deep breath, touched his bag of holding, and the celestial sword immediately flew out. The sword circled his body, and Su Liguo's roars kept coming out from the sword. The moment the celestial sword appeared, the guards outside the 6th door revealed killing intent in their eyes and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took one step, causing the guards to immediately charge forth. They all launched their demonic spiritual energy to stop Wang Lin. Facing all these demon soldiers, Wang Lin didn't stop and walked forward step by step. The celestial sword sliced through the air around Wang Lin. Anyone that tried to stop Wang Lin had to get past the celestial sword. A series of miserable groans echoed the area as Wang Lin jumped on the celestial sword and charged directly at the door. He hadn't even stabilized himself when a ray of sword energy shot out and landed on the 6th door. Boom. The 6th door shattered and countless fragments were blown back. Right now there were thousands of demon soldiers in the square between the 6th and 5th door. They were immediately forced to back up from the fragments of the 6th door. At the moment the 6th door shattered, Wang Lin walked in. I want to meet the demon general. Although his voice was calm, there was a sense of majesty that slowly spread out. Kill. Roars filled with killing intent came from the mouths of thousands of demon soldiers. Their order was to kill anyone that dared to break in when the demon general was in closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin was calm as he faced thousands of demon soldiers, and his eyes became cold. He jumped off the celestial sword. Then his hand formed a seal, and he waved it. A strange wind suddenly appeared and formed a tornado in the square. It quickly moved across the square and forcibly created a path through the thousands of demon soldiers. Wang Lin stepped directly past the square and arrived before the fifth door. He didn't stop at all. His hand formed a seal. The celestial spiritual energy in his body activated, and he pressed it on the fifth door. With a bang, the fifth door exploded. The powerful impact caused the shattered pieces of the door to fly out in all directions like a powerful storm. Past the fifth door, tens of thousands of demon soldiers had already learned that someone was trying to break into the demon general's palace and rushed over. At the moment the fifth door collapsed, more than 10,000 demon soldiers let out roars, and at the same time, their demonic spiritual energy unified in a mysterious way, creating a very oppressive mass of demonic spiritual energy. At the moment the fifth door shattered, this demonic spiritual energy shot out like crazy. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he had to back up a few steps to avoid it. At the same time, he touched his bag of holding, and the 3 nameless sword sheaths from planet Suzaku flew out. Shortly after, 3 rays of sword energy flew out from the sword sheaths like 3 angry dragons, and collided with the demonic spiritual energy. A series of explosions echoed throughout the area, making it feel like the entire ground was trembling. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning through the door with the celestial sword before him to make way. The tens of thousands of demon soldiers formed a wall of demonic spiritual energy to prevent Wang Lin from going farther. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took out the restriction flag. With one shake, countless restrictions flew out like black dragons and circled around him. Borrowing the sword energy from the sword sheaths, the sword energy from the celestial sword, and the black restriction gas from the restriction flag, Wang Lin broke through all obstacles and continued forward. At this moment, the thousands of demon soldiers from the fifth door rushed in from behind him and surrounded Wang Lin. Lord Demon General, Wang Lin requests an audience. Wang Lin's voice slowly spread out. He believed that even if the Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, he would still be able to hear him. But as time passed, the Demon General didn't show any reaction. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded on all sides by demon soldiers. So far, he tried not to kill, but now he was forced to kill. Facing a siege, Wang Lin raised his thumb, and the finger of death showed its full power. The sky and earth changed colors, and every demon soldier within 1,000 feet trembled before their bodies withered. All of the flesh, blood, and demonic spiritual energy were sucked into Wang Lin's thumb. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning toward the fourth door. At this moment, there was no one who could make him pause for even half a second. In an instant, his thumb landed on the fourth gate. The fourth door collapsed with a bang, and at this moment, an old figure stepped out from behind it. Powerful, demonic spiritual energy came from this old figure. This demonic spiritual energy turned into a giant python and attempted to devour Wang Lin. At the same time, an old voice shouted, "Back down." Wang Lin's thumb touched the python made of demonic spiritual energy. At this moment, Wang Lin was forced back one step, but the python let out a miserable cry, and its body collapsed inch by inch. After the python collapsed, the old figure trembled, let out a groan, and his body was forced back several steps before he stabilized himself. Wang Lin took a step and directly walked past the fourth gate. Aside from the countless demon soldiers before him, there was also a white-haired old man. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. He was the same person that came to the military camp with the steward over a year ago. The old man's face was completely pale and revealed a look of disbelief. He had seen Wang Lin more than a year ago, and back then their cultivation levels were roughly the same. However, when they met again today, Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased by a huge amount. If it wasn't for the fact that he was borrowing the power of the demon soldiers, had opened all the seals in his body, and had basically launched a sneak attack, Wang Lin wouldn't have even been forced back a single step. Wang Lin stepped into the area and used the power of the finger of death once more. The old man let out a roar as all the demonic spiritual energy in his body surged to summon another giant python. His body fused with the giant python. Then it attempted to devour Wang Lin once more. Since Lord Demon General won't meet me, don't blame me for slaughtering my way through. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as the gray slaughter gas appeared between his fingers and quickly spread out. His eyes suddenly started glowing red. They contained a monstrous amount of killing intent. At this moment, Wang Lin used the celestial slaughter art without any restraint. The slaughter aura covered the heavens and earth. Wang Lin didn't fight the python but jumped into the demon soldiers. Every time he moved his hand, a spell came out and demon soldiers died. Including all the demon soldiers from the 5th and 6th doors, tens of thousands of demon soldiers surrounded Wang Lin. Their demonic spiritual energy worked together to create formations. Once these formations were complete, they would immediately condense into either demonic beasts or demonic gas. There were series of explosions and collisions as the formations continued to attack Wang Lin. Facing these demon soldiers, Wang Lin understood that one person didn't have enough power to defy the heavens. Unless one's cultivation was heavenly, it would be very difficult to break out from these formations formed by tens of thousands of demon soldiers. He could kill one person, 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people. But once he was finished killing, all his celestial spiritual energy would be exhausted. Wang Lin's magical treasures, celestial sword, half-moon blade, restriction flag, and sword sheaths were controlled by his divine sense to begin an endless slaughter. Compared to these magic treasures, the celestial slaughter art had the biggest advantage. Every time the celestial slaughter art killed someone, it would gain a bit of strength. Although maybe only 1 out of every 100 would condense gray gas, as more and more people were killed, the gap was narrowing. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he used various spells. However, there were too many demonic soldiers around him, and when their demonic spiritual energy merged, they could activate extremely powerful attacks. So even with Wang Lin's peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation, his celestial spiritual energy was being used up at a very quick pace. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out and started circling him. He quickly sucked all of the celestial jades dry to recover the celestial spiritual energy in his body, and this cycle continued, causing him to use a large amount of celestial spiritual energy. Demonic Finger. Wang Lin didn't activate the demonic ideal, but used his peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation to activate the second killing spell. The demonic spiritual energy in the air was quickly pushed away by the energy from the demonic finger. Wang Lin's finger pressed down like the god of death, and the demonic spiritual energy from his finger drilled into the demon soldiers, causing their bodies to explode. Bursts of blood-colored light covered the heavens and earth. Wang Lin rushed forward and carved a path through tens of thousands of demon soldiers and charged directly at the third gate. With one finger, the flesh and blood on the ground gathered to form a dragon made of blood. The dragon rushed toward where the demonic finger was pointing. The old man inside the python wanted to stop the blood dragon, but at this moment, his body suddenly exploded. He died to the demonic finger. The blood dragon created by the demonic finger landed on the third door. After a series of loud rumbles, the third door collapsed. As the door collapsed, tens of thousands of demon soldiers charged out from the third gate. Along with them were 6 white-haired, old men. The moment they appeared, they locked onto Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a sigh. This was his limit with his cultivation. None of the 5 elders that came out were weaker than late-stage soul transformation cultivators. Adding on the tens of thousands of demon soldiers around him, Wang Lin knew that he had to use his final move if he wished to break through the second door. The ace killing spell Xixue taught him. The most powerful killing spell that has heaven-shattering power infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. The third killing spell, the Demon Spirit Land being all about military power, is indeed true. If I had hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers at the core formation stage, then even an Ascendant cultivator would lose. If I had millions of core formation demon soldiers, some commanders, and a general at the cultivation level of the chief commander, I could even battle against a late-stage Ascendant cultivator. It would be the same if I had the power of a demon emperor with tens of millions of demon soldiers, some demon generals, and a few commanders. I wouldn't even be afraid of those that have stepped into the yin and yang stage. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he faced the tens of thousands of demon soldiers and the 5 elders equal to late-stage soul transformation cultivators. He then raised his right pinky and slowly drew a circle. Underworld. Wang Lin softly said one word. The Underworld finger, the killing spell of the 3 killing spells, was something infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. Even Xixue was very hesitant in teaching this to Wang Lin. With one finger, the sky suddenly darkened and lightning struck down. At the same time, the sky seemed to be opened by a giant pair of hands as a giant mountain and river painting appeared, covering the horizon. This Underworld finger activated Wang Lin's domain. Countless strands of gray gas flew out from the scroll and condensed at an unimaginable speed into a second underworld finger. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and gray gas surrounded his body. He was connecting with the second underworld finger that was created from the life and death scroll. With one finger, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers surrounding Wang Lin all trembled as strands of gray gas came out from the tops of their heads and fused with the underworld finger from the life and death scroll. At the same time, Wang Lin rose into the air and fused together with that underworld finger. At this moment, the only thing left was that finger. A finger pointed at the underworld. After fusing with the underworld finger, Wang Lin suddenly charged out toward the second gate. Those 5 old men who had cultivation levels equal to late-stage soul transformation cultivators were shocked by the power of the underworld finger, but they clenched their teeth and activated the demonic spiritual energy in their bodies to block Wang Lin. However, they underestimated the power of the underworld finger. Back when Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he was able to fight against Sun Tao, who was at the mid-stage of Ascendant. Although he lost in the end, he gave Sun Tao a big shock. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, so the underworld finger was enough to threaten Ascendant cultivators. This was Wang Lin's true ace. With one finger, the 5 elders all coughed out blood. The 5 of them involuntarily backed up and weren't able to stop Wang Lin even half a step. Before Wang Lin even closed in, the second door was destroyed by the pressure of his underworld finger. There were no demon soldiers behind the second door, only one person. This person was very small, but he had eyes like lightning. At the moment the second door collapsed and Wang Lin's underworld finger closed in, he let out a roar. His hand formed seals like a cultivator, and the seals stacked up, and then he pushed them forward. There was a sound like a storm sweeping past the area as Wang Lin's underworld finger stopped 3 inches from his hand. A small ball formed between Wang Lin's underworld finger and this person's hand. This ball was completely white with black lightning moving within it. The small person withstood for 3 breaths of time before being forced back and leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. He didn't move back by choice, but was pushed back by Wang Lin's underworld finger. He had to back up, because if he continued to resist, he knew he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he tried to block it by force, the only result would be his body exploding. He was pushed back more than 100 feet before he let out a roar and stopped himself. The underworld finger from Wang Lin was 3 inches away from him and continued to suck away at his vitality like a vortex. Commander Wang, I'm the #1 chief commander under the Demon General. What exactly do you want? I want to meet the Demon General. Just as he finished speaking, a large amount of gray gas came out from the tens of thousands of demon soldiers behind him. The gray gas came from all directions and quickly entered his body. This was the power of the underworld finger. Large amounts of gray gas entered his body. Wang Lin knew in his heart that each strand was a life. With the gray gas inside his body, the power of the underworld finger reached its peak. The small person immediately felt the peak power of the underworld finger. His expression changed greatly as he continued to back up. This time he was pushed back to the first door, and with a loud bang, the first door collapsed. At the same time, the small person coughed out a mouthful of blood and was thrown aside. At this moment, a tall figure came out of the first door. He didn't talk at all and directly threw a punch at Wang Lin's underworld finger. In that instant, Wang Lin clearly felt the battle intent inside the punch. 10 collapse fist intent. The fist intent came crashing down like a flood. The first collapse, second collapse, third collapse. In the blink of an eye, all 10 collapses of fist intent surged forth, one stronger than the last. 7th collapse, 8th collapse, 9th collapse. The endless amount of fist intent seemed to be fused with the heavens and earth as it came crashing down. The gray gas thickened, and the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes reached a monstrous level. The 10th collapse. There was a loud bang. Then ripples appeared on the ground between Wang Lin and the figure and quickly spread out in all directions. It turned into something like a wave on the ocean and spread out for more than 5 kilometers. Chapter 564, One Palm. Wang Lin immediately felt an unimaginable force coming at him. A series of cracking sounds came from the pinky with the underworld finger, and the force spread across his body. Wang Lin's body was pushed back by this force, and 2 skid marks was created by him. He was forced back 30 feet before he took a step back and stopped himself. As the shockwave spread out, those demon soldiers that had their lives taken by the underworld finger turned to dust. In addition to all of this, every building within 5 kilometers collapsed. The collapsing bodies and buildings created an air blast that spread out very far. Only those several people that had cultivation equal to that of soul transformation cultivators or higher were able to survive in this storm. At the same time, the slaughter gas formed from the celestial slaughter art flew toward Wang Lin from all the pieces of scattered flesh. What a powerful spell! A low voice came from before Wang Lin. After the dust settled, the demon general's large figure was revealed. After he finished speaking, his body wobbled as he forced himself from being knocked backwards. The demonic spiritual energy inside his body moved like crazy to stop himself from being sent flying back. His eyes were like lightning as he stepped forward and crossed 30 feet in an instant. Then his palm reached out and hit the ground. This palm created a gust of wind, and the area within 5 kilometers seemed to have become an ocean. The entire sea let out a roar from the demon general's palm and charged toward Wang Lin like crazy. Withstand my 100-wave demon sea, and then you are qualified to talk with me. Wang Lin's body backed up, and he immediately felt the change in demonic spiritual energy around him. Demonic spiritual energy was normally incorporeal, but this spell seemed to turn it into a real ocean. That palm caused the ocean to surge and crash down upon Wang Lin. Compared to the 10 collapses, this 100-wave demon sea was even more powerful. The intent contained inside it was even stronger than the fist intent in the 10th collapse punch. Facing the sea of demonic spiritual energy, Wang Lin suddenly had an idea flash into his mind. Back on planet Suzaku, there was a rumor that a powerful cultivator used a spell to make the sea into a mist, thus creating the Sea of Devil's unique appearance. When Wang Lin heard of it back then, although he was shocked, he more or less didn't believe it. However, today he personally saw the demon general turn the invisible demonic spiritual energy into a visible sea. Although this shocked him, it mostly made him think very deeply about this matter. As the demon sea surged, waves began to stack up on top of each other until there were 30 of them, and Wang Lin was focused on continuing to back up. Backing up didn't mean he had failed. It was him buying time to think of a way to break it. The 30 waves of the demon sea stacked together and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hands moved quickly, creating restrictions to prevent the waves from closing in. However, these restrictions were like thin paper before the waves. They quickly shattered and dissipated into specks of black light. As the waves became more fierce, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was about to take out some blood jades from Yao Xixue's bag to help him resist when the golden symbol he absorbed from the second statue suddenly appeared in his head. This symbol suddenly imprinted in his mind. But Wang Lin ignored it and took out a large amount of blood jades. He crushed them, and waves of blood light filled the area. This blood-colored light covered Wang Lin's entire body. At this moment, the 30 waves arrived and landed on the blood-colored light. There was a series of rumbles like angry waves hitting on a rock. The blood-colored light lasted for several breaths of time before immediately collapsing, and the waves closed in. As the waves closed in, the golden symbol in Wang Lin's mind became even clearer and more profound. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Having reached his current cultivation level meant that his entire body had been tempered by celestial spiritual energy, and he had full mastery over his mind, so random things shouldn't appear in his mind during battle. But at this moment, the golden symbol flashed violently in his mind. It seemed ready to break free and fly out from Wang Lin's mind. With the interference of the golden symbol, he couldn't think clearly. Even the movement of celestial spiritual energy inside his body was affected by the flashing, golden symbol. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Wind does not come from an empty cave for no reason, and the symbol might not have appeared in his head for no reason. He decided to open his mind, and his hand sent out a restriction. The gray gas gathered before his body, and his right finger quickly swiped across it. With one stroke, the gray gas twisted and formed a symbol. After drawing the symbol, Wang Lin felt his mind become extremely clear, and he had the urge to release the power inside him. The moment the symbol appeared, the demon general's eyes narrowed. From his view, this symbol had no power, but if Wang Lin was using it at this critical moment, it couldn't be normal. Wang Lin's finger didn't stop. It moved once more over the symbol. With another stroke, he created a 2-stroke symbol. The demon general's eyes became even more serious. When that symbol formed, he immediately felt like he was facing the heavens. Wang Lin's finger moved once more and the 3-stroke symbol was created. At this moment, the golden symbol in his mind melted into a golden force that fused with the 3-stroke golden symbol. Just at this moment, a powerful force came from the symbol. This force was extremely powerful, and it caused the demon general's heart to tighten. He quickly increased the 30 waves into 60 waves and sent them forward. After a series of rumbles, the symbol met the 30 waves, causing the waves to collapse, but the symbol dimmed after doing so. The golden symbol then collided with the next 30 waves, and they canceled each other out. But just at this moment, 3 strands of gray gas appeared where the symbol disappeared. They pierced through the demon sea and charged directly at the demon general. The demon general's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Armor, activate." With one word, a curtain of demonic spiritual energy suddenly appeared 7 feet before him. The 3 strands of gray gas collided with the curtain and shook violently before being bounced back. Now they were slightly dimmer than before. The demon general's eyes lit up. Then he laughed and took a step forward. What a powerful symbol spell. Wang Lin, I have indeed underestimated you. However, it seems the symbol has a lot more to it. How about you display it all and have a battle with me? Wang Lin coldly asked. Where is 13? We'll talk after we finish fighting. The demon general laughed, and his eyes lit up like a torch. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he backed up several steps and said, Once I use my final ace, you will die for sure. Oh, then show it to me. If it can really kill me, I'll be satisfied. The demon general's eyes lit up as he created another 40 waves that crashed toward Wang Lin. If I were to kill you, I would have no way to stay in this sky demon country. Watch carefully. You will know yourself if you can withstand this blow. Wang Lin didn't try to take on the 40 waves. Instead, he flew hundreds of feet into the air and suddenly looked down. The demon general's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and with a thought, the 40 waves returned to him. Right now the 40 waves moved around him like 40 dragons, and the current him was like a demonic sea god. Wang Lin floated in the air and closed his eyes. The demon general was far stronger than he thought. The 10 collapse punch was only one of the demon general's spells. This 100-wave demon sea should be his true killing move. As for whether the demon general had any more hidden abilities, although Wang Lin was curious, he didn't want to find out. Although this person's cultivation was only at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation like Wang Lin's, his spells were far more powerful than Wang Lin's. Wang Lin had to admit that he was lacking in terms of spells. Even when using his treasures, he wasn't confident that he could win. This was the first time in hundreds of years that Wang Lin had faced someone who had the same cultivation level as him, and not only was he not confident that he could win, if he was just a bit careless, he would lose. Right now he was also inside the Demon General City. His goal was to save 13, and if he suffered any injuries, the chance of the rescuing 13 would disappear. After Wang Lin learned he couldn't win, he had the idea of a trick. He floated in the air with his eyes closed and recalled the giant hand print he saw in the celestial realm. Back then, he spent a lot time next to it to learn from it, and then later he used it against Red Butterfly. However, that palm only had the shape and no power behind it. However, this spell was something no one could see through. After all, the moment it appears, its pressure is already at an unimaginable degree. That giant hand print slowly condensed in his mind, and his mentality changed to the way it was back when he was comprehending it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened up, and they showed an inexplicable color. With one gaze, he looked down on the ground and felt like he was looking over the entire world. As for the demon general, he now looked like an ant. When the demon general saw this gaze, his heart shook violently for the first time. This gaze is something I only feel when I look at the ancient demon in the temple. It is something not even the demon emperor possesses. The demon general's body trembled, and the waves around him began to rotate out of control. Wang Lin reached out with his right hand and pressed down. This palm caused the sky to darken, and various mysterious forces gathered below Wang Lin and formed an incredibly large palm print. Then he pressed down his palm. Chapter 565, The Ancestor Returns. The demon general's body shook violently, and the waves around him began to surge like crazy. At this moment, everything before him was replaced by that giant palm print. The moment the palm print appeared, it fell from the sky. A feeling that he couldn't defeat it, couldn't resist it, and couldn't even dodge it appeared in his heart. It was as if this palm was the heavens and earth. This palm could destroy the world, and this palm could destroy all life. This feeling enveloped his heart, and his body trembled involuntarily. Although this palm had not yet fallen, the pressure it gave off destroyed his will to battle. The demon general struggled to let out a roar, and an unyielding feeling appeared in his heart. As he stared at the rapidly descending palm, battle intent erupted from inside him. Even if you are the heavens, I have to fight. Even if you can destroy the world, I must fight. Even if you can destroy all life, you can't destroy the will to fight in my heart. His body suddenly stood straight, and he let out an unyielding roar. The waves around the demon general turned into countless sea dragons that charged at the sky. When the palm print landed, the demon general's battle intent reached its peak, but at this moment, a gentle breeze swept by him. The palm landed on the demon general and caused no change. The demon general was startled. This expression hadn't appeared on his face in a long time. What followed after was the uncontrollable, lingering sense of fear that one gets after walking by death's door. You are already dead. Wang Lin landed from the air and looked at the demon general. The demon general's expression was complex as he looked at Wang Lin with doubt in his heart. What spell is this? He asked. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmly said, This spell has no name. The demon general pondered for a bit, and then the waves around his body quickly disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin and said, You haven't fully learned this spell. Wang Lin's expression didn't change, and he only said one thing. You can try again. The demon general was very uncertain. Although he suspected that Wang Lin could only perform the illusion of the attack without any real power behind it, it was only his suspicion. Even if he was 90% confident, just remembering the life and death feeling he had, he wasn't willing to risk it. Even thinking about that palm caused his heart to tremble. The demon general pondered for a long time before saying, This is your ace. Wang Lin didn't explain. He knew that the more he explained, the more openings he would show. He knew that the spell was only an illusion and that anyone would be suspicious. However, suspicion will remain suspicion. It was something the demon general couldn't confirm. That's why he didn't speak and only calmly looked at the demon general. The demon general let out a sigh. He still didn't have the courage to risk that 90% doubt against that 10% truth. If it turned out to be real, he could die. It could be that even with his cultivation, if he were to use the spell's true power, he would suffer great backlash. Maybe even to the point where his body can't stand it and will collapse. So he only used an illusion. This was the only explanation that the demon general was willing to believe. His suspicion was still there, but it was forcibly suppressed by him. Wang Lin calmly asked, Where is 13? I'm refining a magical treasure that requires 18 people with strong bodies. I went into closed-door cultivation this time to refine the treasure. Your follower, 13, is later in line, so he hasn't been refined yet. Then the demon general slowly said, I can give him back to you because you are my commander, but you killed tens of thousands of demon soldiers and destroyed 5 kilometers of the city. This matter I can't let go so easily. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all, and he said, What do you want? The demon general slowly said, In 3 months, I need to return to the capital of the Sky Demon Country for a debriefing. During that time, there will be a competition between the demon generals. If you promise to help me, I'll forget about the matter of you killing my demon soldiers. Otherwise, even if I die, you won't be able to gain a foothold in this country. At this moment, he considered Wang Lin his equal. Not counting that illusionary palm, just the fact that Wang Lin could break his 10-collapse punch and withstand the 100-wave demon caused Wang Lin's standing in the demon general's mind to skyrocket. This person has the same cultivation level as me. If it wasn't for the fact that his spells can't compare to mine, this would be a difficult fight. Thinking about spells, he suddenly remembered that palm, and the idea that Wang Lin's spells weren't a match for his completely disappeared. Compared to that palm, my spells are nothing. I'm afraid only the Demon Emperor can match that spell. The demon general sighed. Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. The demon general let out a laugh. This laugh washed away all the unpleasantness from before. He smiled and said, Good. From today onward, I, Left-Wing General Mo Lehigh, name you as my only vice-general. If I can place in the top 3 among the demon generals, I'll ask the demon emperor to make you a general. At that time, you will have your own city and 100,000 demon soldiers at your command. You will definitely have a bigger advantage than a majority of the foreigners. With that, his right hand reached out and created a black vortex. There were specks of light inside the vortex. The demon general casually pointed at one of the specks, causing it to collapse. Then 13's body flew out and landed before Wang Lin. His remark just now was to appease Wang Lin and use the position of general to make Wang Lin try his hardest. At the same time, he didn't use 13 to threaten him. This showed that he was treating Wang Lin with sincerity. However, this was only because he saw Wang Lin's strength. Feeling the power of that palm was what made him give Wang Lin such treatment. Although he suspected that palm, in the end, it was only suspicion, and as long as he could never confirm it, he wouldn't risk it. The more intelligent someone is, the more likely they are to think this way. Although the demon general had an open personality, having reached this level of cultivation meant that he wasn't dumb. In fact, he wouldn't lose to Wang Lin in cleverness. I'll return in 3 months. Wang Lin's divine sense swept past 13. He found that 13 had no injuries and was only in a coma. He grabbed 13, took a step into the air, and disappeared over the horizon. The demon general had his hand behind his back as he looked into the sky and shook his head. The 5 people who were equal to late-stage soul transformation cultivators rushed in. When the 5 of them watched the fight earlier, their hearts were completely absorbed in it, and they weren't able to pull themselves out for a long time. The 5 of them only recovered now that Wang Lin had left. One of the 5 said, "Demon General, I believe that his palm strike is fake. If you were to act, you could definitely kill him. Even though I know that there is a 90% chance that that palm is a bluff, I can't bring myself to risk it. Even if he only knows how to use an illusion. To make me hesitate so much means that he is indeed clever. To make it so what's real looks fake and what's fake looks real, this person can't be underestimated." Also, 1 year ago, against my 10 collapse punch, he had to use a secret technique to withstand up to 7 collapses. Now, 1 year later, his cultivation has increased exponentially. He and Commander Yao disappeared around the same time, yet only he came back, so there's something hidden there. But it has nothing to do with me. The demon general's words were directed at the 5 of them, but he was mostly muttering to himself. The 5 of them silently pondered as they all raised their heads to look at where Wang Lin went to. A very complex feeling involuntarily appeared in their hearts. Wang Lin floated in the air and spread out his divine sense. He found the dark prison inside the city and appeared before it with the unconscious 13. This dark prison was underground. Although there were restrictions placed all over the area, none of them besides the ones in the depths of the prison could stop Wang Lin. With Hu Pao's status, he couldn't have been locked away in the deeper part of the prison. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense, but was unable to find any trace of Hu Pao. He let out a sigh and then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin moved extremely fast. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, his speed was several times fast than before. Even though he was carrying 13, it didn't take long for him to return to the soul refining tribe. Wang Lin appeared in a flash of light dozens of kilometers away from the soul refining tribe. Before him, he could see the soul refining tribe not far off. Although the soul refining tribe didn't expand during this year, all of the members had been working hard on their cultivation. This 10-kilometer area was all under the control of the soul refining tribe. There was a thick, black fog in the sky above this 10-kilometer area. Sometimes soul fragments moved within this black fog, and sometimes ghostly wails slowly echoed inside it. The people inside the soul refining tribe had gotten accustomed to the ghostly wails from the black fog. The louder the wails, the more soul fragments were inside. A majority of the people inside the soul refining tribe were cultivating right now. They all had their souls out as soul fragments flew out of the soul flags and into the black fog. At the same time, soul fragments returned from the black fog and went back inside the soul flags. After Wang Lin appeared, he took one step and charged toward the soul refining tribe like a bolt of lightning. He let out a smile, as he had already noticed more than 10 people at 10 different locations carefully observing the area. He was very familiar with these people. Their duty was to stand guard outside. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and within 50 kilometers, there were more than 100 people on guard. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to arrive about 1,000 feet away from the tribe. This was where he stopped. After he stopped, a powerful gust of wind followed him and blew toward the tribe. The moment he stopped, someone immediately saw Wang Lin. After a moment of shock, their eyes were filled with excitement. "Ancestor!" A shout filled with joy quickly awakened everyone from their cultivation. In almost an instant, all of the tribe members stood up. Ouyang Hua turned into a cloud of black mist as he charged through the tribe. He stopped about 10 feet before Wang Lin with a face full of excitement and respectfully said, "Welcome back, Ancestor." At the same time, all of the tribe members knelt down on one knee and said, in a chorus, "Welcome back, Ancestor." Chapter 566, Hu Pao, the Old Man, and the Armor. The central valley of the soul refining tribe was an area that belonged solely to Wang Lin. Right now he was sitting inside the valley with 13 down on one knee before him. 13's eyes were filled with excitement. It has already been 3 days since Wang Lin returned to the tribe, and 13 had been awakened by him with a spell. After awakening, 13 immediately saw Wang Lin, and his heart was immediately filled with excitement. Wang Lin learned from 13 roughly what happened during this year of time. After talking about Hu Pao, Wang Lin let out a sigh. Hu Pao disappearing from the dark prison was very strange. With his peak late-stage soul transformation divine sense, he swept the whole city and didn't find a trace of Hu Pao. Hu Pao cultivated the soul refining technique that Wang Lin taught him. So in the end, the final control of the soul fragments belonged to Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin couldn't find a trace of the soul fragments refined by Hu Pao. If Hu Pao didn't die, then he must be in some mysterious place. There is no other reason why I can't find him. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before giving up on this matter regarding Hu Pao. He had already done his best. He raised his head to look at 13. One of the reasons he had brought Hu Pao and 13 to Ancient Demon City was to test them. If the two passed his test, he would teach them new techniques. For Hu Pao, aside from soul refining, there was also soul extraction. However, this soul extraction spell required much more effort than soul refining. Although Wang Lin had modified it, he wouldn't casually teach it. As for 13, the original idea of giving 13 the ancient god tactic was immediately discarded. The ancient god tactic was something he could never teach. However, during this year, 13 had passed Wang Lin's test with flying colors. Wang Lin could feel that 13 would be completely loyal to him for at least several decades. On planet Suzaku, Wang Lin had a lot of interactions with the Giant Demon Clan. When he killed the Giant Demon Clan Ancestor, he also obtained the Giant Demon Clan Ancestor's bag of holding. Aside from that drop of ancient god blood, there were also some jades in there. Among these jades there was a record of a body cultivation method called the 9 Cultivations of the Titan. Back then, Wang Lin only quickly looked at it and forgot about it. Now he looked at 13 as he touched his bag of holding, and a cyan jade appeared in his hand. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and thought, this is it. The 9 Cultivations of the Titan had a total of 9 levels and was a body refining technique. After memorizing all 9 chants, he wiped out the last 3 levels and threw it to 13. 13 caught the jade with excitement. His gratitude toward Wang Lin was already indescribable. He knelt down on the ground, kowtowed a few times, and said, Ancestor, 13 will only listen to you for the rest of his life. Guard the soul refining tribe well. Now go. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a gentle breeze sent 13 out of the valley. Wang Lin sat by himself inside the valley. The sky was covered by the black fog. This black fog was formed by the 1 billion souls soul flag, and using it to nurture soul fragments had the best effect. I felt safe leaving the flag here when I was at Ancient Demon City. However, the capital is too far away, so I can't leave the flag here. Wang Lin looked up at the black fog in the sky before closing his eyes and beginning to cultivate. At this moment, far to the west of the soul refining sect, almost halfway across the sky demon country, there was an endless desert. This place was known as a very fierce place in the demon spirit land. Rumor has it that countless years ago, this was an ancient battleground of the demon spirit land. Millions of kilometers of land were covered in corpses, and the ground was dyed dark red. Just one glance was enough to shock anyone's heart. Outside this ancient battleground, there was an invisible restriction that cut off everything from the outside world. At this moment, there was a young man sitting in this ancient battleground. Before him were more than 100 small flags. These flags moved without any wind and slowly circled around him. A strand of black mist surrounded his body, and the presence of this black mist caused the large amount of souls that were sleeping here to awaken. Every time a soul fragment awakened, a violent strand of black gas would charge out from the ground. It would spin with the black mist for a few laps before going inside one of the small flags. There was a black-robed old man 1,000 feet away from the young man. This person coldly looked at the young man, and after one incense stick of time, he said, "Okay, finish up." The young man nodded. Then his hand formed a seal, and all the small flags released a black glow and landed in his hand. At this moment, the young man opened his eyes. The moment he saw the old man, he immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Hu Pao greets benefactor." The old man nodded and said, "Very good. When the time comes that you can refine all the soul fragments in this ancient battleground with your soul refining skill, there is nowhere you won't be able to go in the demon spirit land." Hu Pao's face was filled with excitement as he said, "This is all because of benefactor. You saved my life, taught me spells, and brought me here to refine soul fragments. Hu Pao will forever remember those things." The old man's expression was still cold as he said, "If it wasn't for the fact that your spell is strange and is something I have never seen before, I wouldn't have saved you. In addition, your previous master returned to Ancient Demon City, fought with the demon general, and saved 13. I was one step too late." Hu Pao revealed a complex expression and said, "If I can refine all the soul fragments here, the first thing I'll do is kill this Wang Lin." The old man looked at Hu Pao and said, "He did, after all, teach you the soul refining spell. Why do you insist on killing this person?" Hu Pao pondered a bit before he sneered. "Although he taught me the soul refining spell, he had ulterior motives. If not for Wang Lin angering Sima Yan, I wouldn't have been thrown into the dark prison. In the first few months in the dark prison, I had hopes for Wang Lin to come to save me, but as time passed by, that hope was destroyed. When I was being tortured, where was he? When I was being abused, where was he? In the end, all of my expectations for him to save me turned to hate. If it wasn't for him, how would it have ended up like this? Luckily, Benefactor rescued me, and on that day, when I woke up, I swore I would never be a slave again. The old man's cold face gradually revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "Good. To have such decisive thinking. No wonder you are someone who caught my attention." Then the old man turned around, took one step, and disappeared without a trace. Hu Pao clenched his fist as he looked into the distance and muttered to himself, 13 is too simple and is being cheated by Wang Lin. During those months in the dark prison, I realized that Wang Lin considers me and 13 disposable pawns. Wang Lin, one day, when I use my soul flags and release tens of millions of soul fragments, I want to see your expression. I want to see how you will resist my tens of millions of soul fragments. Once I cultivate the world-destroying suppression method to the 4th level, I will have endless demonic spiritual energy. Wang Lin, Sima Yan, just you two wait. Hu Pao's eyes revealed thick, killing intent. There was a pitch-black tower in the depths of this ancient battleground. This tower was dozens of feet tall, and there were rings of light around it. These rings seemed to be able to absorb all the light coming at it. From a distance, the tower seemed to have an air of majesty around it. The black-robed man's figure appeared outside the tower. He took a deep breath and stepped into the tower. At the top of the tower, he knelt down on both knees. Before him was a set of armor. This armor looked very old and was definitely not something from this era. If someone with discerning eyes were to see this, they would immediately recognize that this armor had some extraordinary history behind it. It was still fairly intact and was completely black. There were countless patterns engraved on it, and they were all clouds. These clouds were completely black, which gave off a strange feeling. From a distance, this set of armor looked like a person sitting cross-legged in the room and gave of an irresistible sense of majesty. Waves of black gas came out from the armor and filled the tower. Two ghostly lights suddenly appeared inside the helmet like a pair of eyes, and its gaze fell on the old man. At this moment, the world outside trembled slightly, as if a celestial spirit had descended. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Your subordinate has checked and found out that the demon emperor of the Sky Demon Country, Scorpio, should have already made the last step 1,000 years ago, but he is forcibly suppressing it." The ghostly light inside the helmet flashed, and an invisible chill came out from the armor. The old man's body and mind trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, the ghostly light landed on the old man's eyes as if sending a message. After a few breaths of time, the ghostly light dissipated and the armor returned to normal. The mysterious aura around the armor disappeared too. The old man's entire body was covered in sweat as he said, "Yes." After that, he stood up and respectfully left the highest floor of the tower. Then he returned to the first floor and sat down in the lotus position. This time he was clearly more relaxed. If this child, Hu Pao, can absorb a lot of soul fragments, then combining the mysterious nature of the soul refining technique and my alchemy skill, his cultivation can increase rapidly in a short period of time. Then I'll let him cultivate Master's momentary art to condense all his longevity and potential into just 1 hour of power, so he can become one of the demon guardians. This soul refining spell is very mysterious, but I feel like there is some flaw hidden within it. However, Master can't be awake for too long, so I can't waste his time on this small matter. If not for the fact that Hu Pao knows this mysterious soul-refining spell, with his qualification and status, he wouldn't be qualified to become a demon guardian. If this experiment is successful, I'll have to go check out that soul-refining tribe. Chapter 567, Question Yao Xixue the second time. Inside the inner valley of the soul-refining tribe, Wang Lin touched his bag of holding, and a ball of restrictions suddenly flew out. He sent out a seal at the ball of restrictions, and then it suddenly enlarged and opened like a flower blooming. Inside, Yao Xixue was sitting in the lotus position and her face was deathly pale. The life seal placed on her forehead continued to flash. Every time it flashed, it would send a bit of life force into her body to prevent her from dying. Yao Xixue opened her eyes and gave Wang Lin a vicious stare. Her hatred for Wang Lin was endless. Wang Lin completely ignored Yao Xixue's gaze as he calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Yao, have you considered my proposal from last time?" Yao Xixue clenched her teeth. She couldn't feel the passage of time inside this restriction, which made a feeling of helplessness arise in her heart. Although it has only been a bit over a year on the outside, for her, it felt like an eternity. Wang Lin looked at Yao Xixue and softly said, My patience has its limits, so I'll only give you 3 chances. This time you can choose not to answer again, but next time will be the 3rd time. If you still don't wish to answer, then we will never meet again. Are you not afraid of my father hunting you down? Xixue clenched her fist. Wang Lin faintly smiled and nodded. I'm afraid. The blood ancestor's cultivation is far above mine. If I'm hunted by him, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to escape with my low cultivation. However, I was forced into this situation. If it wasn't for you scheming against me, I would not have plotted against you. Everything has a cause and effect. If I let you go, I will still offend the blood ancestor, but if I keep you at hand, I might have a chance to live. Xixue quickly said. If you let me go, I'll swear to never tell my father about it, and the grudge between us will be cleared. Wang Lin carefully looked at Xixue and said, I don't believe you. Xixue took a deep breath and said, What do you want? Wang Lin said, Follow my rule, answer one of my questions, and I'll decrease the amount of time I seal you for by 50 years. Xixue lowered her head. Her eyes showed signs of struggle. Wang Lin patiently looked at her. Half an incense stick of time later, she raised her head and coldly said, Even if you seal me, with my father's ability, he will still find me. At that time, I'll personally see my father destroy your body, extract your soul, and lock it in the nether place. At that time, you will know what it means to be better off dead than alive. Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, You wasted your 2nd chance. I hope you will treasure the next time. With that, his eyes lit up and he took a step forward. He arrived before Xixue, grabbed her jaw, and with a little force, forced her little mouth open. Xixue's face was completely pale. She wanted to struggle, but her body had no strength. Wang Lin revealed a smile that was not a smile as he inserted 2 fingers into Xixue's mouth. When he withdrew his hand, there was a red needle between his fingers. You use trace amounts of essence from inside your body to form this needle. If given enough time, you might really be able to use this needle to block the life seal and die within this restriction. With that, Wang Lin crushed the needle, causing it to dissipate in a cloud of red mist. Xixue's body trembled. Her gaze toward Wang Lin could no longer be described as vicious. Xixue took a deep breath. Then a rare trace of clarity appeared in her eyes, and she softly said, Wang Lin, if there is a day I escape, I'll use any means to torture you in the most cruel way. At this moment, it was as if there was an invisible force working on Xixue's body. It was slowly condensing all her hatred for Wang Lin and gradually changing it to break open the void. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, It looks like there are too few restrictions on your body. He waved his right hand, and with a gentle breeze, Xixue's clothes were blown away, revealing her voluptuous body. Wang Lin carefully examined her body. Xixue's eyes still maintained the clarity she had before, but Wang Lin could see that it was starting to dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out and poked several places on her body. Every location he poked was a sensitive spot for Xixue. Every time his finger landed, he sent a trace of celestial spiritual energy into her body. Xixue's body slowly turned red, and the clarity in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by endless humiliation and hostility once more. Xixue's malice had reached its limit, and she hysterically shrieked, Wang Lin, you are despicable, shameless. I, Xixue, will never forgive you. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. This Xixue's talent was indeed amazing. At that moment, she was going to turn her incredible hatred for him into a type of understanding. To enter the Dao through hatred, that was where that clarity from her eyes came from. If she was successful, then he wouldn't be able to seal her with just the life seal. That was why Wang Lin removed her clothes, stimulated her body with celestial spiritual energy until the clarity in her eyes disappeared and destroyed the state she had just entered. Wang Lin softly said, There are too few seals on you. His hands moved, creating countless restrictions that landed on Xixue's body. Wang Lin's restrictions mercilessly created a cycle on her sensitive spots. As a result, that kind of stimulation from before would constantly be invading her body. This was the only way to keep her from regaining her clarity and have that kind of enlightenment like before. After doing all of this, Wang Lin pointed at her, and the restrictions that had opened up immediately began to close. They turned back into a ball again, and Wang Lin put it away inside his bag of holding. The blood ancestor's daughter is a problem. The only way to deal with her is to find a secret place to seal her. However, I must get all the secrets out of her first. If my cultivation reaches the Ascendant stage, I can just use the soul search spell. If I were to use it now, a slight mistake might kill her and leave a lot of problems in the future. Time passed, and more than 2 months quickly went by. There There were only a few days until his promise with the demon general. On this day, Wang Lin walked out of the valley with Oyanghua behind him. Wang Lin slowly said, "After I leave, dispatch hundreds of people to the surrounding tribes regardless of their size. Use any method necessary to integrate into the other tribes. Use the soul fragments to resist the various memory-wiping potions the tribes have. Once inside, begin teaching them the soul refining spell so more people can learn them. As for the specifics, I'll let you arrange them yourself." Oyanghua softly responded in agreement. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin took out a piece of jade. He handed it to Oyanghua and said, "The soul refining spell actually has two parts. The first part is soul refining, and the second part is soul extracting. This can't be taught to anyone who isn't a core disciple. Remember it well." Oyanghua took a deep breath as he accepted the jade with care. After reading it, he crushed it and said, in a serious tone, "Ancestor, I have memorized it and will not forget Ancestor's words. This spell will only be taught to the core disciples of the soul refining tribe." Wang Lin nodded and his hand reached toward the sky. All of the black fog over the soul refining tribe immediately gathered in his hand, forming a 30-foot-long flag. Then he quickly swallowed it with his origin soul. Then he took out several normal soul flags and threw them into the sky, creating a black fog to cover the sky once more. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a step forward and immediately disappeared. A voice came from far away into Oyanghua's ears. "When I return, I hope the tribe will have more than 1 million members." Ouyang knelt down on the ground and said, in a serious voice, "I won't disappoint the Ancestor." Although those words were for Wang Lin, who was now far away, it was more so a commitment to himself. Wang Lin moved through the sky, creating a streak of light, and charged directly toward ancient demon city. I wonder what kinds of dragons and tigers are hidden at the Sky Demon Country's capital. There will be more people from planet Tianhous as well. I wonder if I'll meet any of them on this trip to the capital. There are also those 10 or so people from the Delu Sword sect. If I meet any of them, I must capture one and question them about Zhou Yi's whereabouts. Wang Lin pondered, but his speed didn't slow down at all, and he disappeared over the horizon. Demon General Mo Lihai was wearing a green shirt as he stood on top of the eastern gate of ancient demon city. Behind him were the chief commander and commanders. Mo Lihai looked into the distance and didn't say a word. After a long time, Mo Lihai withdrew his gaze and then turned around to carefully look at ancient demon city. In an instant, he saw the wreckage at the center of the city. Mo Lihai thought, "After I leave this time, I won't come back, and another demon general will take over the city, so that wreckage has nothing to do with me. It is a pity that 13 was taken away by Wang Lin. I was only able to refine 17 of my 18 demon body techniques. However, if Wang Lin truly tries to help me this time, I'm confident I can enter the top 3 in the demon general competition. Then I'll obtain the qualification to enter the demon temple to cultivate, and once I come out, I'll be a vice commander-in-chief." Mo Lihai took a deep breath. His eyes concentrated in the distance, and he revealed a smile. This person is someone who won't go back on his word. Mo Lihai laughed, and his voice spread out. "Brother Wang, I'm here." Wang Lin appeared in the sky above the eastern gate. His eyes looked at the group before falling on Mo Lihai. "I made Brother Mo wait." Wang Lin smiled. "No problem. This trip is very important for me, so I'll be relying on Brother Wang." Mo Lihai took one step and appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed. "No problem. It will take 3 transfer arrays to reach the capital, so Brother Wang, let's go." 2 rays of red light flew across ancient demon city and into the distance, leaving behind only thunderous echoes. Chapter 568, Acquaintance. Sky Demon City. It is located in the northern part of the Sky Demon Country. Surrounding it are countless mountains intersecting with each other. If one looks from the sky, these mountains seem to form the shape of 9 dragons coiling around the city. The 9 dragon heads all point toward a secluded lake. It is called Dragon Lake. The holy symbol of the Sky Demon Country, the ancient demon temple, is inside this Dragon Lake. Dragon Lake is heavily guarded. Sky Demon City is in front of Dragon Lake. To be more accurate, this city is formed by 9 cities with similar sizes to ancient demon city. The 9 cities make an 8 divinatory trigram with the royal palace at the center. There is a river around the royal palace with 8 bridges linking to each of the 8 cities. The royal palace is where the demon emperor lives and is filled with exquisite pavilions. The other 8 cities are also distinct and have their own styles. It is early morning, and the entire Sky Demon City is shrouded by a faint, green mist that comes from the Dragon Mountain ranges. The demon emperor calls it dragon energy, and cultivating this energy can increase cultivation. The entire Sky Demon City is like a large monster. As the green mist slowly dissipates, the sounds of people waking up makes it look like the giant beast is slowly awakening as well. There are 18 transfer arrays outside of Sky Demon City, and they are guarded by demon soldiers year-round. Of these 18 transfer arrays, 8 of them are used by the civilians, such as merchants, to travel everywhere. The remaining 10 can only be used by those with high status. There is a very clear distinction between the classes. The 14th transfer array is for the demon general's use only. Every time it actives, a demon general appears. A demon general is considered a powerhouse in Sky Demon City, one who controls a large amount of troops and amazing spells. At this moment, among the demon soldiers outside the 14th transfer array, there was clearly a demon soldier whose armor had more lines than the others. This soldier loosened his shoulders and put down his weapon. Then he took off his helmet, sat on it, turned around, and shouted, "Ergo, come here and massage my shoulders." After he shouted, one of the soldiers quickly ran out. He put on a smart face as he quickly got behind the person and began to massage. He asked, "Captain, is my strength good?" The captain moved his shoulders and smiled. "Yes, pretty good. Among you brats, you have the best control of strength." "Captain, normally this transfer array barely opens once a month. Why has it opened so much recently? It seems like a lot of demon generals are rushing here." Ergo took his chance to ask the question that had been bothering him for a while. "Today my mood is good, so I'll tell you." As the captain said that, the guards all immediately closed in. Apparently, they all wanted to know what was going on as well. "You guys are all new recruits from the last 100 years, so it is not strange you don't know about it. Every 300 years, there is a big competition between the demon generals, and the demon emperor personally attends it. The reward is sometimes demonic treasures or demonic spells. However, this time the competition has a completely different meaning. Because 200 years ago, we suffered heavy losses against the Fire Demon country, including 2 vice commander-in-chiefs. That is why the demon emperor will pick 2 new vice commander-in-chiefs in this competition." After this was said, all the surrounding demon soldiers' eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. Although demon generals and vice commander-in-chiefs were only half a rank apart, the gap was almost impossible to cross. In the countless years that the Sky Demon country has existed, there have only been 8 commander-in-chiefs and 8 vice commander-in-chiefs, while there have been hundreds of demon generals. A so-called vice commander-in-chief is not the commander-in-chief's assistant, but the person next in line for the commander-in-chief position. Only the vice commander-in-chief can challenge the commander-in-chief for the position. In the Sky Demon country, once the commander-in-chief dies, a vice commander-in-chief takes over. That is the first step to becoming a commander-in-chief. Become a vice commander-in-chief. Looking at the shock on the surrounding demon soldiers' faces, the captain felt very proud. He let out a cough and said, "That is why the previously proud demon generals all came here. With how important this matter is, even those that originally didn't intend to participate are all coming as well. The 14th transfer array we guard is for demon generals only. That is why it has been so busy for the past several days." The demon soldier massaging his shoulders said, "Captain, which Lord Demon General do you think will win?" This is not easy to say. For someone to become a demon general, they must have powerful spells, but even spells have differences in strength. I believe that Lord Mo Fei, who holds the city next to the Fire Demon country, can enter the top 3. Also, there is the ancient demon city's Lord Mo Liahi. His cultivation is also considered high among demon generals. Just as the captain reached this point, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately stood up, and the helmet flew into the air and landed on his head. Then his hand reached out, and his weapon flew into his hand. He did this in almost an instant. The demon soldiers were all already accustomed to their captain's actions. Right now, even without his command, they were all standing straight and facing forward. Just at this moment, rings of light appeared above the transfer array, and there was a burst of demonic spiritual energy from it. Then 2 figures slowly appeared inside the transfer array, and just as they appeared, they each took a step forward. They both stepped out of the transfer array at the exact same time. Mo Lihai looked at the capital before him as he took a deep breath and said to the person behind him, "Brother Wang, it has been more than 30 years since I've returned to the capital." Wang Lin looked at the giant city before him. Although it was big, it was within Wang Lin's expectation. After all, this was the capital of Sky Demon country. "Greetings, General Mo." Just as the 2 stepped out, the demon soldiers outside immediately greeted them. Mo Lihai nodded slightly and smiled at Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, this way." With that, he took a step and quickly moved toward the western gate. Wang Lin quickly followed. and the two of them disappeared into the distance. After the two of them left, the captain let out a sigh of relief. The demon soldier next to him whispered, "Captain, who was that person the demon general brought with him?" During this time, many of the demon generals had brought strangers with them. The captain stared at the demon soldier and said, "The competition between the demon generals this time is very important to all the demon generals, so they would naturally seek aid. For this person to be chosen by General Mo, he must have something special about him, so you all best not think too much about it." He looked toward the direction where Wang Lin and Mo Lihai went and thought, that person was recognized by Mo Lihai and was brought along using this transfer array, so his cultivation must not be simple. Also, from how polite Mo Lihai was to him, this person is definitely not simple. Mo Lihai was a demon general, so the soldiers at the Western Gate were extremely respectful when they saw him. They led them into the city before respectfully going back to their post. Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin and sincerely said, "Brother Wang, the various forces in Sky Demon City are very messy, especially with all the demon generals gathering. It would be best for you to not live in the city and instead come with me to my mansion. How about it?" There were two cities connected to the Western Gate. The first was Xian City, and the second was Hong City. Mo Lihai said, "Sky Demon City has a total of 8 outer cities, and those 8 outer cities are split into inner and outer rings. Sky, Earth, Xian, and Yellow are the 4 inner cities, while Universe, Eternity, Hong, and Desolate are the outer cities. The inner cities are for civilian court officials, and the outer cities are for military. There are also more differences based on one's status. I live in Hong City." Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. "I'll listen to Brother Mo." Mo Lihai faintly smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. He then walked forward, and 1,000 feet before them was a fork in the road. The left route led to Xian City and the right to Hong City. Wang Lin followed Mo Lihai's guidance and walked through the city. This Hong City was very prosperous with many shops and people. The streets were very lively as people came and went. The road was very wide, but the crowds were all concentrated in the two sides, leaving an opening 1/3 the size of the road in the middle. Standing in the middle would allow you to see the road going far into the distance. Mo Lihai saw Wang Lin's gaze fall on the opening, so he smiled and explained, "This road is a military road, so ordinary people are not allowed to walk there." Just at this moment, roars came from the military road in the distance, and soon, a group of black war horses quickly rushed over. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found 19 horses in total. There was a black armored soldier sitting on each of them with cultivations roughly matching soul formation cultivators. The demonic spiritual energy from their bodies were all fused together in a mysterious way. There was demonic spiritual energy swirling in the sky above them, and it formed a vague shadow of a giant beast. The 19 of them charged directly at Wang Lin and Mo Lihai. Wang Lin looked at Mo Lihai and found that although Mo Lihai's expression was serious, there was a hidden smile on his face. The 19 of them stopped about a dozen or so feet from them. Then they all got off their horses, took a step forward, kneeled down, and loudly said, "Greetings, General Mo." Mo Lihai laughed. Then he waved his hand and said, "All of you get up. This person is my good friend, Vice General Wang. In the future, when you see him, it is the same as meeting me." The 19 of them turned toward Wang Lin without any hesitation and said, "Greetings, Vice General Wang." Wang Lin nodded lightly. The voices of these 19 people and the scene they created drew everyone's attention. Their faces were filled with shock, and they retreated far away. "Brother Wang, follow me to my mansion. I'll have people prepare fine wine for us, so let's have a drink." Mo Lihai jumped onto one of the war horses. Wang Lin also jumped on a war horse and laughed. "Is it good wine?" "Of course it is good wine." Mo Lihai and Wang Lin looked at each other before laughing. Then the two of them rode off together, neither in front nor behind the other. The 19 people and remaining 17 war horses followed them. As the group of people moved along the military road, there were suddenly sounds of horses from the distance. Mo Lihai's expression sank, and instead of slowing down, he moved even faster. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw an acquaintance. Chapter 569, Chaos in the Capital, Prologue. As the sounds of horses approached from the military road before them, a team of more than 10 war horses charged toward them. There were 2 people in front of this group of war horses. One of them was wearing blue armor, and he had purple, flowing hair that revealed his demonic face. His face was so handsome that there was a demonic feel to it. However, there was a scar on the right side of his face that completely destroyed his overall appearance. The aura of beauty disappeared and was replaced by a vicious and evil aura. There was a person sitting on the war horse beside the man with the scar. His face was thin and pale, but his eyes were bright. When he saw Wang Lin riding on the war horse, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. The two groups of people didn't slow down at all and charged head-on toward each other. The two groups were like two demonic beasts mercilessly charging at each other. The evil person with the scar stared at Mo Lihai. In his eyes, no one other than Mo Lihai existed. At this moment, it seemed like the earth itself was trembling, and the two sides got closer and closer. Just at the moment they were about to collide, Mo Lihai let out a laugh. Then his right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. This punch moved like the roaring wind that could collapse everything into nothingness, and it flew directly at the evil-looking man. They could hear the sound barrier breaking before the punch even closed in on the evil-looking man, and a powerful fist in tint appeared within this punch. The evil-looking man's expression didn't change. He raised his right hand and pointed forward with his index finger. Then he quickly pointed forward with his middle finger, and in a flash, he did the same with all 5 fingers. Then his 5 fingertips gathered together to form a cone and pointed forward together. A soft, muffled sound suddenly came from both of them. Then a ripple spread out from the two of them. The ripple, however, only spread out 30 feet and dissipated at the edge of the military road, so it didn't damage any buildings. The two of them had to have very good control of their strength to ensure the shockwave was as small as possible. The evil-looking man's body shifted as the war horse below him let out a painful wail because all 4 of its legs were broken. Then the horse's body exploded, so the evil-looking man was forced to retreat 3 steps, and each of those 3 steps caused the ground to tremble. The person stared at Mo Lihai and said, "Tin collapse fist intent." Mo Lihai's body also trembled, and he began to back up with his war horse as well. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and pointed at Mo Lihai. Wang Lin's use of power was very intricate and was able to cancel out a lot of the force for Mo Lihai. Mo Lihai took a deep breath as he stabilized his body. He then got off the war horse unscathed, and the contest between the two of them had been decided. Mo Lihai smiled. The 6-finger demon sword is only this much. The evil-looking man's gaze shifted from Mo Lihai and fell on Wang Lin. He said, in a serious tone, "What is your name, foreigner?" Wang Lin looked at this person and didn't speak. The evil-looking man frowned. At this moment, the thin person beside him softly said, "His name is Wang Lin." Mo Lihai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Lin and the thin-looking man. The evil-looking man asked, "Oh, you guys know each other?" The thin-looking man looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "He is my junior apprentice brother. Long time no see, brother Sun Tao. It looks like you have to go into closed-door cultivation for several years to recover from your serious injury," said Wang Lin. His voice was calm, so it was impossible to know if he was happy or angry. At the moment he saw Sun Tao, he realized that Sun Tao was injured, and this was a serious injury that even affected Sun Tao's origin soul. Although the injury had been forcibly suppressed, Sun Tao's cultivation had dropped from the mid-stage of Ascendant to the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Sun Tao took a careful look at Wang Lin, and then the shock in his heart slowly calmed down. When he first saw Wang Lin, he naturally discovered that Wang Lin's cultivation had jumped 2 steps from the mid-stage of soul transformation to the peak of the late stage. Sun Tao slowly said, "Junior brother Wang, it looks like you had a fortunate encounter. But you have to be careful in the Sky Demon City because of the people from the Dao Sword sect. My injuries were caused by them." There was a hint of anger in his voice. This anger wasn't directed at Wang Lin, but the Dao Sword sect. Wang Lin pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out a bottle of pills. Although these pills wouldn't have much effect on Sun Tao, they represented Wang Lin's goodwill. He tossed the pills at Sun Tao and then rode forward on his war horse without saying a word. Mo Lihai looked profoundly at the two of them before leading his people around the evil-looking man and catching up to Wang Lin. The evil-looking man coldly looked at the backs of Mo Lihai and company and asked, "How is this person?" Sun Tao put away the pills. Then he pondered a bit and said, "If I wasn't injured, I could kill him. Don't underestimate him." This Mo Lihai has a total of 3 powerful spells. The first spell is the 10 Collapse Fist Intent, the second is the 100 Wave Demon Sea, and the third spell is something the Demon Emperor personally taught him, so it is very powerful. The evil-looking man sighed and said, "If you weren't injured, I'd be 100% confident in winning this competition." Sun Tao pondered a bit. Shortly after he said, "If I get the materials, I can refine a Heavenly Cloud pill, which can restore my cultivation to the early stage of Ascendant for a short period of time." The evil-looking man nodded and said, "Don't worry about materials. I have already sent people to gather them." Then he changed the topic and asked, "How is your junior apprentice brother?" Sun Tao revealed a complex look before letting out a sigh and saying, strong, very strong. Even when his cultivation was not at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation and only at the mid-stage, it was best not to provoke him. The evil-looking man's eyes narrowed. He had interacted with Sun Tao for a long period of time, and this was the first time Sun Tao had ever evaluated someone like this. On the military road, Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Thanks, Brother Wang, for the help earlier. Otherwise, my war horse would have turned into a pile of flesh and blood as well. Wang Lin shook his head. That is but a small matter. Brother Mo doesn't have to thank me. Mo Lihai slowly said. That person's name is Shi Xiao, and his spell's power, the six-finger demon sword, is unpredictable. With your senior apprentice brother's help, he will be one of my main threats this time. They quickly moved along the military road, and after one instant stick of time, they stopped before a mansion. Although this place wasn't big, it had everything that was needed. It even had fake mountains and water. It was quite elegant. Wang Lin was living in the southern building right across from the fake mountain. Mo Lihai arranged 2 sergeants to be under Wang Lin's control before leaving to meet the Demon Emperor. He spoke to Wang Lin before he left, and they agreed to drink together once he comes back. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position in his room. Aside from helping Mo Lihai, his other goal during this trip to the capital city was to get the position of Demon General. This place was the capital of Sky Demon Country, so experts were as common as clouds here. Only by making himself stand out among the others would it make it a lot easier for him to get the position of Demon General. Even Sun Tao's mid-stage Ascendant cultivation was injured by someone and forced down to the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. He said that it was someone from the Delu Sword sect. There are more than 10 people from the Delu Sword sect who entered, and unless multiple people ganged up on Sun Tao, there is no way for him to be this injured. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The reason he gave Sun Tao the pills was to send a message of good faith. Although they had their differences here, they were still, after all, from the same sect. When facing the threat of the Delu Sword sect, they couldn't fight against each other. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Mo Lihai returned at dusk, and his eyes were filled with joy. He chatted with Wang Lin over wine, and they talked about various spells. Mo Lihai also told Wang Lin about the spells of several other demon generals. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had spent 4 days in the Mo mansion. He spent almost all his time converting demonic spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy to make his foundation even more stable. Wang Lin didn't ask when the battle between the demon generals would start. He understood that when he is needed, Mo Lihai will ask for him. Therefore, Wang Lin was in no rush, and in addition to cultivation, he spent a lot of time pondering. What he was pondering about was the celestial slaughter art. After the slaughter in ancient demon city, Wang Lin's understanding of the celestial slaughter art became more profound. Wang Lin also spent the 3 months at the soul refining tribe like this. When he wasn't cultivating, he spent the rest of the time pondering about the celestial slaughter art. For him, a change in location wouldn't affect his mentality at all. Wang Lin's calmness caught the attention of the 2 sergeants assigned to him, and they gradually began to admire Wang Lin. In their view, for someone at Wang Lin's cultivation level to continue to work so hard to cultivate, he would definitely become a demon general in the future. Mo Lihai was extremely busy during this period of time. He left early almost every day and returned late. He went to meet various commander-in-chiefs and vice-commander-in-chief, as well as friendly demon generals, to exchange information. He could feel that the entire Sky Demon City was like a keg of explosives that will explode when the competition between the demon generals began. Wang Lin quietly stayed in the Mo mansion for 4 days, and after that, he stopped cultivating. He sat in the courtyard, and his hands rapidly moved, forming seals. Each one of the seals contained the power of the celestial slaughter art. Wang Lin sat there for 7 days. At the start, the 2 sergeants calmly looked at Wang Lin from a distance, but soon the 2 started feeling a powerful frenzy of killing intent coming from inside their hearts. Their hearts trembled violently, and their eyes were bloodshot, revealing powerful killing intent. Their sanity was already gone. Just as this killing intent reached its limit and the 2 were about to explode, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with clarity. When the 2 of them saw Wang Lin's eyes, it was as if cold water had been poured on their heads, and they immediately sobered up. Although they sobered up, a large amount of the cultivation inside their bodies disappeared. The 2 of them were filled with fear and never dared to watch Wang Lin cultivate again. The celestial slaughter art takes the path of slaughter to create life seals. The amount of life I have taken is not small, but don't I have much of this slaughter aura? There must be a reason. Wang Lin pondered as he carefully recalled every time he successfully used the Celestial Slaughter art. Chapter 570, Zither Music. Scenes from the past flashed through Wang Lin's brain. This process was very slow. Wang Lin slowly sorted through these memories as he sat inside the courtyard. The memories of him successfully using the Celestial Slaughter art played slowly in his mind as he looked for similarities between them. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh. After carefully looking through all the times he successfully created slaughter energy, it seemed like they all happened by chance, and there was nothing in common between them. Although, if there is one thing, on the day I killed Sima Yin, there was something strange. At that moment, I acted out of anger and was able to create a strand of slaughter energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but then dimmed once more. However, this doesn't make any sense, because there were strands of slaughter energy created when I was completely calm. There was also some slaughter energy created from demon soldiers, but as to which specific soldiers they were, it is impossible to tell. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything, and his brows gradually furrowed. Cultivating the Celestial Slaughter art is one of the key reasons I entered this place. I learned this spell to use it against Tua. Senator Tua-san is very strong, so I will need a lot to go against him. Now that I have the Blood Soul pills, I have a much better chance of surviving with these two combined. However, I only have a limited amount of Blood Soul pills, so my priority is still this Celestial Slaughter art. Wang Lin pondered. He had been cultivating the Celestial Slaughter art for several years now, and creating the first strand of slaughter energy meant that he had reached the first stage. However, in order to master this spell, the difficulty was too high. I feel like there are some mysteries about this Celestial Slaughter art, but the amount I control is too little to test. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and 5 strands of gray gas moved between his fingers. Only 5 strands. Even counting the one sealing Yao Xixue, it is only 6 strands. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He still hasn't been able to see through the Celestial Slaughter art. He was still quite confused about how the slaughter energy was produced. He thought of many reasons, but each of those reasons only applied to one situation. It looks like I need to do a lot of tests and deductions to have a chance to understand the mysteries of the Celestial Slaughter art. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and a killing intent emitted from his eyes. He pondered a little before spreading out his divine sense and finding the 2 sergeants responsible for his living conditions behind the fake mountain. The 2 of them feared Wang Lin's spell from the bottom of their hearts, so they didn't dare to stay near Wang Lin. However, the Lord's order was something they had to follow, so they decided to guard the entrance to the courtyard and didn't allow anyone to enter. Wang Lin's divine sense swept past the 2 sergeants, and he sent out a divine message. Shortly after, the 2 sergeants walked into the courtyard. They stopped 3 feet from Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Greetings, Vice General Wang." Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm going out. The 2 of you lead the way." The 2 of them were startled, but they quickly nodded. Wang Lin immediately moved forward several feet. The 2 sergeants almost immediately followed, but one of them hesitated for a bit before respectfully asking, "Vice General Wang, should we prepare a war horse?" "No need." In a flash, Wang Lin moved around the fake mountain and left the courtyard. The 3 of them left the Mo mansion with Wang Lin in front. The Mo mansion was on the eastern corner of Hong City and was relatively quiet. He casually walked along the street. Wang Lin didn't walk very fast. He looked around and gradually made his way to the main street of Hong City. There was a river nearby along with many people, and shops filled the sides of the street. It was very lively. Bursts of noise slowly drifted over as men and women walked on the street. The clothing in Demon Spirit Land was open-minded, especially the women's clothing. Not only were they colorful, but they revealed a large amount of skin and were very pleasing to the eyes. Everything before him caused Wang Lin's tense mood from the last few days to relax. He walked the streets as if he was immortal, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body slowly hid itself like a river drying up. Along the way, Wang Lin would sometimes stop outside a shop. Sometimes he would enter and sometimes he would just leave, but the amount of time he stayed was always very short. He was like a passerby as he slowly walked through this foreign city. Wang Lin's appearance wasn't handsome, but because he was a cultivator, he gave off a very refined temperament. As a result, the more open-minded women among the crowd would sometimes place their gazes on Wang Lin as they passed by. Wang Lin looked like a defenseless scholar with his white robe. As for the 2 sergeants behind him, in the view of the public, they looked like typical guards. However, there was still an aura about Wang Lin that was very different from this place, so there was no way for him to truly belong here. As a result, a faint feeling of sadness spread out from him. Among the pedestrians, there would be pairs of men and women talking and laughing with each other. Compared to them, Wang Lin's figure was very lonely. As he walked among the crowd, the surrounding noise seemed to be part of another world. The pairs of men and women seemed to belong in another time and space. Nothing before him had the slightest hint of familiarity or connection to him. An indefinable feeling appeared in Wang Lin's heart, and he let out a sigh. This road was very long, but he didn't want to continue walking down it anymore. The day was getting late, and just as he was ready to leave, the sound of a zither that was filled with a faint hint of sadness entered his ears. This faint sadness and zither music strangely fitted Wang Lin's mood very well and caused him to stop. Wang Lin slowly followed the sound of the zither. Not far away from the street was a river. This was one of the inner rivers of Sky Demon City. There were several boats on the river, and this zither music was coming from one of the boats. Wang Lin silently stood on the side of the river, listening to the zither being played. With his eyesight, he was able to see a woman playing the zither on the boat. This woman only revealed her back. Her back was like her zither music, revealing a faint feeling of sadness and loneliness. Not far away from her were a few young people laughing and drinking. The sound of the laughter was very out of place next to the zither music. Wang Lin quietly looked at the boat. As the zither music fell in his ears, he savored the sound and slowly found a sense of familiarity. At this moment, he remembered the peaceful valley back on planet Suzaku, his home with Ling Yuan. Wan Er's zither music from those peaceful days still accompanied Wang Lin. Wan Er's zither music also contained a hint of sadness, but the Wang Lin back then didn't understand it. This sadness was far too faint and ethereal. After Wan Er left, Wang Lin never heard that zither music again. Today, thanks to hearing the same zither music, the sadness in his heart slowly resurfaced. Before Ling Yuan left, Wang Lin's feeling for her had always been that he was moved and felt responsible for her hundreds of years of waiting. This isn't love. However, after Wan Er left, Wang Lin would unconsciously think of Ling Yuan sometimes. At those times, his heart hurt a lot. It was as if he entered a forest of loneliness. Inside this forest, the emotion that lay dormant in him slowly awakened. It was like a cup of bitter water inside Wang Lin's heart, creating ripples that won't easily disappear. He always remembered the panic in her eyes when they first meet. Even though this zither music was obviously fake, Wang Lin could still feel Wan Er slowly walking out from the void toward him and entering his arms. It was like back in the valley when he and Ling Yuan would silently watch the sunset, waiting for sunrise. It was always after one lost something that they would want it most. It was also when one parted that they wanted to come back. During the years after Wan Er left, Wang Lin recalled her time and time again, making her more and more important. She was now engraved in his heart and would last until the end of time. The day was getting late, and before the sky was completely dark, a ray of starlight suddenly appeared in the sky. Too many unimaginable things happened in the demon spirit land. No one asked where the starlight or moonlight came from. That wasn't important. What was important was that this starlight along with the zither music had touched the memories Wang Lin had sealed away. The starlight imprinted in Wang Lin's eyes, and along with the zither music gradually drifting away, it caused a feeling to slowly condense in his heart. This was a feeling of loneliness, and it stayed in his heart for a long time. The zither music became softer and softer as Wang Lin raised his hand to touch between his eyebrows. It was as if he was touching Ling Yuan inside the heaven-defying bead, and he muttered, "Wan Er, we still meet once more. This is my promise to you." The boat slowly left, and the figure of that woman also disappeared. At the moment the music almost completely disappeared, the woman seemed to notice something and turned around. She looked at the riverside in the distance, but it was too dark to see. Still, in this darkness, she seemed to see a lonely figure slowly walking away. On the boat, the woman let out a sigh and began to move her hand as sad music played once more and filled the river. Although there was light on the boat, to her, everything was always dark, whether it was day or night. Her jade-like hand moved in the darkness, and the laughter that came from the boat was quickly shattered by her zither music. She sat the bow of the boat, and there was no light in her eyes, but at this moment, she was like a lotus flower blooming in the mud. However, this was a bloom that no one could understand and no one paid attention to. The zither music still echoed throughout the area, but no one was seriously listening. Even if there was someone listening seriously, she couldn't see. Chapter 571, Unyielding. Wang Lin left the river and slowly walked in the night with the two sergeants following him. The two sergeants both looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. In their view, Wang Lin had spent most of the time strolling the city and then staring at the river in a daze. The sky was now dark, but this person was still slowly walking down the street. During the night, Hong City was lit up by lights as if it was a city without night. As Wang Lin slowly walked on the road, his gaze fell on a dark area in the distance. There were many large buildings there, and the entire area had a depressing atmosphere. This aura was filled with death and resentment. One of the sergeants followed Wang Lin's gaze and whispered, "That is one of the 4 great prisons of the capital, Hong Prison." Hong Prison, Wang Lin nodded. The sergeant explained, "Hong Prison is filled with felons and is well guarded. It is impossible for one to enter and exit without a token." Wang Lin carefully looked at this Hong Prison. He had already noticed that place before because it contained several powerful demonic spiritual energies no weaker than Mo Lihai. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin walked toward the Mo mansion. After returning to the Mo mansion, Wang Lin went straight to Mo Lihai's residence. Mo Lihai was cultivating, and when Wang Lin opened the door, he opened his eyes. "I want to go to Hong Prison. Does Brother Mo have a way?" Mo Lihai was startled. He looked at Wang Lin but didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he pondered for a bit and said, "There are some difficulties." Wang Lin frowned and said, "Then forget it." Mo Lihai faintly smiled and said, "How long do you want to stay there?" Wang Lin said, "About 1 month." Mo Lihai's eyes narrowed and he said, "Cultivating?" Wang Lin nodded at Mo Lihai and said, "I need to kill to train my spell, and if I were to do that here in the city, it would cause unnecessary trouble." With that, Wang Lin added, "If I can succeed, then my ability to help you will increase." Mo Lihai stood up. Then he stared at Wang Lin and asked, word for word, "Are you sure?" Wang Lin didn't waste time as he waved his hand, and 5 strands of slaughter energy appeared. They took the form of 5 dragons and charged toward Mo Lihai like lightning. Mo Lihai laughed and threw a punch. There was a sound of force pushing through the air, and the 5 dragons collapsed. However, Mo Lihai's smile disappeared, and he revealed a strange expression before retreating 3 steps. The shattered gray gas reformed into the 5 dragons, and a thick slaughter aura spread out and immediately surrounded the entire Mo mansion. All of the soldiers inside the mansion were alarmed by this and rushed over. At the same time, these 5 strands of slaughter energy charged at Mo Lihai. His eyes lit up, and he threw another punch. The 5 strands of slaughter energy dodged his punch and aimed at his chest. The slaughter energy suddenly closed in but was stopped by an invisible force 7 inches away from Mo Lihai's body and was forced back. Even so, the screen of demonic spiritual energy before Mo Lihai also shook violently. Wang Lin slowly said, "If I had more than 1,000 strands, could you still block it so easily?" Mo Lihai's eyes lit up. This was not the first time he had seen the slaughter energy. Compared to the last 2 times, it was much more powerful this time. He decisively said, 1 month is too long for me to do, but 7 days is no problem. Hong Prison has tens of thousands of felons, so 7 days should be enough for you to cultivate. Wait for me, and I'll have an entry letter for you in 3 days. Wang Lin nodded and then left the room. Mo Lihai revealed a pondering expression. After a long time, he muttered, "I indeed can't underestimate this Wang Lin. It looks like exchanging that 13th life for his help was the right thing to do." Ignoring the power of that palm, just the power of those gray gas strands filled with killing intent is extremely abnormal. With only 5 strands that aren't even at full power, he was able to cause my demonic armor to shake. It is even sharper than some demonic swords. This isn't the most important thing though. There is something mysterious about that gray gas that can affect the life force in my body. If there were more than 1,000 strands of that gray gas, it would be very dangerous. It is best not to make an enemy of Wang Lin and maintain our current relationship. He pondered a bit before leaving the room and working to get Wang Lin access to Hong Prison. Wang Lin didn't return to his room, but sat in the lotus position in the courtyard. Although the surroundings were completely quiet, there was still faint Zither music in his ears. Although this Zither music was faint, it had its unique charms that didn't disappear. Wang Lin didn't cultivate tonight. He didn't even think about the celestial slaughter art at all. He just quietly sat there under the starlight, listening to the Zither music in his heart. His figure created a long shadow from the moonlight. This shadow looked exceptionally bleak. Merely a lonely shadow. A jar of high-quality wine from ancient Demon City was placed next to Wang Lin. He would occasionally pick up the jar and take a drink. The bleakness of his shadow gradually affected his body, and his loneliness seemed to fuse with the moonlight that imprinted on his body and soul. I, Wang Lin, began learning Dao at the age of 16, but I have long forgotten exactly how long I have cultivated for. Wang Lin picked up the jar and took a big jump. The wine leaked out from the corner of his mouth and dripped on his clothes. Wang Lin looked at the starlight in the sky and revealed a hint of loneliness. Cultivators walk against the heavens and are destined to be forever lonely. There were no sounds, but Wang Lin could still faintly hear the Zither music. He wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Being lonely for life gives one the heart to seek Dao." But how many people can truly savor this feeling of loneliness? Just like this wine, it is spicy when it enters the mouth, but then it turns into warmth once it enters the body. Under the starlight and moonlight, a solitary shadow was drinking wine and contemplating life. I don't know how those cultivators who have cultivated for over 10,000 years endured those 10,000 years. But I know that if one doesn't have at least a tiny bit of emotion, they are only cultivating their self-created Dao and not the Dao of the heavens. The heavens and earth are inhumane. Cultivating is about going against the heavens. But if a cultivator is also heartless, then they are also inhumane. Using an inhumane heart to cultivate the heavens' inhumane Dao, how can that be considered going against the heavens? That is merely following the will of the heavens. Since ancient times, those that followed the will of the heavens were favored by the heavens, but in truth they were merely insects. My Dao doesn't follow the will of the heavens. I follow my heart to walk against the heavens. I don't seek to be immortal. I seek to get rid of my status as an insect. That is what it means to rebel. Wang Lin drank all the wine in the jar in one gulp and then threw it. The jar shattered when it landed. Then Wang Lin touched between his eyebrows and leaned to the side. The bleakness in his eyes slowly disappeared. The moonlight slowly disappeared, and the sun gradually rose as Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Tonight, he was drunk. He was drunk from wine and emotion. At the moment he awakened, everything that happened last night was buried deep in his heart and sealed in a place that couldn't be touched. 3 days of time passed by in a flash. In those 3 days, Wang Lin didn't cultivate. Instead, he would leave the Mo mansion every morning and wait by the riverside for that short period of time when the Zither music would pass by. That sad Zither music flowed through his mind, piercing through those sealed memories and entering deep into his heart. While listening to the Zither music and drinking the wine the sergeants brought him, Wang Lin was completely immersed in the moment and gained some enlightenment. The woman on the boat didn't know that there was someone seriously listening to her Zither music in those 3 days. She just knew that whenever she passed by that spot, the sadness in her heart would increase, and that sadness entered her hand and escaped through her music. During these 3 days, Wang Lin was very peaceful. He distanced himself from conflict and slaughter. He forgot about the danger of Tua's son, forgot about his agreement with Mo Lihai, and forgot his own hope for reaching the Ascendant stage. With the Zither music and wine accompanying him, he experienced a short baptism for his heart. He never tried to see what the woman looked like. Just her figure and Zither music was enough. If it wasn't for Mo Lihai having already settled the matter for Wang Lin to enter Hong prison, he would have continued to sit there and cleanse his heart. He didn't know how long he would have stayed there for, perhaps until the strings on the Zither broke and it no longer produced any music. Wang Lin withdrew himself from the Zither music. He stood up and watched the boat gradually leave. At this moment, the woman on the boat suddenly turned around to look at the riverside. Although everything before her was still dark, the figure of that man leaving appeared in her eyes. A calm voice came from beside the woman. "Ming Xian, what are you looking at?" The Zither music suddenly stopped. The woman turned around and lowered her head. Then her jade-like hands floated above the Zither's strings and trembled slightly. To her, his voice represented the heavens and an irresistible fate. "Your Zither music is too sad, so the guests want you to change." Although the voice was calm, it was also spoken in a way that meant she couldn't refuse. The woman pondered and then began to play the Zither. The Zither music suddenly changed to that of a spring march, and a cheerful sound filled the boat and river. "Very good. In the future, play like this." The voice from before came once more. The cheerful Zither music spread out, and although the music was joyful, if one listened closely, they would be able to tell that it wasn't joyful at all, but a silent cry. This cry was filled with sadness and pain. The best way to describe this was a forced smile. The music slowly filled the boat and matched the sound of the laughter, but it never fused with it. There was a powerful bitterness hidden behind this forced smile. This bitterness was very well hidden by the Zither music, and Ming Xian knew that no one but her could understand. As the boat drifted away, so did the music, leaving behind only the ripples caused by the boat. The ripples slowly spread to the 2 sides of the river. Chapter 572, Celestial Slaughter Art, 1. The happy music with deep sadness entered Wang Lin's ears. It caused him to pause for a moment, but he didn't turn around and continued to walk away. It was not midnight, but the full moon hung in the sky and the moonlight covered Sky Demon City like a thin, silk sheet. 2 figures appeared outside the Mo mansion and both disappeared in a flash of smoke. They charged toward Hong Prison. Both of them were very fast as they flew over the various buildings and streets of Hong City and soon arrived outside Hong Prison. From a distance, the killing intent and resentment in this place was monstrous. It was like a demonic flame that burned in the night sky. The two figures from the Mo mansion revealed themselves outside Hong Prison. These two were Mo Lihai and Wang Lin. The moment the two of them appeared, the huge, black, iron door before them suddenly opened a small crack. A grim-looking hunchback man walked out from this gap. He looked at the two of them, and without a word, he waved his hand before going back inside. Wang Lin's eyes squinted unnoticeably. The grim-looking man's cultivation level was the same as Mo Lihai's. They both had cultivation equal to peak late-stage soul transformation cultivators. Mo Lihai took a step forward and moved like lightning through the gap. Wang Lin casually followed behind him. The grim-looking hunchback man examined Wang Lin and asked, "Is this the person Brother Mo talked about?" Mo Lihai nodded and said, "He is. The rest will depend on Brother Su." The man named Su nodded and said, "You can leave. I'll take him inside." Mo Lihai arrived next to Wang Lin and whispered, "Brother Wang, take care. I hope your cultivation is successful." With that, he took a step and disappeared. The man named Su looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is your name?" "Wang Lin." Wang Lin's voice was very calm. The man named Su didn't speak more. He just turned around and walked into Hong Prison. Wang Lin followed the man, and his steps were very steady. The deeper they went, the more intense the killing intent became. The gray-robed man seemed to enjoy the aura very much. He secretly looked at Wang Lin and was very surprised to find Wang Lin so calm. Then he thought that if Mo Lihai was willing to spend this much, this person must have something extraordinary about him. Hong Prison was split into two parts. The part above the ground was just the surface, and there was another part underground. The man named Su acted quickly as he directly led Wang Lin underground. The two of them went down a gloomy flight of stairs. There were some ghostly flames on the sides of the wall. The flickering of the fire made this place even more eerie. When they first stepped on the stairs, it was very quiet, but as they went down, sounds of shouting and roaring could be heard from the depths. These voices were filled with killing intent and resentment. Compared to what could be seen on the surface, this was more than 10 times stronger. The man named Su purposely slowed down, and he secretly observed Wang Lin. He knew that the aura from this prison was almost strong enough to condense into solid form. Even demon generals with similar cultivation levels to him would feel discomfort unless they were like him, who has lived here for hundreds of years. He had already gotten used to this aura from cultivating here for so long. The more he saw, the more shocked he became. Wang Lin's expression still looked normal, and from his observation, it didn't look like Wang Lin was forcing himself to appear normal. Instead, it looked as if Wang Lin was about to integrate into the surroundings. After examining Wang Lin, the man named Su gave up on any ideas he had. He understood that for this person to choose to come here to cultivate, this person must have something special about him. If he were to scout any more, it would be inappropriate. This staircase was very long. After a long time, the two of them arrived at the end. The end was very creepy. It was like a giant cage that had been divided up into thousands of separate cages. Waves of shouting and roars along with countless curses echoed within the area. This sound was too loud. If it was a normal person, their ears would immediately ring endlessly from the noise. The man named Su was already used to all of this. He said, in a gloomy tone, "All of you quiet." After he said that, all of the sounds from the cells stopped, and an oppressive aura slowly formed. There was a black house at the entrance of this cell block. Standing outside the house, the man named Su examined Wang Lin once more. He revealed a smile, but this smile made his face even more eerie than before. "Brother Wang, this is the section I'm responsible for. I handpicked all of them, and they are all going to be executed by January, so you can cultivate to your heart's desire. Even if you kill them all, it won't matter." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and immediately found that there were many areas with restrictions guarding them. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." The man named Su let out a hoarse laugh and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Mo Lihai. He gave me the first 3 levels of the 10 collapse fist intent for me to let you in." He gave a meaningful look to Wang Lin before going into the black house. The first 3 levels of the 10 collapse first intent. Mo Lihai indeed paid a lot for me to enter here. Wang Lin pondered a bit before walking into this large cage. This place was like a grid with rows of cells neatly arranged. When Wang Lin walked in, the oppression from before exploded, and the shouting and roaring resumed. The shouts and roars spread out like soundwave spells. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked past rows of cells. Countless black hands reached out from the bars as if they were trying to catch him. At the same time, bursts of laughter came from the cells. Where did this new guy come from? Come here, and let me touch you. It has been more than 10 years since I saw skin that delicate. You look exactly the same as the whore I killed before. Foreigner. Back then I loved to kill you foreigners the most. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at Wang Lin from behind the bars. There were various emotions and desires behind those eyes. Wang Lin coldly looked at these people. These people must not have been this crazy years ago. They became like this due to spending too much time here. If one's heart was not sturdy, they would be assimilated by the killing intent and resentment here. Not all of the prisoners were shouting. There were still some that silently sat in their cages. Newcomer, come here. A black man from a cell next to Wang Lin reached out with both his hands toward Wang Lin. When he noticed Wang Lin turn around toward him, he spat directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step back and dodged this foul-smelling spit. The black person laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with scorn. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral. Then he looked at the person and revealed a smile. He was originally going to step forward, but stopped. The completely black person saw Wang Lin smile and couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, when he saw that smile, he felt an incredible amount of fear, and the scorn in his eyes paused for a moment. However, this was immediately replaced by viciousness. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand to a place where that person could reach and calmly said, "Come." The person was startled. He subconsciously took a few steps back and revealed a gloomy expression. Wang Lin said once more, "Come." At this moment, the shouting and roaring became even more intense. Due to the shouting of the surrounding inmates, the black person clenched his teeth as his hand formed a claw and reached out toward Wang Lin's right hand through cage bars. At the moment the person's hand reached out, Wang Lin's right hand turned into a sword and pointed at that person's palm. At the same time, a strand of slaughter energy drilled into that person. The prisoner's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. His entire body convulsed. Black blood came out of his orifices, and his face distorted like he was suffering a lot of pain. At this moment, the shouting of the surrounding prisoners became even more intense. But a second later, a miserable shrill arose from this person. This scream was like a sharp sword that penetrated all of the screaming and completely suppressed everything. At this moment, everyone nearby stopped shouting. The miserable scream didn't stop and continued. This scream was filled with intense fear, and Wang Lin looked on with indifference. The man inside the cage already had a thin body, and it gradually withered even more until he was a mummy. This mummy had his mouth open and was filled with gray gas. The gray gas returned to Wang Lin's hand. It was now a bit thicker than before. Still only one strand. Wang Lin frowned. Wang Lin was still observing. The moment the slaughter energy entered this person, it immediately began to absorb this person's life force. This included the soul, blood, flesh, and all his essence. Using the slaughter energy to kill someone can only nourish it. If I want to make it split into another strand, I'm still missing something, missing some enlightenment. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before looking at the mummy. This person's cultivation level wasn't high, and with the restriction in his body, he couldn't display his full strength. It wasn't just him that was like this. Almost every prisoner in this prison was the same. The miserable screams stopped with this person's death, and the prison became extremely quiet. However, this silence only lasted for a moment before the shouting started once more. Only this time, it was even more explosive. Wang Lin walked toward the next cell. The person inside the cell revealed a bloodthirsty smile at Wang Lin. He licked his lips as he backed away from Wang Lin and said, "Brat, you are cultivating, right? Do me a favor and kill the person opposite me, then I'll fully cooperate with you. How about it?" The person locked in the cell opposite him was a burly man. The man from the opposite cage stared at him and shouted, "I already find you displeasing to look at. Brat, if you kill him, I'll fully cooperate with you. I have been locked away in this damned place long enough. The earlier I die, the sooner I can reincarnate." Wang Lin didn't speak as he pointed at both of them. Two blood-red dots appeared on both their foreheads and began to spread. Both of them fell to the ground, but there was a hint of relief in their eyes. From the moment he entered here, Wang Lin could clearly feel a hint of death aura along with the resentment. At first, he thought that the death aura was present because too many people had died here, but after being here for a bit, Wang Lin found that the death aura came from the prisoners. They all wanted to die, but many didn't have the courage to kill themselves. At the moment the two of them fell down, Wang Lin carefully looked at their bodies. He didn't use the slaughter energy to kill the two of them, so their bodies remained intact. But a strange aura disappeared from their bodies. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, as he vaguely felt like he had grasped something. but after thinking about it carefully, he was still somewhat confused. Celestial Slaughter Art, refining one's life force into a seal. I have cultivated and pondered this spell many times. I always feel like I gained enlightenment, but sometimes it's all a blur. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the burly man's body was caught by him. Wang Lin knelt down as he pointed at the hole between this person's eyebrows and carefully examined it. His eyebrows furrowed harder and harder. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he got up and walked toward the next cell. Following Wang Lin's footsteps, one prisoner after another died. Every time he killed one person, he would carefully look at the corpse and examine it for a long time. After 5 days, more than half of the prisoners here died. A thick death aura filled the area and didn't disappear for a long time. Wang Lin observed thousands of bodies and gradually gained a hint of enlightenment. But there seemed to be a layer of mist between him and this enlightenment. He couldn't see it clearly or touch it. What am I missing? Wang Lin pondered. Because you haven't killed enough. Your urge to kill isn't enough. The man named Su slowly walked out from his black house. There was something different about his gaze toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head. He looked at the man named Su and didn't speak. The man named Su slowly said, "Although I don't know the specifics, the spell you are cultivating should be related to slaughter, and that is why you need to cultivate here. However, you still chose the wrong place, because killing here won't produce enough murderous intent to create a slaughter aura. Although I have seen you kill a lot during these 5 days, most of your time was spent on researching. Sometimes, no amount of research can compare to simply immersing yourself in slaughter, experiencing the pleasure of slaughter, and gaining the killing heart." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. "I cultivate the demon slaughter Dao." The man named Su looked at Wang Lin and said, "There are 10 wardens in Hong Prison, and only I cultivate the demon slaughter Dao. I use slaughter to refine my heart and become a demon. Carefully observe my killing heart." After the man named Su finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became cold. Not a hint of killing intent came from his body, but Wang Lin felt like he had suddenly changed. Although there was no killing intent, Wang Lin felt all of the hair on his body stand up. His origin's soul involuntarily shook, and a sense of extreme danger appeared in his heart. Then an unknown aura appeared from this person. Although this aura wasn't spreading, it was extremely terrifying. The man named Su slowly said, "An already sheathed sword is sharp and can create killing intent, but it lacks a certain amount of foundation compared to an unsheathed sword. A real killing heart is an unsheathed sword. If you really want to cultivate slaughter, I can take you to a place where you should be able to experience real slaughter." Wang Lin looked at the person and said, "Condition." The man named Su revealed a hit of admiration and said, "Help me kill the demon general named Shishao. Don't ask me why. With my killing heart, I am evenly matched with him, but I'm 100% confident in killing him in secret. However, I'm restricted and can't leave this Hong prison, and he would never enter this place in his life. That is why if you help me kill him, I'll help you cultivate your slaughter spell. But I have one more condition. You must kill him using the slaughter spell. Let him die to the path of slaughter." The man named Su revealed a hint of hatred in his eyes. "If I can really complete my slaughter cultivation, then I can accept your condition," said Wang Lin, in a calm voice. He purposely didn't say everything. "Follow me." The man named Su revealed an eerie smile and turned around. The prisons of Hong Prison are just a front. The real role of the 4 prisons in Sky Demon City is to provide killing intent for the Demon Emperor's sword. That is why the bottom of the prison is where you need to go. Only there can you truly comprehend the killing heart. Wang Lin followed the man named Su and left this place before going down another flight of stairs. The stairs seemed to never end. They passed by many prisoners, but the man named Su didn't stop and directly passed by them all. After a long time, as Wang Lin continued to descend down the stairs, a thick smell of blood appeared. The killing intent here was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than it was above. The passage before the stairs was no longer dark, but had a blood-colored light lighting it up. The man named Su gently said, "I have broken the rules by leading you here, so you mustn't tell anyone else about this, not even Mo Lihai. This palace was created by the Demon Emperor, and it has accumulated enough killing intent to affect one's heart. Don't fight it, and instead accept it with your heart. Experience the killing intent." Wang Lin pondered for a bit. After looking at the man named Su, he could feel the powerful killing intent coming from below. The killing intent down there was monstrous and should help his celestial slaughter art. He hadn't even gotten close, and the strands of slaughter energy between his fingers already began to move even faster. There was a slight bit of trembling coming from them. This wasn't trembling from fear, but the urge to kill. Feeling the change in the slaughter energy, Wang Lin stepped into the blood-colored light and walked down the flight of stairs. Chapter 573, Celestial Slaughter Art, 2. Wang Lin's cunning was far beyond normal people's. He only believed 20% of what the man named Su said. The main reason he chose to enter was due to the trembling coming from the slaughter energy. To be able to affect the slaughter energy, this place will definitely help me master the celestial slaughter art. Wang Lin didn't turn back and disappeared into the depths of the prison. Some things in this world requires us to make a choice. Some things will be lost, but this is something I must do. Wang Lin followed down the stairs, and after one instant of time, the blood-colored light before him intensified. At the bottom of the stairs, it was a scarlet world. This place was very large, and the thick layer of blood marks on the ground was very shocking. When he looked around, he couldn't see the boundaries of this place. This was probably an independent space, and it was right below Sky Demon City. In this world, there were many pools of blood on the ground. There were many people in each of the pools of blood, and their eyes were closed as they cultivated inside the blood pools. The hideous injuries on their bodies moved in a strange manner. When Wang Lin entered this place, the 5 strands of slaughter energy flew out. They circled around him and seemed to be releasing bursts of excitement. Wang Lin took a deep breath and the bloody smell entered his mouth, causing killing intent to fill his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he moved and arrived next to a pool of blood. He hesitated a bit before sitting down in the lotus position inside the pool of blood. At the moment half of his body was immersed in the blood pool, powerful killing intent entered his body from the blood pool and spread across his body. Every time he breathed, the killing intent inside his body intensified. Every time he cultivated, more killing intent entered his body from the blood pool. Gradually, Wang Lin's eyes became red, and the 5 strands of slaughter energy whistled like they never had before. The killing intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. At first he used celestial spiritual energy to resist it, but after pondering a bit, he gave up on doing that. After sealing his mind, he allowed the killing intent free reign over his body. After an unknown amount of time, everyone inside the blood pools opened their eyes, and unimaginable killing intent burst out from their eyes. The explosion of killing intent immediately surrounded the entire Scarlet World. People charged out into the air from the blood pools, and murderous roars and shouts filled the area. All of those people had bloodshot eyes. Kill, kill, kill. Following the roars, each of the people that flew out immediately began to attack the person near them. Their attacks were filled with killing intent. There were a lot of people in the blood pools. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found almost 1,000 people. At this moment, much slaughter took place, and the killing intent here was monstrous. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he had already locked his mind. His entire body was no longer in his control and was shrouded in killing intent. He suddenly flew out from the blood pool and let out a thunderous roar. He charged toward the people killing each other like a bloody tornado. A path of slaughter had begun. Wang Lin had lost his consciousness and was completely immersed in killing. Every attack was set to kill. Finger of Death, Demonic Finger, and various treasures were all constantly used. Everywhere he passed, people would die to him. Wang Lin's eyes were completely blood red. Right now the only thing on his mind was to kill. Here, if he didn't kill others, he would be killed by others. This place was a battlefield of slaughter. Wang Lin's entire body was stained by blood. He seemed to be tireless as he charged at every enemy he saw. He didn't even hesitate to use spells that would mean mutual destruction. Everyone that was killed didn't really die. They were affected by the formation here and resurrected in the blood pools. The people here could no longer be considered people. They were more like tools for providing slaughter energy. The slaughter energy created by their killing would be absorbed by the sky and disappear without a trace. This slaughter lasted for a long time before it finally ended. These people all had monstrous killing auras, and their eyes were completely bloodshot. There was no longer any reason left in these people. There was a bit over 100 people remaining, including Wang Lin. The slaughter silently ended. These people all had an intense killing aura around them, which manifested as a 3-foot-wide blood mist. They didn't even look at each other as they scattered, and each looked for a blood pool. The people that just revived would all immediately disperse, allowing those people to have a blood pool all to themselves. Wang Lin's eyes were blood red as he brought his 3-foot-wide blood mist toward a blood pool. The more than a dozen people inside the pool all got up and quickly left. There was a hint of admiration inside their bloodshot eyes. Wang Lin sat by himself inside the blood pool and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more. The blood red in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by clarity. I believe that the killing heart mentioned by the man named Su is the heart of slaughter. Only by having a heart of slaughter can I successfully refine slaughter energy. If I don't have a heart of slaughter, it will be very difficult to refine slaughter energy. Those successes from before could only be considered coincidence. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more to immerse himself in the blood and began comprehending the heart of slaughter. After a long time, the slaughter started once more in this scarlet world. Everyone flew into the air, and the slaughter begun once more. This kind of slaughter would happen several times each day. During these slaughters, many people would die, and a few people would have the blood mist around them become stronger and stronger. One day of time quickly passed, and there had been a total of 4 slaughters on this day. Wang Lin lasted until the very end, but the blood mist around him was only several dozen feet wide. Compared to others, it was a lot, but there was one man with black hair who had a blood mist more than 100 feet wide. He floated in the air like a king. After the final slaughter ended, the king-like young man suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. The blood mist around his body suddenly began to churn. Just at this moment, a ray of lightning suddenly flew across the sky. A silver dragon suddenly appeared. It looked coldly at everything below it, and then suddenly sucked really hard. This caused the blood mist around everyone to leave their bodies, and it was sucked in by the silver dragon. The king-like young man let out a roar and charged directly at the silver dragon. However, when he only flew up 1,000 feet, the silver dragon turned around. With one gaze from the dragon, the young man's body collapsed. The young man's blood mist was sucked away by the silver dragon. Then the silver dragon disappeared. Chapter 574, Celestial Slaughter Art 3. At the moment the silver dragon disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sense of clarity. He understood that the silver dragon was probably the demon emperor's sword that the man named Su talked about. The slaughter energy produced here was probably food for this demon sword. As for the black-haired youth, although he died, he was resurrected in a blood pool. All of the blood mist around him had disappeared, and he would have to climb back up again. After one day of slaughter, this place became quiet. Wang Lin sat in the pool of blood and comprehended the heart of slaughter. Back when I learned the celestial slaughter art, that person said that because I cultivate the life and death aura, I can cultivate this spell. I finally understand now. Strands of killing intent entered Wang Lin's body from the blood pool. However, there are still some vague details. The relationship between the celestial slaughter art and life and death domain, Wang Lin pondered. One night passed, and on the second day, the slaughter began once more. Wang Lin was completely immersed in the slaughter here. He had no idea how much time had passed as the killing intent around him became stronger and stronger. The endless slaughter and endless absorbing of killing intent allowed Wang Lin's body to slowly comprehend the heart of slaughter. When Wang Lin first got here, there would be over 100 people left after each slaughter, but now Wang Lin could easily kill a person with just one finger. His bloodshot gaze swept the area, and there were less than 50 people remaining. The 50 people didn't continue to kill each other, but separated and found their own blood pools to cultivate in. After a day of slaughter, the blood mist around Wang Lin had become 50 feet wide. An unknown amount of time passed once more. Another slaughter began. After it ended this time, Wang Lin let out a roar. There were less than 20 people in the sky. The blood mist around Wang Lin was now 70 feet wide, and everyone else's blood mist was also several dozen feet wide. Days passed in this scarlet world. Even though Wang Lin would regain his clarity every now and then, even he didn't know how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 strands of slaughter energy had changed into life force seals that covered his body, Wang Lin believed he would have already died here many times. With the life force seal around his whole body, Wang Lin was like a powerful tiger that began to separate himself from the rest. On this day, when the last slaughter of the day ended, there were only 2 people left in the sky. One of the 2 people was Wang Lin. The blood mist around his body was now several hundred feet wide. From a distance, he looked like a bloody sun. Before him was the black-haired young man from before. He had once more climbed up to the top, and the blood mist around him wasn't any weaker than Wang Lin's, and in fact was stronger. At this moment, the silver light appeared once more. Its cold gaze fell on Wang Lin and the youth before it sucked. The black-haired youth let out a roar once more as he charged toward the silver dragon. The silver dragon revealed a rare hint of disdain as its giant claws pressed down. At this moment, it felt as if the sky was collapsing. Explosion sounds came from inside the youth as his body shattered into pieces. But right before he died, some of the blood mist entered his body, then his body shattered into pieces. At the same time, the black-haired youth was resurrected inside one of the blood pools. All of the blood mist around him was gone as he silently cultivated in the blood pool and didn't even look at the sky. At this moment, the silver dragon placed its gaze on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to release the blood mist for the silver dragon to absorb. The silver dragon disappeared, and Wang Lin landed. As he looked at where the silver dragon disappeared, his eyes regained their clarity. He slowly walked up to a blood pool, and the several people inside the blood pool quickly got up and left. Wang Lin sat by himself inside the blood pool, and his eyes retained their clarity. A smile gradually appeared on his face. The smile became larger and larger until he finally burst out in laughter. His laughter echoed in this scarlet world, but no one paid any attention to him, as they were all focused on absorbing killing intent. Celestial slaughter art, to slaughter a life to create a life seal. This is creating life with death, which is in line with reincarnation. A cycle where death creates life seals. This spell was, in fact, just the life and death of reincarnation. The transformation between life and death. That silver dragon was doing the same thing, absorbing all this death to turn it into vitality. The formation here also had the same principle, so it turned out to be like this. Wang Lin's eyes were bright. He had gained enlightenment. At the moment he gained enlightenment, the 5 strands of slaughter energy that were currently acting as life seals around his body quickly appeared before him. They gathered together before his chest to form a giant, gray vortex. This vortex spun rapidly before his chest before disappearing inside his body. At this moment, his entire person changed, and a never-before-seen killing aura suddenly appeared in this scarlet world. At this moment, every person in this scarlet world opened their eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Slaughter aura. Wang Lin's voice echoed in his scarlet world. As his celestial slaughter art spread out, sounds of explosions came from the blood pools near Wang Lin. The people that had been killed and resurrected an unknown number of times all exploded, and strands of slaughter energy were formed. In almost an instant, almost 100 strands of slaughter energy were formed. They circled around Wang Lin like gray ghosts. This didn't end. With Wang Lin as the center, all of the people inside the blood pools exploded and turned into gray gas. The entire scarlet world began to collapse. A large amount of gray gas condensed into slaughter energy and circled around Wang Lin. None of the people that collapsed resurrected. This time they died for real. At the moment their bodies collapsed, their eyes revealed clarity for the first time in countless years, and inside that clarity there was a hint of relief. The sounds of explosions and the sight of the gray gas filled the scarlet world. The black-haired youth in the blood pool in the distance suddenly raised his head. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and a thin layer of blood mist appeared around his body. He let out a growl as he clenched his teeth and became the only person who didn't collapse to the celestial slaughter art. 3,792 strands of gray gas circled around Wang Lin's body. He stood up inside the blood pool, and at this moment, there was only him and the black-haired man remaining in this scarlet world. A ray of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, turning into the silver dragon. The silver dragon that just left had returned, and its large eyes stared at Wang Lin with killing intent. Chapter 575, The Emperor's Sword's Grievance. This silver dragon stared at Wang Lin before letting out an angry roar. Then its body began to move, and its large claw descended on Wang Lin. When the claw fell from the sky, it was like the heavens itself was falling, and a powerful aura immediately filled the area. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky. He had experienced the power of the silver dragon a lot during these past several days. Wang Lin didn't move, but the 3,792 strands of slaughter energy released a powerful killing intent. As this killing intent spread, an aura that could pierce the sky and this world appeared. More than 3,000 slivers of slaughter energy released monstrous killing intent that charged at the silver dragon's claw like a sharp sword. With a bang, the entire scarlet world shook. The silver dragon's claw collapsed under the force of the 3,792 strands of slaughter energy. The silver dragon let out a fierce roar, and its dragon eyes revealed a never-before-seen killing intent. Although it had been injured before in the countless years it has been alive, this was the first time an ant had injured it. Even though that claw wasn't its full power, it was not something mere food could resist. Even demon generals couldn't resist this claw. At this moment, it was really angry. As the sword of the demon emperor, it had absolute dignity, so when it was challenged by mere food, it decided to directly obliterate that food. The silver dragon's body moved, and as it roared, a ray of sword energy appeared in its mouth. The moment the sword energy appeared, the scarlet world seemed like it was about to collapse, and the only thing left was this ray of sword energy. The sword energy shot out directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all as his body moved like lightning, but he didn't charge at the silver dragon. Instead, he turned around and charged toward the entrance. The 3,792 strands of slaughter energy caught up to him and turned into life seals one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 3,792 life force seals imprinted onto Wang Lin's forehead and immediately spread over his body. With more than 3,000 life seals around his body, it was like Wang Lin had gained more than 3,000 layers of extra protection. At this moment, the sword energy from the silver dragon landed on Wang Lin. The life seal around Wang Lin began to flash like crazy, and there was a series of crackling sounds. Wang Lin's body didn't stop at all as he disappeared through the entrance. At the moment it disappeared, the black-haired man inside the Scarlet World struggled to say, "Save me just once." His voice was very soft. The silver dragon was startled, as its sure-kill sword energy was forcibly stopped by Wang Lin. For it, this was an extreme insult. The silver dragon's anger rose to a new height. It didn't even bother with the black-haired man as its body moved and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the sword pavilion in the Imperial Palace was completely empty. There were no decorations here, only a huge blood formation with a serpentine, silver sword inserted at the center. At this moment, the serpentine sword suddenly released bursts of sword hymns. Shortly after, the sword flew directly into the sky and pierced through the roof in a ray of silver light. It carried a sword energy that everyone inside Sky Demon City could feel, and it circled once in the sky before charging directly at Hong City. At this moment, all of the commander-in-chiefs and demon generals noticed this sword energy. They all walked outside and looked into the night sky. Inside the Imperial Mansion, a middle-aged man in a white robe looked at the night sky. His eyes lit up, and he muttered, "Who provoked the Emperor's sword to leave the formation?" Demon General Shao was also in his own manner as he looked up at the sky. Sun Tao's expression was serious as he looked at the silver light in the sky, and he was extremely shocked. The Emperor's sword flew out on its own. There is something strange about this. Shao took a deep breath and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. In Universe City, a black-haired man looked up at the sky from inside his courtyard. He only revealed a figure and didn't show his face as he looked at the silver flash in the sky. He whispered, "This is the wrath of the Emperor's sword. How is the Emperor's sword in the eyes of the two of you?" There were two people behind this person, and they were both carrying large swords behind their backs. Their eyes revealed a mysterious light as they stared at the silver light disappearing into the distance. One of them pondered a bit and slowly said, "It isn't any weaker than Master's sword." "Is that so?" The black-haired man turned around, revealing a very handsome face, and there was also a hint of resolve in that handsome face. He was the #1 demon general, the one who was stationed next to the fire demon country, Mo Fei. However, if one looked closely, this person looks exactly the same as the black-haired youth in Hong Prison. Inside the Mo mansion, Mo Lihai's face was filled with shock as he looked at the silver light in the sky. He could clearly see that it was heading toward Hong Prison, making his heart skip a beat, and he had a bad premonition. The Emperor's sword. It couldn't be going for Wang Lin. Then Mo Lihai shook his head and said to himself, "How could Wang Lin cause the Emperor's sword to move with his cultivation? I'm overthinking it." Although he said that, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Inside the royal palace, a person wearing a royal robe looked into the sky and smiled. Could it be that it suffered some injustice? I haven't seen it so angry in a long time. Interesting. Behind the person in the royal robe, an enchanting woman softly said, "Emperor, what are you so happy about?" Wang Lin's body moved like lightning up the stairs in Hong Prison. He moved very quickly, and as he ran, the blood in his body boiled. Although the force of that sword energy was deflected by the life seals around his body, it still caused the blood in his body to go crazy. When he went down the stairs, he wasn't fast, but now he passed by in a flash. Soon, he arrived at the top of the stairs. The man named Su was standing there and looking at the sky. He had a strange expression and muttered to himself, "This matter has gotten a bit out of control." Wang Lin appeared in a flash. The moment he appeared, the man named Su jerked around to look at Wang Lin. After letting out a sigh, he quickly whispered, "You can't leave from here. Follow me." With that, he leaped to the side and quickly flew down another path. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but soon he felt the unimaginable sword energy flying over at lightning speed. He was very familiar with that sword energy. It was the silver dragon. Feeling his scalp go numb, Wang Lin quickly followed the man named Su. He quickly hid his presence without revealing a hint of himself. The two of them moved extremely fast and disappeared after navigating through Hong Prison. Shortly after the two of them left, the Emperor's sword arrived and directly broke through the gate. It swept through the prison, looking for the food that made it lose its dignity. At this moment, on the wall of a residence in Hong City, an opening silently appeared. Wang Lin walked out from the gap. The man named Su didn't come out, but let out a sigh and quickly said, "Don't forget our agreement." With that, the wall closed, and the man named Su quickly left. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "That was not worth it. If I knew he was going to lure the Emperor's sword here, then no matter what, I wouldn't have sent him there." Wang Lin had his presence completely hidden. He didn't use celestial spiritual energy to fly, but walked rapidly on the street. He could hear sounds of destruction from Hong Prison in the distance along with angry sword hymns. Wang Lin moved even faster. This place wasn't far from the Mo mansion. After half an incense stick of time, he arrived at the Mo mansion. Mo Lihai stood in the courtyard while staring at Hong Prison, and he had a feeling of disaster in his heart. At this moment, he immediately saw Wang Lin, and when he noticed how Wang Lin had his presence hidden, he immediately knew what was going on due to how smart he was. He let out a bitter smile as he led Wang Lin to the fake mountain, and with one palm, he created a hole. "This is where I cultivate behind closed doors. You should hide here for a bit." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out before he jumped in without a word. Mo Lihai took a deep breath as he sat down and closed the hole. He began cultivating there like nothing was wrong. This was destined to be a sleepless night for Mo Lihai, and this was the same for the residents of Sky Demon City. The entire Sky Demon City was lit up by silver light throughout the night. After the Emperor's sword wasn't able to find the food that injured it, it became even more angry. It decided to wreck Hong Prison before it circled the sky of Sky Demon City as it frantically searched. This made Mo Lihai's job harder. He kept using his demonic spiritual energy cover up Wang Lin's presence, so the Emperor's sword couldn't find Wang Lin. The Emperor's sword did notice Mo Lihai, but Mo Lihai had spread out his demonic spiritual energy too much, so the Emperor's sword just swept by. In truth, even if the Emperor's sword looked closely, it still wouldn't be able to find Wang Lin. Wang Lin had completely hidden his aura and entered the heaven-defying bead. He was sitting across from Ling Yuan's nascent soul. Throughout the night, the Emperor's sword became even more angry. It spent the entire night searching all of Sky Demon City, but it still couldn't find a trace of that despicable food. Its anger continued to grow. This was another insult to it. Early in the morning, the Emperor's sword was filled with unwillingness as it let out a sword hymn. It then turned toward Hong Prison and sent out a ray of sword energy that created a rift more than 1,000 feet long. After releasing its anger, the Emperor's sword returned to the formation full of anger. Hong Prison was one of the 4 great prisons of Sky Demon City. Although it was damaged by the Emperor's sword, with a lot of manpower and materials, it was quickly repaired. However, the Emperor's sword seemed to have its sight on Hong Prison, so whenever it was fixed, the Emperor's sword would appear and destroy it to vent its anger. Chapter 576, Wang Lin, Attack Me at Full Power. Another bang came from Hong Prison. As the dust and dirt were kicked into the air, the silver sword proudly let out a sword hymn and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin looked at the direction of the Emperor's sword as it flew away, and he faintly smiled. Why is this sword acting like a child? It can't find me, so now it has a grudge with Hong Prison. How many times has it been? 10 times. Mo Lihai sat opposite of Wang Lin. He could only bitterly smile, but at the same time he also admired Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was looking at Wang Lin, he wouldn't have been able to find Wang Lin at all. This was proven true by the fact that the Emperor's sword had passed by many times and still wasn't able to find Wang Lin. Thinking about how he didn't even notice Wang Lin leaving the hole a few days ago, his evaluation of Wang Lin increased a lot. In addition to all of this, after Wang Lin came back from Hong Prison, Mo Lihai felt like Wang Lin was like a different person. This was especially true whenever he looked at the flashing symbol on Wang Lin's forehead. This symbol could make his heart jump. He didn't ask for details, but he guessed that for Wang Lin to anger the Emperor's sword, Wang Lin had to have either succeed in his spell or had a fortunate encounter. What is your current strength? How is your strength compared to back when you were in Ancient Demon City? After pondering for a long time, Mo Lihai decided to ask. He wanted to know what position he could get in the Demon General competition. There are 2 chances during the Demon General competition. If the Demon General loses, then their helper can fight instead. However, there is a requirement for the helper too. That person can't be a native and has to be a foreigner. This is why the Demon General chose Wang Lin. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he slowly said, "Even without that palm, I can still win against you." Mo Lihai stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he laughed and said, "Good." With those words, it looks like my effort wasn't wasted. Brother Wang, The Demon Emperor will personally be at the Demon General competition in half a month. If you do well, and I nominate you, you will for sure get the position of Demon General." Wang Lin smiled but didn't speak. Mo Lihai pondered a bit and then said, in a serious tone, "Brother Wang, you need to return early today. Tonight, I'll take you to meet someone important." Wang Lin nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Brother Mo can rest assured." The two of them looked at each other and both laughed. Mo Lihai felt very happy and smiled. "Then this older brother won't disturb you. You go listen to the Zither music." Wang Lin listening to the Zither music by the river was not some secret, so Mo Lihai naturally knew. Wang Lin walked out of the Mo mansion. Wang Lin silently sat on the side of the river with a jar of wine that he would occasionally drink from. He looked very calm, and his heart was at peace. During this period of time, Wang Lin would sit here every day, waiting for the boat to pass so he could hear the Zither music. However, the music had changed greatly from before. It was now a happy song that hid the sorrow deep within. But Wang Lin didn't try to change it by force. He was just a passerby and viewed the various emotions with the mentality of a passerby. Even until now, he didn't know what the woman looked like. None of this was important. What was important was that he was listening, earnestly listening. When listening to the Zither music that touched the sealed memories in his heart, he had a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Wang Lin's heart was extremely calm right now. The Zither music arrived before the boats appeared. This seemingly cheerful Zither music revealed sadness and helplessness. Following the Zither music, the boats slowly arrived. The Zither player at the head of the boat still had her back toward Wang Lin. Her jade-like hand moved, creating the Zither music that slowly diffused into the air. Today there was only one person sitting before her. This was a young man about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a green robe, and although he looked ordinary, he gave off a very clean feeling. There wasn't any demonic spiritual energy about him as he sat there drinking fine wine and listening to the Zither music. The young man placed down the cup and softly asked, "Can you not play like this? I want to hear your music." The woman stopped playing. After pondering for a long time, she nodded, and her jade hands began to play once more. The sadness from the music gradually echoed through the area as if the music itself had fused with the ripples created by the boat and spread to the sides of the river. The ripples stopped just before reaching Wang Lin, but the music didn't stop and entered Wang Lin's ears. The youth on the boat slowly closed his eyes and carefully savored the sadness and pain in the Zither music. Wang Lin also closed his eyes and became immersed in the Zither music. It was as if the music had fused into his mind and wouldn't disappear for a while. The two of them, one of them on the boat and one of them on the shore. Although both were comprehending different things, there was now a connection. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked toward the boat for the first time. His gaze fell on the woman and then moved to the young man. At this moment, this person also opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Wang Lin raised his jar as a gesture and took a big gulp. The youth on the boat revealed a smile as he raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. The boat gradually went off into the distance and disappeared from Wang Lin's view. Only the faint Zither music would still float in from the distance. The woman on the boat playing the Zither turned around toward the shore in the distance. In her eyes, everything was still dark. The youth put down the wine cup and softly said, "There is a person there." Ming Xian didn't speak. She turned her head around and continued to play the sad music. The young man faintly smiled. What an interesting little fellow. It was night when Wang Lin returned to the Mo mansion. Shortly after, he and Mo Lihai left together and entered Xian City. Although Xian City was about the same size as Hong City, it looked completely different. The city was lit up, and among the pedestrians, there were more armored soldiers. Mo Lihai stopped outside a mansion in Xian City. Then he took out a letter, which he passed to the guard outside. The guard took the letter and immediately went inside the mansion. Wang Lin examined the mansion, and his gaze stopped at the plaque on the mansion's entrance. Vice Commander-in-Chief, Xian's Mansion. The 8 Commander-in-Chiefs have the same names as the 8 cities of Sky Demon City, but their mansions don't have the word Vice. This is the mansion of Xian City's Vice Commander-in-Chief. After Mo Lihai said this, he hesitated for a bit and added, "Xian City's Vice Commander-in-Chief has a good personal relationship with the Demon Emperor." Wang Lin nodded. Mo Lihai had already explained in detail about how 2 Vice Commander-in-Chiefs will be chosen during this Demon General competition and the importance of it all. Shortly after, the guard came back out and respectfully said, "General Mo, Lord Vice Commander-in-Chief welcomes you." Mo Lihai's expression became serious as he walked in, and Wang Lin unhurriedly followed. Under the escort of the guard, Mo Lihai and Wang Lin entered the courtyard. The Vice Commander-in-Chief will meet General there. The guard paused and pointed at the archway. After that, he respectfully left. Mo Lihai was calm as he walked past the archway with Wang Lin. Inside was a flower garden filled with many exotic flowers. The fragrance of the flowers washed over the two of them. A man wearing purple robes was standing with his back to the two of them and looking up at the sky. He stood there as if he had fused with the surroundings. Wang Lin only took one glance before withdrawing his gaze. This person's cultivation level was equal to that of an early-stage Ascendant cultivator who was at the peak and ready to break through at any time. However, until he actually makes that breakthrough, he will still too far from being able to compare to a mid-stage Ascendant cultivator. Mo Lihai took a deep breath and respectfully said, Mo Lihai greets Lord Vice Commander-in-Chief. That person didn't speak. He didn't even move at all. He just stood there looking up at the sky. The surroundings were completely silent. This silence unconsciously transformed into a pressure that surrounded the area. Demon General Mo Lihai was calm, unmoved, and remained quietly standing. As for Wang Lin, cultivators always fought against the heavens, so how could he collapse under this kind of pressure? Wang Lin's expression was calm. Even when he encountered the All-Seer, he was still calm. This person was merely at the early stage of Ascendant, far weaker than Zhuke Zi and Situnan. Wang Lin's calmness and Mo Lihai's unmoving nature silently dispersed this pressure. The purple-robed man turned around. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the two. He looked at them as if he was an elder looking at the younger generation, and he spoke with a tone of superiority. To be able to stay calm under my pressure, not bad. Mo Lihai, how confident are you in securing the position of Vice Commander-in-Chief? The purple-robed man spoke very directly and went straight to the point. Mo Lihai pondered a bit and seriously replied, 40%. Oh, the purple-robed man's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, among the many demon generals that have come to visit me, you have the least amount of confidence. Mo Lihai pointed at Wang Lin and said, adding this person, I'm 90% confident. The purple-robed man's gaze landed on Wang Lin. His eyes were calm without any fluctuation. It was as if Wang Lin was only an ant in his eyes. He had the qualifications to look at Wang Lin like so, because he was a Vice Commander-in-Chief, good friends with the Demon Emperor, and had almost 1,000,000 ranks of demonic spiritual energy, which was to equal early-stage Ascendant cultivators. He was also on the verge of a breakthrough, making him far above all the other demon generals, and he was merely waiting to become a real Commander-in-Chief. In his eyes, Wang Lin was merely Mo Lihai's follower. He didn't even consider Mo Lihai worthy. So how could he even care about a follower of Mo Lihai? If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the Demon Emperor had his eyes on this Mo Lihai, he wouldn't even have met Mo Lihai, because in his view, Mo Lihai wasn't qualified. Instead of meeting Mo Lihai, he'd rather enjoy the flowers. In Sky Demon City, almost everyone knew how much the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief liked flowers, especially exotic flowers. He not only liked flowers, but also cherished them greatly. If any of the servants accidentally touched a flower, they would be kicked out of the mansion. If anyone dared to harm the flowers, he would take their head. The purple-robed man was a bit impatient in his heart, but he didn't reveal any of it. Display your most powerful spell. Let me see why Mo Lihai thinks you can increase his chance by 50%. The purple-robed man's voice was still calm. In his view, this person was only the late stage of soul transformation, and he would never consider someone like this worthy of his attention. He didn't underestimate Wang Lin. It was more like he had a bland disregard of Wang Lin. Use your full power. If you can make me move, then consider yourself qualified. The purple-robed man looked into the sky and didn't even look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at this person, and without any hesitation, he raised his hand. The slaughter energy gathered on his hand, and he pointed forward. Countless slivers of slaughter energy suddenly burst out from his hand. At this moment, a storm of killing intent suddenly surrounded the area. 2,000 strands of slaughter energy burst out from Wang Lin and charged toward the purple-robed man like raging dragons. At the start, the purple-robed man's expression was still the same as before, completely ignoring Wang Lin's existence. However, after an instant, his expression changed as the 2,000 strands of slaughter energy closed in on him. The purple-robed man retreated without any hesitation, then demonic spiritual energy burst out from his body and took the form of a demonic tiger. However, the moment the demonic tiger took form, it was immediately pierced through by the strands of slaughter energy. The strands of slaughter energy landed directly on the chest of the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man's expression changed greatly as he backed up once more. He even completely disregarded the flowers and stepped right on top of them. At this moment, he had no time to think about the flowers, as all the hair on his body stood up, and he was concentrating on how to resist this spell. With his cultivation, had he prepared, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state, but he was looking down on Wang Lin too much. This spell was something that he might not have even been able to withstand, even fully prepared. Right now it was too late for him to even feel regret. The blue light screen of the demonic armor appeared 7 inches away from his body, but the moment it appeared, it was hit by the 2,000 strands of slaughter energy and was forced back. Seeing that the armor was about to be pushed back to 3 inches away, the purple-robed man let out a roar. The vein on his head was bulging as he retreated once more, stepping on top of countless flowers that he used to cherish. But the demonic armor couldn't withstand the 2,000 strands of slaughter energy at all, so it suddenly collapsed. 2,000 strands of slaughter energy entered his body and cycled once through his body. Then Wang Lin waved his hand, and the slaughter energy left the purple-robed man through his pores and returned to Wang Lin's hand. The purple-robed man's face was extremely pale, and Wang Lin suddenly became a completely different existence. With his peak late-stage soul transformation cultivation and 2,000 strands of slaughter energy, it wasn't hard for him to battle early-stage Ascendant cultivators at all. Very good. You have the qualifications. The purple-robed man took a deep breath as he forced himself to reveal a calm expression and squeeze out a smile, like an elder looking at the younger generation. Mo Lihai's expression was strange. He suppressed the shock in his heart as he quickly led Wang Lin away. After making sure that the two had already gone far away, the purple-robed man could no longer endure it and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The servant who came in from outside immediately panicked when he saw the scene before him. I won't meet anyone for 3 months. I'm going in a closed-door cultivation. After leaving those words, the purple-robed man disappeared. Chapter 577, Undercurrent. After leaving the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's mansion, Mo Lihai's eyes were filled with joy. Many times he wanted to speak, but he hesitated, and in the end he didn't say a word. After returning to the Mo mansion, Mo Lihai took deep breath, his eyes filled with sincerity, and he said, Brother Wang, I'll be depending on you during the Demon General competition. I will remember this favor. This was the first time Mo Lihai had spoken to Wang Lin in this tone. In his mind, Wang Lin was no longer equal to him, but someone who could force the Vice Commander-in-Chief to retreat several steps with just one spell. Mo Lihai believed that with Wang Lin's help, he could sweep the competition. He understood Wang Lin's spell the most and was extremely shocked. Along the way back, he kept thinking about that spell and imagined himself facing against it. In the end, no matter what, he would lose. Wang Lin's expression wasn't arrogant or proud. He remained calm. At this moment, he smiled and said, Brother Mo, since I agreed on this matter, I'll definitely help you. Mo Lihai laughed. He was obviously very happy and smiled. Brother Wang, I have some ancient wine that's been buried for 500 years. Tonight, the two of us will have a drink. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he nodded. At this moment, at the sword pavilion at the center of Sky Demon City, a person wearing yellow robes appeared. He looked at the Imperial Sword Pavilion and smiled. Played enough? Don't go to Hong Prison anymore. Settle down for a few days. The silver sword inside the formation released several bursts of sword hymns as if it was unwilling to give up. The person laughed. If you keep being naughty, I'll send you to the Dragon Lake. The Emperor's sword suddenly stopped making sounds as if it had lost all its arrogance and let out a few feeble sword hymns. Although it was acting like this, its anger toward the food that dared to provoke it became even stronger. After the Emperor's sword stopped going to Hong Prison, the Scarlet World at the bottom slowly recovered. More felons were thrown in, and the cycle of slaughter began once more. A black-haired man sat in the blood pool in silence. Strands of killing intent continued to enter his body, and the killing aura around him became stronger and stronger. He would occasionally raise his head, and there was a hint of clarity inside his bloodshot eyes. I must escape like him. When the slaughter began, everyone in the blood pool flew into the air and began killing each other. The black-haired man was like the god of slaughter. His eyes were filled with thick killing intent, and his moves were vicious as he swept through like a raging dragon. After the endless slaughter finished, there was only the black-haired man left in the sky. The people that had just revived all had calm expressions and didn't even look up at the sky. The blood mist around the black-haired youth was hundreds of feet wide. He took a deep breath and revealed a rare hint of clarity before bolting toward the exit. When he only moved several feet, there was a flash of silver light, and the silver dragon suddenly appeared and threw out its huge claw. The black-haired man inside the blood mist revealed a bitter smile. He used a voice only he could hear and softly said, Explode. With one word, his entire body suddenly exploded. Even the blood mist around him exploded, and the force met the silver dragon's claw. A loud echo filled the area. The silver dragon retracted its claws, and there were many injuries on its claw. This was like pouring oil on fire, as the silver dragon's hatred for Wang Lin ignited once more. As for the black-haired man, he revived at one of the blood pools. Then he lowered his head and pondered. The silver dragon let out an angry roar, and then its gaze landed on the black-haired man. It let out another roar, and a ray of sword energy shot out at the blood pool. The blood pool shattered, and the black-haired youth inside died. This cycle repeated. Every time he revived, the silver dragon killed him. After doing this many times, the silver dragon revealed a proud expression and then disappeared. Since the demon emperor wouldn't let it go to Hong prison, and it was told to stay still for a few days, it decided to vent its anger here. Let's not talk about Hong prison for now. There was only half a month left until the battle between the demon generals. There was an oppressive aura around the entire Sky Demon City, and the various demon generals were making their own preparations. Aside from the normal preparations, there were also a lot of behind-the-scenes preparations. Whether it was making secret deals or secretly making moves, the demon emperor completely ignored it all. Although there was order in the demon spirit land, hidden in this order was endless chaos. This was a chaotic time. The battle between the demon generals was very important because this was a heavenly opportunity for the demon generals to move up. If they missed this chance, it might mean they will forever be stuck at the rank of demon general. As a result, these demon generals cared about this matter to an unprecedented degree. Becoming vice commander-in-chief means having the qualifications to become a commander-in-chief in the future. In order to achieve this qualification, any method will be used. Although it was a time of chaos, there was still order in this chaos. There was only one rule, and that was that the demon generals couldn't have life and death battles, or else they would be disqualified from the demon general competition. As a result, all of the schemes fell on the helpers of each demon general. Killing the helpers is the same as breaking that demon general's right arm, and for some it even crushes their means to win. Killing the demon general's helpers became the public fight, and the fight in secret was to assassinate the demon generals. Demon generals couldn't kill each other, but their helpers could. They could even hire assassins to do so, and this wouldn't break the rule. However, although this wasn't against the rules, it went against the demon emperor's bottom line. So unless the person who killed the demon general had heavenly cultivation, even if you gave that person wings, it would be hard for that person to escape. They will die without a doubt. After all, the death of a demon general was a big matter for the country. It wouldn't be wrong to say that anyone who relies on assassination is completely desperate. These battles in public and in secret became even more intense as the competition drew closer. Mo Lihai rarely went out and spent most of the day in closed-door cultivation. This allowed him to stay in peak condition and also deliberately avoid many assassination attempts. At the same time, he also set up a formation and arranged many of his old subordinates with high cultivation levels to guard him. During this oppressive time, only Wang Lin was completely calm. His life didn't change. He went out every morning and sat by the river to listen to the Zither music. It was as if all this oppression and movement before the great battle were just like passing clouds. Only the Zither music was important to him. Every time he heard the Zither music, he would be completely immersed in it and would go through a strange experience. Every day, his heart was being cleansed. Wang Lin wasn't worried about whether Mo Lihai would be assassinated or not. Mo Lihai was extremely cunning and had far more hands to play than what he currently showed. Wang Lin was very clear about this matter after interacting with him for this long. If Mo Lihai didn't have his methods, there would be no way for him to still be alive while being at the top of demon generals. Wang Lin listened to the Zither music from the boat with his eyes closed as he sat beside the river. He picked up the wine jug only to find that it was already empty. He let out a sigh as he opened his eyes and silently looked up at the sky. Every time he heard this Zither music, his heart would tremble and he would have the vague feeling of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the heavens was too ethereal. While listening to the Zither music, Wang Lin slowly immersed himself in the music and silently experienced it. The celestial spiritual energy in his body was already used to hiding itself. After all, there was still the demon emperor's sword looking for him. However, just at this moment, he frowned. He was interrupted during his comprehension of the heavens and enjoyment of the music. "You are Mo Lihai's vice-general?" A voice filled with contempt forced itself through the Zither music and completely shattered the mood of the music. A black-robed man was standing 100 feet from Wang Lin. He had his hand before his chest and a snake-like sword circling him. There was also a trace of impatience on his face. You may attack. Killing you would be the same as taking one of Mo Lihai's arms. Wang Lin put down the wine jug, but he didn't get up or even look at the person. He pointed his right thumb at the person, and the finger of death suddenly shot out as a ray of black light. The moment the black light came out, the surrounding gra immediately withered, and the life force from the gra silently entered the black light. The black light quickly closed in on the black-robed man. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated a few steps. Then the flying sword circling him shot toward the black light in a flash. However, at the moment it touched the black light, the sword began to crack from the tip. The black light pierced through the sword until even the hilt collapsed. The flying sword was turned into countless small fragments in almost an instant. The black-robed man revealed a look of disbelief as he continued to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too slow. The black light broke through the flying sword and landed on the black-robed man's chest. This person's body was thrown far away in an arc, and blood mist erupted from his body on the way. Even after the man fell to the ground, the blood mist stayed in the sky. When the black-robed man fell on the ground, his eyes revealed a hint of remorse before they went completely dim. At the same time, a strand of gray gas came out from his body and disappeared into Wang Lin's right hand. This person wasn't a foreigner, but a person of demon spirit land. This person's cultivation level wasn't high. He was only at the level of a late-stage soul formation cultivator. He was probably sent by some demon general that didn't know him as a way of scouting him. Wang Lin continued to listen to that Zither music. Chapter 578, Dao of Slaughter. On the second floor of a two-story restaurant 10,000 feet across the river from Wang Lin, two people sat by the window, and their gazes turned toward Wang Lin. Both men were wearing black robes. One of them was older while the other was a bit young. The older man said, "Very strong." The young man's eyes lit up as he slowly said, "That person should be at the soul transformation stage. No matter what his cultivation level is, since the Ancestor wants to catch him, he can't get away." The older man picked up his cup and took a drink. The older man then said, "Send the people over. Don't make the Ancestor wait." The young man faintly smiled and gently knocked the table. With that knock, one of the several people wearing black robes that was sitting on the first floor stood up. This person was middle-aged and had star-like eyes. He walked out of the restaurant and flew toward Wang Lin in a ray of sword energy. Wang Lin was sitting beside the river. The boat was halfway across the river, but bursts of Zither music still entered his ears. He was completely immersed in it, and his face revealed a sense of peace. The sword energy carried a powerful killing intent as it flew toward Wang Lin. Right now, there wasn't a single person within a few kilometers. It was as if this area was deserted. The boat on the river seemed to have noticed this abnormality and immediately sped up. The sword energy suddenly closed in and crossed the 10,000 feet in an instant. All of the grass around Wang Lin tilted to one side, as if there was a powerful wind. The strong bursts of whistling sounds mixed with the Zither music had its own charm. Wang Lin still didn't turn his head or even looked at the person. He raised his right thumb at the incoming sword energy and once again used the finger of death. The ray of black light shot out once more. It was extremely quick as it charged at the sword energy. In almost an instant, the two sides collided. A groan came from the sword energy as it collapsed, revealing the figure of a man. His face was extremely pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood before retreating like crazy. Almost without any hesitation, he retreated even more. However, the finger of death was too fast, so it caught up to the person in a flash and imprinted in his chest. The man let out a roar and released a large amount of demonic spiritual energy. His body was forced to land, but he continued to be pushed back. In the end, the demonic spiritual energy around him collapsed, and he coughed out blood once more and fell to the ground. A strand of gray gas flew out from his body toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin still didn't bother to pay attention to where the finger of death went and continued to silently listen to the Zither music. In the restaurant 10,000 feet away, the young man immediately stood up and stared at Wang Lin on the other side of the river. After a long time, he took a deep breath and then sat back down. Only the older man's expression was still the same as before. The younger man said, in a serious tone, "He has restrained his energy, so we can't see his exact cultivation level." The older man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "This person's cultivation level should be at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Only then could he have killed number 4, who had the same cultivation level as an early-stage soul transformation cultivator, like this. Send number 3. The young man's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of battle intent. He shook his head and softly said, "No need to send number 3, I'll go." As he spoke, he stood up once more and looked at Wang Lin. "You?" The older man frowned. "Don't forget, I'm number 2. The The young man walked down the restaurant. Number 2's cultivation level is equivalent to a late-stage soul transformation cultivator, and he is only a sliver away from the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. With him going, this battle has no suspense. The older man picked up the wine cup and didn't even look across the river anymore. As the young man walked out from the restaurant, a breeze from the river blew his clothes back. He walked against the wind as he slowly made his way toward Wang Lin. He walked across the 10,000 feet distance very calmly, as if he was walking in his own garden. Every step he took increased his aura's strength, as if it would continue to increase endlessly. He stopped 300 feet from Wang Lin. The current him was completely surrounded by demonic spiritual energy, but what was strange was that there was some celestial spiritual energy mixed in with his demonic spiritual energy. The fusion of celestial and demonic spiritual energies created a strange aura that slowly filled the area. He stood there like he was the master of this space, as if he could make the world change colors with a wave of his hand. Wang Lin didn't look at the person. The boat on the river slowly disappeared into the distance, and the sound of the Zither music slowly entered his ears and gave him a special feeling. As for the person 300 feet away, Wang Lin casually waved his hand, and the finger of death appeared once more. The finger of death materialized as a ray of black light once more before Wang Lin and shot toward the young man like a bolt of lightning. The young man chuckled. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and his right hand formed a seal. The celestial demonic spiritual energy around him immediately condensed near his hand and formed a ball of light the size of his fist. The moment the ball of light appeared was when the finger of death arrived. The two sides collided without any hesitation, and the black light of the finger of death seemed to be absorbed into the ball of light. The young man said, "You overestimate yourself." However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. A strand of black mist suddenly appeared in the ball of light. In almost an instant, the black mist filled the ball, and it turned into a black ball of light. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ball. The young man's expression turned gloomy as the ball shattered, and the black light charged directly at him. As he quickly retreated, his hand formed seals, and one by one balls of light appeared. In almost an instant, more than 100 balls of light appeared, and went to block the ray of black light. The black light continued to disappear and reappear, while the balls of light continued to collapse one after the other. However, every time a ball of light collapsed, the black light would become dimmer. When there were only 8 balls of light left, the ray of black light completely disappeared. The youth's forehead was covered in sweat as he took a deep breath, looked at Wang Lin, who still hadn't looked at him yet, and said, "I presume this black light spell is your strongest move. I admit this spell is indeed powerful. No wonder numbers 4 and 5 died. However, now that your strongest spell was broken by me, I want to see what other moves you have." At this moment, the boat gradually disappeared into the distance, and the Zither music disappeared from Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin stood up and turned toward the young man. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of red within them. Then slaughter aura shot out from Wang Lin's eyes like a sharp sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if countless thunderbolts had suddenly appeared in the young man's mind. It was as if real thunderbolts had appeared above the peaceful river. A monstrous killing intent shot out from Wang Lin's eyes and immediately pierced through the young man's celestial demonic spiritual energy, entered through his eyes, and imprinted into his mind. His body stiffened as if he had been hit by lightning, and his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. This is, the young man's heart trembled, and his scalp felt numb. There was a sensation of pain from between his brows as if a sword had pierced through his forehead. The young man could clearly hear his heartbeat quickly speed up, and he felt like his mind was about to collapse. Then his body turned cold as if he was facing an enemy naked. The powerful aura he had created as he walked over completely collapsed with just one gaze. All of the black-robed men that were looking over from the first floor of the restaurant revealed looks of shock. Although they were all far away, it felt like they were right there at this moment. The sweat coming out from their bodies immediately soaked their clothes. With their cultivation levels, they had no idea why this happened. Why a gaze from 10,000 feet away could make it feel like there was a sword at their throats and make it feel like death was closing in on them. It was as if that man 10,000 feet away had turned into the god of slaughter. On the second floor, the older man's eyes lit up. Then he quickly stood up and immediately caused the table before him to explode. His calm face suddenly changed greatly. The celestial demonic spiritual energy in his body surged like a raging dragon by instinct. Everything he did was subconscious. He felt like if he hadn't resisted against that gaze, he would have been seriously injured and would have died. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. The killing intent from that gaze just now was also solid. Dao of Slaughter. This is the Dao of Slaughter. How many people has that person killed to have the kind of gaze where the killing intent almost feels solid? He is very strong, very strong. His gaze toward Wang Lin became very serious, and he only ever looked this serious when he was facing the Celestial Guardians. Simply too terrifying. Although my cultivation level is the same as his, I'm definitely not a match for him. I must quickly leave. This person didn't hesitate. His body moved and was about to teleport, but he was immediately forced out of the void. His expression changed greatly, and he no longer tried to teleport and immediately got up. The celestial demonic spiritual energy he released at this moment made the second floor collapse. He burst out from the restaurant and was about to flee no matter what the cost. But he immediately stopped in the sky as cold sweat came out from his entire body. Wang Lin was 10 feet before him, calmly looking at him. You disturbed my cultivation and still want to leave? The older man revealed a bitter smile, and his eyes contained a hint of madness. Without any hesitation, he touched the seal he was never willing to touch in his life, and the celestial, demonic spiritual energy in his body immediately exploded. A destructive aura surrounded the collapsing restaurant, creating a series of rumbling sounds. After the loud explosion, everything within 1,000 feet was completely silent. Wang Lin appeared 1,000 feet away. Although his expression was normal, there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He gently patted the dust off his cloth and then walked into the distance. On the river, the young man's body slowly fell as strands of gray gas came out from his body and chased after Wang Lin. Chapter 579, Ling Tianhous, Sword Energy 1. A chuckle came from a very elegant palace in the imperial city of Sky Demon City. Could it be that this little fellow wants to challenge Mo Lihai to battle with him before the Demon General competition begins, and wishes to use the military merit he earned while fighting against the Fire Demon country, so I can't refuse him? This brat is interesting, I'll allow it. Another old voice appeared in the palace. This Demon Emperor, if the two of them set a precedent, I'm afraid the other Demon Generals will. If anyone else has 10,000 military merit points, then I'll allow them to do it too. Yes. Shortly after, an old man walked out from the palace holding a scroll. He shook his head slightly, and then quickly left. The day of the Demon General competition grew closer and closer. The entire Sky Demon City was surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere, and there were countless battles every day. Wang Lin was sitting on the side of the river as he put down the wine jug, looked at the sky, and muttered to himself, "This is a game. A game in the Demon Emperor's eyes." In the Demon Emperor's view, the foreigners are killing each other with the goal of helping the Demon Generals to obtain a higher position. This is the best kind of game. Wang Lin took a drink. His eyes were filled with clarity. He pondered for a bit before standing up and gradually walking away. It was already the 7th day, so there were still 8 days until the Demon General competition. It was now dusk, and because of the oppressive aura around Sky Demon City, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians. A young man wearing a green robe was slowly walking toward the Mo mansion from 1,000 feet away. This person carried a large sword behind his back, and his expression was extremely calm as he walked toward the Mo mansion. As he closed in, a faint amount of celestial spiritual energy slowly spread out. At the same time, an oppressive aura surrounded the entire Mo mansion. Inside the Mo mansion, Mo Lihai was cultivating inside his secret chamber. There were 17 hand-sized puppets releasing demonic light and floating around his body. Bursts of demonic spiritual energy spread out from Mo Lihai. This demonic spiritual energy was connecting with the 17 puppets and creating a perfect cycle. At this moment, Mo Lihai suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning and seemed to be able to penetrate the secret chamber to see the man outside the Mo mansion. The man released a sound of surprise and revealed a faint smile. He didn't stop as he arrived before the Mo mansion. He didn't seem to use any spells, but the gate to the Mo mansion was reduced pieces and was blown back. While the debris was blowing back, 2 miserable groans were heard. A large amount of blood mist gushed out from 2 guards as they were thrown into the depths of the mansion. Dao Lu Sword Sect's 12th Sword, Mo Yang, wishes to greet Lord Mo Lihai. A calm voice came out from his mouth. He didn't stop as he walked into the Mo mansion and made his way toward the secret chamber where Mo Lihai was in closed-door cultivation. Countless soldiers and Mo Lihai's subordinates all rushed over. However, anyone who got within 10 feet of this person would silently shatter into a bloody mist. Along the way, there were many sounds of explosions, and no one could stop him. Even some of the buildings and fake mountains were destroyed, just like the gate was. Just at this moment, a short figure appeared before him. The moment this figure appeared, all of the demonic spiritual energy in his body spread out to resist this man from the Dao Sword sect. The man from the Dao Sword sect slightly shook his head and continued to walk forward without stopping. The short person's face paled. He had a feeling he wasn't facing a person, but a sword that had already revealed its sharpness. The short person involuntarily stepped back. When he retreated several feet, a hand pushed up against his back. At this moment, the short person let out a deep breath of relief. 3 people had appeared behind him. The 3 of them were all white-haired, old men. They stood there and coldly looked at the man from the Dao Sword sect. The man from the Dao Sword sect's gaze landed on the 3 old men. Then he faintly smiled and continued to walk forward. The 3 old men revealed serious expressions and were about to use their spells when a low voice suddenly appeared from behind them. "Who sent you?" This voice was filled with majesty. The 3 elders immediately and respectfully moved out of the way, revealing Mo Lihai's imposing figure. When Mo Lihai looked at the young man from the Dao Sword sect, his eyes were as bright as burning flames. This aura right now was even more imposing than when he faced Wang Lin in ancient Demon City. The man from the Dao Sword sect's eyes lit up as he stopped and said, "Demon General Mo Fei." Mo Lihai frowned and shouted, "What is it?" "I am here to deliver a challenge letter for General Mo Lihai from Lord Mo Fei." The young man calmly waved his hand. An array of golden light shot out before stopping before Mo Lihai. Mo Lihai's expression was gloomy as he looked at the golden token before him. There was only one word on it: battle. 3 days from now, outside the ancient path hall. After the man from the Dao Sword sect finished speaking, he turned around and left. But just as he turned around, his entire body stiffened and he released a powerful aura. This aura was extremely powerful, far more powerful than the one he emitted when he entered the Mo mansion. His eyes glowed brightly as he looked at a slender figure that had appeared 1,000 feet before him and said, "Purple Division's 7th disciple, Wang Lin." Mo Lihai only noticed Wang Lin's appearance now, and this made him relax a bit. Wang Lin didn't even look at the person and continued to walk forward. However, in the view of the man from the Dao Sword sect, there was a hint of anger. The man from the Dao Sword sect coldly said, "Rumor has it that the 7th disciple of the Purple Division is extremely arrogant. Seeing you today, it looks like the rumors are true." Wang Lin walked toward the person as if he hadn't heard him at all. The man from the Dao Sword sect's aura surged out and locked onto Wang Lin like an unsheathed sword. Just at the moment his aura reached its peak, Wang Lin passed him by without even pausing. The man from the Dao Sword sect was startled, but he immediately became even more angry. He turned around to look at Wang Lin, who was walking away, and shouted, "Wang Lin, did you hear me?" Wang Lin continued to walk toward his living quarters. The eyes of the man from the Dao Sword sect turned cold. As one of the 12 swords of the Dao Sword sect, his status was the same as the 7 heavenly disciples, very famous. However, he was being completely ignored by this person. The man let out a cold short as he disappeared before reappearing in front of Wang Lin and coldly saying, "Wang." Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Lin raised his head and said, "For a cultivator to be so easily angered, your 1,000 years of cultivation is a big disappointment." If it was someone from the All-Seers generation, the man would have humbly accepted it, but hearing it from Wang Lin was extremely irritating. He laughed in anger, but his eyes became even colder, and he said, "I want to see what you managed to achieve in your 1,000 years of cultivation." Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "Move out of the way." The man from the Dao Sword sect laughed as his hand formed a seal. An array of sword energy condensed before him. It split from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and continued until there were 64 rays of sword energy, and they all flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't even look at the 64 rays of sword energy. The sword energy fell on Wang Lin, but at this moment, there was a flash of the life seals. The sword energy rays collided with the life seals, and all disappeared. "Is that all the power you have? It looks like your 1,000 years of cultivation are not only a disappointment, but also a complete waste." Wang Lin shook his head. The man from the Dao Sword sect's expression changed greatly, and his face was filled with disbelief. Although those 64 rays of sword energy weren't his strongest move, it was not a weak spell. Upon seeing Wang Lin so easily withstand it, his heart shook greatly. "What spell is that?" "This person didn't use any treasures, but when my sword energy closed in on his body, it collapsed. Even the dragon sword of the 12 swords can't do this." As Wang Lin shook his head, he continued to walk forward. The man from the Delu sword sect subconsciously took a few steps back. Then he took a deep breath and placed his hand on the large sword. Wang Lin frowned. Then he coldly looked at the person and said, "Scram. Today you came to deliver the challenge letter, so I won't kill you. You are merely at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, the same cultivation level as me. Even if your spell is powerful, there is no way for you to withstand this sword." The man from the Delu sword sect's eyes became serious. He no longer wasted any more words as he moved his right hand, and the treasured sword behind his back flew out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flown across the sky as a giant purple sword suddenly appeared above this person. This sword gave off a powerful sword energy, and the moment it appeared, it surrounded the area in a powerful sword intent. There was a mysterious symbol engraved on the sword. The illusion of a giant purple ram appeared from the symbol and released a violent aura. It fused with the sword and caused the sword intent of the sword to become even stronger. Final ram sword slash. As the man shouted, the celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged out. He immediately slashed down with his right hand, and at the same time, the large sword in the air moved. It crashed down upon Wang Lin with an unimaginable amount of sword energy. Mo Lihai's expression changed, and he immediately began to back up. The people behind him also backed up, and in the blink of an eye, they had backed away more than a few thousand feet. The giant sword descended like a bolt of lightning, and thunderous roars accompanied its descent. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral. Although this giant sword had power and was especially powerful with the ram's soul fused into it, this man before him didn't have the ability to use the full power of the ram's soul. A waste of a good sword. As Wang Lin said that, he lifted his right hand. The man from the Delu sword sect's extreme shock. Wang Lin grabbed the sword. At the moment he grabbed the sword, the life seals around his hand flashed like crazy, and more than 1,000 life seals covered his hand. Roars came out from the giant sword, and the ram's soul inside the sword struggled like crazy in its attempt to break free from Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin's right hand was like the palm of an ancient god, so no matter how hard it struggled, it wouldn't move Wang Lin's hand a single inch. The evil ram's soul in the giant sword let out a monstrous roar. Its eyes were currently filled with an unyielding gaze, and like a primordial beast, it opened its mouth and tried to devour Wang Lin. Although it was just a sword spirit and therefore an illusion, everyone nearby felt like they could smell the fishy breath of the ram as it tried to devour Wang Lin. "Evil animal, you dare!" Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and a flash of red appeared in them. Then the slaughter intent shot out from his eyes and directly entered the ram's soul. The ram's soul let out a miserable cry as its body was destroyed by the slaughter intent. The specks of life from the collapsed ram quickly returned to the giant sword, and at this moment, the sword stopped struggling. What Wang Lin did just now was almost exactly the same as when the All-Seer was able to make the god-slaying war chariot collapse with just the point of his finger. Mo Lihai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw all of this. He couldn't help but reveal a complex expression while looking at Wang Lin. He was able to become so strong in just 3 months. Even the vice commander-in-chief isn't his match, and he is able to subdue such a powerful sword spirit. If he had a spell this strong 3 months ago, I would have lost without a doubt. The Delu sword sect's Mo Yang's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This life treasure sword being taken by someone else caused his soul to be damaged. He would have never thought that this Wang Lin would be this strong, or else, no matter what, he wouldn't have come here by himself. He clenched his teeth, then his right hand pointed at his forehead. He took a deep breath and revealed a determined look. His final ace was a strand of sword energy that his master gifted him. There was a total of 12 rays of this sword energy, and each of the 12 swords was given one. This was the ultimate life-saving treasure, so it couldn't be carelessly used, or else the remaining 400+ years in this demon spirit land would be extremely hard. But if he didn't use it now, he might not be able to leave. As Wang Lin looked at Mo Yang, his eyes lit up and he slowly said, "You can leave." Chapter 580, Ling Tianhous, Sword Energy 2. Mo Yang was startled. "I don't have any grudge against the Delu sword sect. If it wasn't for you repeatedly forcing me, I wouldn't have attacked. Send out a message to the 12 swords. I don't want to make you guys my enemies in the demon spirit land." As Wang Lin spoke, he threw the sword in his hand at Mo Yang. He then walked past Mo Yang and continued toward his room. His figure leaving caused Mo Yang to be completely startled. Just now he was forced into a situation where he was about to use his life-saving treasure, but what Wang Lin said just now made him feel disbelief. He took a deep breath, picked up the giant sword, and after checking it with his divine sense to make sure nothing was wrong, he looked at Wang Lin, who was walking away, with bewilderment. I'll definitely relay your message. Mo Yang moved and quickly flew away from the Mo mansion. His speed slowed down 10,000 feet from the Mo mansion, but his divine sense was still on guard. After a while, when he saw that Wang Lin still hadn't attacked him, it seemed like Wang Lin was really going to let him go. Wang Lin, I'll definitely pay you back 100-fold for the disgrace I suffered today. Although your spell is powerful, next time I'll be back with several of my senior apprentice brothers to attack at once. I want to see if you can still be so calm. If it wasn't for Senior Greed going to the Fire Demon country, he would have only needed one move to kill you. Mo Yang's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Then he coldly looked at the Mo mansion before quickly leaving. He flew extremely fast. The farther he was away from the Mo mansion, the more relaxed he became. He recalled the battle earlier and couldn't help but feel fear. This Wang Lin is extremely strong. However, if I use the sword Energy Master gave me, he won't be able to resist. Mo Yang revealed a cold smile. However, just at this moment, strands of gray gas silently came out from the big sword on his back. They were like snakes and were aimed directly at Mo Yang's head. A powerful sense of crisis enveloped his body, but the strands of gray gas drilled into his skull at lightning speed before he could do anything. The gray gas's speed was too quick, and it was too close. At almost the moment Mo Yang noticed the danger, he let out a miserable scream. His body began to fall from the sky, and his body began to wither. His body quickly withered, and his miserable screams echoed in the sky. His origin soul wasn't able to escape at all. The moment the gray gas entered his body, it formed a seal that cut off his origin soul from his body. At the same time, the gray gas quickly absorbed his flesh, blood, and celestial spiritual energy, making its seal even stronger. At the moment he landed, Mo Yang's eyes opened, and he turned into a mummy. The last thought in his mind was about the giant sword. He had already checked it. How could there have been gray gas hidden within it? The space distorted before his body, and Wang Lin walked out. He pointed at several points on Mo Yang's body before grabbing the body, taking a step, and disappearing. Wang Lin appeared from the void in his residence in the Mo mansion. He released his right hand, and Mo Yang's body landed on the ground. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as he slapped his bag of holding. Then the restriction flag flew out, turned into black mist, and surrounded the room. Countless restrictions flashed within the black mist. After doing all of this, he took a deep breath and sat down in the lotus position. He cultivated for a bit before suddenly opening his eyes, and his gaze fell on Mo Yang's body. After carefully examining the body, his gaze fell on Mo Yang's brow. He revealed an uncertain expression. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After pondering for a bit, his hand formed a seal, and he began to chant. Soon, a ghostly fire appeared in his hand. His hand continued to change, creating many afterimages. Then he pointed at the body and softly said, "Refine." The ghostly flame floated toward Mo Yang's body and immediately spread out to surround the corpse. There was a series of cracking and popping sounds as Mo Yang's body melted at a visible rate. His body was already a mummy because his essence had already been sucked dry by the gray gas. Now that it was burning, a strange smell filled the room. However, Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to that, as he stared intently at the body. During the battle earlier, when Mo Yang touched his brow, it made Wang Lin feel like a strong crisis was coming. He almost never felt this kind of crisis after he had successfully mastered the slaughter energy. Even a mid-stage Ascendant cultivator couldn't produce such an aura without even appearing. That thing had pierced through more than 3,000 layers of life seals and directly caused his origin soul to shake. This gave Wang Lin the feeling that he was in a life and death situation. He was extremely shocked, and that was why he decided to retreat for the moment, to ease the tension. He was also sure that unless he forced this man into a corner, Mo Yang definitely wouldn't have used it. Mo Yang's body gradually melted, revealing his origin soul. His origin soul was surrounded by layers of gray gas that would occasionally give off a demonic glow. Mo Yang's origin soul's eyes were tightly shut, and it remained motionless inside the ghostly flame. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as they began to carefully examine the origin soul. His eyes suddenly narrowed on Mo Yang's forehead. On it, there was a very faint, blue line that seemed to be flashing. If one looked at it closely, this thin line was clearly a sword that had been shrunken down countless times. At the moment he saw the blue line, Wang Lin's body trembled, and the feeling of directly confronting Sword Saint Ling Tianhous filled his body. Ling Tianhous. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes became very serious. Back then, outside the gate, Ling Tianhous gave out rays of sword energy and called them the life-saving treasures for the 12 of them. This blue line is that sword energy. No wonder it can make me feel like I'm in a life and death situation and directly pierce through my life seals. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a decisive expression. Since I saw this ray of sword energy, it will be mine. He closed his eyes and placed his arm on his knees. A ray of light appeared above his head as his origin soul left his body. Then life seals surrounded his origin soul like layers of armor. Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and looked at Mo Yang's origin soul. He pondered a bit before spitting out some origin flame that fused into the ghostly flame. The ghostly flame suddenly began to burn even stronger. Wang Lin continued to spit out origin flames. Mo Yang's origin soul revealed a painful expression. He wanted to struggle, but the life seal around his origin soul had him on complete lockdown. Wang Lin's origin soul revealed a careful expression as he controlled the ghostly flame to avoid the sword energy while slowly eating away at Mo Yang's origin soul. Mo Yang's origin soul was slowly being refined. This process lasted several days. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, having to concentrate for so long caused his origin soul to dim and his face to show a tired expression. But his eyes became brighter and brighter. On this day, Mo Yang's origin soul finally collapsed into countless specks of blue light after being refined for so long. The blue, thin line calmly floated among the blue specks. Wang Lin's origin soul sucked, and the shattered pieces of Mo Yang's origin soul were devoured by Wang Lin to recover all the energy he had used. After all that was done, Wang Lin looked at the motionless blue line with hesitation in his eyes. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He no longer hesitated and devoured the thin line. At this moment, his origin soul trembled violently and began to lose connection to his body. Wang Lin was already prepared for this, which was why his body wasn't far away. He struggled to move, and right before the connection disappeared, he entered his body. Wang Lin quietly sat there for 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Although his gaze was calm, there was also a hint of a dazzling light in his eyes. Chapter 581, Demon General Competition. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, a sword-shaped shadow flashed across his vision. Mo Lihai was sitting outside of Wang Lin's room. He had been sitting there for 3 days. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. During these 3 days, he wanted to enter Wang Lin's room many times, but every time he saw the black mist and the countless restrictions inside, he couldn't help but stop. With the date of the Demon General Competition slowly approaching, he became even more anxious. But he knew that Wang Lin had placed restrictions because he was at a critical moment in his cultivation and didn't want others to disturb him. While weighing the pros and cons, Mo Lihai sat outside the room and silently waited. Tomorrow was the day of the Demon General Competition, and it was going to be a grim struggle. Mo Lihai's anxiety had reached its peak. If Wang Lin still won't come out today, then he will completely lose his qualification to compete tomorrow. He hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth, standing up, and stepping toward Wang Lin's room. Mo Lihai sent out his voice. "Brother Wang." Just at this moment, the black mist surrounding the room began to move as if there was a hole somewhere. A vortex formed, and all of the black mist was dragged toward that hole. In almost an instant, the black mist disappeared without a trace. Mo Lihai revealed a joyous expression as he stopped outside the room and stared at the inside. The door was pushed open, and Wang Lin slowly walked out. At the moment he appeared, Mo Lihai involuntarily took a few steps back, and his eyes were filled with shock. Right now the current Wang Lin was once more different from before. At the moment he saw Wang Lin, he had the feeling that he was standing below a mountain that reached the heavens. Although Wang Lin wasn't tall, he currently had the air of a grandmaster, and this feeling filled Mo Lihai's mind. "You're injured." Wang Lin closed his eyes, and all the aura he released quickly withdrew back inside his body without any of it leaking. Right now there were no fluctuations around his body. It was as if he was immortal. Mo Lihai's feelings changed once more. If Wang Lin was like an immeasurably tall mountain before, now he was like a very deep pool. Although it didn't look very deep, if he were to enter, he would die without a proper burial. Mo Lihai took a deep breath and said, "I lost the battle against Mo Fei." Wang Lin nodded and walked out of the room. He looked up at the sky, and after pondering a bit, he asked, "How long was I in closed-door cultivation for?" "Tomorrow is the Demon General Competition," Mo Lihai said. After pondering a bit, he added, "Mo Fei is very strong. He was able to withstand my 10 collapse fist intent, and my 100-wave demon C was reflected back at me with a rotating disc spell. It was that spell that made me lose." Wang Lin looked at Mo Lihai. Rotating disc spell. Mo Lihai recalled the battle from few days ago and said, Mo Fei is considered number one among the demon generals, and his spells are very mysterious. After he became a demon general and cultivated for 3 years at the Dragon Lake, no one has been able to force him to use a second spell besides the rotating disc. This rotating disc spell has the power to reflect all spells. It is very powerful. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he said, aside from the 10 collapse fist intent and 100 wave demon C, I don't believe that bother Mo doesn't have an ace. Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin and honestly said, I did use it. It's the spell the Demon Emperor personally taught me called Burning Demon. I used it and was able to break through 17 layers of the 18 layers of the rotating disc before ultimately being defeated. Brother Wang, I had an agreement with Mo Fei. The loser will give up on the Demon General competition. Whether I can get the position of Vice Commander-in-Chief will all depend on Brother Wang. Mo Lihai's heart felt bitter as he took 2 steps back and bowed deeply toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said, I'll do my best. Mo Lihai took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Many thanks, Brother Wang. I won't disturb you any longer. Tomorrow we will go to the Imperial Palace together. With that, he clasped his hands once more and left. His figure contained a hint of bleakness. Wang Lin silently stood inside the courtyard and closed his eyes. He stood there for the entire night. Early in the morning, the sun rose and banished the darkness over Sky Demon City. As the sun shined on the Imperial Palace, powerful battle intent appeared in all 8 cities. Inside the Imperial City in the 10,000-foot square, there was a giant war drum. This drum was completely black, and it gave off an ancient aura that surrounded the area. Teams of black-armored demon soldiers stepped out and surrounded the square. Then one person suddenly charged out as fast as lightning. His pale hair flowed in the air like a god of war, and his fist landed on the war drum. Dong! A muffled sound echoed from the Imperial City and spread across the entire Sky Demon City. The people of Sky Demon City all knew that there was a Sky Demon drum in the Imperial City. It was only used when worshipping the Ancestor, opening the Dragon Lake, and other important events. 9 times for the Dragon Lake, 6 for Ancestors, and 3 for everything else. The sound of the drum echoed between heaven and earth, and the entire Sky Demon City trembled. Countless people were awakened by the sound of this drum. One by one, the demon generals led their attendants and helpers on the military road toward the Imperial City. All 8 gates of the Imperial City opened up. Many demon soldiers were positioned at the gates to check the identities of the demon generals before letting them in. Today's battle was going to be at the 10,000-foot square near the Sky Demon Gate. There was a powerful formation protecting it, so it wouldn't be easily destroyed. On the eastern part of the square was a 9-story seating section that was more than 1,000 feet wide. Countless officials of Sky Demon City appeared and sat down in their seats. There was only one seat at the top, and that was for the Demon Emperor. In the south and north ends of the square there were 8-story seating sections more than 800 feet wide. The top 2 floors of each only had 4 seats per floor. Of those 16 seats, the top 8 were for the Commander-in-Chiefs, and the bottom 4 were for the Vice Commander-in-Chiefs. At this moment, the entire square was extremely lively. People continued to be seated before the Demon Emperor arrived, and more people were showing up. Among those people, some were yawning. It was clear that they would normally still be in bed at this time. It didn't take long before all the seats were filled except for the Emperors, Commander-in-Chiefs, and Vice Commander-in-Chiefs. Sounds of whispering and talk began. This time Demon General Mo Fei will definitely be ranked number 1. There will be no suspense. Not so. Demon General Shao has heavenly cultivation. He also found an amazing helper. So Demon General Shao has the ability to fight for number 1. You can't underestimate Demon General Mo Lihai. That person's cultivation is shocking, and he has powerful spells. Let's not forget the spell personally taught to him by the Demon Emperor. He has the qualification to enter the top 3. Mo Lihai? You guys may not know, but he had a battle with Mo Fei and lost. The 2 sides agreed that the loser can't enter the competition today. Oh, is that true? If that is true, then it is a pity for Mo Lihai. Not necessarily so. Although Mo Lihai can't compete, that doesn't mean his helper can't. However, his helper isn't well known, so I'm afraid there is no chance for him to win. Could it be beside those 3, there isn't anyone else who's powerful among the demon generals? Rumor has it that Demon General Yu Sen's Dao of Slaughter has already reached its peak. He is the only person among the demon generals not holding a city and spending most of his time in the Fire Demon country. If he appears, he will definitely cause a storm. That is definitely so. There is also Demon General Mo1. His spell is very special, and he inherited it from the Dragon Lake. That person is usually very low-key, so no one knows his full strength. Today I hope to see just what his spells are like. Everyone, don't forget the ranked 4 demon general from 300 years ago, the immortal demon Xialan, the only female among the demon generals. Rumor has it that this person entered the competition 300 years ago with injuries and still won 4th. If she wasn't hurt, then Mo Fei might not have gotten 1st place. Waves of debate echoed across the square. Everyone was guessing who would win the demon general competition this time. After the old man hit the drum for the first time, he closed his eyes and just quietly stood there. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and he moved so fast that he created an afterimage before he hit the drum. Dong! The second sound from the drum echoed across the square, causing all of the talking to stop. The sound of the drum spread across the entire Sky Demon City. This sound echoed across the sky like roaring thunder and completely drove away the last bit of darkness in the air and ushered in the bright sunlight. As the drum echoed across the sky and the thunderous roar spread, 8 rays of light charged toward the square. They didn't use the gate, but flew directly here. Only Commander-in-Chiefs had this qualification. Heaven, Xian, Yellow, Universe, Eternity, and Desolate. The 6 Vice Commander-in-Chiefs landed from the sky and took their seats on the second highest floors on the north and south seating sections. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's face was extremely pale. The moment he sat down, he closed his eyes to cultivate and ignored everything around him. After the 6 of them landed, a thunderous roar even louder than the Sky Demon drum echoed across the entire Sky Demon City. The 8 Commander-in-Chiefs walked toward the square in the sky. Among the 8, there were 7 males and 1 female. The 8 of them clasped their hands at each other before going to their respective seats without saying a word. The appearance of the 8 caught the attention of everyone here, and everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. The respect they had for these 8 people was just below what they had for the Demon Emperor. Even in the entire Demon Spirit Land, their names were extremely famous, and almost everyone knew them. Dong! The third sound from the drum echoed across the area like a thunderous roar several times fiercer than before. It spread out for thousands of kilometers, and everyone's ears were filled with this thunderous roar. Their gazes all looked toward one place, and that place was the empty seat at the very top of the seating area on the east side of the square. Chapter 582, Wang Lin steps out. After the third sound from the drum, everyone's minds were filled with its echo. The seat was still vacant, and the distinguished figure everyone was waiting for still hadn't appeared. Just at this moment, a man wearing gold armor walked out from the palace behind the square. He swept the area before finally placing his gaze on the square and shouting, "Demon Generals, come out!" His voice was like raging thunder as it echoed across the square. All of the gates opened and the various demon generals walked in. These demon generals all had cultivators following them. At this moment, everyone's gazes moved away from the empty seat and toward the demon generals. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief opened his eyes and looked at one person among the demon generals with indignation and let out a soft snort. The person he paid attention to was Wang Lin. Wang Lin, while walking behind Mo Lihai, raised his head to look at the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief before withdrawing his gaze. Mo Lihai frowned as he looked at the empty seat in the distance and muttered to himself, "Strange, why isn't the Demon Emperor here yet?" As hundreds of demon generals walked through the Sky Demon Gate in 2 rows, powerful battle intent spread out from them and filled the area. The golden-armored man said, in a low voice, "Following the Emperor's order, the rule is the same as usual. It will be conducted by people challenging others." The golden-armored man then slowly said, "Those who are defeated can get their helper to come out, and at the same time, those who won can also retreat and let their helper take their place. Win both rounds and you move on. If it is a win and lose, both sides are disqualified. Also, anyone who wins once in this round can't challenge someone else." His voice wasn't loud, but it entered everyone's ears. Upon hearing this rule, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Although this rule seemed normal, there was a bloodbath hidden within. This bloodbath was in the fact that if you get 1 win and 1 loss, both sides are disqualified. As a result, everyone will do their best to win in this competition. Once you lose the first round, that means the person who lost has already been disqualified. The only thing they can do is get revenge by making the winner lose the second round, so both are disqualified. This is not a competition, but a fight to the death. Wang Lin pondered. The golden-armored man spoke once more. There can be death in the competition, but it can't be the demon generals. Once a demon general has died, then the person who killed the demon general will be killed. Wang Lin frowned and coldly looked at the golden-armored man. using the competition between demon generals and the slaughter between cultivators to gain a position. If one wants to obtain a position in the demon spirit land, they must be able to walk through the rain of blood. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and silently pondered. I will pick who starts. The man in golden armor pointed at someone with his right hand. The person he pointed at was a thin man. Demon General Mu Yun, come out. The person pointed at by the golden armored man stepped out and walked onto the square. He was wearing armor and was very thin. His eyes were sunken in and his face had a sickly, yellow color to it. He stood there motionless like an ancient pine tree. Mu Yun. This person can be considered top 30 among the demon generals. Rumor has it that he cultivates the 9 deaths 9 lives cultivation method, and that 300 years ago, he had already reached 5 deaths and 5 lives. The first person is so strong. The demon general competition, this time, is interesting. I wonder who will challenge him. It has to be said that the victor of the first match will attract the attention of the Demon Emperor. Although the Demon Emperor isn't here, the report will definitely be sent to him. If no one challenges him in 10 breaths of time, I'll appoint someone. After the golden armored man spoke, he closed his eyes and no longer said anything. The thin demon general quietly stood there, and time slowly passed by. After the 5th breath, a person among the demon generals came out. At the moment Xixue walked out, Demon General Mu Yun's eyes lit up. At the moment he appeared, many people in the crowd exclaimed, Xixue, Demon General Xixue. His cultivation can be considered top 3. I wonder if it's considered bullying for him to come out. I originally thought that Xixue's opponent should be Mo Lihai. 300 years ago, Mo Lihai left the first scar on Xixue's face. That was the biggest insult Xixue has suffered. Xixue's appearance can only be considered demonic. He walked up to the square and stopped 300 feet before Mu Yun. Then he calmly said, Mu Yun, you are not my opponent. Stand down. Demon General Mu Yun revealed a smile. This smile combined with his looks looked like the smile of a corpse and gave off a very dark aura. Xixue. Mu Yun's right hand reached out and green gas came out from his fingers. There were sizzling sounds as 5 strands of green gas moved around his fingers like 5 snakes. 5 strands of life and death demonic energy. It looks like you have broken through to the realm of 7 deaths and 7 lives. Xixue looked at Mu Yun. Then he shook his head and said, but it is still not enough. Mu Yun sneered as his right hand reached out. The 5 green snakes twisted and suddenly extended like crazy towards Xixue. As the 5 strands of green gas flew through the air, they created powerful gusts of wind. At the same time, a foul smell filled the air. Many of the surrounding demon generals narrowed their eyes as they stared at the 5 strands of green gas, and their eyes were filled with shock. Xixue shook his head, but his body didn't move. He moved his right hand as he pointed with his index finger, then the middle finger, then the ring finger, and finally, he pressed his palm forward. A diamond-shaped light suddenly flew out from Xixue's palm and collided with Mu Yun's 5 strands of green gas. There was a series of explosions and a powerful force blew sand everywhere. The 5 strands of green gas were immediately destroyed by the diamond-shaped light. At the same time, the diamond-shaped light shot out at an inconceivable speed. It stopped just before Mu Yun's body and exploded. The force created by the explosion caused Mu Yun's face to immediately turn pale. He was forced back several steps, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Xixue withdrew his right hand and calmly said, I said you aren't enough. Your helper can come out. Just as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, and a person walked out from the crowd of demon generals. This person's body was huge, and he weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. His upper body was naked, and every step he took caused the ground to shake. He arrived before Xixue in 3 steps and grinned. Little doll, I, the giant spirit sect's esteemed Tianhous, am Demon General Mu Yun's helper. Wang Lin took a look at the fat man. The giant spirit sect was a big sect on planet Tianyun. It was similar to the giant demon sect that focused on raw power. The giant man let out a roar and took a step forward. Then celestial spiritual energy came out from the pores in his body and turned into a mist. At this moment, he was hiding inside the mist as he slammed towards Xixue. The ground trembled as if there were tens of thousands of war horses galloping. The figure in the celestial mist moved quickly, and waves of chanting could be heard. Then a mysterious force suddenly surrounded the surrounding 1,000 feet area to create an imprisonment. There was also a fat person among the demon generals. He was wearing green and had a giant sword behind his back. He looked at the person as he muttered to himself. This person's current appearance is very similar to my sword spirit. Xixue let out a cold snort. He didn't even move as if he was rooted to the ground. He stretched out his right hand and quickly pointed at the void. Then his hand formed a cone, and he stabbed forth. At the moment he pointed at the void, strands of demonic spiritual energy flew out from his body and fused with the cone he had formed with his fingers. At the moment the fat man arrived, Shi Zhao's right hand stabbed forward. The cone created by his fingers broke through the celestial mist created by the fat man like an angry dragon and landed directly between the fat man's eyebrows. Shi Zhao was too fast. The fat man let out a roar as the powerful impact from his body dissipated under the power of the cone. Then his expression changed, and he immediately backed up. Bang! 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 As he backed up, the ground beneath him shattered. Then the fat man backed up 3 steps and crossed dozens of feet. With every step, blood and flesh would explode from his body. After taking 3 steps back, his entire body exploded into pieces of flesh that scattered all over the square. 5 thin threads came out from the pieces of flesh and fused with Shi Zhao's body. There is no life and death battle between demon generals, but you foreigners are just here to be killed. Shi Zhao withdrew his hand. He didn't even look at the flesh on the ground. Instead, his eyes became cold as he looked at Mo Lihai. Mo Lihai, do you dare to battle with me? After he said that, a burst of discussion came from the people watching. The simulation from the bloody scene had awakened everyone's spirits. Mo Lihai looked at Shi Zhao and calmly said, I lost to Mo Fei, so I won't be joining the demon general competition. Shi Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Mo Lihai for a long time. Finally, his eyes moved away from Mo Lihai and to Wang Lin, and he grinned. You come here and play with me. Wang Lin didn't even look at Shi Zhao and calmly said, I'm not interested in a battle where I can't kill. Shi Zhao let out a cold snort. The golden-armored man coldly looked at Wang Lin before shouting, Demon General Shi Zhao, you have won this battle. According to the rules, you can't challenge anyone else this round. Shi Zhao looked at Wang Lin and walked toward him. When he passed by Wang Lin, he whispered, Since Mo Lihai doesn't dare to fight, I'll kill you to vent my anger for back then. Wang Lin didn't even look at him, and his expression remained calm. The golden-armored man pointed at Wang Lin and said, You, come out. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked out and stood on the square. If no one challenges within 10 breaths of time, I'll appoint someone. After the golden-armored man finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Chapter 583, Su Liguo 1. A gentle breath flew past the square and blew away the dust, causing clothes to flap in the wind. Wang Lin's white robe flowed due to the wind, making him even more elegant. Standing on the square, Wang Lin looked up at the sky with a completely calm expression. It was as if everything before him didn't really matter, and he was just a passerby. Soft sounds of discussion came from the people watching as Wang Lin stepped onto the square. Mo Lihai isn't coming out, and although he is Mo Lihai's helper, it will be very difficult for him to achieve victory in the end. This person is very arrogant, but he didn't dare to accept Demon General Shi Zhao's challenge. Ridiculous. As an outsider to our demon spirit land, it is best not to be too arrogant, or else the only path for you is death. It looks like this person still doesn't understand his place. As people debated, the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief on the northern seating area let out a soft snort. There was one person sitting behind him. This person was middle-aged and was wearing blue armor. His appearance was very plain, but he gave off a sense of majesty. After this person heard the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief snort, he turned his head and asked, Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief, you know this person? Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief was gloomy as he shook his head and said, I don't know him. After pausing for a bit, he continued, but this person can definitely place top 3. Maybe even number 1 would not be difficult. The middle-aged man was startled before turning his head to carefully look at Wang Lin and saying, This person's cultivation level is only at the cultivator's peak of the late stage of soul transformation. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for him to place first. Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief coldly snorted and said, Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief, how about we make a bet? If that person doesn't place first, then I'll give you my Vice Heavenly Omen flag. But if that person gets first place, you will give me your Xian pill. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, Okay, I want to see what is so special about this person to make Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief so confident. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief sneered and thought to himself, If you had been seriously injured by him, you would be this confident too. Just at this moment, a person quickly walked out from among the demon generals. He was wearing an earth-colored suit of armor, and although he looked motionless, he quickly appeared within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. I hope fellow colleague will be courteous and not fight with me for the position of challenger. This person's laughter filled the air. He was very proud, and his laughter revealed his confidence. Demon General AOD. I should have guessed he would appear in this battle. This person is only considered to be in the middle of the pack among demon generals, but he is extremely good at taking advantage of a good situation. Although he is a bit shameless at times, this opportunity is perfect. As long as he wins against this cultivator, that means he has beaten Mo Lehigh. Also, since Mo Lehigh can't fight, he only needs to win one battle to get past the first round. No wonder he is asking to be courteous. Demon General AOD clasped his hands at everyone. Then he looked at Wang Lin and smiled. It is best you concede now if you wish to live. Otherwise, even if we are evenly matched, I still have a helper. After he said those words, many of those demon generals revealed expressions of watching a good show. However, a few of the demon generals had different expressions, and Mo Fei was one of them. Mo Fei quietly stood there as he coldly looked at Wang Lin with a calm expression. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from looking at the sky. He glanced at AOD before shaking his head and saying, "You aren't a match for me." AOD was startled before letting out a mad laugh. Then he leaped forward and laughed some more. "Arrogant person, let me see if you are qualified to be arrogant." After he spoke, he took a step and immediately disappeared without a trace. At the moment he disappeared, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all, and he wasn't the least bit surprised. He raised his right foot and took a step forward. The ground shook violently. Waves of fluctuation spread out with Wang Lin's feet as the center, and a crazy amount of celestial spiritual energy spread out following the shock waves. At this moment, it was as if the earth Wang Lin had stepped on was the magma from hell. With that step, the earth shattered and countless columns of magma shot into the sky. Each pillar of magma was like a red sword piercing the sky. AOD was forced out from the ground 50 feet away from Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This earth escape technique was used in cooperation with his life-linked demonic beast, so even if his enemy had used a spell to collapse the ground, it shouldn't have been this easy to force him out. In fact, he should have been able to change his strategy and attack from the side when Wang Lin used that spell. Also, the most important part was that this 10,000-foot square was filled with countless restrictions, so if one wanted to make the ground collapse, it was at least 10 times harder in here than it was outside. He was even moving around carefully while using the earth escape technique. When Shi Xiao was battling, he was carefully studying the best route to use. But at this moment, he didn't have much time to think. As he floated in the air, Wang Lin's gaze was like a sharp sword aimed directly at him. When he saw that gaze, his scalp suddenly went numb and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. He didn't hesitate to quickly back up, and his right hand quickly reached for his forehead. However, at this moment, Wang Lin took one step and immediately appeared before him. His hand was covered by a gray symbol as he grabbed AOD's right hand. AOD's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's hand was like a pair of hot, iron tongs. He tried to break free, but was shocked when he found he couldn't. After letting out a low roar, he bit the tip of his tongue and shot a blood sword at Wang Lin. The moment this blood sword appeared, it released waves of demonic spiritual energy and turned into a dragon turtle. The dragon turtle let out a roar and tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. Before the blood sword even closed in on him, it was met with countless layers of life seals. After it passed through 800+ layers, the blood sword lost all its power. At the same time, Wang Lin injected celestial spiritual energy into AOD's right hand. The celestial spiritual energy surged through AOD's body and quickly destroyed all of the meridians in its path. Stop! Just at this moment, the man in golden armor responsible for the demon general competition opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Not only did he not stop, but he sent out even more celestial spiritual energy to destroy the already destroyed meridians once more. Then he let go and AOD's body was thrown far away due to inertia. As AOD flew through the air, there were sounds of explosions coming out from his body, and a large amount of blood mist burst out of his body. Pain, massive pain. This was the only feeling he felt. The demonic spiritual energy in his body resisted the celestial spiritual energy like crazy. The process of the two energies fighting it out made it feel like he was going through hell. The Xian vice commander-in-chief sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene reminded him of when he fought Wang Lin. Seeing AOD was like seeing himself from back then. You dare. The golden armored man reached into the sky, and a golden light from the sun quickly gathered in his hand. The sunlight quickly condensed into a golden spear, and at this moment, it was as if he was holding the sun in his hand. Then he threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at the golden lance as he took a step and disappeared. He grabbed AOD, who was in the air once more, and shook him violently. AOD felt like he was hit by a powerful force when a surge of energy entered his body through his right hand and caused a series of crackling sounds. All of his bones separated from his flesh before they shattered into pieces. The pain coming from all over his body now was several times more intense than when his meridians were destroyed. Wang Lin let go of his hand, and AOD fell to the ground, kicking up some dust on impact. AOD no longer had a future, but he didn't die. After doing all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his hand formed a seal. Life seals began to gather at his right hand, and at this moment, the golden lance closed in. The power of this lance was extremely shocking. It seemed as if it would pierce the heavens. At the moment it was sent flying, Wang Lin felt that it had locked onto him. When it closed in, Wang Lin's eyes lit up like they did when he was deducing a restriction. He revealed a determined look as his palm hit the lance. This palm caused the lance to buzz. Then he hit it once more with his other palm. Both palm hits were in different positions, and then he moved his body, causing the lance to pass by him. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand as he coldly looked at the man in golden armor and said, "What is the meaning of this, my lord? Do you intend to break the rules?" Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, he was extremely vigilant. That golden lance was very powerful. The golden-armored man gave Wang Lin a meaningful look before squeezing his right hand. The golden lance that passed by Wang Lin trembled as it shattered into specks of sunlight and disappeared. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely silent, and everyone was completely dumbfounded looking at this incredible scene. The people here couldn't believe that a demon general was just beaten like this by an outsider. Although he didn't die, all of his meridians and bones were shattered. A person like this was a waste. There was no way the demon emperor would be willing to give him the very precious sky demon pill, because even for a commander-in-chief, they would need countless exploits to get one. How could AOD, a mere demon general, get this pill? If this AOD had lost after a fierce battle, these people would be able to accept it, but this battle was decided in an instant. This moment shattered their pride as people of the demon spirit land. It has to be said that aside from very few occasions, a demon general had never been beaten into this state. As for one being beaten like this by a foreigner, this was the first time. Many surprised gazes that were also filled with killing intent gathered on Wang Lin. Sounds of heavy breathing came from the demon generals on the side of the square. Their gazes toward Wang Lin had completely changed. Chapter 584, Liguo 2. This person is very strong. A person among the demon generals who gave off a dark aura stared at Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He was the demon general that cultivated the path of slaughter, Yu's son. Interesting. I didn't expect Mo Lihai to have this incredible of a backup. I don't know how many he could withstand if I were to use the 7-demon spell. Among the demon generals, there was a black-haired man. He touched the ring on his finger and revealed a faint smile. Ruthless, the Xian vice commander-in-chief, clenched the armrest, and his heart was in turmoil. The 8 commander-in-chiefs all focused their attention on Wang Lin. One of them was wearing a green shirt. He looked very graceful, and he looked at Wang Lin with a hint of admiration. He acts very cleanly and efficiently without wasting any time. This child is pretty good. Chen Tao was standing beside Shishao and was staring at Wang Lin. This junior apprentice brother of his was very different from before. He was much more powerful. It could be said that he was powerful to the point of being terrifying. Wasting AOD was only secondary. What shocked Chen Tao the most was that palm that Wang Lin had sent at the golden lance. Chen Tao was very clear about what that golden lance was. He had heard from the All-Seer before that there was a spell that could harvest the power of the sun and condense it into a liquid. The All-Seer praised this spell a lot. Although the golden-armored man hadn't reached the cultivation level to turn the energy from the sun into liquid, that attack truly contained the power of the sun. Chen Tao believed that although he could use his palm to make it move a little, changing its direction completely with just 2 palms like Wang Lin did was extremely difficult. This was not a matter of cultivation level or celestial spiritual energy. This was a type of calculation, a type of deduction. If he was in this state when we battled for the position of true disciple, even though I would win, I would be seriously injured and have go into closed-door cultivator for 100 years. There is even a chance my cultivation level would fall. Chen Tao took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. The person that was most happy among everyone was, of course, Mo Lihai. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he felt that his decision back then was really wise. With our current relationship, we won't be enemies in the future. The stronger this Wang Lin is, the higher chance I have. However, the Golden Chief is being a bully right now. If there is a day that I become a commander-in-chief, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A cold snort echoed across the square. This snort echoed across the square like a bolt of lightning. This thunderous echo caused the majority of people to focus their gazes on the person who let out the cold snort. The golden-armored man pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "You know that anyone that kills a demon general will be killed. Seeing that demon general AOD isn't dead, I'll spare you once. AOD's helper, come out." The two crowds on the two sides were completely silent before a weak voice said, "I give up." The golden-armored man's eyes were gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "You won this round. Stand down." Wang Lin didn't speak and walked through the demon generals. As he walked through, some of the demon generals before him subconsciously stepped back, making a path for him. When Wang Lin arrived by Mo Lihai's side, Mo Lihai's eyes lit up and he softly said, "Brother Wang Lin, don't worry about this golden chief. He is only a eunuch. If the demon emperor really favors you, what is he?" Wang Lin faintly smiled but didn't speak. At this moment, deep inside the palace inside the Imperial Sword Pavilion, the Emperor's sword was inside the formation releasing bursts of sword hymns. Because it was also in the Imperial City at the moment Wang Lin attacked, it felt the same feeling that made it furious. In its anger, it flew out from the ground and was about to charge in and destroy that person like how it destroyed Hong Prison countless times. However, just as it flew into the air, it began to hesitate. After all, the Demon Emperor had told it to be quiet for a few days and not appear during the Demon General competition, or else it would be sent to the Dragon Lake. Thinking about this, the Emperor's sword let out a few frustrated sword hymns, and the tip of the blade pointed at the Sky Demon Gate. After struggling for a long time, it finally moved and turned into a girl about 20 years old. This girl had crystal-clear eyes and was extremely beautiful. She landed on the ground and immediately kicked her feet many times. Every time she kicked her feet, there would be a flash of sword energy. Many places in the sword pavilion were destroyed because only after destroying them did some of her anger finally ease a bit. At this moment, her eyes turned. The Demon Emperor isn't allowing the Emperor's sword to leave, but I'm the sword spirit, so it should be okay. It should be fine. Okay, I won't attack. I'm just going to get a good look at the despicable food and remember his aura to make it easier to find him. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. The girl blinked a few times before flying out of the sword pavilion and charging directly at the Sky Demon Gate. When she was about to arrive at the 10,000-foot square, her body turned into nothingness, and she landed on top of the roof of a nearby building and looked down. At the moment she appeared on top of the palace, 8 gazes seemed to casually look over. The girl's body trembled, and then she stuck out her tongue. The 8 gazes were from the 8 commander-in-chiefs. Several of them revealed faint smiles. Wang Lin was watching the rest of the Demon General competition when he suddenly felt something. He had a connection with Su Liguo, who was inside the Celestial Sword. After all, Su Liguo was personally refined by Wang Lin. At this moment, Su Liguo wasn't obediently staying inside the bag of holding, but shouting in Wang Lin's mind in a very excited tone. "Master, let me out. My spring is finally here. Quickly, let me out." Wang Lin said in his mind. "What's the matter? Master, do you still remember that Emperor's sword that has been looking for you? At first I didn't pay attention to it, but I just found out that the sword spirit is such a pretty little girl." Wang Lin's body trembled. Then he interrupted Su Liguo's words and asked, "Here?" Su Liguo proudly said, "She is on top of the palace over there. Master, you won't be able to see her. Only I can." After he finished speaking, he suddenly shivered and remembered Wang Lin's title as a fiend. Then he quickly said, "This has nothing to do with cultivation. I am able to see her because I have learned a trick sword spirits can use from Little Black Blade. He said that high-quality sword spirits can feel others like us even when we're inside a bag of holding. However, this is only if the other spirit has left their sword." Su Liguo obviously knew what Wang Lin was thinking, so he immediately said, "Master, you have to be fast. She is about to look over here. Master can reset assured. Little Black Blade has taught me a trick that allows me to hide my sword aura so that no one else can see me. So you can rest assured." Wang Lin frowned as he slapped his bag of holding and opened a small gap. No one noticed Su Liguo's appearance. It was as if he was an invisible ghost. He turned into a cloud of smoke and flew toward the top of the palace. "Hee hee, little beauty, your grandpa Su. Brother Su is coming." "My grandma, how many years has it been since I had fun with the great beauty? Since that great beauty was ruined by Wang Lin, I'll definitely not let this little beauty go." Su Liguo let out an obscene smile as he pounced toward the girl on top of the palace. The girl was about to look for that despicable food among the crowd when she looked dumbfoundedly at Su Liguo, who was coming at her in a threatening manner. This completely startled her. Seeing the little beauty's surprised look, Su Liguo felt proud and pounced at her. The girl gave him a stare as she threw a kick, and a ray of sword energy immediately flew out at Su Liguo. Su Liguo let out a mischievous smile and said, "We are both sword spirits, so there is no need to be so cold." With that, his body turned into a mist, allowing the sword energy to pierce through. The next instant, his body reformed and pounced at the girl once more like an evil wolf. The girl viciously stared at Su Liguo. She no longer had time to find that food and immediately flew away. Su Liguo let out a laugh and quickly followed. Then the two sword spirits quickly disappeared into the palace. "Little beauty, just follow older brother. If you follow big brother, I promise you will have a good life. Don't think I'm ugly. I even have a little brother. He is called Little Black." The reply he got was a ray of sword energy. "Oh, little beauty, you seem to have a temper, but that's no problem. Your big brother Su likes those or that vicious. My master once said that the more vicious the little girl is, the more pretty her waist is." A ray of sword energy flew at him, and following this sword energy, there was an angry cry. "Your master is nothing good. Scram. Ah, you dare to scold master? Little Black, did you hear that? It is not that I want you to help me with my personal affair. I want you to fix her impression of master. So I have to ask you to help. Help me capture her. I'm going to have a good talk with her." His answer was one strand after another of sword energy. As the sword energy flew through the sky, it was accompanied by Su Liguo's obscene laughter. Although both were sword spirits, Su Liguo was originally not her match, but with Little Black's help, they were equal, so neither could win against the other. In addition, Su Liguo's current excited state also gave him a lot more momentum and allowed him to perform far beyond his capabilities. "Before I was turned into a devil by that fiend, I was also a bully. Ah, it has been a very long time since those good times from back then. Now that I finally found you today, beauty, don't run." But Su Liguo's obscene smile suddenly stopped, and he let out a roar. "Shameless. You went back into your sword. I, Su Liguo, will be back." Inside the sword pavilion, the Serpentine Emperor's sword raged and destroyed things in the sword pavilion. It wanted to rush out many times to kill that shameless bastard, but in the end it refrained from doing so. That shameless sword spirit is more spiteful than that despicable food. Chapter 585, Su Liguo's Rebellion Fails. 1. The day quickly passed by. There were 6 more rounds, and Wang Lin won 3 more battles. The demon generals had no help in 2 of the battles, so he only needed to win 1 fight to win each one. Su Liguo also came back to Wang Lin's bag of holding earlier. It wasn't certain if the girl's sword spirit was scared off by Su Liguo's harassment. After turning to the sword, she didn't come out anymore. After the first day of the demon general competition ended, the various demon generals returned to their homes. This round will last for 7 to 10 more days. Fortunately, winners don't have to go, so Wang Lin was given a short period of time to rest. The competition between the demon generals and slaughter between cultivators was not something Wang Lin wanted to see every day. He'd rather not think about this matter and preferred to go listen to the Zither music while drinking wine. It was much more relaxing and carefree. Compared to Wang Lin, Mo Lihai's mentality was not as good. He would go to the competition every day and record any spells he thought were worth noting. Then every night, he would give the information to Wang Lin. All of his hopes were on Wang Lin. During these days, Wang Lin's heart was completely immersed in the music to help him find his Dao. He has been listening to this music for a while now, but he has always listened as a passerby who savored the taste of the Zither music. As for Su Liguo, after meeting the Sword Spirit Maiden, he would endless talk about it to Wang Lin. He simply wanted Wang Lin to release him so he could go meet the little beauty. On this day, the boat hadn't arrived yet, and Wang Lin was lying on the side of the river while holding the wine jug. He looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and in his eyes, the clouds seemed to be undergoing a change. Many people often think that clouds are ethereal objects, but just like the Zither music, they aren't nothingness. It is the human heart that is ethereal. If the heart couldn't be moved, then the clouds would be fixed, and if the heart isn't scared, then the Zither music goes away. Wang Lin took a sip of wine. His eyes were filled with confusion. Ascendant, Ascendant, how can I make it so my domain meets the requirements to reach the Ascendant stage? At nascent soul stage, one comprehends one's domain to reach the soul formation stage. At the soul formation stage, one makes their domain real to reach the soul transformation stage. At the soul transformation stage, one can fuse their domain with their body, but it still isn't enough to reach the Ascendant stage. My domain has already fused with my body, and my Dao heart was completed the moment one heir went to sleep. However, I'm still missing a step. What exactly is this step? Everyone comprehends different domains, and thus all have different Dao, so it is impossible to ask. Even if I were to ask, it would actually be disadvantageous, as it could lead me down the wrong path. I can only cultivate by myself and comprehend it by myself. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger, but just at this moment, Su Liguo's hysterical voice entered his brain. Master, let me out. That little beauty hasn't seen me for a long time and must miss me greatly. Master, do you have the heart to break a blessed couple up? Ah, Master, let me out. Wang Lin frowned. This Su Liguo had been going on endlessly throughout these past few days, so he sealed the connection between them. After a few days of silence, Su Liguo actually broke the seal and began shouting once more. Wang Lin, back then you forced me and the great beauty apart, and now you are trying to forcibly separate me and the little beauty. What is in your heart? You must be jealous. Yes, you are jealous of my lucky encounters with love. There was a hint of pride in Su Liguo's angry voice. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Although Su Liguo was loyal, the premise was that Wang Lin was several times stronger than him. And Su Liguo's new master must be weaker than Wang Lin, or at least not too much stronger, or else Su Liguo's loyalty would immediately disappear. The giant demon clan Ancestor was a good example. If it was changed to someone like the All-Seer, Ling Tianhous, or the Blood Ancestor, Su Liguo would immediately sell Wang Lin out. Aside from this shortcoming, this devil also had another problem. Once it met a woman, it would change into a completely different person. Wang Lin thought that this was fixed after all these years, but it looked like he was still the same. However, Su Liguo was naturally timid, so if he didn't have backing, he wouldn't dare to speak to Wang Lin like this. It seemed like Su Liguo had hidden a lot of things after they left planet Suzaku. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes increased. Su Liguo didn't notice Wang Lin's state of mind, and continued to chatter on and on. Wang Lin, when you took the great beauty away from me, I thought you had some great use for her, but humph, my poor great beauty was used as an adultery prop for you, and that slut, Lu Mei. Wang Lin calmly said, You've said enough. Enough? That's not enough. Let me out so I can find the little beauty, and then it will be enough. Su Liguo's voice became somewhat weak. He vaguely felt like something he said had ticked this fiend off, but after thinking about the spells he had learned during this time, his courage suddenly increased. Just as Su Liguo was about to continue, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword flew out. Su Liguo let out a happy cheer and immediately came out of the celestial sword. A thick, black gas turned into a black mist before it turned into Su Liguo. He let out a laugh and was about to fly straight to the Imperial Palace. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and his right hand reached out and grabbed the celestial sword. He wiped his hand over the sword, and the sword released a burst of light and trembled. Su Liguo immediately turned toward Wang Lin and shouted, Wang Lin, what are you doing? Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Liguo. This gaze was like a pot of cold water being poured over Su Liguo, and he immediately awakened from his lust. Wang Lin's gaze immediately reminded Su Liguo of the day Wang Lin refined him into a devil. Then various scenes of these past several hundred years flashed through his mind. This is a fiend. What isn't he willing to do? He killed the entire Tang family, and he killed countless people on planet Suzaku. Su Liguo trembled. Master. Su Liguo immediately revealed a smile to please. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Liguo. The more Wang Lin acted like this, the more scared he became. Various scenes of Wang Lin's past slaughters emerged in his heart. I gave you the body of a devil, let you rise up to a sword spirit, and let you stay in the celestial sword to protect yourself. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but when it entered Su Liguo's ears, he couldn't help but secretly curse. Now I'm going to take it back. Wang Lin's left hand swiped past the celestial sword, and Su Liguo let out a miserable groan. His entire body trembled when Wang Lin wiped his connection to the flying sword. Su Liguo's body immediately turned into a cloud of black fog. At the moment Wang Lin cut him off from the celestial sword, he felt the killing intent he hadn't felt for hundreds of years. My grandma, this is real killing intent. This fiend wants to kill me. Su Liguo let out a scream and wanted to immediately escape. After he helped Wang Lin with the giant demon clan Ancestor, he hadn't felt this killing intent that followed him for most of his life. A tiger is still a tiger. No matter docile it becomes, it will never become a cat. Su Liguo bitterly smiled in his heart as he remembered this old proverb from his hometown. Su Liguo was just about to escape, but Wang Lin's eyes became cold and countless restrictions appeared before Su Liguo. Then Su Liguo let out a scream before his body turned into a ray of sharp sword energy. He managed to break through the restrictions Wang Lin placed and shot off into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he revealed a sneer. This Su Liguo really had concealed a lot, like the ability to turn into a sword. This was something he definitely didn't know back in planet Suzaku. Chapter 586, Su Liguo's Rebellion Fails. 2. At this moment, there were sounds of explosions coming from inside his bag of holding. Clearly there was something going crazy inside his bag of holding. He waved his hand and increased the amount of seals on the bag. After doing this, he coldly looked at where Su Liguo ran off to and said, "Come back." After he said that, the restriction he had left inside Su Liguo's body activated. Su Liguo's wail came from the distance, but soon this wailing faded away. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. As I expected, unless this devil Su Liguo was confident in going against the restriction I placed on him all those years ago, he definitely wouldn't be so disobedient. Wang Lin took a step forward and crossed over 1,000 feet with just one step. Although Su Liguo was able to resist the restriction through some unknown method, he couldn't cut the connection between him and Wang Lin. With just this, Wang Lin could catch him. Su Liguo escaped at full speed. He used to be a soul, but now that he was a sword spirit, his speed was far faster than before. At this moment, due to fear, he was displaying his full strength as he desperately fled like a ghost. "Fiend, I have contributed so much, and yet you actually try to kill me. Didn't I just find a little beauty I love? Didn't I just hide a little secret? Didn't I just decide to find a chance to take the celestial sword and Little Black to run away?" Su Liguo let out a sigh and realized why the fiend wanted to kill him. After he met Little Black, he learned a lot of spells used by sword spirits. Also, with the help of Little Black, the two of them spent a lot of effort to finally loosen the restriction Wang Lin had placed in his body. Su Liguo was very timid, so he was always very careful. He used the moment when Wang Lin was in a big battle with another to loosen the seal in him, so Wang Lin indeed didn't notice. Originally, he was extremely proud, but he underestimated Wang Lin's suspicion and scheming and allowed Wang Lin to see through his lies. Alas, if I knew this was going to happen. Su Liguo shook his head and quickly fled. He was very fast, and soon he was about to escape from Sky Demon City. He turned around to look back at the Imperial Palace and revealed a trace of solemnity. "Goodbye, my beloved little beauty. One day I'll come back and find you." This guy, even until now, only thought of his little beauty and completely forgot about this little brother, the Black Blade. Su Liguo revealed a hint of sadness before turning around, and he was about to continue escaping when he suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly, but he immediately showed an expression meant to please and flatter. Master, your speed is so fast. It seems your cultivation has increased a lot. You are indeed worthy of being my master." Wang Lin appeared 100 feet before Su Liguo. His face was filled with indifference. Wang Lin slowly said, "You sure have guts." Su Liguo's body trembled as he kneeled to the ground, hammered his chest, and begged, "Master, I know I was wrong, really wrong. I will never dare to do it again." Just as he got here, the restriction around Wang Lin's bag of holding collapsed, and a black light flew out of it without his permission. The black light flew toward Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. If Wang Lin was still at the mid-stage of soul transformation, it would have been impossible for him to dodge at this distance. Even now, at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, it was still not easy. But right now Wang Lin didn't even look at that black light. This time he would completely subdue this black, half-moon blade. Life seals quickly surrounded Wang Lin's body, and when the blade collided with the life seals, there was the sound of metal colliding. The black, half-moon blade was bounced back. Wang Lin reached out with his finger, but the black, half-moon blade managed to dodge it. Then it circled around once more and madly charged at Wang Lin. This time its target was between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The sound of metal colliding could be heard once more, and the black, half-moon blade was bounced back once more. This time it looked extremely angry as it backed up, and to try to attack again. However, just at this moment, it suddenly turned towards Su Liguo and seemed like it wanted to take Su Liguo and escape. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Now that he had the life seals battling it, the half-moon blade was a lot easier to deal with than the first time. As the half-moon blade flew towards Su Liguo, Wang Lin took a step, and celestial spiritual energy immediately began to spread with his foot as the center. The celestial spiritual energy instantly spread over 1,000 feet, reacting with the seal inside Su Liguo's body and causing Su Liguo to freeze for a moment. Su Liguo looked like he was really regretting what he did, but on the inside, he was cursing loudly at Wang Lin. That, however, did him no good. At the same time, Wang Lin's hand formed seals, creating restrictions that floated in the air. These restrictions created a larger, incomplete restriction. The set of restrictions was missing one, and the missing piece was inside Su Liguo. Although Wang Lin spent much painstaking effort to set the restriction back then, it was still so much weaker than what he could do now. Now that the restrictions were activated, Su Liguo's body immediately began to involuntarily fly toward it. The half-moon blade was very anxious and wanted to stop this, but Wang Lin arrived before it in just one step. It had to dodge and thus was delayed, and Su Liguo watched that set of restrictions enter his body. His body trembled as he revealed a flattering smile and begged, "Master, see that? Now the restriction is also here, so please forgive me. I really won't dare to rebel again." Wang Lin ignored Su Liguo and reached toward the half-moon blade. The half-moon blade wanted to dodge again, but Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Slaughter energy." Chapter 587, Su Liguo's Rebellion Fails. 3. At this moment, strands of gray gas charged out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. More than 3,000 strands of gray gas charged out and surrounded the half-moon blade. But the half-moon blade was too fast. It took advantage of the moment the gray gas was still closing in to charge out. However, just as it broke free, Wang Lin appeared before it and flicked it back in. Wang Lin, he said, "Gather." More than 3,000 strands of slaughter energy quickly condensed into a sphere. There were sounds of collisions coming from inside the sphere, but no matter what the half-moon blade did, it couldn't charge out. Wang Lin no longer looked at the half-moon blade, and his cold gaze fell on Su Liguo. Su Liguo's body shivered, and he giggled. "Master, what command do you have? Want me to go persuade Little Black? I'll definitely make him obedient in the future." Wang Lin looked at Su Liguo and asked, "Do you know why I won't let you go look for that sword spirit?" Su Liguo quickly nodded and said, "I know, I understand." Although he said this, he thought in his heart, "Clearly you just want to separate me and the little beauty. I guess there's an 80% chance that you are eyeing the little beauty yourself. Alas, I, Su Liguo, am so unfortunate to have my wife stolen from me at such a young age. In Sky Demon City, experts are as common as clouds. Do you really think no one will notice you? Once you are found with your weak cultivation, you will only be caught, have your will wiped away, and become the sword spirit for their treasure. Su Liguo, you still don't understand." Wang Lin's voice echoed in Su Liguo's heart like a giant bell. He was startled and was dumbfounded. Then he weakly said, "This, I can't be found." His heart began to pound. After listening to Wang Lin, he 80% believed him. He wondered if he was caught by someone else. Would that person be as curious as the giant demon clan Ancestor? However, if I were caught by the owner of the little beauty, it would be a good thing. Then me and the little beauty would be together. Su Liguo secretly thought this, but he didn't dare to say it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Liguo, as if he had seen through Su Liguo's inner thoughts. Su Liguo was nervous, but instead of backing down, he opened his eyes wider and looked at Wang Lin. He thought to himself, hold it, and it will be victory for me. The more nervous I am, the more I have to maintain this act." Wang Lin slowly said, "You learned quite a bit from the blade spirit from the black, half-moon blade." Su Liguo blinked his eyes, and without hesitation told Wang Lin all of the sword spells he had learned, including how he could conceal his presence, completely fuse with the celestial sword, and at full strength, make the celestial sword several times stronger, and so on. As he spoke, he secretly gauged Wang Lin's mood and was very careful. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling in hundreds of years, but now that he was feeling it again, it didn't feel unfamiliar to him at all. After he finished listening to Su Liguo speak, Wang Lin reached out toward the sphere formed by the slaughter energy. There was no longer any sound coming from inside it. When Wang Lin touched the small sphere, strands of slaughter energy returned to his body. When only several hundred strands of slaughter energy were left, a ray of blade energy suddenly charged out, but because it was entangled by slaughter energy, it couldn't help but slow down. Wang Lin was already prepared. He pinched his fingers, and the blade energy immediately collapsed. The black, half-moon blade struggled violently between his fingers. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat some origin energy on the half-moon blade. Then his eyes lit up. He didn't have time to slowly refine it, so he went for the direct route. He didn't care if he was going to harm the blade spirit, and decided to directly engrave his aura into the half-moon blade. After doing this, he waved his right hand, and the half-moon blade flew out, releasing an unwilling blade him. Wang Lin took out the celestial sword and threw it at Su Liguo. Su Liguo relaxed a lot as he revealed a joyous expression and fused with the sword. The half-moon blade floated in the air, and when it noticed that Su Liguo was no longer in danger, it hesitated. Although it disliked Wang Lin, in the end, it followed Su Liguo's example and floated beside Wang Lin. To be more accurate, the half-moon blade was following Su Liguo. Su Liguo was inside the celestial sword as he looked at the black, half-moon blade, and felt very proud. "See, even the fiend can't subdue Little Black, and all I had to do was wave my finger to make him my little brother. It looks like my charm is much stronger than this fiend's." Thinking about this, He felt very pleasant and thought, no matter how strong this fiend is, he can never match me on this. Also, I am far more flexible than him. Also, I have better luck with beauties. Both the Great Beauty and Little Beauty are mine. He can't match me on this. Aside from his cultivation level being a little higher than mine, I'm better than him at everything else. Alas, an outstanding devil such as myself is rare in this world. The loneliness, Liguo felt very good about himself. He even had sense of superiority. Now he looked at Wang Lin from the celestial sword with a trace of sympathy and pride. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and Liguo quickly flew inside, followed by the half-moon blade. At the moment Liguo entered the bag of holding, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the imperial city in the distance and thought, "Little beauty, your brother Su is back. I'm not leaving anymore. If I can't take you away, I'm not leaving this sky demon city." Inside the sword pavilion of the imperial palace, the serpentine sword trembled. Then it turned into the form of a girl, wrinkled her nose, and viciously said, "That despicable and shameless sword spirit better not let me see him again. If I see him again, even if it goes against the emperor's orders, I'll take the sword and slice him in half." After retrieving the sword and blade, Wang Lin returned to Hong City. The day had gone by, and it was now night as Wang Lin flew toward the Mo mansion. As he flew, he frowned, stopped, and said, "What is it?" Several people appeared on the other side of this long road. There were males and females among them, and all of them were at the soul transformation stage. Some had even reached the mid and late stages of soul transformation. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the cultivators before him without speaking at all. He found no killing intent coming from them, but instead felt powerful grief and indignation. A white-robed man walked out from the group. He had a bright look as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "I had already heard of Brother Wang Lin's fame back on planet Tianhous. The battle at the Demon General competition a few days ago made me and others admire you greatly." Wang Lin looked at everyone and more or less knew what they were thinking. At this moment, he also clasped his hands and said, "You flatter me." The white-robed man let out a sigh and said, "I'm the junior sect master of the Jade Sword sect. I was forced to get involved in the Demon General competition. Brother Wang's actions a few days ago were like a blow to my head that awakened me. In this demon spirit land, we cultivators are lower than ants. Demon generals can't die, and killing a demon generals means we die with them. So in the end, only cultivators can die. We are like actors performing for the enjoyment of the demon generals." Wang Lin pondered and didn't speak. "This is Demon General Aod's helper." The man pointed at the person beside him. A middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe stepped out, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, Aod's death has also awakened me. Although merits in the demon spirit land are good, what's the use if I don't have a life to enjoy it?" The white-robed man let out a sigh and said, "It is not by choice that we cultivators are here fighting for the amusement of the demon generals. These fellow cultivators with me are all ready to leave Sky Demon City. Today we are here to say goodbye to fellow cultivator Wang. Goodbye." With that, he took a deep breath and flew into the sky. The several cultivators behind him all said their farewells to Wang Lin and disappeared over the horizon. Wang Lin quietly stood there as he stared at where all the cultivators went, and he silently pondered. Cultivators were people who walked against the heavens and naturally had their pride. If they bowed down for power, then they were no longer going against the heavens, but merely adapting. However, going against the heavens had its own meaning. The cultivators that left weren't rebelling, but avoiding. A true rebellion was to not avoid the world, not avoid fate, not avoid the laws of the heavens, but to walk against it all. Cultivators without their own Dao are no longer cultivators. Wang Lin didn't fly, but walked down the road. His shadow under the moonlight was very long. Cultivation, rebelling against the heavens. Having their own Dao, Wang Lin slowly walked on the road. This road seemed endless. After an unknown amount of time, the Mo mansion appeared before him. The light from the lantern outside the Mo mansion was very gentle. It was like the beacon of light in the darkness. Wang Lin stopped walking and silently looked at it. Although the light was small, it could illuminate the Mo mansion's plaque. The night breeze caused the lantern to shake, and even the flame inside it was flickering. Although the weather was like this, the flame of the lantern stubbornly remained lit. As Wang Lin silently stood in the dark, his eyes revealed a hint of enlightenment. However, this still wasn't enough. He felt like he had caught something, but in the blink of an eye, it felt like there was nothing at all. An astonishing metamorphosis was silently taking root inside Wang Lin. Time slowly passed, and the darkness covering the earth was slowly forced to retreat by the sun rising on the east. In Wang Lin's eyes, The darkness retreated like the low tide. At this moment, it was as if lightning had flashed across Wang Lin's mind while Zither music echoed in his head. At this moment, it was as if he had reached a moment of enlightenment. Can the dark night being swept away by the sun be considered act of defiance? This defying nature will be the key to achieving the Ascendant stage. Wang Lin had a vague idea. His understanding was not very deep, but it had taken root. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. Instead of returning to the Mo mansion, he headed toward the lake. He sat on the riverside like an old monk meditating. Although there was no Zither music being played, in his ears, the sound continued to echo. The Zither music has no emotion, but due to the sadness in the heart, it becomes sad music. This isn't rebelling, it's different from what I felt earlier. Then why it is that when I listen to the Zither music, I can feel the sense of rebellion. It was now noon, so the sun was blazing at the top of the sky. The boats arrived, and the young man from several days ago was beside the woman playing the Zither. This time his gaze fell on Wang Lin while he was still far away. As the Zither music floated into Wang Lin's ears, the young man stood up beside the woman, held his wine cup, and raised it toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug, shook it, and took a drink. The young man shook his head as he pointed at the boat's bow. He hadn't taken a single sip. Wang Lin chuckled. Although this young man looked ordinary, he gave off a carefree feeling. Wang Lin pondered a bit before walking across the river and landing on the bow of the boat. The woman playing the Zither didn't notice that there was now an extra person on the boat. She continued to play the music filled with sadness. The young man smiled and drank the entire cup. Then he waved his sleeves and sat down. Wang Lin also sat down, and he drank from his wine jug. He listened to the Zither music up close and quietly watched the woman's jade hands. None of the three people on the bow of the boat spoke. After the young man invited Wang Lin, he only smiled, and Wang Lin didn't want to speak because this Zither music had already moved him. Any other sound would just be white noise compared to the Zither music. The Zither music was endless as the boat floated down the river. Wang Lin spent the entire day on the boat with the young man. If the two of them ran out of wine, a servant would come out from the boat and prepare wine for them. The day slowly darkened and lights were lit up on the sides of the river. There were even lights coming from the boats. They were quite beautiful. When the boat returned to where Wang Lin first boarded, he stood up, clasped his hands at the young man, and was about to leave. At this moment, the young man, who hadn't spoken all day, softly said, "Brother seems to have a different comprehension when listening to the Zither music." Wang Lin paused and said, "It reminds me of an old friend." The young man drank from the cup and bitterly said, "No wonder. Those without any worries wouldn't be moved by this Zither music. It looks like brother is the same as me." As the two spoke, the woman playing the Zither trembled, and the Zither music also trembled with her. The young man said, "If brother has nothing to do, how about the two of us drink until dawn while listening to Lady Ming Xian's Zither music?" Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he looked at the young man and nodded. "That's good." The young man faintly smiled as he poured another cup and said, "I have observed brother for several days now. Although you are by the riverside, your heart isn't there. It's as if you were just a passerby." Wang Lin took a drink and said, "I'm merely a commoner. Even if I was a passerby, it was only an illusion. Are you not the same? Although your soul is here, your body is somewhere else." The young man gave Wang Lin a meaningful look and said, "Too many rude guests at home. It is too noisy there, so my soul came here to find some peace." Wang Lin softly said, "So you are a man with a family?" The young man asked, "Brother doesn't have a home?" "I do. However, it is very far, very far." The valley from planet Suzaku appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The young man asked, "Is there anyone else at home?" "No one. You." Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and took a drink. "I have a niece, but she is far too naughty, and recently she has been bothered by a bad customer." While speaking of this, the young man smiled. The two of them chatted for a bit before running out of words. Then they just quietly sat there. Bathed in moonlight, the two listened to the Zither music while drinking wine. The night passed by, and a glimmer of light appeared over the horizon and slowly illuminated the earth. Ming Xian had long ago left to rest, but the two men still sat motionlessly on the boat. Although the Zither was no longer being played, the Zither music still played in their ears. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and clasped his hands at the young man. He then took a step and disappeared into the morning mist. Inside the Imperial City, the first round of the Demon General competition had come to an end. Only 48 Demon Generals remained from the hundreds at the start. The rest all lost or were disqualified due to having a victory and a defeat. During the several days the first round took place, no one other than AOD suffered heavy injuries among the Demon Generals. However, The deaths and injuries were very serious among cultivators. After all, this was a slaughter between cultivators. When the people of the Delu Sword sect went against the demon generals, they stopped without doing much harm. However, against the cultivators, they were extremely vicious, as if they were trying to display their strength. The morning sunlight swept across the 10,000-foot square. There were even more people watching than before. After all, the following battle was when the real fights would take place. Except for a few that made it through luck, all of the remaining contenders were famous. 48 demon generals walked through the Sky Demon Gate. A powerful battle intent seemed to form a primordial beast that charged through the gate the moment it was opened. The golden-armored man at the center of the square coldly looked at everyone that entered. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a cold snort. From his point of view, a mere cultivator had dared to seriously injure a demon general. In his mind, that was enough for him to kill this person hundreds of times. In my demon spirit land, these so-called cultivators are just a bunch of bandits. Their purpose here is nothing other than trying to get the ancient demon inheritance, so if they die, then they die. However, if they dare to hurt a demon general, then they have committed a great crime. The golden-armored man was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Lin, and a killing intent appeared in his heart. Wang Lin coldly looked at the golden-armored man. He cultivated the celestial slaughter art, so he was extremely sensitive to killing intent. After the demon generals and helpers had all walked through the Sky Demon Gate, it slowly closed with a thunderous roar. The golden-armored man pointed at the war drum and coldly said, "Following the demon emperor's order, the second round has changed. It will no longer be a battle, but a competition to ring this war drum." After he said that, all of the various demon generals' expressions changed and became bright. Even Mo Lihai trembled, and his eyes glowed like they never had before. War demon drum. This is a holy treasure of my Sky Demon country, second only to the Dragon Lake. Normally, only when a vice commander-in-chief gets promoted to commander-in-chief are they allowed to ring that drum. The demon general competition never changed before, so why did it change today? It looks like the matter of choosing 2 new vice commander-in-chiefs isn't groundless after all. It is said that every commander-in-chief rings this drum when they accept their position, but it is extremely hard to ring. So far, only the Heaven Commander-in-Chief has managed to ring it 15 times. Debates began to echo like never before. Even the debates from when Wang Lin seriously injured AOD were much weaker than this. The golden-armored man let out a cold snort that spread across the square like thunder, causing everyone to quiet down. Although he didn't understand the Demon Emperor's order, he still coldly said, "This drum was left behind by the first Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon country, and rumor has it that it is made from the skin of an ancient demon. Those without enough strength will explode before they can even ring it once. If you can ring it 3 times, you are strong. If you can ring it 6 times, you are a genius blessed by the heavens. There are not many of you who can ring it 3 times. The top 10 of this round move on." Chapter 588, Bet 1. The rule of this round is that the amount of times the demon generals and their helpers can ring the drum are added together. After the golden-armored man finished speaking, he didn't let the people have time to begin talking again. He pointed at someone in the crowd and said, "Demon General Yu's son, come out." A person walked out from the group of demon generals. His eyes were cold and his armor made crisp sounds as he walked. He soon arrived before the demon drum. As he looked at the demon drum, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the powerful battle intent in his heart was ignited. He didn't immediately act, but silently stood there and adjusted the demonic spiritual energy in his body to ensure he was in peak condition. After all, he had no confidence in ringing this drum, because to him, this drum was like a holy relic. The golden-armored man looked at Yu's son and thought, with Yu Sin's cultivation, he should be able to ring it 4 times. If he forces a 5th time, he will be crushed. He only took a glance before closing his eyes. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yu San, but he was completely indifferent to them. In order to prevent himself from being disturbed by others, he closed his eyes and completely ignored the outside world. He eventually released an evil aura around his body that spread out into the air and continued to condense. Waves of discussion spread from the surrounding seats. The Dao of Slaughter is extremely hard to cultivate. This Yu Sin cultivated it for many years, and being the first person up, I'm afraid he will definitely become famous. Who knows? This demon drum is made from the skin of an ancient demon. Even if Yu Sun can ring it, he will be injured from the backlash. The 8 commander-in-chiefs also looked at Yu Sun with looks of interest in their eyes. However, they didn't need to talk like everyone else. They just needed one look to be able to clearly see what was happening. Although the 6 vice commander-in-chiefs didn't have the insight the commander-in-chiefs had, They had high cultivation levels, so they could see some clues on this matter. Only the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief wasn't looking at Yu Sun at all, but was instead looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, I wonder how many times you can ring it. Just as he was thinking this, the Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief smiled. Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief, I'm afraid I will be winning our bet. The cultivator you chose can only go on his own, so he will without a doubt lose. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief let out a cold snort and said, You just wait and see. This person is definitely not as simple as you think. As the two of them talked, Yu Sun suddenly opened his eyes, and it was like the war god had descended on his body. The light released from his eyes was as bright as the moon. A roar that sounded like it was coming from a tiger or dragon came out from Yu Sun's mouth. Then he leaped through the air like a sword that was just unsheathed and flew directly at the demon drum. While in the air, his 2 fingers formed a sword. At this moment, all of the energy in his body gathered on his fingers. Then he stabbed forth with his 2 fingers pointed at the demon drum. The black drum sunk in slightly, but it was to a very small degree. Right after it sank in a bit, it immediately bounced back. A muffled drum sound echoed across the sky. It spread across the square, could be heard throughout the entire Imperial City, and even affected a small portion of Sky Demon City. At the moment the drum rang, Yu Sun felt an unimaginable force coming from the demon drum. The force was piercing through his body. Yu Sun's face became pale, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Rather than retreating, he took another step, and his 2 fingers landed on the demon drum again. Dong! The sound of the drum was like thunder descending. Yu Sun let out a roar, and the demonic spiritual energy around him turned into various faces. Each of these faces had different expressions, but they all quickly disappeared. Every time a face disappeared, another one appeared. Soul-devouring slaughter, first layer. Yu Sun's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. After he shouted this, all of the faces in pain seemed to find an outlet and madly charged toward Yu Sun's right hand. His entire right hand released a blinding, blue light. Yu Sun let out, or a roar. Then his right hand formed a palm and slammed down on the demon drum. Before he touched the demon drum, the wind created by the force landed on the drum. The 3rd drum sound echoed across the world. At this moment, everyone nearby was moved. Although there were some tricks behind using the wind created by the palm to hit the drum, this showed just how powerful this soul-devouring slaughter spell was. After the wind passed, Yu Sun's right hand pressed down on the drum. At almost the moment the 3rd ring came, the 4th quickly followed. The 2 sounds spread out like rolling thunder. Yu Sun quickly retracted his right hand and retreated. Then he backed up thousands of feet before finally stabilizing himself. His face turned red, and he forced himself to not cough out blood. His right hand was trembling, and he had lost all sensation from it. He had used over 80% of the demonic spiritual energy in his body on that spell. The golden armored man slowly said, "For times, Demon General Yu Sun's helper, come out." Yu Sun took a deep breath and said, "I don't have a helper." The golden armored man's gaze moved away from Yu Sun and landed among the demon generals to pick another one. He first looked at Wang Lin and sneered, but he didn't call him out. Instead, he looked at Mo Fei and said, "Demon General Mo Fei, come out." After he said that, all of the discussion stopped, and every gaze fell on one person. This person was wearing armor and had a hideous mask over his face. His long, black hair flowed in the wind as he walked out from the crowd. His pace wasn't fast, but to the people watching, it was as if his steps had the exact same frequency as their heartbeats. Demon General Mo Fei. 300 years ago, he was number 1 among demon generals. This person spent most of his time at the border. It is said that Mo Fei's head is worth a lot in the eyes of the fire demon country. This Mo Fei's cultivation is very mysterious. Even until now, everyone has only ever seen him use the great rotating disc spell. I'm confident this person can at least ring the drum 5 times. Mo Fei. The Earth Commander-in-Chief looked at Mo Fei, revealed a smile, and said, "If this child can experience the Dragon Lake one more time, he can be considered top 3 among the Vice Commander-in-Chiefs." A middle-aged man in purple robes who looked very elegant smiled and said, "Could it be that your love for genius is moved by Mo Fei?" The Earth Commander-in-Chief laughed and nodded. The Earth Commander-in-Chief laughed again. "If this child can ring the drum 6 times, even if it's not enough for him to become a Vice Commander-in-Chief, I'll recommend him." As Mo Fei casually walked toward the demon drum, everyone's gazes followed his movements. When he was 100 feet from the demon drum, he stopped and looked at it. He didn't waste any time to adjust his body and punched at the air. Dong! The sound of the drum echoed across the square like muffled thunder. Mo Fei's armor seemed like it was being blown by a powerful wind, and violent crackling sounds came from it. His hair was also blown back like crazy by this wind, but his body didn't move at all, almost like he was nailed to the ground. Even his expression didn't have the slightest change. So it is not that hard. This person chuckled as he stepped forward 10 feet and threw another punch. Dong. Mo Fei didn't stop. He stepped forth another 10 feet and threw one more punch at the air. Dong. The 3 rings from the drum were like the roars of an ancient beast that echoed in the sky above Sky Demon City. The sounds of the drum echoed endlessly. Some of the spectators didn't have enough demonic spiritual energy, so they suffered internal injuries. After ringing it 3 times, Mo Fei paused for a moment because he felt an unimaginable force rushing toward him from the demon drum. He took another step and became like an unmoving rock among raging waves. The armor around his body shook violently, but it stabilized when he spread out his demonic aura. Mo Fei's eyes lit up like burning torches, and he revealed a serious expression as he muttered to himself. Interesting. He stepped forward another 10 feet and threw a punch. Dong. He didn't stop after one punch and threw another punch. Dong. Mo Fei continued to walk forward, closing the distance between him and the demon drum. Every time he took a step, he would throw a punch. Dong. At the moment the 6th ring occurred, almost everyone watching began to cheer. Even all the commander-in-chiefs, except for the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, revealed looks of admiration for Mo Fei's talent. Mo Fei. Mo Fei. Mo Fei. Waves of cheers came from the surrounding people. Someone who could ring the drums 6 times could be considered a genius blessed by the heavens. He wasn't injured at all after ringing the drums 6 times. He was even relaxed. Just this point placed him far above all the other demon generals. Even the golden-armored man nodded. The look of admiration for Mo Fei's talent was strong. Can 6 rings make me stop? Mo Fei's eyes shined brightly as he jumped into the air and slammed down on the demon drum. Dong. The 7th ring echoed. Chapter 589, Bet 2. This 7th sound was very different from the first 6. There seemed to be a killing intent hidden deep within it. Mo Fei's always calm face changed for the first time, and without any hesitation, he quickly backed up. As he backed up, the armor on his body exploded into ashes and dissipated. Mo Fei's face was somewhat pale, but he stopped his body, let out a roar, and charged out once more. This time his hand formed seals, and strands of energy came out from his body, forming a crystal-like mirror that circled around him. He hit the drum with his finger, and the demon drum rang once more. This was the 8th time. An even more violent backlash rushed at Mo Fei, causing all of the crystal mirrors around him to shatter. However, even though the mirrors weakened the force by a lot, when it landed on Mo Fei's body, it still caused him to retreat more than 1,000 feet before he stabilized himself. His mask completely shattered, revealing his handsome face. Wang Lin's eyes immediately narrowed as he stared at Mo Fei's eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with a mysterious light. This appearance. Wang Lin was able to recognize at a glance that this person looked exactly the same as the black-haired man in the depths of Hong Prison. At this moment, Mo Fei's body trembled, and he forcibly swallowed the blood that had rushed to his mouth. Then he took a deep breath before turning around and walking toward the demon generals. At this moment, loud cheers came from the square. This sound was extremely loud and seemed to overshadow everything else. Mo Fei, the number 1 among demon generals. For him to be able to ring it 8 times, Mo Fei is number 1 below the commander-in-chiefs. This time, Mo Fei will definitely become a vice commander-in-chief. He has many military exploits, and once he becomes a vice commander-in-chief, he will definitely achieve many military victories for our Sky Demon country. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief was still calm and showed no sign of being impressed, while the other 7 commander-in-chiefs all revealed deep looks of admiration for Mo Fei's talent. For this child to be able to ring it 8 times, he can be considered a genius among geniuses. Good, that's right. From my observations, this child doesn't seem to be using his full force. If he really tries, he might be able to ring it a 9th time. To be so cunning at such a young age is extremely rare. The Vice Commander-in-Chiefs were also talking to each other. The Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief smiled at the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief and said, "Are you still not going to admit defeat?" The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief let out a snort and said, with a firm tone, "This Mo Fei is strong, very strong. I was not as strong as him when I was his age. It can even be said that once he goes through the baptism at the Dragon Lake, he will be even stronger than me. But compared to the person I chose, Mo Fei is still not enough." The Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief originally didn't care too much about this wager, but seeing the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief, who was equal in strength to him, constantly praising this person was strange. He had a vague feeling that this was no longer praise, because he could almost hear fear in the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's voice. He couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief faintly smiled and said, "Good. Then I want to see how many times this person can ring the drum." The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief pondered as he looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. He thought to himself, Mo Fei is merely strong, while this Wang Lin is terrifying. Can you compare strong and terrifying? The golden-armored man watched Mo Fei walk back into the crowd of demon generals. His eyes were filled with admiration for Mo Fei's talent, and for the first time he smiled. Demon General Mo Fei's helper, come out. A green-robed cultivator with a giant sword on his back came out. It felt like he was a sword when he was standing there. The moment he stepped out, he turned into a cloud of green smoke and charged at the demon drum. At the moment he closed in on the demon drum, his hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the void, causing the drum to beat once. Then his hand turned into a palm, he chanted a complex chant, and slammed forward, causing the drum to beat once more. The fierce backlash caused his face to turn slightly pale, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he grabbed the sword on his back and swung down. A ray of sword energy cut through the backlash and drum beat before landing on the drum. The drum echoed once more. After the third ring, the cultivator's face was extremely pale from the powerful force rushing at him. Every time he hit the drum, he suffered backlash several times stronger than the previous hit. He let out a wry smile before backing off without any hesitation and no longer tried to hit it. With my cultivation, 3 times is easy. If I really give it my all, 4 times is possible. If I tried to go for the 5th time, I would be seriously injured. Mo Fei's victory is already set, so it is really not worth it to get seriously injured because of him. The green-robed cultivator pondered a bit and walked back into the crowd. 11 times. Mo Fei and his helper were able to ring it a total of 11 times. This result caused the expressions of a lot of the demon generals to darken. To beat this score, the demon generals and their helpers would have to ring it 6 times each. However, this was an almost impossible task. After all, among all the demon generals, there was only one Mo Fei. Even Mo Lihai's face was extremely pale. He bitterly looked at the demon drum, and then at Wang Lin with a gloomy expression. He let out a sigh and whispered, "Brother Wang, forget it. We lost this second round." There was another person among the demon generals, Xixue. His face was dark as he stared at the demon drum and asked, "Chen Tao, how many times can you ring it?" Chen Tao pondered a bit and said, "If I was at full strength, I could ring it more than 10 times. I don't know the exact amount. However, now, even with the pill, I can only ring it 7 times, which is not more than Mo Fei. This Mo Fei is extremely strong. In the cultivation world, he can be considered number 1 below the Ascendant stage. Even Ascendant cultivators would need to be at the mid-stage to be a match for him." Xixue revealed killing intent as he looked at Mo Fei, who had closed his eyes to cultivate after turning and letting out a cold snort. Aside from them, there were several people among the demon generals that were calculating how many times they could beat the drums and their chances of entering the top 10. The golden-armored man coldly looked at the crowd. His eyes contained ridicule as he pointed at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You, come out." Wang Lin calmly arrived at the top of the square. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the golden-armored man and calmly said, "I'm not called you. My name is Wang Lin." The golden-armored man didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes and said, "Wang Lin, do you dare to bet with me?" Wang Lin said, "Speak. I bet that you can't beat the drum 5 times. If you can, then I'll personally recommend you to the Demon Emperor and guarantee you will at least get the position of Demon General. But if you lose, you will have to take responsibility for injuring a Demon General. If you don't dare to bet, then scram off this stage and get the hell out of Sky Demon City. You are not welcome here." After the golden-armored man finished speaking, sounds of discussions filled the area. Beat it 5 times. Although this foreigner beat AOD, ringing this drum is a true test. At most I think he can ring it 3 times, and that's already considered pretty good. That AOD at most can only ring it once. AOD is only considered mid-tier among demon generals. Xixue, Mo Fei, Yu Sun, and many others can easily win against him. Wang Lin beating AOD doesn't mean much. The Golden Chief Steward is interesting to make a bet with this foreigner. The Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief smiled at the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief and said, "The person you chose seems to have some bad luck." Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief looked at Wang Lin before letting out a snort and saying, "The Golden Chief Steward will experience a big surprise." Wang Lin calmly looked at the golden-armored man and gradually revealed a faint smile. However, When this faint smile landed in the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief clenched his teeth and thought. He also smiled like this when he attacked me back then. Wang Lin faintly smiled. I don't need you to recommend me to the Demon Emperor. The golden-armored man revealed contempt and said, You don't dare to bet. Wang Lin's voice was like the cold wind from the 9th level of hell. I want one of your hands. This sentence caused everyone to be shocked. Just at this moment, Wang Lin stepped toward the demon drum. The golden-armored man revealed a hint of killing intent in his eyes and smiled. If you can ring it more than 5 times, I'll give you a hand. Hell, if you can ring it 10 times, I'll give you both my hands. No problem. This Wang Lin is simply too arrogant. I'm afraid he is overestimating himself. How can ringing this drum be that simple? When this person experiences the backlash from the demon drum, he will know just how wrong he is. This is unfortunate for Mo Lihai. I'm afraid that because of this person, he will have no face for the next 300 years. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked toward the demon drum. He walked very calmly and stopped right before the demon drum. He didn't try to beat the drum from far away to lessen the force of the backlash. After arriving directly below the demon drum, Wang Lin floated into the air. Looking at the huge demon drum, it was as if he could feel a faint, fishy smell from it. The surface of this drum wasn't smooth like a mirror, and instead had many concave points and subtle veins. It was just like a piece of hide from a monster. Skin of the ancient demon. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and touched the demon drum. When he touched it, he felt waves of force pushing back at him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, all of the life seals gathered on his body. More than 3,000 life seals completely surrounded him. Bet that I can hit it more than 5 times. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a wine jug. The wine jug was filled with wine. He grabbed it with his left hand and took a big gulp. Then he smiled. Lord Golden Armor, watch carefully. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and then punched at the demon drum. Dong! The sound of the drum echoed across the square and the sky like rolling thunder. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all as he withdrew his fist 3 inches, and right after he did so, he punched once more. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Dong! 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 4 times in a row. These 4 rings from the drum came out at the same time, caught up to the first ring, and silently fused together. It created this storm of sound that spread wildly with the demon drum as the center. The square began to shatter inch by inch as if there was a giant earth dragon moving underneath it. In the sky, the thunder created by the drum became even more powerful. Countless people in the stands coughed out blood as they directly suffered serious internal injuries from this 5-in-1 drum beat. There were even several people that were completely knocked unconscious by the sound. Aside from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the remaining 7 Commander-in-Chiefs all stood up and revealed looks of disbelief. The expression of the golden-armored man on the square changed greatly. The 5 thunderous drum beats weren't very shocking. What really shocked everyone was that Wang Lin's body hadn't moved at all. The Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chief shouted, This is impossible. Chapter 590, Words that Evoke Laws. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief thought, Humph, what isn't impossible? As long as it is that Wang Lin, what isn't impossible? He let out a sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too arrogant and had underestimated Wang Lin like everyone else here, he wouldn't still be injured right now. Aside from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the other Commander-in-Chiefs all stood up, and their eyes were like sharp swords as they stared at Wang Lin. Waves of shock and disbelief appeared in their hearts. The Vice Commander-in-Chiefs below them were all completely stunned, and their hearts trembled violently as they stared at Wang Lin. It has to be said that there were people here we could ring it 5 times. There were even people who could ring it 5 times in a row, but the shockwave created when the 5 rings fused into one could be described as heaven shaking. This kind of violent backlash was not something a demon general could withstand. Even the genius demon general, Mo Fei, could only withstand 3 in a row. If there was a 4th, he would without a doubt lose. Yet Wang Lin was able to ring it 5 times in a row. If the combined shockwave was able to seriously injure Wang Lin or make him retreat in a sorry state, then people might have been willing to reluctantly accept it. However, this person didn't even move at all. He floated next to the demon drum as if he hadn't rang it himself. Or it was as if he was hitting a normal drum, as there wasn't any rebound at all. How is this possible? I'm not mistaken, right? He just casually rang it 5 times. There must be a problem here. This cultivator must have used some underhanded method. Yu Sun spent painstaking effort to ring it 4 times, yet this person just casually rang it 5 times. However, Mo Fei was about to ring it 8 times, and this person definitely can't do more than that. Endless cries of shock came from the crowd. They weren't unfamiliar with Wang Lin's figure. A few days ago, he was the first person to seriously injure a demon general, engraving his figure into people's minds. However, these ministers, ladies, and various officials of the Sky Demon City didn't think that Wang Lin was that strong. In their eyes, the key reason why AOD lost and was seriously injured was because AOD was too weak. If this Wang Lin had encountered people like Mo Fei or Xixue, then he would without a doubt have lost. This was something everyone was very confident about. However, now this Wang Lin, who they disliked a lot, was able to ring the drum 5 times in almost a trivial manner. This scene shocked everyone. Some people even suspected that the demon drum was broken. However, they realized they were wrong after seeing that some of the people around them were seriously injured or knocked out, and the demonic spiritual energy in their own bodies was going crazy. The feeling of their demonic spiritual energy almost being shocked out of their bodies immediately dismissed the idea that the demon drum was broken. Also, the cracked square with the demon drum at the center showed just how powerful the impact from before was. To be able to create such destruction on a square reinforced with countless restrictions could only be described as unbelievable. Almost all of the commander-in-chiefs sucked in breaths of cold air. Yu Sun bitterly smiled as he shook his head and completely gave up on the idea of battling Wang Lin. The only female demon general, Xie Lian, was wearing full body armor. Although it was full body armor, it was still extremely revealing, so it showed off her beautiful curves. Her purple gauntlet revealed her pearly white arms. Her top covered her 2 peaks and revealed her slender waist. A black tattoo started from her snow-white neck, went down through her chest, and extended to her waist. Her lower armor was armored leaf blades that circled around her, covering up her plump butt, and her pair of jade legs had greaves covering them. She gave off the feeling of a heroic beauty. This woman was wearing a helmet that covered her face. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen, and they were shining brightly as she looked at Wang Lin. Among the demon generals, Shi Zhao's eyes lit up as he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Chen Tao softly whispered, "I have already said that this person is extremely strong." Shi Zhao let out a cold snort and didn't say a word, but his expression darkened. Among the demon generals, only Mo Fei didn't look at Wang Lin. Instead, he silently watched the distant horizon. The Dalu Sword Sect cultivator stared at Wang Lin with undisguised killing intent. Among all this noise, the golden-armored man's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the demon drum, and his hands clenched tightly into a fist. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand from the drum before turning around and looking at the golden-armored man. All of the noise stopped as he turned around, and all of their gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed at the golden-armored man and calmly said, "You lost." The rebound force from beating the drum earlier was blocked by the life seals around Wang Lin's body. However, the rebound was extremely powerful, so it took over 2,000 layers of life seals before this power was completely neutralized. The life seals couldn't be destroyed unless all 3,000 plus seals were destroyed in an instant. Otherwise, they would recover. This was the true strength of the life seals. No wonder that gray-robed all-seer said that he had 1 billion life seals, and that he would be perfectly fine even if planet Tianhous were to explode. A spell with this kind of defensive power is extremely rare. After the golden-armored man heard Wang Lin's words, his expression turned even uglier. He let out a cold snort and said, "I said you could not exceed 5 rings. Are you a fool that can't understand the meaning of my words? You rang it 5 times, and it hasn't exceeded 5, so it is not your win." After he said that, some of the people in the stands felt that this golden-armored chief steward's morals were too low. Wang Lin shot a cold look at the golden-armored man. Then his right hand formed a fist and hit the demon drum behind him. Dong! The 6th ring came from the drum and echoed across the square. This ring from the bell caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. A powerful rebound force suddenly emerged from demon drum as if there was a powerful gust of wind blowing Wang Lin's hair back. The already shattered square immediately began to shake once more as if there was a giant dragon moving underneath it. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop as he coldly looked at the golden-armored man, whose expression was even gloomier, and punched with his right fist once more. Dong! The 7th sound from the drum echoed across the sky. If the first 6 rings of the demon drum could be considered raging waves, then the rebound force of the 7th ring could be considered a flash flood. Demon General Mo Fei could ring it 6 times without being injured, but on the 7th time, he was forced back and his armor was shattered to pieces. This showed just how powerful the rebound from the 7th ring was. The 7th ring sounded, and at this moment, the sky changed color. A storm gathered with the demon drum as the center and began to spread like crazy. Wang Lin's right hand was motionless, and he stood up straight in the air. His right hand was still touching the demon drum as his gaze fell on the golden armored man. This seventh ring caused thunderous rumbling sounds to occur in the sky, and Wang Lin's voice slowly came out of these thunderous rumbles. 7 times now. The golden armored man's face twitched as he stared at Wang Lin and said, "I'll recommend you to the Demon Emperor." Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "I want one of your hands." "You dare?" the golden armored man shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as shouted, "Say that again. I want one of your hands." At the moment Wang Lin's voice came out, his right hand hit the demon drum again. Dong! The 8th ring from the drum spread out like tens of thousands of waves. This ring echoed with Wang Lin's words and began to spread like crazy in all directions. "I want one of your hands." At this moment, it was as if that was the only sound left in this world. This was because Wang Lin had used the power of the 8th ring from the demon drum to affect the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky as if the sky was about to collapse. Among the deafening, rumbling sounds, that sentence felt like it wasn't said by Wang Lin, but by the heavens. The earth. It was like a roar from the world. It was as if God had opened his eyes to look over the land. This sound represented the world. The heavens and earth fused with the sound of the drum to form that sentence. Although that sentence wasn't as loud as thunder, it was more shocking. This unimaginable force caused the golden armored man's expression to suddenly turn pale. He involuntarily took a few steps back, his ears buzzed, and his face turned deathly pale. At that moment, he had the illusion that he was facing the world. The demonic spiritual energy inside his body went crazy, and he even had a trace of an impulse to cut off his own arm. The surrounding people were all shocked. They no longer had the courage to talk like before, so the entire square was abnormally quiet. Aside from a few select individuals among the spectators, everyone else knew without a doubt that if Wang Lin had said that to them just now, they would have cut off their own arms. That sound just now was the might of the heavens. That sound just now was law, the majestic and dominating words from the heavens. Among the demon generals, Mo moved his gaze away from the sky and onto Wang Lin for the first time. Among the commander-in-chiefs, aside from the heaven commander-in-chief, who still hadn't looked at Wang Lin, the other 7's expressions changed slightly. Their eyes revealed mysterious lights as they looked at Wang Lin. Words that evoke law. The 7 commander-in-chiefs looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. None of them noticed that at the moment that voice came, the heaven commander-in-chief's always closed eyes opened slightly and revealed a hint of confusion. Among the vice commander-in-chiefs, the yellow vice commander-in-chief was completely startled, and the Xian vice commander-in-chief let out a sigh. The golden armored man's face was completely pale, but he quickly recovered. He stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Your voice fused with the power of the drum and thus borrowed the power of the heavens. Unfortunately, you borrowed the power of the demon drum. If you could achieve words that evoke law with your own strength, then forget about my arms. Even if you wanted my life, I'd willingly hand it over." Chapter 591. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief is moved. However, right now it is impossible for you to take my arm. The golden armored man took a deep breath before looking at Wang Lin and shaking his head. "If you can ring it 15 times, then I swear to the sky demon that I'll cut off my arm for you. If you can't do it, then shut up. If you continue to be noisy, don't blame me for dealing with you." The golden armored man let out a cold snort. Wang Lin coldly looked at the golden armored man. This man's cultivation level was very high. When Wang Lin withstood that golden lance, he could tell that this man's cultivation level was at the peak of the mid-stage of Ascendant, only one sliver away from the late stage. Although this person's cultivation level was only one level above the Xian vice commander-in-chief's, to Wang Lin, this level was an extremely wide gap. This was only secondary, though. The most important thing was that the spell the golden armored man cultivated was extremely tyrannical. When Wang Lin withstood the Sun Lance, he immediately noticed the mysterious force behind that power. This golden armored man's spell was related to the Yang Flame. This spell combined with his cultivation made him stand at the top of mid-stage Ascendant cultivators. He was even strong enough to fight against an average late-stage Ascendant cultivator. Unless he met a titled Ascendant cultivator, it would be very hard to defeat him. Of course, battling this person during day and night times would also differ greatly. If it was at noon, then Wang Lin would lose without a doubt. But if Wang Lin were to battle him at night, and in a place with powerful Yin energy, it would be easier. Wang Lin drew his gaze and no longer bothered with the golden armored man. Then his gaze fell on the demon drum instead. He had already rung it 8 times, and the rebound from the 8th time had broken through almost 3,000 layers of life seals. Even if Mo Lehigh can't enter, I have already rung it 8 times. At most I only need to ring it once more to enter top 10 and not continue. If I go further and get injured, it won't be worth it. However, when I ring this demon drum, it stirs my mind. It gives me the same feeling that I get when I listen to the Zither music by the riverside. Could it be that ringing this drum also helps my Dao? Ringing this drum doesn't follow my Dao, but the rebound the drum gives is a type of defying. The force I use to ring the drum is following the heavens' will, but the rebound is defying the heavens. This following and then defying creates a mysterious heavenly cycle. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the demon drum. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and hit the drum. Dong! The 9th ring came from the drum. The rebound from the drum entered his body like a flood. This was a defying force, and as it passed through Wang Lin's body, the life seals that were gathered on his body quickly shattered. 100, 800, 1,000, 2,200, 400, until more than 3,600 life seals dissipated. Although this force had been weakened greatly, more than half of the remaining force was still charging at Wang Lin. More than 3,700 life seals completely collapsed for the first time since Wang Lin obtained them. As the last life seal collapsed, the rebound force pierced into Wang Lin's body and moved within his meridians. It was as if Wang Lin's body was in a giant storm, as his body and clothes were violently fluttering backwards. His body involuntarily retreated backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, until the 19th step, where Wang Lin's right foot took a step back, and he stopped himself. His face turned red and took a few moments before returning to normal. After seeing this, the golden-armored man's heart relaxed a bit, and a sneer appeared once more on his face. He thought to himself, this child can't possibly ring it 15 times. This is just the 9th time, and he is reaching his limit. I can confirm that 10 times is his limit. The surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to talk after the 9th ring from the bell echoed across the square. This result surpasses the number 1 demon general, Mo Fei, and everyone knew that from this day onward, the name, Wang Lin, will shine in the Sky Demon Country. It has to be said that the Demon Emperor didn't care about where people are from. Wasn't the Heaven Commander-in-Chief also a cultivator? No one talked, and their eyes were all gathered on Wang Lin. Mo Lehigh stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's change in these past few months was simply too great. 9 times. I can't do it. Mo Lehigh let out a bitter sigh. As Wang Lin stood at the center of the square, all of the surrounding gazes gathered on him, but he completely ignored the gazes. Right now his expression was gloomy and unsettled, and he slowly frowned. After the rebound force was weakened by more than 3,700 layers of life seals, the amount that entered his body wasn't much. He only had to cycle a bit of his celestial spiritual energy to return to normal. But at the moment the rebound force entered Wang Lin's body, he immediately felt a strange aura within the rebound force. It contained an unyielding spirit and the dominating feeling of going against the heavens. The rebound force came from this unyielding and extremely arrogant aura. Anyone that dared to provoke it would suffer its relentless attack. Even if the sky collapsed on it, it would hold the sky up and then pierce it. This was the intent from this aura. Wang Lin muttered, defying. I was wrong before. Using the life seals to resist this defying force was the same as resisting my own defying nature in my heart. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious force. Then his entire person became very refined as he silently looked at the demon drum. At this moment, the Heaven Commander-in-Chief once again opened his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before taking a step forward, then another, and another. After 19 steps, he arrived before the demon drum. Wang Lin didn't immediately ring the drum, but used this palm to gently touch it, feeling its rough surface. Slivers of unyielding intent slowly entered Wang Lin through his palm. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to fuse with the demon drum, and his aura slowly disappeared. The golden-armored man frowned. Then he sneered and said, trying to act all mysterious, huh? If just touching the drum would let you ring it 15 times, then the servants cleaning the drum every day could ring it over 100 times. Ridiculous. He wasn't the only one who had this, though. Even the commander-in-chiefs all frowned as well. The Xian commander-in-chief was quite puzzled. What is this child doing? One of the commander-in-chiefs chuckled. Can this cultivator communicate with the demon drum? The only female among the commander-in-chiefs, the universe commander-in-chief, softly said, he is not communicating with it, but comprehending it. When I rang the demon drum, I also felt the aura within it. Could it be that you all have forgotten? After she said that, the commander-in-chief's expressions became serious. The officials watching from the stands could no longer keep silent, and all began to softly whisper. Among the demon generals, Mo Fei's eyes lit up, and he stared at Wang Lin. He softly said, "Could it be that you felt that aura too?" At the moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, that unyielding aura became clear. This aura slowly gathered in his body and fused with his origin soul. He was completely immersed in this aura, and he thoroughly integrated himself with the demon drum. I'm not supposed to resist the defying aura from the drum. I'm supposed to merge with it instead. If I can comprehend this defying aura, then this rebound won't be able to injure me, and instead will help refine my body. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were now filled with clarity as he raised his hand and gently let it fall. Dong! The 10th ring from the drum echoed across the square. Wang Lin's body was immediately met with an unimaginable force from the drum. At this moment, Wang Lin withdrew his life seals, allowing the force to directly enter his body. The rebound force moved through his body like crazy, and black drops of sweat came out from the pores of his body. Wang Lin felt the refreshing feeling of his body being purified. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt since he reached the foundation establishment stage. However, this feeling didn't last long. The force inside his body suddenly became violent. As it moved through Wang Lin's body, it caused his face to turn pale. Marrow cleansing. This child is using the demon drum to cleanse his marrow. The various commander-in-chiefs were shocked. Not only them, but cries even came from the demon generals. Shi Zhao's gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with killing intent. He raised his hand many times but hesitated and then lowered it. The golden-armored man's eyes became cold as he sneered and thought. Marrow cleansing. This old man has followed the demon emperor for a long time, and the demon emperor did say that you can cleanse your marrow with the sound of the demon drum. However, that is only if you have a high enough cultivation level. Otherwise, if you try to cleanse by force, you will only seriously injure yourself. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes were now half open. He revealed a hint of disappointment and then closed his eyes once more. At the moment the Heaven Commander-in-Chief closed his eyes, he sighed in his heart. There isn't any need to observe this child anymore. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale, but his eyes were bright. There is some consciousness within this demon drum's defying force. If I were to completely fuse with it without a second thought, then although it would be considered defying, it would still be the path of the demon drum and not my own. I was injured by the marrow cleansing not because my cultivation is lacking, but because my Dao is different. In this world, whether it is cultivators or other creatures, as long as they cultivate to defy the heavens, they all have their own defying nature. Although it is only the word defy, everyone has their own comprehension, and there are countless Dao for it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up like they never had before. Although his expression was pale, at this moment, it was as if his domain had fused with his body. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by sadness and loneliness. Then he raised his right hand and gently touched the demon drum. Dong! The 11th ring came from the drum. At this moment, a sad aura spread out from the drum. It echoed across the square, spreading far enough to even affect Sky Demon City. The sadness in the echo from the drum was like the sadness of the Zither music. It moved the heart. The sadness entered his soul. His soul formed a will. The will beat the drum, and the drum spread his Dao. The sound of the drum contains intent. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this person achieve this? This is absolutely impossible. For the first time, the golden-armored man's expression completely changed. He subconsciously took several steps back and stared at Wang Lin. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief for the first time completely opened his eyes and stood up to look at Wang Lin. In the entire square, the only person who had his attention was Wang Lin. Chapter 592, I Want Ascendant. At this moment, all of the spectators on the 3 stands were completely silent. The sound from the drum echoed across the area. This sound contained a kind of sadness, a wounded heart. Hearing this sound caused people to recall the past. Everyone within the square, including the commander-in-chiefs, was silent. The sublime feeling of a domain slowly trickled into people's hearts through the sound of the drum and touched their souls. Wang Lin's hand was still on the drum. At this moment, this ring from the drum had spread his Dao far and wide. The scenes of his time with Ling Yuan. The loneliness of cultivating for 700 years. Those 100 years he spent in the trial at the Heavenly Fate sect. The bleakness of walking down the street in Sky Demon City. All of this suddenly stopped when he heard the Zither music coming from the boat. When the Zither music entered his ears, it washed his body, cleansed his soul, and refined his Dao. The zither music that the woman played and the sound of the drum fused together at this moment. Wang Lin's heart acted as a bridge to cause the two sounds to fuse. He used his hand to ring the drum and transmitted the sadness that had been hiding in his heart ever since Ling Yuan left. The sound of the drum echoed across the square. Some of the people who were around even shed tears as they pondered this sound. They were moved by the sound of the drum and were completely immersed in a world inside their own hearts. Various things from their past appeared in their hearts. Every single person has a story, and that story is buried in their heart. However, there is a power that can drag out that story and let it surface, the power of resonance. At the moment Wang Lin rang the drum, he sent out the sentiment he felt when he heard the zither music. Among the demon generals, Mo Lihai revealed a look of reminiscence. Not only him, even Shi Shao revealed a hint of sadness. Only one person was an exception, and that was Mo Fei. At this moment, he was calm, or rather, it could be called indifferent. The sadness from the drum didn't seem to resonate with him at all. No one knew when the sound from the drum had stopped, but it wasn't until long after it was gone that people gradually began to sober up. At the moment they became sober, aside from commander-in-chiefs and a few other individuals. Those that had sobered up were shocked to find that they had been crying. The Xian vice commander-in-chief let out a sigh as he looked at Wang Lin, who was next to the demon drum. The complex expression in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with admiration, spreading his intent with the sound of the drum. Perhaps he is the person the demon emperor has waited countless years for. My cultivation, which has been stuck for so long, showed signs of increasing after hearing this sound. Aside from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, each of the other Commander-in-Chiefs looked at Wang Lin with different expressions. However, the one thing in common was the shock on their faces. No one knew more about the meaning of being able to carry intent in the sound of the drum than them. This was a realm. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Wang Lin, and the muddiness in his eyes had long disappeared. His name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently raised his right hand before turning around to look at his surroundings. Right now everyone was watching him. His gaze fell on the golden armored man. The golden armored man's face was no longer gloomy, but completely pale. He stared at Wang Lin and wasn't able to say a word. Today, the cultivator before him had shocked him too many times. At the start, he rang the drum 5 times with his expression never changing and his body remaining unmoved like it was a giant mountain. Then he rang it 3 more times to catch up to Mo Fei. Then the 9th and 10th rings came, and Wang Lin was forced back on the 10th ring. At that moment, he thought it was all over, but in reality it had only just begun. The 11th ring from the drum came while he was still in shock. If this sound from the drum was the same as before, he wouldn't have been so alarmed, but this 11th sound carried intent with it. The golden armored man questioned himself, and knew that even he couldn't achieve this. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but with realm. A different level of domain and the refinement of the soul. The golden armored man would never in his life forget about what happened today. At this moment, he actually felt unwilling to go against Wang Lin, and this feeling was very strong. 15 times, and you will take off one of your own arms. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but at this moment, everyone was able to hear it clearly. The golden armored man's scalp went numb. He would rather go up and fight Wang Lin. He was even more willing to fight Wang Lin without any powerful spells than to answer the question that came after the sound of the drum disappeared. Wang Lin didn't give the golden armored man much time to respond. He withdrew his gaze, and for the first time, his gaze swept over the spectators. Each spectator appeared in his eyes, and all of them chose to avoid his gaze. Of the 6 vice commander-in-chiefs, all but one of them avoided Wang Lin's gaze when he looked at them. His eyes were filled with clarity as his gaze met Wang Lin's gaze. This person was the Xian vice commander-in-chief. His eyes were clear and revealed a hint of regret when he looked at Wang Lin. Then he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and moved his gaze. This time his gaze fell on the 8 commander-in-chiefs. Each of them met his gaze, and it seemed like they had learned a lot about each other when their gazes met. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief opened his mouth for the first time when Wang Lin's gaze landed on him. Wang Lin, I have remembered your name. Among the demon generals, everyone avoided Wang Lin's gaze. However, Shi Shao let out a roar and forced his gaze to meet with Wang Lin's gaze. He revealed a hint of battle intent, but it was completely ignored by Wang Lin as he moved his gaze away. Wang Lin's gaze finally stopped on Mo Fei. This person's expression was still indifferent as he coldly looked at Wang Lin. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and placed his hand on the drum. Right now his goal was no longer to ring the drum. At the moment the drum rang for the first time, Wang Lin felt the calling of the Ascendant stage. He had touched the border of the Ascendant stage. I want. Ascendant. Wang Lin's eyes didn't open, but at this moment, his entire body was filled with a strong sense of confidence. He placed his right hand on the demon drum. Dong, dong. Although his hand didn't move, the drum suddenly rang. The sound turned into thunder and descended into this world. The sadness from the second ring of the drum was stronger than the first. The fusion of the sadness of the two rings caused the sound from the drum to contain sadness as well. Wang Lin softly said, still missing a bit. As he said that, another sound came from the demon drum. 3 ring from the drum. The 12th, 13th, and 14th rings from the drum echoed across the sky. The sounds from the drum fused together, resulting in a force several times more powerful than before. This force left the demon drum and directly entered Wang Lin's body through his hand. At this moment, everyone heard a sound. It was the sound of things bursting coming from inside Wang Lin's body. This sound was very crisp and couldn't match the sound of the drum ringing. However, everyone that heard it felt a sense of comfort coming from their own marrow. Drops of black liquid came out from all the pores on Wang Lin's body. Marrow cleansing. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes shined brightly and revealed an admiration that he had never shown before. This is true marrow cleansing. Earlier, you were merely cleansing the surface. The other Commander-in-Chiefs all looked at Wang Lin with a powerful sense of jealousy in their eyes. No one knew better than them why the demon drum was a treasure just below the Dragon Lake. The Dragon Lake had the spirit of the ancient demon, and it acted as a teacher that taught them Dao. This demon drum was made from the skin of the ancient demon and contained the power of the ancient demon. Rumor has it that every demon emperor inherits a spell that allows them to ring the drum to extract the power of the ancient demon from within to help protect the glory of the Sky Demon country. To cleanse one's marrow with the demon drum was originally an honor only the natives of the Sky Demon country had. Foreigners had to have made a lot of contributions to be allowed a marrow cleansing. Every commander-in-chief was given a chance to ring the drum when they accepted their position. The reward for ringing the drum was marrow cleansing. However, whether they could achieve marrow cleansing depended on their cultivation. The 3 rings from the drum fused into a powerful force that surged through Wang Lin's body. His body didn't have much impurities left as it was, and it was cleansed once more by the force from the drum. 14 times. The golden-armored man's face became even more pale. Aside from the man in golden armor, everyone else seemed to have forgotten about this matter. They were all immersed in the sound that entered their ears and shook their hearts. This was the sound of marrow cleansing. When a person is going through marrow cleansing, the sound coming from their body shakes the bodies of the people who hear it. This creates a fluctuation inside the listener's body that is weaker than the fluctuation inside the person who is going through marrow cleansing. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, all of the impurities in his body had been forced out by the drum. At this moment, he felt as if his body was about to be sucked into the sky. Then he looked at the demon drum, and his eyes filled with clarity. I, Wang Lin, have cultivated for 700 years. My cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, and my Dao has fused with my body. I finally know why I still haven't reached the Ascendant stage. Ascendant. Although my domain has fused with my body, my Dao heart isn't complete. In the end, deep in my heart, there is a trace of sadness, an injury, a sealed scar. When Li Muan died, my domain reached a new level and entered my body, but one air became a thought sealed in my heart. This is why I feel sadness when I listen to that woman's Zither music. I feel sympathetic. If I were to listen to that Zither music for 100 years until the woman playing the Zither died, then at the moment she died, I would gain enlightenment. The sadness in my heart would disappear with the Zither music, leaving only a mark that will fuse with my soul. But today, by borrowing the power of this drum, I was able to experience the passing of a century in a short period of time. I fused all of my sadness with the drum and released it through its sound. When there is no more sadness left in my heart, my Dao heart will be complete, and I'll reach the Ascendant stage. Wang Lin raised his hand and gently let it fall. At this moment, his thoughts, sadness, and everything about Li Muan came out from the depths of his heart and rushed toward the demon drum with his hand. But doing this means I choose to forget. Do I really want to forget? At this moment, Wang Lin's hand trembled. Chapter 593, Defying. To forget was to completely wipe all memories of her existence, to wipe away that last shadow of her in his heart. Even if Li Muan's soul inside the heaven-defying bead were to wake up one day, Wang Lin would have no emotion toward her at all. He would only smile and send her back to planet Suzaku. Let all bygones be bygones. At this moment, a gentle wind blew by, lifting Wang Lin's hair into the air. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes shined brightly. He took a few steps forward to the edge of the stand and looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, it was as if he was seeing through Wang Lin's hesitation, and he muttered, "Will he press his hand down? Back then I chose to press it down. How will he choose? Ascendant. Ascendant. How could people who haven't reached the Ascendant stage truly know what Ascendant represents? Ascendant is a lonely road. For those without any lingering feelings or attachments, then aside from having enough celestial spiritual energy and their domain fusing into their body, stepping into the Ascendant stage is extremely easy. Because it is so simple, they won't have much growth in their future cultivation because their heart never experienced this kind of struggle. However, for some people, there are lingering feelings in their heart. For these kinds of people, their domain breakthrough is a test, and at the same time torture. The only female commander-in-chief, Xian Lian, had a hint of mockery in her eyes. Right now she had already recovered from the sadness, and when she looked at Wang Lin's back, the mockery in her eyes became even stronger. She knew more about the trial a cultivator faced when trying to reach the Ascendant stage than others, because her master used to be a cultivator. To abandon all emotions and sentiments. Can you do it? Shi Xiao frowned as he looked at Wang Lin and snorted, deliberately trying to make it look mysterious. Chen Tao, who was next to him, frowned. For the first time, he thought that the demon general he found was pretty disgusting. He pondered a bit before calmly saying, "You won't be able to understand the struggle he is going through, just like how humans can't understand the heart of a celestial." Shi Xiao turned around to look at Chen Tao and then pondered silently. The indifference in Mo Fei's face became even stronger as he looked at Wang Lin and whispered, "You are as enviable as the him from back then." Interesting. The Dalu Sword Sect cultivator behind him was the only one who heard Mo Fei. His heart trembled as he lowered his head and didn't speak. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief let out a sigh. Although he wasn't a cultivator, with his status, he knew a bit about cultivators attempting to reach the Ascendant stage. Although he didn't know much, after seeing Wang Lin's hand pause, he seemed to have gained some understanding. At this moment, on a river far away, a boat was leisurely moving across the water. The young man who drank with Wang Lin all night was sitting at the bow holding a cup in his hand. He drank it all in one gulp and then softly said, "Little guy, how will you choose?" The woman who was playing the zither was still on the boat. However, right now she wasn't playing the zither. She was just silently sitting there. Wang Lin's hand was still 1 inch above the demon drum, and he was staring at the demon drum. For my Dao heart to be complete, I have to wipe all the sadness from my heart, but in doing so, is it really worth it? Li Muan's figure appeared before his eyes, and scenes of her flowed across his eyes. If the price for reaching the Ascendant stage really is to wipe away all the sadness in my heart, to erase Wan Er's figure, am I still cultivating Dao? Is this really my Dao? Wan Er's life and death, and her eternal slumber. If I were to forget all of that, she will have become my cultivation furnace in a way. Although as I man I can't be a saint, I always have a clear conscience. The heavens are ruthless, and if I were to be ruthless as well, how is that defying the heavens? I would be going along with the heavens. Throwing away my feelings is the same as those cultivators that left the demon general competition. This is a form of escape, and it is not my Dao. My Dao is to defy and walk against the heavens. That is my path. Ancient cultivators deceive the heavens to cultivate. I finally understand the meaning of the word deceived. How is this deceiving the heavens? They were clearly running away. Although it is not going with the flow of the heavens, the destination is the same. Wang Lin's eyes revealed clarity. I can throw away the sadness in my heart, but this lingering feeling is something not even the heavens can take away from me. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the sky. An extremely astonishing aura emitted from his body. Although this aura wasn't strong, it was enough to make everyone, including the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, tremble. This aura was like a sharp sword that shot out from Wang Lin and pierced into the sky. The sky was pierced, the clouds were pushed aside, and the world opened up before Wang Lin's eyes. This is, even with the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Wang Lin with eyes filled with shock. His choice is actually so similar to the Demon Emperor's. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief looked at Wang Lin meaningfully. The golden-armored man's expression became even more pale. At the moment Wang Lin's hand stopped, he thought he might get lucky, but when that aura burst out of Wang Lin's body, he felt a disaster arriving before him. As he stared at Wang Lin's back, the killing intent in his eyes increased like crazy. If I kill him before he can ring it for the 15th time, even if the Demon Emperor blames me for this, he won't punish me too hard. After all, this only a cultivator, and not only am I someone who belongs to the Sky Demon country, I have also achieved great merits for the country. The aura that came from Wang Lin's body disappeared immediately after it appeared. Real cultivation is to defy the heavens. I don't believe I can reach the Ascendant stage if I just wipe out the sadness in my heart, but keep these lingering feelings. Ascendant isn't ascending the heavens, but ascending oneself. The heavens can't interfere with me. Only my own heart can. If my heart gives in, then I lose the meaning of defying and will be following the will of the heavens. If my heart is firm, I want to see how the heavens are going to prevent me from reaching the Ascendant stage, prevent me from cultivating by defying the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes glowed brightly. He took a deep breath and without any hesitation fused all of the sadness caused by Li Muin's departure with his right hand. At this moment, the sky changed colors and lightning filled the sky. The lightning bolts were like silver snakes coming out of the clouds. The change in the sky above the Imperial City alerted everyone in Sky Demon City. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the Imperial City. This was especially true for the people at the square. Their gazes were all gathered on Wang Lin's not-so-tall figure. Even the young man on the boat stood up and put down the wine cup. He stared at the Imperial City with expectation in his eyes. At this moment, on the top floor of the Dark Tower in the ancient battlefield where Hu Pao was training, which was tens of thousands of kilometers from Sky Demon City, a ghostly light lit up inside the helmet of the completely black armor. At the moment the ghostly light lit up, terrifying fluctuations appeared in the sky outside the tower. The ghostly light flickered and a message echoed in the tower. Heaven-defying cultivation. Very good. At the Imperial Square, all of Wang Lin's sadness was gathered in his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was filled with endless sadness, and he suddenly pressed it down on the demon drum. At this moment, the golden-armored man's eyes revealed powerful killing intent. His body suddenly moved, and all of his cultivation gathered on his legs. He moved at an unimaginable speed as he charged toward Wang Lin. Accept your death. As the golden-armored man shouted, he appeared behind Wang Lin. At this moment, a bright glow appeared in his right hand, as if he was holding the sun itself. I definitely can't let him ring it for the 15th time. I don't believe the Emperor will punish me if I kill him. The killing intent in the golden-armored man's eyes seemed to almost take solid form. At the moment his right hand closed in, the ground immediately began to burn. Everything within 1,000 feet was like a fiery hell. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes became cold as he jumped off the stand and shouted, "Jin Wuxiu, what are you doing?" At this moment, Wang Lin turned around to look at the golden-armored man. His sudden appearance was not outside Wang Lin's expectations. Wang Lin had already noticed that this person would not admit defeat so easily. He had already surrounded his body with more than 3,000 life seals, and with the help of the 15th ring from the drum, he was confident he could block this attack. The golden-armored man sneered. It was as if he was holding the sun in his right hand, and he was smashing it toward Wang Lin. His timing was very good. If Wang Lin were to dodge, then Wang Lin wouldn't be able to ring the drum for the 15th time, and he would immediately chase after Wang Lin. If Wang Lin didn't dodge, then he was confident he could kill this child the moment Wang Lin's hand touches the drum. The golden-armored man completely ignored the Heaven Commander-in-Chief and revealed a cruel smile. As the Heaven Commander-in-Chief closed in, the golden-armored man waved his left hand. He wouldn't allow anyone to stop him from killing Wang Lin. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's right hand formed a seal, creating a black light that collided with the golden-armored man's left hand. At this moment, the expression of the young man on the boat suddenly became gloomy. His eyes revealed anger, and he shouted, "You dare! Jin Wuxiu, you deserve to die." Just at this moment, the golden-armored man's body suddenly trembled, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared as if cold water had been poured over his head. Then the flames within 1,000 feet dimmed, and a voice echoed in his head. His face was deathly pale as he said, "This voice." At the same time, in the Black Tower tens of thousands of kilometers from Sky Demon City, the ghostly light in the black armor suddenly flickered, and a cold snort echoed via a divine sense message. Just as the golden-armored man said those two words, a cold aura suddenly surrounded his body. The fiery hell 1,000 feet around him was instantly extinguished. A cold snort came from the void and only entered the golden-armored man's ears. The golden-armored man's body shook violently, and his armor shattered into pieces. At this moment, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and the sun in his hand was extinguished. Chapter 594, Death of the Golden Armor. All of this happened in the instant the Heaven Commander-in-Chief and the golden-armored man's spells collided. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief was surprised, as he would have never expected his result. He was extremely close to the golden-armored man. So he immediately noticed that the golden-armored man had suffered serious injuries. And it wasn't just one serious injury, but two. If his spell landed, the golden-armored man would die for sure. He had acted not to kill, but to stop the golden-armored man. So he immediately withdrew his attack without any hesitation. But from the point of view of outsiders, the golden-armored man had taken a hit from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief and was seriously injured. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes were filled with shock as he withdrew his spell, took several steps back, and looked at the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man's body trembled, and he coughed out a big mouthful of blood. All of the demonic spiritual energy in his body was gone, and cracks had appeared on his meridians. At this moment, he turned from a fierce dragon into an insect. That snort was too terrifying. It was countless times stronger than the Demon Emperor's. No, it can't even be described as countless times. It was on a completely different level. He didn't want to kill me. If he really wanted to kill me, I would have already died. The golden-armored man was injured twice in a row. All of the demonic spiritual energy in his body had collapsed. His face was pale, and cold sweat soaked his body. At this moment, the golden-armored man's serious injuries looked like they were caused by the Heaven Commander-in-Chief. But Wang Lin was very close and knew that the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's spell hadn't even landed on the golden-armored man. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the doubt in his heart. Right now was the best moment to kill this golden-armored man. No matter why he had suffered such serious injuries, if Wang Lin didn't kill him now, then he wouldn't be Wang Lin. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand from the drum and grabbed the weakened man in golden armor. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes, and without any hesitation, he slammed the golden-armored man into the demon drum. When the golden-armored man's body violently collided with the demon drum, blood mist came out from his already weakened body, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood onto the demon drum. Wang Lin's right hand contained all of the sadness in his heart. This was the final attack he would use in the soul transformation stage. He would cast away all of the sadness in his heart with this attack. At the moment the golden-armored man collided with the demon drum, all of the sadness in Wang Lin's right arm rushed out. It pierced through the golden-armored man's body and into the demon drum. Dong! The drum echoed. The violent rebound went into the golden-armored man's body without any hesitation. At the moment the drum rang, the golden-armored man, the golden chief steward, Ji Wushu's body exploded into a bloody mist and was scattered by the sound of the drum. The golden-armored man's body shattered, and he died a miserable death. Even his soul was shattered by the sound of the drum. So all traces of him in this world had completely disappeared. 5 rings from the drum, take 1 arm. 10 rings from the drum, take 2 arms. 15 rings from the drum. What was taken this time was his life. The person who killed him wasn't Wang Lin, but the person who seriously injured him. If only one of the voices had come, then he wouldn't have been injured so seriously that he couldn't even defend himself. He wouldn't have become immortal. However, those 2 snorts caused a powerhouse of the Sky Demon Country, who was extremely famous, to become a waste. Then adding on Wang Lin's deceptive personality, all of this costed him his life. The young man on the boat was startled and muttered, "Dead. How did it turn out like this?" Then he suddenly noticed something, and his eyes became cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he suddenly looked into the distance. It was as if his eyes could see through Sky Demon City and pierce the void. But then he quickly lowered his head as if nothing had happened. At the square, the Heaven Commander-in-Chief was the closest to Wang Lin. At this moment, he looked at Wang Lin and felt the defying intent from Wang Lin. He revealed a look of an elder looking at a junior in admiration for the junior's talent. At this moment, he felt as if he was seeing himself from back then. His life, if he had chosen not to give up back then. The other 7 Commander-in-Chiefs all looked at Wang Lin with very complex feelings. Their focus wasn't on Wang Lin's cultivation, but the fact that he rang the drum 15 times. 15 times. This surpassed everyone else, making Wang Lin the person who rang the drum the most amount of times in the Sky Demon Country. The Vice Commander-in-Chiefs had long been shocked into silence. The Xin Vice Commander-in-Chief took a deep breath of cold air. His cultivation, which had been stuck for so long, was on the verge of a breakthrough. This was all because of the sound of Wang Lin's marrow cleansing and the change his heart experienced through Wang Lin. The sober spectators no longer looked at Wang Lin with shock in their eyes, but instead respect. The respect for the strong in the demon spirit land. Among the demon generals, there was complete silence. Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin's figure, and he knew that there was no suspense about him becoming the vice commander-in-chief anymore. The 15th ring from the drum echoed across the sky. Although there was a scent of blood in this sound, there was also unimaginable sadness. The sadness fused with sound of the drum, and was spread far and wide by the drum. At this moment, lightning moved like silver snakes in the sky, and thunder echoed violently. But when the 15th ring from the drum appeared, everything seemed to fuse. The raging thunder seemed to have absorbed the sadness from the sound of the drum. At this moment, an unimaginable sadness came from the thunder and the drum and spread across the sky, affecting the entire Sky Demon City. This 15th ring was even more powerful than the previous 14 rings combined. This ring from the drum represented Wang Lin's Dao, his sadness, his complete Dao heart, and a true heaven-defying cultivation path. This sadness, thanks to the help of the thunder, was no longer human sadness but the sadness of the heavens. Everyone in Sky Demon City felt this sadness and subconsciously cried. On the boat, the woman who played the zither felt the sadness and began to gently play a song. Wang Lin raised his head as he looked at the sky and whispered, "I retain my attachment. The heavens Dao is the way of the heavens." Even the mortal royal families have said that the true rulers of the world weren't the kings. The heavens Dao is boundless. It extends across the universe and is everywhere. Let alone the demon spirit land. Even if it was the cave of a celestial, the heavens Dao wouldn't stop descending. Because everything in the world is the heavens Dao, if it exists, it is because the heavens Dao allows it exist. Heavens Dao descend. The heavens Dao is normally invisible, and when it turns visible and descends, there is only one name: Divine Retribution. With the destruction of the celestial realm, Divine Retribution disappeared. But what disappeared wasn't the real Divine Retribution. It was merely the celestial retribution created by celestials. The real Divine Retribution is a punishment from the heavens, and it won't disappear due to a realm being destroyed. It will only appear when it is supposed to appear. The appearance of a true heaven-defying cultivator is the condition for Divine Retribution to appear. Chapter 595, The Simplest Divine Retribution? No. Outside the Demon Spirit Land at the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea, it was completely dark. There were specks of light in the distance lighting up part of the area. Just at this moment, a ray of light arrived from the void at a speed no cultivator or spell could achieve. There was only one word to describe this speed, and that was descending. Descending has already broken the limit of speed. It can even be said that it can no longer be described with words. Anywhere in the universe, with but a thought, it can descend. The red cloud descends from space. It comes from the void, and no one knows where it originated. The moment this red light descended, an aura that would make all life in the universe tremble began to spread. On planet Tianhous, the All-Seer had his eyes closed and was preparing for the plan in 200 years. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they revealed a mysterious light as he looked into space. His expression slightly changed, and then his hand formed a seal. After calculating for a while, he frowned and muttered, "Divine Retribution has descended. With the interference of the heavens' might, I can't clearly calculate everything. But I was able to calculate that the Divine Retribution descended on the Demon Spirit Land and has something to do with my planet Tianhous. Strange. On planet Delu in the Delu Sword Sect, Sword Saint Lin Tianhous was standing next to a giant pill furnace, and his eyes were glowing. This fundamental good luck pill still requires a few auxiliary pills. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He took one step before completely disappearing and reappearing in space above the planet. He looked at the red light with surprise in his eyes. Divine Retribution. He frowned and showed a look of uncertainty on his face. After carefully watching the light disappear, he muttered to himself, "The Divine Retribution is descending on the Demon Spirit Land. Not good. Could it be that something happened to greed?" Ling Tianhou's eyebrows were locked. At the same time, at a planet very far from the planet Tianhous. From the outside, this planet looked to be covered in blood. This was a blood planet. There was a blood pavilion on the blood planet, and a red-haired and red-eyebrowed man was sitting inside it. He looked to be about 40 years old, and he was silently cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a blood-colored light poured out of them. He didn't raise his head, but silently experienced the shockwave created when the heavens might passed by. After a long time, he closed his eyes. Divine Retribution descended on the Demon Spirit Land. I wonder how that child Xixue is doing. Not only those three, but many of the old monsters noticed the Divine Retribution when it descended. Nothing could stop the red light from descending. Although the gate at the East Demon Spirit Sea wasn't open, the red light still managed to pierce through it. On the square in the Imperial City in the Sky Demon Country, Wang Lin was silently floating there. After the drum rang for the 15th time, the domain inside his body started going through a metamorphosis at an unimaginable speed. The Ascendant stage requires one to have enough celestial spiritual energy in their Dao heart to be complete. Once both conditions have been achieved, they will fuse, and this fusion is Ascendant. This is the legendary facing one's Dao. This fusion is a collision of one's Dao heart and celestial spiritual energy. The collision of the body and soul. An evolution from a human to a celestial. This is the biggest death trial of reaching the Ascendant stage. Either this collision succeeds and one becomes an Ascendant cultivator, or it fails and they die. There is no other outcome. A trial of death. To seek Dao, one must face trials of death. Even those who cultivate a variant path can't avoid this. Unless one stays at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation and never takes that step forward. Wang Lin's Dao heart rang the drum for the 15th time and released all of the sadness within. His Dao heart was going through a rapid metamorphosis toward completion. Everyone around the square was silently pondering. In just one day, Wang Lin had made them experience too many incredible things, so his figure was now engraved in all their hearts. Just at this moment, the lightning and thunder disappeared from the sky and a fiery redness appeared. From a distance, this red was boundless and seemed to cover the entire sky. The expression of the young man on the boat suddenly changed. Then he let out a bitter laugh and said, "I seem to have forgotten about this matter, but this little guy is a cultivator. Back then I spent a long time in the Dragon Lake and had many elders help me. In the end, with the help of the demon drum and several years of time, I was able to hide the defying aura and didn't cause a divine retribution. However, this is a test for this child. If he can resist this divine retribution, he won't be affected by the heavens anymore after he reaches the Ascendant stage. And from the looks of it, this divine retribution's power isn't that great." Everyone in Sky Demon City noticed the change in the sky, and the people at the square were completely startled by this. The red light in the sky quickly condensed into a large number of red clouds. These red clouds looked heavy as they floated over the Imperial City. As Wang Lin stood behind the demon drum, he looked at the sky and let out a deep breath. The heavens Dao can't stop my Dao heart, but it can send punishment to erase my existence. This is divine retribution. I once saw divine retribution back in Qilin City in the Sea of Devils. Compared to that time, this is much more powerful. The red clouds gathered, and after an instant, red lightning began to gather. If the red lightning didn't fall or release an aura, this scene would be extremely beautiful. The young man on the boat looked at the bolt of lightning before letting out a sigh of relief and softly saying, "There are only two kinds of divine retribution that appear in the shape of a lightning bolt. It can't possibly be the legendary second one, so I'm 90% sure it is the first one, the simplest of them all. This little guy Wang Lin's luck is pretty good." Wang Lin looked at the sky. At this moment, he ignored everything else and only focused on the red lightning in the sky. "I have had some encounters with divine retribution in my 700 years of cultivation. I attracted divine retribution when I refined the restriction flag. I changed Li Muan's fate and caused the heaven's messenger to descend. This time I kept my lingering feelings and decided to defy the heavens while continuing to cultivate, and this also attracted divine retribution." Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but they were also filled with determination. The red clouds in the sky suddenly began to move and condense together like crazy. The sky right now was like a red sea, and all of the waves were rushing toward the center. In the blink of an eye, the red lightning at the center started shining brightly, lighting up the heavens and earth. Shortly after, waves of roars that seemed to come from primordial beasts came from the red lightning. Then a series of rumbles came from the earth and mixed together with the roars coming from the sky. At this moment, the red lightning descended. It was like a meteor that suddenly fell from the sky and crashed down upon Wang Lin. A crazy amount of killing intent suddenly appeared. This was the killing intent of the heavens. The heavens' killing intent. Sky Demon City, which was currently experiencing summer, experienced snow. The snowflakes fell from the sky, and every single snowflake contained the killing intent of the heavens. The red lightning came crashing down in this snow. There was only one sound left in this world, and that was the rumbling that represented the wrath of the heavens. There was only one color left in this world, and that was the blood red of the divine retribution lightning. There was only one killing intent left in this world, and that was the heavens' killing intent, which was more powerful than the killing intent one would obtain after slaughtering billions of people. The heavens wanted to kill someone. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and they released a bright glow as more than 3,700 life seals suddenly gathered around his body. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, causing the restriction flag to appear. With one shake, a large amount of black gas appeared around his body, and there were countless restrictions flashing inside the black gas. No matter how angry the heavens are, they can't erase my existence. As Wang Lin laughed, he pointed at the red lightning in the sky. At this moment, Wang Lin was as graceful as the sun and moon. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes revealed an unyielding aura. At this comment, he was an indomitable man. With one point of his finger, the black gas around him charged into the sky. The countless restrictions inside the black gas formed a black tornado that welcomed the divine retribution. The red lightning descended and collided with the black tornado. At this moment, an unimaginable explosion echoed and rumbled across the land. The ears of countless people in Sky Demon City bled, and countless people were knocked out due to the shock. The spectators around the square suffered the same fate. Although the demon generals were better off, their demonic spiritual energy cycled through their bodies without their control. It was as if their bodies would collapse under this sound if they didn't do this. Only the commander-in-chiefs calmly looked at the divine retribution. The black tornado made of countless restrictions clashed with the red lightning without any hesitation. At this moment, it was as if a giant hand had just crushed the black tornado, causing it to collapse. The red lightning pierced through it and sliced it in half like a sharp sword. The tornado collapsed and the restrictions all shattered into nothingness. The heavens want to kill me, but I want to destroy the heavens. Wang Lin's body gave off an astonishing aura. At the moment the red lightning broke the restrictions, he suddenly lifted his finger and used the finger of death. This wasn't just one finger of death, but 100. Wang Lin's left hand touched his bag of holding, and a large amount of celestial jades poured out, forming a small hill under his feet. Wang Lin was standing on top of the small hill with the demon drum behind his back. As he looked up at the sky, a large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered his body through his feet. The 100 fingers of death fused into one, transforming into a ray of black light more than 30 feet long, and charged out directly at the red lightning. I dare to defy the heavens to continue to cultivate, and keeping my lingering feeling means I wish to fight against heavens. Divine retribution. Even if you can destroy my body, you can't destroy my Dao heart. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and at this moment, the light from his eyes pierced through the red lightning and directly entered the red clouds. An even louder thunder echoed across the sky as if it was answering Wang Lin's Dao. Chapter 596, Heaven's Might. The 100 fingers of death created a ray of death as they charged through the sky and collided with the red lightning. Then an even louder thunder echoed across the sky. At this moment, the entire sky trembled as if it was about to be flipped upside down. The finger of death absorbs life force and converts it into destruction. At the moment the finger of death collided with the red lightning, it had absorbed a lot of life, but it was still no match for the divine retribution lightning. Under the force of the red lightning, the black light from the finger of death rapidly dissipated until it was completely gone. The red lightning continued descending, but its color was a bit dimmer than before. Wang Lin's hair flowed in the wind as he looked at the red lightning with an unyielding gaze. He decided to simply remove all of the life seals that were protecting him and turn them into more than 3,700 strands of slaughter energy. His right hand pointed at the sky, and the slaughter energy gathered at his hand. More than 3,700 strands of slaughter energy rushed out like a storm. As Wang Lin stood inside this storm, his eyes revealed powerful killing intent. Kill! With one shout, the slaughter energy in his hand quickly condensed. From more than 3,700 strands into one, it turned into a black dragon, a dragon of slaughter. Wang Lin's eyes turned red. Not only did he have killing intent, he also had a heart of slaughter. He wasn't the type of person to have killing intent toward the heavens, but this was enough to make him a genius of the generation. A true genius. Wang Lin had a personality that was willing to do whatever was needed. It didn't matter if you were the heavens or the heavens Dao. If you wanted to kill him, then he'd kill you no matter who you are. With his heart of slaughter and his killing intent, the dragon formed by the slaughter energy seemed to gain a life of its own. This dragon represented Wang Lin's intent to defy the heavens. Slaughter. The dragon let out a roar and directly went to devour the red lightning. Even the divine retribution of the heavens seemed to dim at the moment it was devoured by the dragon. But divine retribution was punishment from the heavens, and it carried the killing intent of the heavens themselves. Although the slaughter dragon was strong, it still wasn't enough. The dragon collapsed, but its collapse caused the red lightning to dim even more and its size to shrink down. The roar of the dragon was still echoing in the sky as the red lightning pierced through the dragon and charged directly at Wang Lin. At the moment the red lightning descended, Wang Lin's hair began to flutter in a strange way, and a strange, black light appeared on his right index finger. Demonic finger. The red light in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a light that could only exist in the eyes of a demon. All of the celestial spiritual energy in his body moved like crazy as it turned into demonic spiritual energy. At this moment, the small hill of jades below Wang Lin's feet, which was milky white before, now started to turn black as if black ink was being poured over it. In the blink of an eye, the entire small pile of celestial jades turned completely black. All of the celestial spiritual energy inside was completely changed into demonic spiritual energy. The demonic finger looked completely different from before. Even if Situ Nin were to come here personally and use the demonic finger, it wouldn't be much stronger than the one Wang Lin was using right now. This was because Wang Lin didn't only convert the celestial spiritual energy in his body, but also all of the celestial spiritual energy in the small hill of celestial jades below his feet into an endless amount of demonic spiritual energy. What was inside the black light at the tip of his finger wasn't only demonic spiritual energy, but also his Dao. It didn't matter if it was the celestial Dao or demonic Dao. This contained the defying nature Wang Lin had toward the heavens in his heart. The black light also contained strong attachment. Wang Lin's will to keep his lingering feelings for Li Muan and his courage to defy the heavens. It also contained the determination and unyielding nature from when he was a mortal who experienced many disasters and went through countless dangers as he walked down his own path in cultivation. This finger moved everyone's hearts. The black light rushed at the red light. At this moment, it was as if the world had reverted to the time of primordial chaos. The red was the sky and the black was the earth. The red represented divine retribution, and the black represented heaven-defying intent. The collision of red and black was heaven-shaking, and at this moment, the entire sky demon city trembled. The earthquake traveled to the surrounding mountains and plains as well. Sounds of explosions came from the ground as if there were countless bombs going off underground. An unimaginable force was created from these explosions, causing the entire square to completely collapse. All of the surrounding stands collapsed as well, sending countless people flying. All of the demon generals quickly retreated as if they would be caught up in this if they were one step too late. All of the commander-in-chief's expressions changed and they retreated, except for the heaven commander-in-chief. He was the closest, and he saw everything before letting out a sigh. Then he touched his bag of holding and took out a jade bottle. He gave the jade bottle a meaningful look before throwing it at Wang Lin and leaving. In the sky above Wang Lin, the red and black canceled each other out. With the power of the restriction flag, 100 fingers of death, more than 3,700 slaughter dragons filled with Wang Lin's heart of slaughter, and countless celestial jades converted into demonic spiritual energy to create the most powerful demonic finger Wang Lin has ever created. The red light was finally neutralized after all these spells were fused. The moment the red light disappeared, the ground stopped shaking and everything seemed to start returning to normal. But at this moment, the panic from the countless people in Sky Demon City created a depressing atmosphere that surrounded the entire city. At the moment the red lightning disappeared, Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. He caught the jade bottle the Heaven Commander-in-Chief gave him. There was one pill inside the bottle, but he didn't consume it. He looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Wang Lin didn't believe that the heavens would only send one bolt of divine retribution lightning when it wanted to kill someone. The young man on the boat also looked at the sky with a serious expression. There was a trace of shock on his face. The red cloud didn't dissipate, but there was no violent reaction, as if everything was calming down. But this calmness created an invisible pressure that enveloped the heavens and earth. This is... The young man's expression changed greatly. He could no longer keep the composure he had before, and he took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the imperial city. When he came so close to the divine retribution cloud, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. This time it seems things have gotten out of hand. The young man bitterly smiled. Almost at the moment he appeared, his right hand reached out toward Wang Lin. He was about to bring Wang Lin out of the imperial city to go through the divine retribution. If the divine retribution was what he first thought it was, then he wouldn't be this alarmed. But right now this divine retribution was giving him a bad feeling. Just as he was about to reach out, he suddenly stopped before looking up at the sky. He bitterly smiled and thought, since this little guy has been locked onto by the divine retribution, I don't have the ability to move him. Then the young man took a deep breath and without any hesitation opened his arms. His body flickered as he changed from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and in an instant turned into 8 people. 8 identical young men quickly moved to the 8 cities around the Imperial City and activated a greater teleport spell to instantly move all of the residents away. This spell was extremely difficult. Even for this person, he had to use some secret technique to barely be able to pull it off. Just as he finished doing all of this, the sky suddenly changed. The red cloud in the sky quickly gathered above Sky Demon City. Then a sense of majesty came from the red clouds before they covered the entire city. The young man was in the sky outside of the city, and when he noticed this majesty, his expression changed once more. This is the heaven's might. Without any hesitation, he quickly landed on the ground. He bitterly smiled and said, "The heaven's might has appeared. I wonder if the ancestors will appear." Standing upon the shattered square, Wang Lin looked up at the sky. The unyielding nature in his eyes didn't change at all. The second punishment of the heavens descended. This time the divine retribution appeared in the form of the heaven's might. The heaven's might. What is this so-called heaven's might? The heaven's might is the might of the heavens. When the heaven's might moves, everything is destroyed. When the heaven's might moves, the sky changes color. When the heaven's might moves, no creature is allowed to resist it. You must yield under the heaven's might. Become suppressed below the heavens, and give into its might. This is the heaven's might. As the heaven's might descended, a powerful pressure came from the sky. The massive red cloud in the sky descended by 1 inch. This descent of 1 inch caused the already shattered square to explode everywhere. The shockwave created by the explosion didn't even get to spread before being forced into the ground by this pressure. Under the might of the heavens, the shockwave didn't have the qualifications to even kick up dust. Wang Lin only felt his body become heavy as if there were millions of pounds pressing down on top of him. He could hear crisp, bursting sounds coming from his body. At this moment, Wang Lin had the illusion that he was being squeezed by the world itself. This was the same feeling from back when he cultivated under the pressure of the spirit vein in the soul-refining sect. Back then his cultivation was wasted, and he had regressed into a mere mortal. Shortly after, the heavens might moved once more, and all of the red clouds descended once more. This time the pressure increased even more, and all of the palaces around the square collapsed into tiny pieces. This kind of collapse spread like crazy with Wang Lin as the center, and the heavens might slowly descended. In almost an instant, a small portion of the imperial palace began to collapse. Wang Lin's leg didn't move at all, as a powerful, unyielding aura exploded from his body. He raised his head as he looked at the red cloud in the sky and softly said, "I won't give in." Bursts of thunder came from the red cloud as it began to descend once more. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. This time it descended 3 inches in a row, and the heavens might came crashing down. The earth made a sound like it couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. All of the buildings in the imperial palace were crushed under this pressure. The imperial city of the Sky Demon Country, which stood for countless years, all turned to dust with the exception of the demon drum. At this moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed. This was the heaven's might. One must give in under the might of the heavens. If you don't give in, then you will be crushed to death by the heaven's might. If the heavens want to kill, then you must die. At the moment the imperial city turned into ruins, bursts of anger rushed out from underground. Chapter 597, Demon Drum. Dog shit, divine retribution, and little scoundrel. You guys dare to destroy my Sky Demon Country's capital? Damn you all. You brats deserve to die, and this divine retribution deserves to die even more. Haha, divine retribution, good. My ancestor survived through a divine retribution to cultivate. I want to see how much power this divine retribution has. Bursts of angry roars rushed out from underground. Then thunderous rumblings came from below the ground, no weaker than the thunder from the divine retribution. 5 powerful shockwaves charged out from underground. Although the heaven's might was trying to suppress it, this shockwave was still able to force itself 100 feet into the air. 5 white-haired, old men with eyes filled with demonic spiritual energy charged out along with the 5 shockwaves. Just from looking at them, one could feel the passage of time. Their skinny upper bodies were naked, but those lean bodies gave off an almost primordial aura. The red cloud in the sky churned violently and descended 3 more inches. The ground of the entire capital city shattered, and drops of blood came out from the pores all over Wang Lin's body. There were sounds of his flesh and bones being crushed, and he felt like there were countless large mountains crashing down on top of him. Wang Lin's legs remained straight as the ground beneath him collapsed. His legs sunk deep into the ground until he was knee-deep. The pressure from the heavens might directly entered his soul. It was as if there was an incomparably majestic voice roaring inside his soul. Wang Lin struggled to raise his head. He looked at the sky and didn't say a word. Not only were the 5 old men not unwell under this heaven's might, but they all began laughing like crazy. Each of them managed to fly up and float in the sky under this pressure. Comfortable. No wonder the ancestors said that this heaven's might is dogfart. This pressure is comfortable enough to make me want to curse. Bullshit. When did the ancestors say anything like that? They clearly said that the heaven's Dao is like a naughty girl. If you don't want it to be pressing on top of you, then you just have to push her down and press on top of her. Both of you are speaking nonsense. I have read the records left by the ancestors hundreds of times. How come I never read anything like that? The 5 old men began to quarrel with each other. The heaven's might became even angrier, and the red cloud descended 8 more inches. The earth roared, and the entire ground of the imperial city was crushed. Although the shockwave wasn't able to spread on the surface, it spread underground as if there were dragons moving beneath the surface, and this affected almost half of Sky Demon City. The 5 old men suddenly stopped talking. It was as if their bodies had been hit by an invisible hand and swatted to the ground. Wang Lin was at the center of the heaven's might. Crunching sounds came from his body, and he sank down even more. This time less than half of his body was still above the ground. The 5 old men immediately got up, pointed at the sky, and began cursing. I'm the descendant of the ancient demon, which is outside of the laws of the heavens. You are merely a divine retribution and are worth shit. As the 5 of them cursed, they flew up into the sky once more. This time demonic spiritual energy surged out from their bodies. Thick demonic spiritual energy covered the entire Sky Demon City as the 5 of them flew straight at the red clouds. The heavens might shook and the red cloud descended once more. This time it descended 10 feet. At this moment, it was as if a giant hand had slammed down on Sky Demon City, as all of it turned to dust in an instant. Countless cracks appeared on the ground along with the loud rumbling. Feces cracks were very large, and in the blink of an eye, the earth below Sky Demon City was torn asunder. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and sounds of things collapsing came from his body. Right now he was completely buried underground, leaving only a deep hole on the ground. The 5 old men that were charging at the red cloud all fell to the ground once more, leaving behind 5 deep holes on the ground. One of the old men in the holes was furious. He climbed out and angrily shouted, "Divine Retribution, you ass! You destroyed my Sky Demon City, so I'll fight you to the death." At this moment, Wang Lin could no longer feel anything on the outside. At this moment, he was underground and had lost all feeling in his body. Right now his meridians were broken, and there were signs of his bones shattering into dust. If one doesn't give in when the heavens wants to kill them, there is no path to survival. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open. Even until now his eyes were still filled with an unyielding aura. His body could be crushed and his origin soul could collapse, but his Dao heart will never compromise. As long as there are cultivators that want to defy the heavens and cultivate, they will do everything to avoid the heavens' punishment. A faint voice suddenly echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. The heavens Dao isn't afraid of cultivators hiding, because once they hide, then their heart no longer contains the meaning of defying. What the heavens Dao is really afraid of is those who choose not to avoid but to face it. For those creatures, the heavens will do everything it can to erase them. You aren't the first one, and you won't be the last. When others face Ascendant, they either follow the heavens Dao or avoid it, so divine retribution doesn't arrive. Yet you chose to face it, and that caused the divine retribution to descend. The heavens Dao won't allow a third type of heaven-defying cultivation. Countless years ago, when the universe first formed, there was a race that was as old as the heavens Dao. The members of that race had a lot of power. They used that power to form their Dao, and they used that Dao to fight the heavens. Some had amazing spells. With a turn of their hand, they could destroy Dao and use the spells to fight against the heavens. There were also those that walked the path of slaughter. They lived in slaughter and used death to fight against the heavens. They called themselves the Ancient Order. Divine retribution wasn't able to destroy their bodies, and the heavens' might wasn't able to make them yield. They became the first life forms that cultivated while defying the heavens. After countless years, the Ancient Order split apart. Those with extreme power called themselves Ancient Gods. Those that walked the path of slaughter called themselves Ancient Devils. Those that controlled powerful spells called themselves Ancient Demons. They were the second life forms that cultivated while defying the heavens. A faint voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Although Wang Lin's body had already collapsed, his mind was completely calm. "Are you an ancient demon?" "I am an ancient demon," Wang Lin pondered. "However, I'm incomplete. When I awakened, I was within the demon drum. I can feel that the demon drum used to belong to me. For countless years, I couldn't move too far from the demon drum, so I used spells to create the dragon lake and taught the people. I can feel that in this demon spirit land, there are 8 other existences like me in the other countries. They all chose the same method as me. They created something similar to the dragon lake and began educating the people. I have communicated with those existences similar to mine in these countless years, but we can never come to a unified decision. Every existence like me wanted to devour the other to make themselves stronger. Perhaps that is the only way for us to be complete. That is why the war between the 9 countries continued for countless years in the demon spirit land. The appearance of you cultivators tips the scale of this never-ending war. This is why you cultivators are allowed to exist in the demon spirit land. Wang Lin sent out a divine sense message. You must have a reason for appearing and telling me all of this. That is right. I can help you repair your body and help you get through this divine retribution. I can also give you power in the Sky Demon country, but you have to do something for me. You have to retrieve the 8 holy relics of the other 8 countries. Wang Lin pondered. Shortly after, he slowly said, I can't be the only heaven-defying cultivator in the countless years the demon spirit land has existed. Wang Lin didn't get to finish speaking when that voice interrupted him with a sigh and slowly said, You aren't the first heaven-defying cultivator, but you are the first mortal to cultivate the path of the ancient god. I can feel the aura of an ancient god. This aura is very faint, but it is very pure. The people of the demon spirit land that were given enlightenment by me can't withstand my power. Their bodies aren't able to withstand my power no matter what. Even if they are strong, it doesn't matter, because I'm of a different race. Although cultivators' bodies are slightly better than the bodies of the people here, they still have their limits. Very few people can withstand my power. You are more suitable than anyone else. That is the reason I chose you. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before he calmly said, Repair my body and give me the power to resist the divine retribution. The voice echoed, As you wish. At this instant, Wang Lin's body, which was deep underground, was immediately surrounded by a vast power. His body recovered at a crazy speed visible to the naked eye. His meridians reconnected and were now even tougher than before. His bones recondensed and completely recovered. In fact, their strength was several times more powerful than before. His flesh and blood recovered in an instant. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Celestial spiritual energy moved along Wang Lin's meridians and traveled through his whole body. At the same time, that vast power surrounding his body suddenly shrank and entered his body. On the surface, the 5 old men had just climbed out of their deep holes and were just about to curse once more. However, just at this moment, the 5 of them were startled and all stared at the hole Wang Lin was in. One of the old men's eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, Is this the Ancestor's aura? It seems to be the Ancestor's aura. As Wang Lin's body floated out from the hole, his hair moved without any wind and his eyes were closed, but an unimaginable amount of demonic spiritual energy was spreading out from his body. Wang Lin's body floated into the air under the pressure of the heaven's might. It was as if at this moment, the pressure had no effect on Wang Lin at all. As Wang Lin ascended into the sky, the demonic spiritual energy coming from his body condensed behind him and formed a giant illusion more than 1,000 feet tall. This illusion had 2 horns, gave off a dark aura, and had dark purple skin. The moment it appeared, the red cloud released bursts of fierce roars and thunderous rumbles. It was as if a demon had been born. Chapter 598, Ascendant Crystal. This illusion was the same as Wang Lin. Its eyes were closed. As Wang Lin floated into the air, the 5 old men were completely stunned. They looked at the phantom behind Wang Lin and revealed very respectful expressions. It really is the Ancestor. The Ancestor has appeared. Could this person be the one the Ancestor has been searching for all this time? The 5 of them looked at each other. At this moment, the red cloud began to descend like crazy. It no longer moved by inches and instead by tens of feet. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down 100 feet. Along with a series of rumbling sounds, not only did the entire Sky Demon City collapse, it now sank deep into the ground. Looking from above, Sky Demon City no longer existed. Dust couldn't even be kicked up because it was being pressed directly into the ground. A huge basin appeared where Sky Demon City was. It didn't end here. Countless cracks extended from the basin. Following the sounds of ground cracking, the basin continued to increase in depth. The descent of the red cloud and heaven's might didn't end just yet. After the red cloud descended 100 feet, it didn't stop and continued to descend. From far away, This mass of red clouds looked like it could fall from the sky at any moment. As the red cloud continued to descend, bursts of thunder echoed through the sky. This fierce sound echoed around the world. The cracks on the ground spread like crazy. Following the sounds of cracking, the ground within 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers shattered into pieces. The shattered earth was immediately crushed into dust by the pressure. The bustling sky demon city was no longer there. Wang Lin floated in the air and was the center of the pressure from the heaven's might. His body remained motionless as if he had fallen asleep. Just at this moment, it was as if this red light was far stronger than the divine retribution lightning from before. It was not even on the same level. However, the red light's target wasn't Wang Lin, but the ancient demon phantom behind him. The ancient demon and Wang Lin both raised their heads, and a demonic light suddenly burst out from the ancient demon's eyes. The scarlet heavenly light. It has been a long time since I savored its flavor. At the moment the red light descended, the ancient demon leaped into the air and devoured the red light. The red light entered the ancient demon's body and caused it to explode, but it quickly reformed itself. Collapse, reform, collapse, reform, collapse, and then reform. In just one short breath of time, the ancient demon collapsed 10,000 times and reformed 10,000 times. The ancient demon's large body was forced from floating in the air back onto the ground. Then a huge, circular shockwave began to spread with it as the center. The shockwave was over 100 feet tall and spread like a huge wave scouring the land. In an instant, it spread 5 kilometers and was still going. A series of rumbles echoed across the land as the ground within 5 kilometers shattered once more, creating a shockwave 10 times bigger. At this moment, everything within 50 kilometers was turned inside out and left in ruins. The red cloud had disappeared completely from the sky and returned to normal. The ancient demon let out a burp. Then its eyes revealed exhaustion as it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Come meet me at the Dragon Lake in 3 months. The ancient demon's voice wasn't sent to Wang Lin's ears, but spread out to everyone. When the ancient demon disappeared, Wang Lin took a step forward and also disappeared. As the gentle breeze blew by, the 5 old men climbed out from the ruins and looked at each other. One of the old men shouted, "This damned divine retribution. Yindun, you brat, get over here. Yindun, get your ass over here. If you don't appear within 3 breaths of time, this old man will throw you inside the Dragon Lake and seal you there for 100 years. Once this old man began shouting, they all started shouting at the top of their lungs, releasing thunderous roars. A shadow quickly climbed out from the ruins. When that shadow heard the old men shouting, he let out a wry smile before disappearing and reappearing on the square of the imperial city. The man quickly said, "Grandson Yindun greets 5 grandfather ancestors." This was the same young man that drank all night with Wang Lin. "You bastard, Sky Demon City is now gone. I give you 3 months of time to restore this place back to its original state, or else I'll throw you into the Dragon Lake and seal you there for 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. The final old man softly snorted. "Lock him up for life." The young man's body trembled. Then he wryly smiled and nodded. 5 ancestors can rest assured. Your grandson will definitely restore the ancient demon city in 3 months. Go find the person the ancestor has chosen and bring him to the Dragon Lake in 3 months. After the 5 old men finished speaking, they looked at the ruins and then disappeared. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was more than 5,000 kilometers away. He immediately spread out his divine sense before taking a deep breath, touching his bag of holding, and taking out a token. This token was used to enter that mysterious cave. With this object, he could enter the cave anytime he wanted. Wang Lin created symbols according to the information left in the token. Then the token released a white light that surrounded Wang Lin, and then he disappeared. He once more returned to the platforms connected by the revered dragons. As soon as he appeared, he rushed toward the cave. After the divine retribution was over, Wang Lin immediately noticed that his domain had reached its completion and was slowly fusing with his celestial spiritual energy. This discovery immediately shocked him. Ascendant's life and death trial. If there was one mistake, not only would all of his cultivation be wasted, his origin soul would collapse too. Although he didn't know if this would affect the ancient god body on the outside, he wasn't willing to risk it. Ascendant is a trial that must be completed at a very safe place to remove all external factors to ensure the greatest chance of success. This cave was undoubtedly the best place to reach the Ascendant stage. Wang Lin moved very fast as he passed by the platforms one by one before finally arriving outside the cave. In a flash, he stepped into the familiar cave. Wang Lin rushed directly at the pavilion where he found the wine jug. After arriving, he quickly sat down in the lotus position and took a deep breath before slapping his bag of holding. There weren't many celestial jades left in his bag. After all, he had used a lot of celestial jades against the divine retribution. Wang Lin shook the bag of holding, and all of the celestial jades immediately flew out. The pavilion's floor was covered with celestial jades, forming a small mountain. A large amount of celestial jades spread out. Then Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took out something from his bag of holding. This was a red crystal the size of a fingernail. The moment this crystal appeared, even the surrounding celestial spiritual energy paused. It was as if time had stopped for a moment, and this crystal gave off a faint feeling of the heaven's might. Ascendant crystal. This was gifted to me by Senior Zhou. If I succeed in reaching the Ascendant stage today, I'll never forget my debt to Senior in my life. Wang Lin took a deep breath and then swallowed the crystal in his hand. After doing all of this, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the process of reaching the Ascendant stage as his domain and celestial spiritual energy fused. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as well water without any ripples. The surrounding celestial jades were consumed and turned to dust. He absorbed endless amounts of celestial spiritual energy into his body. When someone attempts to reach the Ascendant stage, an Ascendant crystal forms in their origin soul. It is like a heart, the heart of the origin soul. Zhou Yi's Ascendant crystal was a second heart for Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin was reaching the Ascendant stage, Sky Demon City began its quick recovery. A large amount of demon soldiers gathered from all over the Sky Demon country to rebuild Sky Demon City. In the Black Tower at the ancient battlefield that was an unknown distance away, two ghostly lights appeared in the helmet of the black armor that was at the top of the tower. Even the ancient demon appeared to help you withstand the divine retribution. Just absorbing you like this is a pity. But after missing this chance, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Although the power of Ascendant isn't much, I can't let it go. Chapter 599, Early Stage Ascendant. The fusion of the domain and celestial spiritual energy is a burning process. The celestial spiritual energy is the fuel, and the domain refined by that flame turns into an Ascendant crystal. At the moment the Ascendant crystal is formed, you might feel like you have become nothing and your soul is wandering the heavens and earth. This feeling is extremely rare, and it is called Ascendant Enlightenment. Normally, the first thing cultivators on a cultivation planet do is use this moment of comprehension to pull their soul piece back from the cultivation planet crystal. Although the chance is only 50%, they must try. Wang Lin had already recovered his soul piece, so he obviously didn't need to do this. At this moment, all of the celestial jades in his bag had already been placed around him. The last bit of celestial spiritual energy had just been squeezed out from the jade before they turned to dust. There was no wind here, so the dust wasn't blown away and instead just gathered on the ground. A large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body through his pores and rapidly moved through his meridians. Then the celestial spiritual energy quickly gathered around his life and death domain in his origin soul. A self-refining process continued in Wang Lin's body. There was a firestorm raging inside Wang Lin as his body underwent earth-shattering changes. His origin soul was like a giant cocoon. His domain was the life inside the cocoon, and the celestial spiritual energy was the raging fire outside the cocoon. The stronger the flames, the more lively the cocoon became, and the more the domain inside fused with the cocoon. The purpose of the fusion between the celestial spiritual energy and the domain was to eventually fuse the domain with the origin soul. From that point on, there would be no distinction between the domain and origin soul. The origin soul was the domain, and the domain was the origin soul. The fire burned even stronger outside the cocoon. Whenever the flames seemed to weaken, even more celestial spiritual energy would surge in from the outside. It was like adding dry gas to a flame, causing it to burn even stronger. This celestial flame burned brightly inside Wang Lin's body. The flame was invisible and therefore not visible to the naked eye. However, if one were to use their divine sense, they would see the scene of Wang Lin emitting an amazing flame from his body. Seek Dao in the morning and die by night is something every Ascendant cultivator knows, and it has a lot to do with this flame. If one can't get past this trial, then this flame will go from ethereal to real and will burn the origin soul and body to dust in an instant. The origin cocoon inside the flame became even more alive, and the life and death scroll inside the cocoon was also changing. It seemed like it was about to melt and fuse with the cocoon. Time slowly passed. and the celestial flame didn't weaken at all. As more and more celestial spiritual energy was injected into the flame, it burned even brighter. The domain inside the cocoon completely melted into a mass of chaotic energy. This energy was called origin energy in ancient times. During ancient times, there were no cultivators. The cultivators back then called themselves energy refiners. The powerful Kunlu energy refiners were the typical example of ancient cultivators. They called themselves energy refiners because of the energy in origin energy, and because their cultivation was focused on origin energy. This strand of origin energy was formed from Wang Lin's domain. The origin energy was being nourished by the cocoon, and like a baby still in the mother's womb, the origin energy continued to grow stronger. In ancient times, this origin energy wouldn't be left inside the origin soul. Instead, it would be extracted and would replace all of the celestial spiritual energy in the body. However, after the celestial realm suddenly appeared out of the void, cultivators became celestials and seeked immortality, so they started using this origin energy as their life energy. They surrounded themselves with celestial spiritual energy, and that was how some cultivators and celestials wouldn't die as long as they had a sliver of true energy left. That sliver of true energy was this origin energy. The invisible flame inside Wang Lin became even more intense. The origin energy inside the origin soul cocoon condensed until it turned into a liquid-like substance. It was crystal clear and took various shapes. However, this liquid couldn't crystallize. If it couldn't crystallize, then it couldn't form the ascendant crystal. Wang Lin's conscience was wide awake. After trying many times and failing, he took a deep breath. At this moment, the celestial jades around his body exploded, releasing all of their celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy moved like smoke as it all rapidly entered Wang Lin's body through his nose. The moment the last of the celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jades entered Wang Lin's body, the invisible flame burned several times stronger than before. In an instant, it was as if there were celestial flames coming out of Wang Lin's mouth and nose. A large amount of sweat began to come out from his body, but at the moment the sweat appeared, it would evaporate into white gas. The white gas above Wang Lin's head gradually grew more dense. The celestial flame in Wang Lin's body burned like it never burned before as it rushed at the origin soul cocoon. The origin energy liquid finally began to show signs of crystallizing after being refined by this flame. At the moment it was about to crystallize, it suddenly trembled. This tremble was completely silent, but it immediately caused the origin soul cocoon to move. The movement of the origin soul immediately caused the celestial flame to change. Instead of refining, it began to spread. The invisible flame in Wang Lin's body began to turn into real flame, and he was about to fail his attempt at reaching the ascendant stage. But just at this moment, the ascendant crystal that Xixue gifted him, which he devoured earlier, came out from his dantian and fused with the celestial flame. Not only could the celestial flame not affect it at all, but when it got close, the celestial flame dimmed as if this object could extinguish it. Xixue's ascendant crystal arrived next to the origin soul cocoon and entered it without any obstruction. It appeared next to Wang Lin's ascendant crystal. The two ascendant crystals, one representing life and death, while the other represented obsession. Xixue's ascendant crystal circled Wang Lin's ascendant crystal once before collapsing. At the moment it collapsed, all of the origin crystals inside it were absorbed by Wang Lin's ascendant crystal. Wang Lin's ascendant crystal grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew like crazy from the initial fingernail size until it was the size of his pinky. At this moment, the origin soul cocoon no longer moved, and the celestial flame stopped becoming real. Although all of this seems very simple, that was a moment of life and death. After absorbing the origin energy from Xixue's ascendant crystal, Wang Lin's ascendant crystal took shape. At that moment, the origin soul cocoon quickly shrank. It was now wrapped around the ascendant crystal. A new aura was slowly forming inside the origin soul cocoon. This process lasted for a very long time. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside that cave. He was motionless. It was as if he had always been there. On the outside, time quickly passed by. In the Sky Demon country, Sky Demon City had already been rebuilt 10 years ago. Its size and scope was the same as it was before. The Imperial Palace still stood, and the large square was back too. The giant demon drum was still on the square. 10 years of time flashed by in an instant. The residents of Sky Demon City dodged the catastrophe 10 years ago, but what they saw would be something they would never forget in their lives. The rumor of a cultivator named Wang Lin was still spreading across Sky Demon City. The boat was no longer there, and even the people from the boat were gone. There was no longer anyone playing the zither. The young man that once drank with Wang Lin was currently standing above a pavilion in the imperial palace. Beside him was a girl. She was very beautiful, but there was a mischievous expression on her face. If Su Liguo were here and he saw the girl, he would be drooling and would then pounce at her while shouting, "Little beauty, your big brother Su is back." That young man let out a sigh and muttered, "Strange. It has been 10 years since that little guy disappeared. Even with the 5 ancestors working together to check with their divine senses, they can't find a trace of him. It is as if he left this demon spirit land." The capital of Sky Demon City. After the city was rebuilt, there was a very glorious mansion built on the east side. This mansion had a giant plague with 6 large characters. Earth Vice Commander-in-Chief's mansion. There were countless servants inside the mansion, and there were fake mountains everywhere, making it very elegant. A burly man wearing a commander-in-chief robe was standing next to one of the fake mountains in the yard. He looked up into the sky and let out a sigh. Behind the burly man stood 3 men. These 3 men were all wearing the armor of demon generals, and they all stood there motionlessly and had very respectful attitudes. "Brother Wang, where did you go?" The burly man let out a long sigh. Inside the cave, Wang Lin hadn't moved at all in these 10 years. He still sat there as if he was a statue. In his body, the refining inside the origin soul cocoon slowly ended, and a shocking aura slowly spread out from the cocoon. After an unknown amount of time, a crack suddenly appeared on the origin soul cocoon. This crack was very thin, and the cocoon gently split. Shortly after, another crack appeared, and soon more cracks appeared across the cocoon. Even more cracks appeared all over the cocoon until it finally shattered. The moment it shattered, rays of gray light came out from within. Then a newly born origin soul slowly floated out from the cocoon. This origin soul was no longer transparent, but completely solid. There was almost no difference between it and the flesh. The Ascendant crystal was slowly turning inside the origin soul. For an Ascendant cultivator, their origin soul is their domain. This is the true state of a domain after it enters the body. After the origin soul flew out, the shattered cocoon immediately melted into nourishment specifically for the origin soul and was absorbed by the origin soul. Once all of it was absorbed, the origin soul sat down in the lotus position. At the moment his origin soul sat down, Wang Lin's body trembled, and for the first time in 10 years, he opened his eyes. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "Ascendant." Then his eyes lit up brighter than ever before. After 700 years of cultivation, he finally achieved the Ascendant stage. Ascendant cultivators were top-tier existences in any rank 6 cultivation countries. Even in rank 7 cultivation countries, Ascendant cultivators were still considered powerhouses. Wang Lin was in Ascendant Enlightenment for 10 years and had other harvests as well. Chapter 600, Celestial Ascension Fruit. At this moment in the Black Tower located in the ancient battleground, 2 ghostly lights suddenly lit up inside the helmet on the top floor of the tower. He has just reached the Ascendant stage, so his origin energy hasn't completely fused with his body yet. It will take him 49 days to complete this process, and this window is something I have waited 10 years for. The ghostly light inside the armor flashed, and then thundering roars came from outside the Black Tower. At this moment, a giant, black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. This vortex was too large. When it spun, it was as if it could absorb everything in the world. The sky changed color, and even the countless souls in the ancient battleground began to tremble. The ghostly light from the tower shined brightly as a powerful divine sense spread out from the tower and quickly covered the entire ancient battleground. The ground at some parts of the battleground loosened, and soon several black bones flew out from underground into the air. These small bones quickly fused in the sky and formed a black bone arm. The black bone arm slowly flew toward the tower and stopped below the vortex. I haven't gathered much power, so I can't casually waste it. Also, his current location is one of the places I don't wish to go. The ghostly light from the armor flashed again, and one arm from the armor broke off. It gave off a burst of demonic flame before flying out of the tower and straight toward the bone arm. The moment the armor touched the withered arm, it immediately attached itself to it. The moment the armor was attached, the arm became completely different than before as powerful bursts of demonic spiritual energy filled it. Go, bring back the origin energy. The arm trembled before disappearing into the vortex. Only Ascendant cultivators have origin energy inside their bodies. Too bad I'm too seriously injured to pull the origin energy out of cultivators who have already integrated the origin energy into their body from this far away. I can only choose to attack those who just made a breakthrough to steal their origin energy. The ghostly light from the armor that was now missing an arm guard gradually dimmed until it finally went out. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position inside the cave. He let out a breath of foul air and stood up. He had been sitting there for 10 years, so there were a lot of popping sounds before his body returned to normal. After he loosened his body, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up into the ceiling of the celestial cave. At this moment, a black vortex silently appeared. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had been in this cave for a very long time and had never seen this vortex before. The timing of this vortex was too good. It appeared right after he reached the Ascendant stage. Wang Lin had a cautious nature, so when he saw the vortex appear, he immediately dashed for the gate of the cave. Just as he moved, the vortex suddenly sped up and thus increased its size. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he slapped his bag of holding and without any hesitation took out the cave token. His hand formed a seal, and soon his body became faint and was about to disappear. At this moment, a black bone arm wearing armor came out from the vortex and viciously swiped at Wang Lin. This swipe caused Wang Lin's disappearing figure to tremble, but then he instantly disappeared. The black bone arm paused for a moment before going back into the vortex, and the vortex disappeared. There was a distortion in the sky above an endless plain in the Fire Demon country, and Wang Lin stepped out of it. His expression was gloomy. Anyone who came across such a strange scene right as they reached the Ascendant stage wouldn't feel happy. At the moment he used the token to teleport away, the arm interfered with the teleportation and caused a change. He spread out his divine sense and found that this place was completely foreign to him. Just at this moment, a black dot appeared in the sky. This black dot spun at an unimaginable speed and in almost an instant turned into that giant vortex. The vortex appeared in complete silence. Even divine sense wasn't able to detect its appearance ahead of time. It was as if there was nowhere the vortex didn't exist. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the vortex. This time he didn't run. He wanted to see how much power that arm inside the vortex had. Almost at the moment the vortex appeared, the armored bone arm came out and reached toward Wang Lin. No wind or clouds moved with this grab. There were no fluctuations showing signs of spells being used. This grab was almost as if a mortal was waving his arm. Wang Lin frowned slightly. Then he raised his right hand, and for the first time he used the finger of death at the Ascendant stage. The black light was 10 times larger than before, and there were rings of ripples inside it. The black light charged out like thunder and landed on the bone arm. At this moment, an astonishing amount of demonic spiritual energy came out from the armor. This demonic spiritual energy was also solid and immediately blocked the finger of death. However, the demonic spiritual energy underestimated Wang Lin's finger of death. No wonder he is a heaven-defying cultivator. He was able to forcibly resist my heavenly demon wind with his heart of slaughter. But the better you perform, the more interested I am in your origin energy. In the demon spirit land, those people that cultivate the way of the ancient demon can't form origin energy. Origin energy only appears when you cultivators reach the Ascendant stage. In these countless years, almost every cultivator who reached the Ascendant in this demon spirit land had their origin energy devoured by me. You will be no exception. Wang Lin reappeared after teleporting. This place was a desolate area without any mountains or water. There were only withered trees everywhere. However, his eyes immediately narrowed as he noticed some restrictions in the distance. What the hell was that arm? Wang Lin frowned as he flew toward the restrictions in the distance. Soon he arrived at the place the restrictions were located. This place was even more desolate than the one before. The ground here was filled with cracks due to how dry it was, and there was nothing abnormal about this place. The restrictions protecting this place weren't intricate, but they won in terms of quality. There was no less than 1,000 restrictions here, and they were all interlinked, so activating one of the restrictions meant activating them all. Although it was rough, it was still effective. Even a demon general would find it difficult to enter by force. Even if they could, it would take time to do so. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense. With his cultivation and knowledge of restrictions, these restrictions didn't interest him. He was not interested in what was inside, and was about to leave when the black vortex suddenly appeared, causing Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. It's like a ghost haunting me. Wang Lin's eyebrows furrowed hard, and his eyes became even colder. This black vortex kept appearing before him, and this made a hint of killing intent appear inside Wang Lin's heart. He let out a cold snort, and quickly sank directly into the countless restrictions. With Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions, he could break restrictions at the same level as the ones inside the celestial cave, so the restrictions before him presented no challenge. With just a glance, Countless deductions flashed through his eyes. Then his body quickly disappeared into the restrictions. The function of these restrictions, aside from preventing outsiders from entering, was also to create illusions to hide what was inside. However, Wang Lin had broken countless restrictions, so he was able to easily move through them without activating them. After going through the restrictions, the scene before him became vastly different from what he saw outside. This place was still a plain, but it had been artificially divided into plots of land and emitted a strange fragrance. Wang Lin was surprised, as he wasn't expecting something like this. What was more surprising was there was only one thing being grown here. Celestial Ascension fruit. Wang Lin's expression became a bit strange. At this moment, the surrounding restrictions began to collapse as the black bone forced itself through the countless restrictions and reached in. Chapter 601, One Drop. The Celestial Ascension fruit isn't a rare fruit. Although it isn't common, it is even possible to get it on planet Suzaku. These fruits are only the size of a baby's fist, and they are completely purple and give off a strange fragrance. If a person were to eat one, they would become excited and feel extreme pleasures. This is why this fruit is called Celestial Ascension fruit. If a mortal were to eat one, they would become addicted, but it wouldn't affect a cultivator much. However, there are cultivators who enjoy eating the fruit and losing themselves in that intoxicating feeling. In the mortal world, only the rich and powerful can get Celestial Ascension fruits from cultivators after paying a heavy price. Then they can immerse themselves in the intoxicating feeling like they have become celestials themselves. Wang Lin looked at the plain. It looked like this plain was endless, and it was filled with Celestial Ascension fruits. But Wang Lin wasn't interested in the fruits. At this moment, the armored bone arm broke through the restrictions and arrived here. Thick demonic spiritual energy was released from the armored bone arm and surrounded the area. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the arm. Then his right hand touched his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Liguo quickly let out a roar. Ever since his rebellion failed, he had always been very careful. Now that Wang Lin had taken out the celestial sword, he decided that he would definitely achieve some merit today. He has followed Wang Lin for many years and was very familiar with Wang Lin's personality. He thought to himself, as long as I achieve some merits, this fiend won't think about what happened back then. Sword hymns came from the celestial sword. A sword was a proud weapon above all other weapons. However, at this moment, the sword hymn that came out contained a dirty meaning. After the black bone arm appeared, it clawed at Wang Lin once more, and the heavenly demon wind gently blew toward him. Wang Lin was already prepared. His eyes turned cold, and his heart of slaughter appeared. He quickly swung the celestial sword to send out a ray of sword energy, and the celestial sword itself flew out after the sword energy in the form of a sword dragon. Under Su Liguo's control, the celestial sword swept toward the bone arm in an imposing manner and became entangled in a battle with the arm. The bone arm didn't even seem to care about the celestial sword and reached out to grab the sword. However, at the moment the arm touched the celestial sword, it released violent sizzling sounds like a piece of ice that had just touched hot iron. Su Liguo began to laugh proudly. He was about to break free and get another hit off at the bone arm. However, thick demonic spiritual energy came out from the wrist guard and entered the celestial sword. Su Liguo was startled and wanted to break free, but the bone arm was like a pair of metal pliers that had a tight hold on the sword. Wang Lin coldly looked at everything before him. At the moment that thick demonic spiritual energy was released, Wang Lin raised his right index finger and softly said, "Demonic finger." What was changed this time wasn't his own celestial spiritual energy, but the demonic spiritual energy that was released. Using his Ascendant level cultivation, Wang Lin could transform the forces of the heavens and earth. It was different from the death aura that the finger of death gave. This was demonic spiritual energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's right index finger was like a huge vortex, as all of the demonic spiritual energy rushed toward his finger. Soon, a ray of black light appeared at Wang Lin's fingertip. This black light seemed to be able to devour light, and at the moment it appeared, it was surrounded by thick demonic spiritual energy. With a flick of his finger, the black light charged toward the bone arm. Its speed was too quick, so it landed on the bone arm in an instant. After a series of cracking sounds, the bone arm shattered, and Su Liguo quickly moved the sword away. At the moment the bone arm shattered, a symbol flashed on the wrist guard. Then the shattered black bone quickly spread, forming a black halo that was 10,000 feet wide. Demonic spiritual energy filled this 10,000-foot area, creating a prison. Then more symbols appeared on the wrist guard and began to emit the sound of a bell ringing. This sound came from the wrist guard, but it seemed to come from the heavens as it echoed within this 10,000-foot area. All of this happened in an instant. This sound was 100 times stronger than the heavenly demon wind, so the clarity Wang Lin managed to maintain with his slaughter heart immediately showed signs of weakening. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and with one step he arrived in the air. His hand formed a seal before turning into a palm that slammed down on the wrist guard. At the moment his palm touched the wrist guard, a monstrous demonic flame burst out from the wrist guard. This demonic flame formed a fist-sized shadow. This shadow had a single horn and was completely black. After it appeared, it revealed a smile of contempt before suddenly opening its mouth and laughing loudly. Wang Lin's origin soul shook, but his eyes became even colder. His right hand didn't stop, and he pressed down on the wrist guard. At this moment, the black shadow from the wrist guard let out another crazy laugh. This time the sound was several times more intense than before. This intense sound wave created sonic booms that echoed between Wang Lin and the wrist guard. The sonic booms were only secondary. The real attack was aimed at his origin soul. Thanks to this demonic laugh, Wang Lin's origin soul began to leave his body once more, and his heart of slaughter was about to collapse. The shadow on the wrist guard revealed a dark grin and laughed like crazy once more. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue. Rather than retreating, he charged forward and grabbed the wrist guard. Then the celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged into the wrist guard like crazy. At the moment his celestial spiritual energy entered the wrist guard, the demonic laugh disappeared. However, the black shadow also disappeared and entered Wang Lin's body through his right hand. It then turned into waves of demonic spiritual energy that charged at his origin soul. The demonic dance of confusion. Wang Lin's right hand clutched the wrist guard as he quickly fell from the sky. Then he sat down in the lotus position on the ground. The demonic spiritual energy moved through his meridians and created bursts of illusions that directly shook his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a ghostly light as he looked at all the celestial ascension fruits around him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, and all of the celestial ascension fruits within 10,000 feet flew off the branches and into the sky. There was no less than 10,000 of these fruits. It was as if a small portion of the sky was covered by these purple fruits. At this moment, the demonic spiritual energy inside him was luring his origin soul to fly out of his body. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he closed his hand. Suddenly, all of the fruits in the sky shattered, and their juices were extracted. Then the juices were all gathered together before they were condensed, and condensed again. In the blink of an eye, the juices of more than 10,000 celestial ascension fruits was condensed into one drop. A drop of blood-red liquid. Looking at this drop of blood-red liquid, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to grab it and throw it into his mouth. At the moment the liquid entered his mouth, Wang Lin's entire body shook. The mysterious feeling of the celestial ascension fruit increased countless fold and exploded inside Wang Lin's mind with a thunderous roar. Under this powerful stimulation, Wang Lin's mind was at its peak level of excitement. He suppressed his excitement and used it as power for his body. At this moment, his origin soul, which was about to be lured out by the demonic spiritual energy, suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his head were bulging as if he was enduring great pain. Scram! Wang Lin let out a low roar. This sound was like a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. Then a black shadow was forced out of his body through his right hand. However, this black shadow was extremely stubborn. When it was half forced out, it began to laugh and struggled to re-enter Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression was fierce as the mysterious feeling from the celestial ascension fruit filled his body. This gave his body unimaginable power, and while he had to endure pain, it also gave him intense pleasure. The pain and pleasure were both suppressed by him. The suppression of these two feelings created an unimaginable explosive force. Scram! Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his hand. Then a force exploded from his body, and the black shadow was forced out of his body. At the moment the black shadow was pushed out and sent flying into the air, Wang Lin charged toward it with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed the black shadow, and then the celestial spiritual energy from his body surged out like crazy and entered the black shadow. The black shadow let out miserable groan as it collapsed. It turned into fine, silky strings as it escaped from Wang Lin's hand before reforming itself 100 feet from Wang Lin and giving Wang Lin a vicious stare. But Wang Lin completely ignored that gaze. At this moment, the feeling from the fruits was about to explode. Still under the fruit's influence, Wang Lin took a step forward and without any hesitation pointed his pinky at the black shadow. Underworld finger. He used his Ascendant level cultivation to bring out the Underworld finger. The finger pointed at the Chapter 602, crazy battle intent. Wang Lin's eyes were completely red as he looked at the ground below him. The amount of celestial ascension fruits he had absorbed was only 1/10 of all the fruits here. He reached out toward the ground with his early-stage ascendant cultivation and caused the ground to tremble. Then countless fruits flew off the trees and went toward him. Nearly 100,000 celestial ascension fruits were stored away inside his bag of holding. At this moment, Wang Lin could no longer suppress the battle and killing intent in his heart. He let out a roar and was about to leave. But just at this moment, a cold snort filled with anger came from the void. It landed directly inside Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and then he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. After he landed, his head jerked toward the sky and his eyes revealed powerful killing and battle intent. He couldn't help but be injured. On a normal day, if Wang Lin's mind was injured like that by just a cold snort, he would immediately escape. However, he was different right now, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Not only did the injury in his body not decrease his battle intent, it actually made him even more crazy. He slapped his bag of holding and devoured a large amount of pills. With one step, he charged out. Although he was crazy, his consciousness was still there. When the cold snort came, he vaguely felt where it came from and directly charged there. Kill. The only thought in Wang Lin's mind was to kill. The killing intent that was removed when he turned into a mortal exploded once more thanks to the stimulation of the celestial ascension fruit. The fiend that made the sea of greed and Zhao tremble had awakened. Wang Lin's body moved like a flaming meteor across the sky, and he charged directly at the direction where he vaguely felt that cold snort come from. Another cold snort came from the tower in the ancient battleground. This snort contained disdain and killing intent. The cold snort arrived and landed on Wang Lin, causing him to cough out another large mouthful of blood. His eyes became even more crazy as he slapped his bag of holding, and almost 100,000 celestial ascension fruits surrounded him. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin's hand reached out, and the 100,000 fruits all collapsed one by one. The juices condensed and refined until the 100,000 fruits were condensed into just one drop. Wang Lin looked at the demonically red liquid that could cause a person to collapse and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed that demonically red liquid, Wang Lin felt like his body was about to explode, and the speed at which his blood was circulating through his body reached its limit. His battle intent and madness reached an unprecedented degree at this moment. Then he slapped his bag of holding, and a wine jug appeared in his hand. This was the wine jug that he got at the cave, and it contained 10 drops of celestial liquid. As soon as he brought out the wine jug, he drank 4 drops. After the celestial liquid entered his body, celestial spiritual energy moved through his meridians like raging thunder. An unimaginable amount of celestial spiritual energy moved inside his body to the point where he might not be able to handle it. If it wasn't for the fact that his meridians were strengthened when he entered the Ascendant stage and were refined by the ancient demon, he definitely wouldn't have been able to bear this. Wang Lin seemed to have gone crazy. His hair started flowing in the air, and he charged out like a madman. A ghostly light flashed within the armor inside the Black Tower, and a divine message echoed out. Could he have gone crazy? Wang Lin didn't even notice the demon soldiers. Right now the only things in his eyes were battle and kill. At this moment, the cold snort carrying killing intent and a hint of anxiety came again. This time it was even stronger, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble and cough out another mouthful of blood. His body was about to be destroyed, and his origin soul was about to dissipate. However, all of the life force he had absorbed on the way here was slowly nourishing his body and origin soul, allowing them to slowly recover. Zishus stared at Wang Lin in the sky. When he saw Wang Lin cough out blood, his eyes suddenly lit up. This person must be seriously injured. Although he has a strong aura, for him to cough out blood while just flying shows just how injured he is. Since this person has reached the Ascendant stage, he must have many magic treasures and even some good techniques. More importantly, if I can refine his origin soul and feed it to my sword spirit, it will increase the power of my sword spirit greatly. A hint of killing intent appeared in Zishu's eyes, but it soon dimmed. This person is an Ascendant cultivator after all. But if I let this opportunity pass, who knows when I'll meet another seriously injured Ascendant cultivator. Let's do it. Zishu's eyes lit up once more. Kill. Zishu's body turned into a shadow and charged directly toward Wang Lin. The demon soldiers behind him heard the order and quickly began laying down the formation. A killing intent locked onto Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, so he was very sensitive to killing intent. He turned his head and saw the 30,000 demon soldiers on the ground and Zishue, who was charging at him. He revealed a grim smile. Then his body moved and charged towards Xixue. He was simply too fast and arrived next to Zishu's body in an instant. Zishu's expression changed greatly. He expected this person to run, not charge at him while seriously injured. He let out a snort before his hand formed a seal, and the large sword on his back flew out. At the moment the large sword flew out, Wang Lin appeared. He grabbed the large sword with his right hand and threw it behind him. Then at the same time, he passed right beside Xixue. At the Wang Lion passed by Xixue, he softly tapped Zishu's shoulder. Xixue trembled, and his body immediately withered along with his origin soul. In the blink of an eye, a life seal was formed, and it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's didn't stop at all and charged into the 30,000 demon soldiers on the ground. A mad slaughter began. Blood stained the earth and souls filled the sky. Strands of life seals continued to appear and enter his body. Half an incense stick of time later, the ground was covered in blood. After it was over, Wang Lin flew out and charged into the distance. He now had 30,000 life seals, each of which carried endless vitality. As each mark disappeared, his body recovered a bit. The life seals were quickly dissipating, but his body was also quickly recovering. The anger of the divine sense inside the black tower in the ancient battleground became even stronger. This person absorbed a large number of celestial ascension fruits. Under the effect of the fruit, he isn't even afraid of death. Many of my attacks should have killed him, but instead of dying, his battle intent became even stronger. That's not even the important part. This person has a spell that allows him to absorb life from all sorts of life forms, allowing his injuries to recover at a rapid pace. If this continues, he will arrive here one day. A very rare feeling of regret appeared in the divine sense inside the black armor. Chapter 603, There is Killing Intent. At the moment Wang Lin left, Zishu's body was already on the ground. It had completely withered and was left without a trace of vitality, but there was a faint, golden light flashing on his forehead. Zishu's origin soul had already collapsed, so his body fell from the sky. The difference between him and Wang Lin was too big. He couldn't even use the sword energy that his master gifted him before he died. Wang Lin's heart carried a fierce madness, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body moved like surging waves between his meridians and origin soul. Adding on the stimulation from the fruit, he was like a war god carrying monstrous killing intent. His eyes were bloodshot as he took a step forward in the air. There were rumbling echoes across the air as if his steps were shattering the sky. He moved rapidly across the air with these large strides. He was still far away from the location of the ancient battleground. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he walked across the sky, attracting the attention of a lot of people inside the demon spirit land. Among these people were cultivators and the demon generals of the fire demon country. As long as they didn't provoke Wang Lin, he ignored them, but at the moment they had any killing intent toward Wang Lin, he would immediately be able to detect them due to his current state. Anyone who had killing intent would be killed by Wang Lin without any hesitation. There was a private planet far away from planet Tianhous called Planet Mo. This planet belonged to someone called Mo Ancestor. His cultivation had reached illusory yin of the yin and yang stage. This time, with his current cultivation, he lost the qualification to enter the demon spirit land. However, of his 3 disciples, aside from the head disciple, the other 2 both entered. At this moment 2 youths wearing gray robes were flying across the sky in the fire demon country. These 2 were the 2 direct disciples of the Mo Ancestor. As they flew, one of their eyes suddenly lit up. He looked into the distance and could clearly feel that there seemed to be a primal beast emitting unimaginable killing intent and that it was coming toward their direction. This person's expression suddenly changed and he yelled, "Junior brother, quickly retreat." With that, the 2 of them quickly scattered to the sides, and right after they did so, a meteor-like figure passed by. The figure passed by them. Ascendant. This person's pupils shrank. Senior brother. He seems to be injured. The person's junior brother suddenly stared at the figure filled with killing intent gradually moving away and suddenly sent a voice transmission. An Ascendant cultivator must have a lot of treasure on him. If we can obtain his demon crystal. The senior brother's eyes narrowed and he hesitated. Senior brother, both of us are at the late stage of soul transformation. Although our chances aren't great, with the 2 of us against an injured Ascendant cultivator, and if we use magical treasures. Just as the 2 of them were communicating with each other, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He turned around, looked behind him with his bloodshot eyes, and muttered, "There is killing intent." He suddenly turned around and charged toward those 2 like a bolt of lightning. When the 2 of them saw Wang Lin turn around, Their expressions quickly changed, and they began to retreat. However, Wang Lin's speed was too fast, so in the blink of an eye, he arrived next to the junior brother and extended his finger. The youth's expression changed greatly and was aghast at the situation. He looked at Wang Lin's gaze and was startled. This gaze was too terrifying. Wang Lin's finger made the youth feel like it was completely irresistible, as if this finger represented the heavens. This finger landed on his forehead at an unimaginable speed. This youth let out a miserable groan before his body instantaneously withered and his origin soul collapsed. The shattered origin soul and essence of his body was turned into slaughter energy. Then that strand of slaughter energy left his body and flew to Wang Lin. This all happened too fast. So fast that the senior brother wasn't able to react at all. By the time he awakened from, as the demon generals were taught, Chapter 604, 10 Years of Enlightenment, the Dao transforms into the Underworld. It was not false that 100,000 demon soldiers could destroy an Ascendant cultivator, but only if this Ascendant cultivator wasn't Wang Lin. When a normal Ascendant cultivator meets 100,000 demon soldiers, although they can use spells to kill them, the 100,000 demon soldiers can battle the Ascendant cultivator by fusing their demonic spiritual energy into one and creating a formation. But at this moment, Wang Lin was so crazy that he wasn't even afraid of death. So how would he mind these demon soldiers? His celestial slaughter art required slaughter to create more slaughter energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was being stimulated by the celestial ascension fruit, and he had a large amount of celestial spiritual energy in his body. So how could he be stopped by 100,000 demon soldiers? If there were 5 times more demon soldiers, Wang Lin would definitely be defeated, but he would not lose when facing only 100,000 of them. Slaughter energy charged through the demon soldiers like crazy. As the tragic screams came from the demon soldiers, their demonic spiritual energy gathered to form the image of a scorpion. The scorpion was made of demonic spiritual energy and had a very large body. The scorpion's tail looked like it could shatter space itself when it attacked. The middle-aged man on the wall had a gloomy expression as he said, "Go and kill this person." The demon generals beside him all charged out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately noticed more than 10 strands of killing intent coming at him. He quickly moved and pointed his right pinky forward. Underworld finger. This Underworld finger was used with Ascendant level cultivation. One finger to summon the Underworld. After his domain and origin soul fused, this finger represented the changes of life and death. The moment the finger appeared, countless flashes of lightning appeared across the sky and a large river suddenly appeared in the air. This river was cloudy with countless remnants and limbs flowing within it. There were also countless ghosts struggling within, and, however, he was currently being stimulated by the celestial ascension fruit, so his mind had reached a new peak. Adding on the surging celestial spiritual energy inside his body, the effects of both could be able to complete that vague concept in his mind and make it into reality. This was the most important step in his life as a cultivator so far. Once he takes this step, he will truly have his own Dao. From that moment on, he will no longer cultivate the heavens, the earth, the immortals, or the gods. He will become a Daoist, someone who cultivates Dao. The Underworld river swept across the group and carried more than 10 demon soldiers back with it. The demon generals trapped inside the Underworld river struggled like crazy. Their combined struggle was very powerful and even caused the newly formed Underworld river to loosen a bit. Wang Lin's eyes became red as he turned into shadow and entered the Underworld river. Once he entered the Underworld river, it became as stable as Mount Tai. Anyone who wishes to kill me will be trapped in my Underworld river. This is my own reincarnation cycle that isn't controlled by the heavens. Wang Lin's voice spread out his Dao. It fused into the Underworld river and turned into reincarnation power. The Underworld river rolled back and disappeared from the world, and the more than 10 demon generals disappeared with it. The scorpion formed by the demon soldiers also collapsed. As the 30,000 strands of slaughter energy moved through, they carried back with them strands of gray gas. These strands all rushed toward Wang Lin, who was slowly walking toward the city. It looked like the gray gas was a giant cloak on Wang Lin's back. This cloak was so big that it covered the earth. The expression of the middle-aged man on the wall became pale, and his throat felt dry. He kept backing up, as he felt like he had no power to resist the man before him. My cultivation level is the same as this person's. Both of us are at the early stage of Ascendant. This person is seriously injured, so I was originally 100% confident in killing him, but now I'm not even 10% confident. This person already has his own Dao, and that Underworld river is too terrifying. The Demon Emperor has harmed me by making me stay here. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and began to retreat like crazy. He didn't hesitate at all as he took out a black, fist-sized beast bone and crushed it. The moment the beast bone shattered, a strand of black gas came out of it. The black gas quickly surrounded the middle-aged man and teleported him away. This black bone was a very precious item that could teleport someone directly back to the capital. Only the commander-in-chiefs and vice-commander-in-chiefs had them. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely red. He waved his hand, and the 100,000 demon soldiers turned into 100,000 strands of slaughter energy. Adding on the 30,000 strands from before, 130,000 strands of slaughter energy charged out. At the moment the middle-aged man disappeared, the 130,000 strands of slaughter energy quickly caught up. There was a very luxurious transfer array in the capital of the Fire Demon country that only commander-in-chiefs and vice-commander-in-chiefs could use. The head steward of the Fire Demon country was silently cultivating next to the array. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a smile as the transfer array activated. He knew that a commander-in-chief or vice-commander-in-chief had returned. I wonder who returned. He stood up and turned around to look at the formation. However, his expression immediately changed. He stared at the formation and was completely dumbfounded. As the formation lit up, a withered mummy fell from the void. The mummy's eyes were still open and filled with reluctance. The death of a vice-commander-in-chief was a big deal for any of the countries in the demon spirit land. The angry roar of the Fire Demon country's demon emperor echoed throughout the entire capital. Search. Find who that cultivator is and kill him. I don't care what his identity is, I want him dead. As Wang Lin left the city at the border between the Fire Demon country and the Sky Demon country, he took with him 100,000 strands of slaughter energy. The power of the celestial ascension fruit in his body was still going strong. Not only had the killing not lowered his battle intent, it caused it to increase even more. His killing intent also increased. He turned into a ferocious meteor as he charged toward the location where he sensed the source of the attacks. In the past several days, that cold snort never appeared again. Wang Lin's body had already recovered thanks to all of the life force he had taken from the earth. In fact, his body was reaching its peak with the help of all the slaughter energy. In the Black Tower in the ancient battleground, there was a ghostly light flickering inside the armor that was missing a wrist guard, and there was an old man kneeling before the armor. This old man was wearing all black. He was the person that saved Hu Pao. I'll give you 3 pieces of the demonic armor. Stop him. He is not allowed to step foot onto this ancient battleground. As the divine sense message echoed in the tower, a wrist guard, chest piece, and shoulder guard flew off the armor. The moment the 3 pieces of armor flew out, they turned into black threads that drilled into the old man's clothes. The black threads moved through the old man's skin and quickly appeared all over his body. The threads constantly moved, and when they eventually stopped, a set of black armor appeared over the old man. This armor was simple, but there was a monstrous amount of devilish energy coming from it. An arm-sized illusion appeared from the devilish energy. This illusion was a shadow with a single horn, exactly the same as the creature Wang Lin destroyed. The moment it appeared, it entered the old man's forehead. The old man seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain. The veins all over his body swelled up, and his cries of pain spread far into the distance. After a long time, the old man's body trembled. Then his eyes revealed a devilish light, and he respectfully said, "This devil's servant obeys. Go." The ghostly light from the armor was very dim. The divine sense message it gave out revealed that it was tired. The old man no longer spoke. He stood up and walked out of the tower. Then he looked into the distance, and, after pondering a bit, he shouted, "Demon Guardians, come out." After he said that, a huge gust of wind appeared over the entire ancient battleground. This wind was extremely cold, and felt like it could freeze the ground it blew by. This demonic wind circled around the old man, and turned into a woman wearing armor. There was a tattoo on her face that covered her whole body. However, due to her armor, parts of the tattoo were blocked. After she appeared, she knelt down on one knee and softly said, "Demon Guardian Wind Song, present." If Wang Lin was here, he would notice that this woman was very similar to Demon General Xiao Yan. Shortly after, the earth trembled and there was a series of explosions. The ground 100 feet before the old man suddenly exploded and a completely black arm reached out. A very lean old man climbed out from the ground. He was on all fours like some kind of wild beast. He turned his head to look at the old man and grinned. "Demon Guardian Earth Devil, present." At this moment, soul fragments filled the horizon and waves of ghostly wails could be heard. These soul fragments formed a giant, black cloud that covered the sky. There were no less than 100 million soul fragments within the black cloud. The black cloud formed a cone shape, and below it, a sullen-looking young man was slowly walking over. The roars of the large amount of soul fragments behind him echoed across the area. Demon Guardian Hu Pao, present. Chapter 605, Demon Guardian. After passing through the 10,000 Demon Mountain, the location of the source of the cold snort became even more clear to Wang Lin. After several days, an endless wasteland appeared before him. There was countless debris covering the wasteland. The ground was covered in cracks, and there was an unpleasant smell being carried by the wind. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The celestial ascension fruit had penetrated his entire mind after being under its effect for so many days. His awareness had increased several-fold, and now he only needed a little stimulation to erupt. At this moment the only thought, then I want to see how this little cultivator can escape from my heaven pus and earth sore. The skinny old man smiled, but soon his smile froze. When the pus sphere shrunk down to only 30 feet wide, it stopped and no longer shrunk. A powerful battle and killing intent penetrated through the pus sphere. The killing intent that penetrated through caused the surrounding temperature to immediately drop and created gusts of cold wind. The battle intent that was mixed in with the killing intent caused the skinny old man's pupils to shrink. Just at this moment, muffled roars came from within the sphere of pus. Soon, a ray of sword energy split the sphere of pus and charged out. This sword energy was monstrous. When it appeared, it caused the sky to be filled with sword energy. There was another sword next to the celestial sword. It was a treasured sword, and the faint figure of a devil ram's soul had appeared on the sword. There was also a half-moon blade next to the two swords. This blade let out a blade hymn and gave off a cold aura. Behind those three weapons was Wang Lin. He slowly walked step by step out of the sphere of pus that was cut in half. His eyes were bright red, and the killing and battle intent in his eyes had fused into a mysterious light. The skinny old man's heart trembled when he looked over. This person's gaze is somewhat terrifying. At the moment he stepped out, the three weapons before Wang Lin charged out. They turned into 3 rays of light and shot toward the old man and the woman. The woman's expression was gloomy as she took a step back and immediately disappeared. The black half-moon blade let out a sudden hymn as it also disappeared. A series of groans and sounds of metal colliding quickly echoed throughout the surrounding area. The old man's eyes became cold. He didn't even look at the 3 weapons before his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Earth Soar." The ground 10,000 feet around the old man began to shake. As the ground shook, rings of light appeared and quickly began to expand. They looked like the sores that grow on people's faces, but they were growing on the earth. The old man shouted, "Explode." At this moment, his energy surged and all of the sores growing out of the ground immediately exploded. Then Liguo came out from the celestial sword and cursed at the skinny old man. "Blow yourself up." He controlled the celestial sword to attack the old man directly. The old man revealed an impatient expression and his hand reached out, trying to grab the celestial sword. In his eyes, it wasn't hard to grab the sword with just his body at his cultivation level. Liguo laughed in his heart when he saw the old man trying to grab the sword. Not only did he not dodge, but he even slowed down, waiting for the old man. What kind of sword is this? The old man was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the celestial sword gave chase. The sword with the evil ram's soul arched around and attacked the old man's back. After the sores on the earth exploded, a thick wall of pus 100 feet tall appeared and spread out in ripples. Wang Lin's body was filled with celestial spiritual energy as he floated in the air. He took a step toward the old man, who was entangled with the 2 swords. The old man let out an angry roar as he called out the illusionary cocoon again to use his spell. With one step, Wang Lin broke space and arrived above the old man. His blood-red eyes stared at the illusionary cocoon, and his right hand reached out. Strands of slaughter energy charged out and drilled into the illusion. Then he closed his right hand and pulled back. There was a tearing sound as he tore the illusionary cocoon from behind the old man. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he threw the cocoon behind him. Then his right hand viciously reached out. The cocoon exploded as it flew through the air. Large amounts of pus sprayed out, and there was a muffled groan from the void. Winsong's body appeared where the cocoon exploded. Her face was pale, but her eyes were even more gloomy. The half-moon blade followed closely after her and stabbed toward her. Winsong waved her hand. There was now a silver dagger in her hand. The sound of metal colliding was heard as the half-moon blade was pushed back, but Winsong was also pushed back a few steps. She had just arrived here while fighting the half-moon blade, and was forced to reveal herself because of the cocoon exploding. After the cocoon was crushed, the old man coughed out blood and revealed a look of disbelief. At this moment Wang Lin's thumb pressed down again, and the finger of death appeared once more. This time the black light charged out like crazy. This black was too fast, and was already very close to the old man. The moment it appeared before the old man. The old man panicked, and opened his mouth to devour the black light. Although he devoured the black light, it didn't dissipate, and instead penetrated through his mouth. Just at this moment, Winsong threw the dagger in her hand. The dagger and the half-moon blade began to fight. She then turned into a cold breeze and charged toward Wang Lin, who had his back toward her. The wind was very fast. She closed in on Wang Lin in almost an instant. Wang Lin didn't turn his head, but touched his bag of holding. The soul lasher appeared in his hand. The long whip was completely black and gave off an aura that could cause the soul to tremble. At the moment Winsong closed in, the soul lasher suddenly moved. There was a loud bang followed by Winsong's miserable groan. She was knocked out of the void, and there was a red whip mark on her face. For the first time, her eyes revealed shock. Right now she didn't want to kill. She wanted to retreat as soon as possible. Wang Lin's mind had long lost his consciousness due to the stimulation of the celestial ascension fruit, so everything he did was by instinct. Winsong quickly retreated. For her to be able to fight the half-moon blade, her speed was naturally very fast. She quickly retreated without even leaving a shadow. Without even thinking, Wang Lin's palm pressed down and a huge hand print suddenly appeared before him. The same nameless palm print that managed to even scare Mo Lihai appeared. Wang Lin's slaughter energy moved within the palm print, creating a gust of wind in its path. The palm print moved at an unimaginable speed, chasing after Winsong. The palm print passed through Winsong while she retreated. The slaughter energy inside the palm entered her body, causing her to explode. A gentle wind blew by and caused Wang Lin's hair to flutter. He continued to march into the distance, and in front of him were the three weapons. On the ground there were a pile of flesh and a mummy giving off an endless amount of death aura. Chapter 606 Awaken. Inside the Black Tower, the ghostly light flickered like it never had before. There was even a hint of fear inside the ghostly light. This kind of thing almost never happened in these countless years. That palm print. It's him. Could this person have something to do with him? Could he also be here? There was a trace of panic in the divine sense. Normally, with his mental strength, this kind of panic would never appear. However, that person was simply too terrifying. So terrifying that even with his cultivation, his heart would tremble when thinking about that person. Although this person's palm print has a lot of differences, about 70% of it is the same as his spell. Is this a coincidence, or? Wang Lin. A loud shout came down like a thunderous roar from the sky. Although this shout came from a person, it also felt like it had come from 100 million souls. This sound arrived like a series of explosions. The sky changed color, and it was as if the sound was the only thing that remained. Wang Lin's stimulated origin soul showed a sign of sobering up when he heard this voice. Although his eyes were still blood red, at this moment, they revealed a rare glimmer of clarity. He turned around and saw dark clouds rushing over from the horizon. These black clouds were made of countless soul fragments. These soul fragments were full of energy and caused terrifying ripples as they charged over. A black-robed young man walked toward Wang Lin step by step under the black clouds. This person looked normal, but there was a deep sense of hatred in his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, while clenching his teeth, "Wang Lin, do you recognize me?" Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sense of clarity. He looked at this person and said, in a low tone, "Hu Pao, you still remember me? Wang Lin, I'll personally kill you today." Hu Pao laughed like crazy, causing the clouds of soul fragments above him to tremble. This created a huge pressure that enveloped the area. "Wang Lin, you never would have imagined that I, Hu Pao, would be like this today. Back then you were so strong in my eyes that it was completely impossible to do anything against you. However, now you are only an ant in my eyes." Hu Pao stared at Wang Lin while venting all the resentment he had stored up in the past 10 years. He wasn't in a rush to attack, he wanted to vent. Wang Lin's voice was still calm. "Indeed, I would never have imagined." Hu Pao madly shouted, "When you abandoned me in 13, do you know how much we suffered? Especially me, who had all of my bones crushed and meridians shattered by that commander. I suffered torture and humiliation in the dark prison. Where were you then? When I called countless times for you to save me, where were you? In your eyes, 13 and I were only pawns. Unfortunately, 13 is still a fool and doesn't know your true face." The soul fragments above him seemed to feel this excitement and roared with him. "Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and didn't let me just die. Instead, It gave me a new life and let me meet Master. I was able to complete my soul refining spell here, and I have refined over 100 million soul fragments. Today you will without a doubt die. However, I won't kill you so easily. I'll seal your soul inside your body and throw you into the most cruel dungeon in the 9-demon country, where you will be humiliated but won't be able to die. Then I'll extract your soul and seal you in a soul flag where I can torment you every day. Hu Pao viciously stared at Wang Lin before revealing a hint of mockery and saying, "Have you ever thought that you would one day be killed by the spell you taught? Have you ever tasted the feeling of 100 million soul fragments invading your body? After I take your soul, I'll return to the soul refining tribe and take all of their souls too." Hu Pao's body was trembling. This trembling was caused by excitement, and he began to laugh like crazy. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and slowly said, "So it turns out you hate me this much." "Hate? Of course. I, Hu Pao, will not be ordinary in this life. With this soul refining spell and the 100 million soul fragments, I'll be at the top of the demon spirit land. You are not qualified to be my master, even if you were before. You must die." Arrogant laughter came from Hu Pao. At this moment, he really did have the qualifications to be arrogant. The power of 100 million soul fragments was indeed great, especially because these 100 million soul fragments all came from this ancient battleground. Before they died, none of their cultivations were weak. There were even some demon general level soul fragments, making it all the more terrifying. With this soul flag in my hand, who else can stop me besides the master who saved me? No one can stop me. 100 million soul fragments isn't my goal. My goal is 1 billion, 10 billion. I want a 10th demon country to appear in the demon spirit land. The first demon emperor will be me, Hu Pao. Wang Lin silently looked at Hu Pao and slowly said, "So it seems you want to kill me, and hatred is only half the reason. The other half is to kill everyone else that knows the soul refining spell. This way there will be no one else who can use the same spell as you to compete with you for soul fragments, correct?" Hu Pao stared at Wang Lin and let out a grim laugh. "You are indeed worthy of being my previous master. That is correct. You treated me as a pawn, but you taught me the soul refining spell. Although I hated you before, it wasn't that much. However, inside the dark prison, I reached enlightenment. What right do you have to be my master? What right did others have to attack me because they don't like you? Because you are strong? Then if I become even more powerful, then what? That is why, at the moment I was rescued, I swore that I'd become strong. I'd overtake you, and then kill you." Wang Lin slightly shook his head as he carefully looked at Hu Pao and said, "To be able to cultivate to this step in only 10 years of time, I have to admit, not even the most blessed daughter of the heavens could compare to you on this." At first I was puzzled. Although your talent is good and even better than red butterflies at certain points, it is impossible to cultivate to this degree in only 10 years. It should also be impossible for you to contain and control so many soul fragments. But now I understand the reason. You must have cultivated a method that burns your potential in life. You will quickly reach your peak for a very short period of time. This peak will be very short, and I'm afraid it will last not even more than a day. Shut up. Hu Pao's expression was fierce as he pointed at the sky. A part of the black cloud suddenly split off, turning into millions of souls. Hu Pao pointed at Wang Lin, and the soul fragments rushed toward him. Hu Pao madly laughed. "I'll let you see what a million soul fragments are like. You probably have never even seen 1 million souls before." Liguo clearly heard the talk between the two of them. He looked at Hu Pao and thought, "This kid doesn't know how high the heavens is. Your grandpa Su has tried to revolt many times, and each time I failed. If you can really succeed, I'll change my surname to Hu and be called Hu Liguo." Revolting is a very difficult thing, and it requires a lot of planning, especially when it is against this fiend. How can you think it will be this simple? Wang Lin raised his head and calmly looked at the sky. The 1 million soul fragments rushed at him. This was something he hadn't seen in a long time. This black mass of soul fragments, all with ferocious expressions, wouldn't retreat until they had completely devoured him. Wang Lin let out a soft sigh as he raised his right hand and pressed it toward the sky. Then a symbol appeared in his palm. The 1 million soul fragments suddenly stopped and remained motionless after seeing the symbol. This scene was too strange, and it even startled Hu Pao. The soul refining spell is not used like this. Wang Lin's voice was soft as he waved his right hand. Looks of respect appeared in the eyes of the 1 million soul fragments. The soul fragments recognized Hu Pao as their master, but when they saw that symbol, they immediately understood that the person before them was the real master. This is impossible. Not possible. Hu Pao suddenly lost connection to those 1 million souls in his mind. He He was startled and revealed a ferocious expression as he shouted, 100 million souls, devour. After he said that, the black clouds in the sky suddenly descended, creating crazy amounts of pressure, and the 100 million souls rushed out. At this moment, it was as if the only thing that existed in this world right now were the soul fragments. Hu Pao revealed a ferocious expression. It was as if could see that Wang Lin was about to be devoured. As the 100 million soul fragments rushed over, Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and swept the area. The weak point that Wang Lin left in the soul refining spell that he taught was used at this moment. Wang Lin had absolute control over all of the souls refined by people who learned the soul refining spell from him. The 100 million soul fragments were startled, and they immediately showed respect in their eyes and circled Wang Lin. They formed back into the black cloud and stared back at Hu Pao. At this moment, Hu Pao was completely stunned. There was no longer a single soul fragment near him. This huge change, this strange scene caused Hu Pao's mind to blank out. Your soul refining spell was manipulated by someone to make it easier to control. However, how could the root of the soul refining spell be so easily changed without the true inheritance and tens of thousands of years of sacrifice? Wang Lin was the person who inherited the soul refining spell, and the soul refining spell was the heart of the soul refining sect. Although the soul refining spell wasn't an earth-shattering spell, it was something that was refined by countless generations of soul refining sect disciples. The members of the soul refining sect spent tens of thousands of years diligently studying how to refine the spell. How could anyone completely remake the spell in merely 10 years without even the true inheritance? Hu Pao's benefactor couldn't do this. Maybe the person inside the armor could, but he wouldn't waste his time on such a small matter. Impossible. How did this happen? Benefactor clearly told me that he had already fixed the weakness of this spell. Why? Hu Pao's dumbfounded expression suddenly turned to anger. He stared at the soul fragments around Wang Lin and shouted, "Soul fragments, quickly return." His voice was almost breaking, but the soul fragments around Wang Lin didn't even look at him. They all circled around Wang Lin with looks of respect on their faces. "Soul fragments, quickly return." Hu Pao roared like crazy, but the soul fragments still circled Wang Lin. Hu Pao's heart was filled with rage as his body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He spent countless days and nights during the last 10 years refining souls. His courage continued to expand until he had refined 100 million of them. At that moment, he believed that he had the power to pierce the heavens. He had become strong and could kill Wang Lin to take Wang Lin's place. However, at this moment, when he was facing Wang Lin, all of that disappeared. More than 10 years of hard work were handed over to Wang Lin just like that. The flame of rage burned brightly in his heart, brightly enough to almost make him collapse. "Wang Lin, I will kill you." The veins on Hu Pao's face bulged out, and he became crazy. The current him looked even crazier than Wang Lin when he was under the effect of the celestial ascension fruit. Because he had hopes, when his hopes were shattered, he became even more disappointed and crazy. Wang Lin revealed a complex expression. He waved his right hand and sighed. "You rebelled because of me. Before you die, I'll let you see a true spell using the soul flag." The 1 billion soul flag flew out from Wang Lin's bag of holding. The surrounding 100 million soul fragments suddenly trembled before they rapidly fused into one soul. This soul was crystal clear as it threw a punch at Hu Pao. When the punch landed, Hu Pao's body trembled and was torn asunder along with his soul. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he waved the 1 billion soul flag, and the 100 million soul fragments flew into it. There was a hint of struggle in the clarity in his eyes. He looked into the distance and could see that there was a black tower far in the distance. There was an old man standing below the tower. He was wearing black armor and was also looking toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the old man and moved to the tower. He could feel powerful, devilish energy coming from the black tower. This was true devilish energy. There was a distinct difference between this and the devilish energy created from cultivators' cultivation. Now that Wang Lin had sobered up, his pupils shrank. This devilish energy was very powerful, extremely powerful. The person inside the tower had to be a peerless expert. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His origin soul and his body hadn't completely fused yet. It would still take half a month for his origin soul and body to become one, and only then would his cultivation of early-stage Ascendant be stabilized. The celestial ascension fruit is simply too tyrannical. Although it allowed me to withstand his attacks, it also made me enter a state of craze that I have never entered before. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared into the distance before him. The old man, wearing black armor below the tower, took a step. This step caused the earth to tremble, and the trembling spread to Wang Lin's feet. Late-stage Ascendant. This person's cultivation. No, wait, this person's true cultivation level isn't this high. It is the armor on his body. The clarity in his eyes struggled once more. The effect of the celestial ascension fruit was attacking his mind like crazy, trying to return him to the madness once more. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he let out a cold snort to suppress the effect of the fruit. Then he raised his right hand to point at the sky. There was a loud rumble as a large river appeared in the sky. Shortly after, he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows with his left hand. A ray of golden light came out from his forehead and into his left hand. Ling Tianhous' sword energy appeared. The old man in black armor's eyes lit up, and he stopped. Chapter 607, Condensing the River's Soul. The black-armored old man frowned, and his eyes lit up. First he looked at the river in the sky. After pausing for a moment, his gaze moved to the sword energy left by Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. His eyes were glowing brightly as he stared at that sword energy and sucked in a breath of cold air. There is something mysterious about this river formed by his Dao. However, it has just formed, so there isn't enough power behind it. But this sword energy is strong, very strong. The person who created this sword energy must be a peerless expert. I'm afraid that person's cultivation level has already entered Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin's two most powerful hands were brought out. His goal wasn't to fight, but to shock the enemy. Wang Lin had already become sober. The madness from the fruit had been suppressed, and he had regained his cunning. Right now this old man was not someone he could deal with, let alone the mysterious existence in the Black Tower. The black-armored old man's gaze withdrew from the sword energy. He then looked toward Wang Lin and silently pondered. The surroundings were completely silent except for the sound of the Underworld river flowing in the air. The sound of the river flowing created sound ripples that diffused across the area. Just at this moment, a huge divine sense suddenly charged out from the tower behind the black-armored old man. Where did you learn that palm print? The divine sense echoed like a thunderous roar. The moment this sound appeared, the ground began to shatter, but it stopped 100 feet before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He remembered now. It was this voice that had seriously injured him countless times on the way here. If not for the slaughter energy and finger of death, he would have already died. Wang Lin said, I learned it in the celestial realm. The huge divine sense muttered, Celestial realm. Yes, he did go to the celestial realm once back then. Wang Lin began to retreat. He was no longer under the effect of the celestial ascension fruit. Now that he had calmed down, he was covered in cold sweat. Capture him alive. After the divine sense sent out this message, it disappeared back into the tower. The black-armored old man didn't hesitate before suddenly leaping into the air. He moved like a bolt of lightning toward Wang Lin. With his late-stage ascendant cultivation, his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, Wind. With one word, a giant tornado suddenly appeared. As it swept across the ground, the earth began to shatter and countless broken rocks were mixed into the tornado as it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he backed up several steps, and his right hand pointed at the sky. The Underworld river suddenly descended from the sky and swept across the area. The incoming tornado was stopped by the flow of the Underworld river. After a few bursts of reincarnation energy, the tornado was pulled into the Underworld river. Such a young age, and you already have your own Dao. You are not simple. The old man's voice was calm. His hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Thunder. After the old man shouted, the sky immediately darkened, and dark clouds suddenly filled the sky. These dark clouds looked like ugly faces. With the word thunder, a small gap suddenly appeared in the black clouds. Following a loud rumble, a ray of black thunder descended from the sky. Wang Lin's expression changed as he raised his left pinky, without any hesitation, toward the descending thunder. Underworld finger. Wang Lin couldn't afford to underestimate this thunder spell. He heard from Xixue that thunder spells were the most difficult to practice. Unless someone had a lot of skill, they were very difficult to learn. This was because thunder was considered the power of the heavens. And how could the power of the heavens be so easily used by a human? The Underworld river began to move due to the Underworld finger. The entire Underworld river began to move following the direction of Wang Lin's finger. Then the Underworld river charged into the black thunder in the sky, carrying the power of reincarnation. An earth-shattering explosion echoed across the sky. Although the Underworld river began to collapse, the black thunder was also dissipating. After 1/3 of the Underworld river had collapsed, the black thunder dissipated completely. Your Dao is very powerful. The black-armored old man sneered. His right hand pointed at the sky again, and he shouted, Rain. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly shrank, and drops of black rain immediately began to fall. These raindrops fell down from the sky, like swords straight toward Wang Lin. Late-stage Ascendant is indeed something I can't beat. However, if you want to kill me, it will not be this simple. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a step and walked directly into the Underworld River. When he entered the Underworld River, he merged with it. He became his Dao. He was the Underworld River. The Underworld River that had already lost 1/3 of itself immediately formed a giant wave after Wang Lin walked in. It flowed on the ground, and in the blink of an eye turned into a dragon. Wang Lin was located at the head of the dragon. The dragon head rose up and let out a roar. This was the roar of the Underworld. It was Wang Lin's heaven-defying Dao. This was the roar Wang Lin gave as he raised his head. The black rain falling from the sky suddenly paused after the roar. Then the black raindrops all shattered and turned into slivers of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in black smoke. What a good fusion with your Dao. Unfortunately, I don't think your Dao can even withstand one hit from me. This old man doesn't have his own Dao, but this armor of mine does. The old man's expression was normal. His arms opened up as he sneered and flew into the air before shouting, "Wind!" The wind picked up again and formed a giant vortex in the sky. This was a vortex of wind, and its appearance caused all of the black gas to be sucked into it. The old man shouted again, "Rain!" Drops of black rain appeared inside the vortex. These raindrops were made of devilish energy, so they were not normal. Thunder. There was a thunderous roar, and another ray of black thunder appeared within the black clouds. At the moment the black thunder appeared, there were strands of black lightning moving within the black raindrops. At this moment, with the thunder at the center and countless raindrops connected by the black lightning, it was as if there was a giant nest of lightning covering the sky. Lightning. The old man's voice seemed to even suppress the roar of the thunder. Then the thunder, raindrops, and even the vortex descended from the sky at lightning speed. Wang Lin raised his head. This was a new peak for him. It was a battle like he'd never had before. Unless something heaven-defying happened, then he would without a doubt lose when trying to fight against a late-stage Ascendant cultivator with only his early-stage Ascendant cultivation. Wang Lin knew this well because he had that heaven-defying object. Ling Tianhous' sword energy was that heaven-defying object. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, took out the 1 billion soul flag, and 100 million soul fragments immediately flew out. After these soul fragments appeared, they didn't fly into the sky, but instead quickly flew into the Underworld River. All 100 million soul fragments soon fused with the Underworld River. When I was under the influence of the Celestial Ascension Fruit, I was able to create this Underworld River with my Dao. Now that I'm sober, I'm still able to condense the soul of the river. The 100 million soul fragments fused with the Underworld River and fused into one. This soul was the soul of the Underworld River. The Underworld River now had a soul, so it suddenly moved when the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning descended from the sky. Wang Lin was inside the Underworld River. He spread out his divine sense, and his Dao fused with the river. At this moment, his origin soul let out a roar and the Underworld River charged into the sky. Now that it had a soul, the Underworld River seemed to have gained intelligence. It was like a dragon, as it let out a roar and wanted to devour the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell. At the same time, 130,000 strands of slaughter energy came out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows and fused with the dragon. Now this Underworld River carried killing intent. This was Wang Lin's real Underworld River. It contained 130,000 strands of slaughter energy, 100 million soul fragments, and Wang Lin's Dao. The mix of these charged out like crazy toward the descending spell from the old man. This was a battle of people at the peak. The thunder roared, the raindrops carried the lightning, and the wind vortex displayed its might as the spell collided with the Underworld River. At this moment, the sky changed colors and a loud explosion echoed endlessly through air. The ground trembled as a large amount of cracks appeared everywhere. At this moment, it was as if a layer had been peeled off from the entire ancient battleground. The sky above the ancient battleground seemed to have completely shattered. This was a battle of heaven and earth. At the same time as the earth was shattered, a large amount of soul fragments flew out from underground. These soul fragments were all powerful, so they weren't refined by Hu Pao. When Wang Lin saw these soul fragments, his eyes lit up and he shook the soul flag in his hand. The soul flag turned into a giant, black cloth that covered the sky. With just one sweep, countless souls were captured by the soul flag. These soul fragments turned into strands of black gas and fused with the Underworld River. As the heavens and earth shook, The black-armored man's expression became gloomy. Then he gave Wang Lin a meaningful look and shook his head. This wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell is my weakest spell. Next you will see the Dao that belongs to this armor. Dao of the Devil. The old man wiped the armor on his chest. In an instant, the armor began to move in a strange manner. Strands of devilish energy came out from the armor and quickly gathered before the old man. A sickle that gave off monstrous, devilish energy formed before the old man. The devilish energy that the sickle was giving off was incredibly dense. There seemed to be some law that was outside of the heavens' control inside this devilish energy. Its appearance caused cracks to appear in the nearby space before the space quickly shattered. This sickle wasn't completely solid. It was changing between incorporeal and corporeal. As it changed between these two states, there was a sizzling sound. The moment the sickle appeared, the old man revealed a painful expression. It was as if he was enduring unimaginable torture. The single-horned devil illusion that had entered the old man's brow appeared. Its expression was the exact opposite of the old man's. It looked very comfortable. The devil illusion completely flew out of the old man's body, turned into black smoke, and entered the sickle. The sickle suddenly became alive and charged straight at Wang Lin. The underworld river and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spells continued to collide, giving off loud explosions that echoed across the sky. The sickle quickly flew through the air, leaving behind a long trail of devilish flame. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he raised his right hand. Sword Saint Ling Tianhous' sword energy condensed at the tip of his finger. Ling Tianhous' life revolved around swords. He had created 4 small worlds that he refined into 4 sword gods. He was considered powerful and on par with the All-Seer on planet Tianhous. The power of his sword energy was unimaginable. Chapter 608, Blood Soul Pill. The sickle was made of the devilish energy from the armor the old man was wearing. He wasn't a devil, so the devilish energy he helped create wasn't pure, meaning the sickle that appeared wasn't perfect. However, the illusion that came out from his brow was part of a real devil soul. With this devil soul, even normal metal could be turned into a devil blade, much less this sickle created from devilish energy. After the devil soul fused with the sickle, it turned into a devilish sickle. It now also carried the Dao of the Devil with it. No one knew which was stronger between Ling Tianhous' sword energy and the devilish sickle with the devil soul. There was a flash of sword energy as Ling Tianhous' sword energy flew out from Wang Lin's finger. This sword energy was simply too powerful. Just it appearing caused the sky to change color. At this moment, it was as if everything in the world had stopped. Even the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell and the underworld river in the sky dimmed. The moment the sword light appeared, the sky was suddenly filled with sword energy. The sword energy was so dense that the underworld river went back into Wang Lin's body. The 130,000 strands of slaughter energy collapsed, and the underworld river soul turned back into 100 million soul fragments. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell was the same. The black thunder immediately shattered, and the raindrops along with the black lightning it carried all crashed. Even the wind vortex was pierced through by the sword energy and immediately collapsed. The moment the sword energy appeared, all of the other spells had to make way and were not allowed to take attention from it. This was Ling Tianhou's Dao within the sword energy. Dao of Tyranny. Ling Tianhou was proud his entire life and traveled the world with his tyranny. The tyranny inside his sword energy was the heaven's might. The devil illusion on the devilish sickle revealed a serious expression. The sickle flickered and charged directly at Wang Lin. The sword energy carried the Dao of Tyranny as it swept toward the sickle. Ling Tianhou's figure seemed to appear behind the sword energy at the moment the sword energy and devilish sickle collided. Likewise, the illusion of a single-horned devil appeared behind the devilish sickle. At the moment they collided, the ground immediately collapsed. Then a huge rift dividing the earth appeared and quickly began to spread. The clouds in the sky immediately disappeared, and at this moment, the entire sky dimmed. The illusion of the devil behind the devilish blade revealed a frustrated expression before collapsing. Following the devil, the devilish sickle collapsed. Ling Tianhou's sword energy was now dim, leaving only a sliver of golden light. However, this sliver of golden light still contained Ling Tianhou's Dao. At the moment the devilish sickle collapsed, the remaining sword energy swept toward the Black Tower. After Wang Lin released Ling Tianhou's sword energy, he retreated without any hesitation. He had to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat. After Wang Lin became sober, he felt fear. If he had stepped into the tower like he was going to when he was crazy, he would have without a doubt died. Earlier, He couldn't retreat with the black-armored old man watching him. However, now that he had released the sword energy, this was the best time to retreat. The black-armored old man coughed out a large mouthful of blood when the devilish sickle collapsed. He looked weakened, but when he saw Wang Lin retreating, he clenched his teeth and wanted to chase. However, he immediately stopped. Then his expression changed and he charged directly at the sword energy. The sword energy was headed directly toward the Black Tower. He knew how important the Black Tower was. Although the old man's speed was fast, the sword energy was even faster. The sword energy arrived next to the tower in an instant. A cold snort came from the tower, causing the sword energy to tremble, but it didn't dissipate. The tyrannical nature of the sword energy allowed it to pierce through the power of the cold snort and land on the tower. A soft came from inside the Black Tower. Although the Black Tower didn't collapse, cracks appeared on it. What a powerful sword energy. The person who created this sword energy is even stronger than me at my prime. The black-armored old man let out a big breath of relief when he saw that the sword energy dissipated and the Black Tower didn't collapse. Just at this moment, thick, devilish energy came out from the tower and directly entered the old man's body. The black armor that the old man was wearing gave off a demonic glow. His body immediately began to swell up, and soon he expanded to a 30-foot-tall giant. The armor he was wearing also expanded with him. A black horn grew on the old man's forehead and gave off a cold aura. At this moment, the old man was no longer human. He let out a painful roar before suddenly turning around. He looked at the retreating Wang Lin, and his eyes became cold. "Little bastard, I want to see where you are going to escape to." With that, he chased after Wang Lin. "I won because of the Celestial Ascension Fruit, but I also lost because of the Celestial Ascension Fruit." Wang Lin let out a sigh before his eyes lit up and he thought, "I can only risk it." His right hand touched the bag of holding, and a wax pill appeared in his hand. There were countless symbols on this wax pill, and they flickered along with Wang Lin's heartbeat. Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he split off a part of his divine sense, and suddenly charged into his bag of holding. He swept through his bag, and soon locked onto a small ball sealed by countless restrictions. Then his divine sense charged inside. Inside the ball, Xixue's face was crimson and countless drops of sweat appeared on her face. She revealed a strange expression that was filled with pain and comfort. There were also flashes of humiliation and struggle. "Xixue, tell me how to use the Blood Soul Pill. If you don't, then I'll crush my bag of holding before I die, trapping you in the void. You will maintain your current state until your life force runs out." Wang Lin's divine sense message charged directly into Xixue's soul. His message was like a bolt of lightning, causing her to suddenly become sober for a moment. However, she immediately began to struggle, as the restrictions on her body created a strange feeling that was about to make her collapse. Xixue struggled and said, "Release, release, the restriction. I will tell you." She would rather tell Wang Lin everything than continue to endure this torment. Wang Lin's divine sense swept past Xixue, and the restriction on her body immediately disappeared. Xixue let out a sigh of relief. Although her face was still red, without the restriction tormenting her, she felt a lot more relaxed. She had never seen Wang Lin this anxious before. Her eyes moved, and she was about to start bargaining with him. Wang Lin had split his divine sense, so only a part of it had gone inside the bag, while the other part was controlling his body. At this moment, the black-armored old man was catching up. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and a war axe flew out from his bag of holding. This was the war axe from the giant demon clan. After Wang Lin took it out, he threw it and shouted, "Explode." The war axe trembled and suddenly exploded, creating a powerful shock wave. The black-armored old man frowned and let out a cold snort. He waved his hand, and the shock wave from the axe immediately dissipated. Inside the bag of holding, Wang Lin shouted, "Are you going to speak?" With one thought, the restrictions appeared once more. If she refused to speak, then he was prepared to let her continue to struggle in agony. Xixue's face was crimson, but her eyes were filled with fear. Without any hesitation, she quickly told Wang Lin the method to use the Blood Soul Pill. At this moment in the outside world, the black-armored old man swept away the shock wave from the war axe. Then his right hand reached out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin questioned Xixue again inside the bag of holding before coming back out. He crushed the Blood Soul Pill in his hand, and then a drop of blue blood appeared. With no time to lose, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and began drawing a complex symbol in the air with his blood. After this symbol was formed, it quickly fused with the drop of blue blood. Wang Lin quickly grabbed it and pressed it between his eyebrows. At this moment, The 30-foot-tall black-armored old man closed in. Then the symbol came back out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He flicked the symbol tens of thousands of kilometers away and it disappeared over the horizon. After doing all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and the clarity in his eyes disappeared. What replaced it was a crazy amount of killing and battle intent. Old thing, die for me. The crazy Wang Lin's eyes were blood red. After letting out a ferocious roar, instead of retreating, he charged at the old man. When he rushed at the old man, a flame suddenly appeared all over this body. This flame came from inside his body and was a very thick and powerful flame. The black-armored man's expression suddenly changed. Rather than closing in, he backed off and then continued to retreat. You've gone crazy. The old man's eyes were filled with shock. Self-destruct. The self-destruct of an Ascendant cultivator. The power of this explosion was something not even this old man wanted to face. The mysterious power of the celestial ascension fruit filled his mind. He was already crazy and his origin soul was currently burning. Those 4 drops of celestial liquid began to boil as his origin soul burned. Wang Lin's figure moved like a meteor and charged directly at the old man. As the old man's expression changed, he continued to retreat. Explode. The flame around Wang Lin's body suddenly burned even stronger. He looked at the old man, and his body was suddenly destroyed by the celestial spiritual energy inside him. His origin soul was also destroyed along with the body, creating an unimaginable shock wave. If a normal Ascendant cultivator were to self-destruct, at most the old man would be injured. However, Wang Lin had the 4 drops of celestial liquid inside his body, so the difference was huge. The power of the self-destruct spread like crazy. The old man's body was the first thing hit, and he immediately coughed out blood. The armor on his body immediately turned into threads and formed a shield before his body to resist against the power of this self-destruct. However, the shield only lasted 3 breaths of time before it condensed into the image of a devil. Then it immediately left the old man and flew toward the Black Tower. Without the shield protecting him, the old man was immediately hit by the power of Wang Lin's self-destruct and his body collapsed. While Wang Lin blew himself up, just as his body was exploding, he looked at the Black Tower and threw a punch. This punch was formed by his Dao, life, and origin soul. It even contained the will of the ancient god. All of these powers from his body were used in this punch. This punch formed a powerful gust of wind and charged straight at the Black Tower. The Black Tower shook and the cracks left by Ling Tianhou's sword energy began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire Black Tower collapsed. A set of armor missing a wrist guard floated quietly in the air. There was a bright flash of a ghostly light, and a divine sense rushed out. You dare to destroy my Devil Tower. Even if you have a relationship with him, I'll kill you. The Devil Tower was an important tool that provided devilish energy, which allowed the divine sense inside the armor to spread out. Without the Devil Tower, it wouldn't be able to cover a majority of the demon spirit land like before. A black formation was uncovered on the ground where the tower used to be. There was a person sitting in the lotus position in the formation. His long hair flowed in the wind, and there were golden-purple tattoos on his body. The armor in the sky descended, turned into black threads, and surrounded this person. In the blink of an eye, the armor was being worn by this person, and at this moment, the person opened his eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away, a drop of blue blood appeared from the void. The moment this drop of blood appeared, it quickly flew off into the distance. As it flew, the drop of blood slowly turned into the figure of Wang Lin. Chapter 609, Ancient Demon's Blood Shadow. The drop of blue blood turned into Wang Lin. He reached into the air, and his bag of holding appeared out of nowhere. Then he put on a blue robe before he took a step and used several teleportations at once. He disappeared without a trace. His figure appeared countless kilometers away. Then he charged directly toward the capital of the Sky Demon Country. After the Blood Soul Pill absorbs a trace of divine sense and blood, it also activates another ability for a short period of time. At the moment of death, anything that is linked to the origin soul will be merged with the void. After one is resurrected, they can use the power of their soul and blood to retrieve the items stored in the void. Back then, Xixue used this function. Back then, the All-Seer gave Wang Lin a life-saving treasure, but that treasure could only withstand the blow of an Ascendant cultivator. Although the cultivation of the 30-foot-tall old man was at the late stage of Ascendant, his true power far surpassed that. There was also that mysterious existence in the Black Tower, so even if he had used the life-saving treasure, it would be hard for him to stay alive. That was why Wang Lin had decided to risk it with the Blood Soul Pill after he thought of countless possibilities. Otherwise, he would have had to fight the existence inside the Black Tower, and that existence was simply too powerful. After Wang Lin became sober, he recalled what happened and was completely terrified. If it wasn't for the stimulation of the Celestial Ascension fruit, he would have already died countless times from the divine sense attack from the mysterious existence inside the Black Tower. He couldn't possibly spend the next 400 years inside the demon spirit land consuming the Celestial Ascension fruit to simulate his origin soul. Otherwise, before that person killed him, he would have completely lost his mind to the madness. As a result, he had to risk it all. If he couldn't heavily injure or destroy the existence inside the Black Tower, then no matter how far he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape that person's divine sense attacks. He was afraid that at the moment the effect of the Celestial Ascension fruit disappeared, that existence would begin its divine sense attack once more. Wang Lin believed that he would have died for sure at that moment. The existence inside the Black Tower never came out the entire time. It was obvious that it required the tower to exist, and this made Wang Lin even more determined. He came out of teleportation and continued to fly towards Sky Demon City. He had two preparations to make. The first was already complete, and the second was to get help from the ancient demon. Wang Lin secretly thought, the matter from 10 years ago was delayed due to me breaking through to the Ascendant stage. However, that matter was extremely important, so I believe the ancient demon won't go back on his word. He flew even faster. There were still some remnants of the Celestial Ascension fruit inside his origin soul, and now that he was sober, he could easily get rid of it. However, Wang Lin didn't do so because he needed to keep it as a backup in case the Black Tower wasn't important and the existence inside could still attack him using divine sense. If that is really the case, then I must be prepared to live the life of a fugitive. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He and the existence inside the Black Tower had no previous grievances. It was the existence that attacked him first, but there was no right or wrong in the cultivation world. Strength was the only thing that mattered. After coming out of teleportation, Wang Lin was surprised to find that the celestial spiritual energy he had used up was immediately replenished. This meant that he could use greater teleportation multiple times. It has to be said that the greater teleportation spell consumed a lot of celestial spiritual energy. Before, he would have had to spend time absorbing celestial spiritual energy from celestial jades. However, it wasn't a concern right now, so he continued to use greater teleportation. It must be because those 4 drops of celestial spiritual energy completely fused with me when I self-destructed. After I resurrected, they must somehow exist in a special way inside my body. After thinking about it for a bit, Wang Lin no longer thought about it. He had used greater teleportation many times now, and the capital was not far away. It could be said that Wang Lin rushed like he never did before during this trip. Unfortunately, I was under the stimulation of the Celestial Ascension fruit, or else I would not have left that sword energy behind. However, I remember where that body was. I wonder if the sword energy will still be there if I go back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he became excited, but he knew that now was not the time to go back to the Fire Demon Country. Wang Lin was only one greater teleport away from the Sky Demon Country's capital. When he was about to take a step to teleport, an angry roar suddenly came from behind him. I want to see where you can escape to. A large man wearing armor appeared 10,000 feet behind Wang Lin. This person looked very dignified. His eyes lit up, and then his body was covered by a monstrous amount of devilish energy. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he took a step out. When his body was about to disappear, he turned around to look at the large man. This gaze almost made him exclaim, "Ling Tianhous." This large man looked very similar to Sword Saint Ling Tianhous. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared 50 kilometers outside of the capital. His expression was gloomy as his eyes lit up, and he thought, he is not Ling Tianhous. Although that person looks like Ling Tianhous, he seems to be much younger. In addition, that person lacks the aura that Ling Tianhous has, and their appearances aren't completely the same. There are some similarities, could it be? Just at this moment, the large man wearing armor stepped out from the void behind Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin and asked, "Why aren't you running?" With that, his hand reached out and 5 strands of devilish energy shot out from the tip of his finger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly asked, "Who is Ling Tianhous to you?" The large man's right hand suddenly paused. A hint of confusion appeared in his devilish energy-filled eyes. Ling Tianhous. What a familiar name. Wang Lin quickly backed up. His eyes became cold, and he shouted, "The Delu Sword Sect's Sword Saint Ling Tianhous." Delu Sword Sect. Sword Saint. The confusion in the large man's eyes became even stronger, and he began to struggle. Just at this moment, the illusion of a devil soul suddenly appeared between the large man's eyebrows. He gave Wang Lin a vicious glare before letting out a sharp cry. This cry caused the confusion in the large man's eyes to disappear, and it was replaced by a devilish flame. Wang Lin quickly retreated and shouted, "Ancient Demon!" A powerful will suddenly charged out from Sky Demon City and descended before Wang Lin. "You're late by 10 years. The ancient demon's voice entered Wang Lin's ears. "Lend me your blood." After hearing that voice, a large amount of blood came out from the pores on Wang Lin's body. This blood was condensed into the shape of a human, and the ancient demon's consciousness descended upon it. Wang Lin's body trembled, as he had lost a majority of the blood in his body. His face was pale, and he quickly took out a pill. Then he sat down in the lotus position and began to cultivate. The devil soul on the large man's forehead stared at the blood shadow before Wang Lin and shouted, in a mysterious language, "Bei Luo, you dare to hinder me?" The blood shadow moved and turned into a body with 2 horns. A demonic light appeared inside his eyes. He looked at the devil's soul and calmly said, "You are only one of the 9 scattered soul pieces of the ancient devil. Why can't I hinder you?" Language of the ancient gods. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a pondering expression. Chapter 610, Mission Accomplished. The devil soul that came out from the large man stared at the ancient demon formed from Wang Lin's blood. It then let out a sharp screech that was filled with penetrating power. The devil soul suddenly sank back into the large man, and the large eyes revealed an unprecedented amount of devilish flames. He then took a step forward, and a giant illusion of the devil soul appeared behind him. The eyes of the ancient demon formed from Wang Lin's blood lit up. He casually waved his hand, and a demonic fog suddenly appeared. The demonic fog wrapped around the large man and charged into the sky. At the same time, a screen of demonic spiritual energy came down from the sky and covered the entire Sky Demon City. The ancient demon and devil started a great battle in the fog in the sky. Bursts of rumbling sounds came from the sky. Sometimes devilish flames filled the sky, and sometimes demonic spiritual energy swept the area. Wang Lin sat on the ground in the lotus position. His eyes were looking at the sky while he cultivated. It was as if his eyes could penetrate the fog in the sky and directly see the fighting happening inside. This scene caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. The attacks of the ancient demon and the shattered devil held enough power to split the world in half. All of these spells caused the memories of ancient God 2C that had been buried deep in Wang Lin's mind to surface once more. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. As he continued to watch, he completely gave up on cultivating. Instead, his hands subconsciously formed seal after seal of various spells from ancient God 2C's memories. Although he formed these seals, they had no attack power behind them. However, at this moment, through the mysterious connection to his origin soul, an oppressive power erupted on a small planet countless kilometers away from the East Demon Spirit Sea outside of the Demon Spirit Land. The original body with a head full of red hair suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes looked like they contained the entire sky within them. At the moment his eyes opened, his hand began to move, forming various seals. The original body's red hair flowed, and the stars between his eyebrows flickered. As his hand continued to change, the stars began to flicker even more frequently. Then his hands suddenly extended to both sides, and he said, "Absorb." With one word, the small planet he was on began to tremble. Strands of spiritual energy moved toward the depths of the planet and were absorbed by the original body. At the same time, Wang Lin also did the same motion in the Demon Spirit Land. He stared at the thick fog in the sky and slowly revealed a smile. The battle between the ancient demon and the shattered devil allowed me to understand some ancient god spells. The benefits the original body obtained can't be estimated. This battle lasted for 3 days. The blood Wang Lin lost had already been replenished, as celestial spiritual energy cycled his body and stimulated his bone marrow to create more blood. As the celestial spiritual energy cycled through his body, he reached his peak. While calmly looking at the sky, his right hand formed a seal, and he pointed upwards. The Underworld river suddenly appeared around him. Countless broken limbs could be seen inside the river, and there was a constant wailing coming from it. Shattered devil, although I, Wang Lin, am weak, I am not someone you can casually kill. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the Underworld river. When the 1 billion soul flag entered the Underworld river, the 100 million soul fragments came out. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and took out the restriction flag. This flag was damaged back when he used it against the divine retribution, and a lot of the restrictions inside it were broken. Although there weren't many restrictions left, Wang Lin still threw it into the Underworld river. After that, It was the celestial sword. Although Liguo was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to refuse Wang Lin right now. He could only endlessly sigh in his heart and think, forget it. We have already returned to Sky Demon City. That little beauty has been waiting for me for 10 years. I wonder if she was faithful. As he thought about this, he was thrown into the Underworld River by Wang Lin. Following him was the Half-Moon Blade. Then it was the Soul Lasher, Sword Sheaths, and Mo Yang's sword. In the end, aside from the War Chariot and the mysterious painting, Wang Lin threw almost all of the treasures he had into the Underworld River. The countless treasures inside the Underworld River formed a very chaotic but very powerful force. Then Wang Lin took a deep breath and pressed his finger between his eyebrows. The 130,000 strands of slaughter energy turned into 130,000 life seals that protected him. His eyes were still locked onto the sky. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and he flew into sky without any hesitation. His hand extended toward the ground, and the Underworld River flew into the air and condensed into a yellow light. Not only did it carry all of Wang Lin's treasures, it also contained his Dao. Carrying the yellow light, Wang Lin charged out. At this moment, in the thick fog in the sky, many parts of the armor of the large man had broken off. He had been forced to retreat many times, and the devilish flame in his eyes had weakened, but he continued to release crazy roars. The eyes of the ancient demon formed from Wang Lin's blood lit up. He charged out and continued to use one spell after another. The large man coughed out blood and was forced to retreat once more. Accept your death. The ancient demon let out a shout before the illusion of himself went inside the blood body. He then turned into a ray of demonic light and surrounded the large man's entire body. Being surrounded by the demonic light caused the devil soul to reappear between the large man's eyebrows. The devil let out a sharp screech and a sound wave spread out. Under the effect of the sound wave, the demonic light paused for a moment. Then the devil's soul gave the ancient demon a vicious look and returned back into the large man. At the same time, the large man backed up to escape. Wang Lin was waiting for this moment. He charged into the sky like a meteor. The yellow light in his hand shined, and in the blink of an eye, he charged into the thick fog. He charged straight at the large man who was attempting to leave the attack range of the ancient demon. As he retreated, the large man noticed Wang Lin's approach. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes, as he didn't consider Wang Lin worthy of his attention at all. He casually waved his right hand at Wang Lin as he backed up. A gust of wind was created from his hand, and then the 130,000 life seals around Wang Lin's body began to collapse. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 80,000. As the life seals collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He forced himself forward and arrived before the large man, just as all 130,000 life seals collapsed. Then Wang Lin threw the yellow light in his hand, without any hesitation. The large man let out a cold snort. Then his right hand formed a fist and punched at the yellow light. He wanted to shatter this yellow light. However, at the moment his right hand collided with the yellow light, his expression changed greatly. There were too many different auras inside the yellow light, and all of them were merged by force by a strand of divine sense and Dao. It somehow actually formed a force that could threaten him. If everything was normal, perhaps it wouldn't really threaten him. However, even though he was already injured, he had just started a great battle with the ancient demon only to suffer more injuries. Also, after losing the Devil Tower, his divine sense was trapped inside the armor. He was unable to spread out his divine sense, and thus he couldn't use a lot of his spells. The yellow light's power surged out, and the large man involuntarily stopped for a moment. The price of this pause was the demonic light, formed by the ancient demon caught up and completely engulfed him. This demonic light was an extremely powerful spell of the ancient demons that could refine all living things in the world. The large man let out a miserable groan and began to release a large amount of devilish energy. This devilish energy was immediately refined, leaving not a single trace of it behind. The devil came out from the large man's eyebrows and shouted, "Beiluo, if you kill me, Master will definitely not forgive you for this." He also came out completely before turning into a ray of light and entering the armor. Right after he did so, the armor left the large man's body. The armor was surrounded by a monstrous amount of devilish energy and was about to charge out of the demonic light. Abandon the mount to save the general was the thought in the devil's soul's mind right now. Although he would lose the body, as long as the armor wasn't lost, he could recover one day. At most he would just have to find another body. Also, without the body, the devil's soul believed he would be able to escape with his spells. After the large man lost the armor, his entire body began to erode under the demonic light. Then his eyes dimmed, and he fell from the sky. The armor spent almost all of its devilish energy to escape from the demonic light. The devil was very happy. As long as he could get out of the demonic light, he could use a spell to quickly leave. However, just as he became happy, that happiness disappeared. Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning and grabbed the armor right as it charged out. Wang Lin would do whatever it took to get things done. After all the planning he did, how could he let this so-called shattered devil escape at the last moment? If the devil escaped today, he would forever have to face the devil's crazed revenge in the future unless he hid inside Sky Demon City forever. Also, Wang Lin believed that the ancient demon would definitely help him at the last moment. Otherwise, the ancient demon would not have appeared at all. With Wang Lin's cunning, he was easily able to see through all of this. At the moment his right hand grabbed the armor, Wang Lin already expected the devil's soul to enter his body, so he activated the remaining celestial ascension fruit inside his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his entire body entered a state of extreme madness. You won't be able to escape. As Wang Lin shouted, he suddenly pulled his right hand back, dragging the armor back with it. The devil's soul appeared from the armor and viciously stared at Wang Lin. The devil's soul let out a roar before charging into Wang Lin's palm and rushing toward Wang Lin's origin soul. At the same time, the armor turned into black strands. It wrapped itself around Wang Lin and then turned back into armor. Wang Lin was now wearing a set of black armor. His eyes were blood red, and his hair moved without any wind. Inside his body, his origin soul had reached its peak with the help of the celestial ascension fruit. He began a battle with the devil's soul that had lost most of its devilish energy. The demonic light dissipated and turned back into the ancient demon's blood shadow. He looked at Wang Lin with admiration in his eyes and smiled. What a good strategy to stimulate the origin soul to help resist against the devil's soul. If I help you, then I will have done as you planned. But if I don't help you, then the battle earlier will end up being pointless. You calculated that I would definitely help you. Good. This is your fortune, so I'll help you. As the ancient demon spoke, he grabbed Wang Lin. He also grabbed the large man whose body was eroding but hadn't died yet. Then the ancient demon turned into a ray of light and charged toward the dragon lake outside of Sky Demon City. Chapter 611. Don't forget the first scene of Suzaku. Outside of rank 7 cultivation planet Tianhous, Bloodstar. A woman wearing purple was riding a 3-foot-long sword as she quickly flew across the vastness of space. There were 3 women wearing colorful robes chasing after her. One of the women chasing the woman in purple sneered. Wretch, you betrayed the Heavenly Water Sect and stole the Junior Sect Master's holy treasure. Do you really think you can escape? Even if this place is under the influence of planet Tianhous, my 5-element planet is also a rank 7 cultivation planet. You won't be able to run away. The purple-robed woman clenched her teeth and her face was extremely pale. The purple veil she was previously wearing had already fallen off. You have goo poison in your body. I want to see how much farther you can escape. The woman in purple revealed a bitter expression. The goo poison in her body had already activated and had been forcibly suppressing her the entire way. Originally, she could have escaped, but she didn't expect her sister to betray her and lure the enemy to her. Right now she was like a lamp without any oil. She could no longer suppress the goo poison in her body and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Her face became pale, and the large sword under her swayed slightly. She let out a bitter smile as she controlled the sword under her to charge straight toward a blood-red planet. The 3 women behind her let out cold snorts and sped up their chase. The woman in purple closed in on the blood-red planet and broke through the atmosphere. When she closed in on the surface, she immediately saw a blood-red pavilion. A man walked out from the pavilion. He had red hair and red eyebrows and was wearing a red robe. As he stood there, although there wasn't a trace of celestial spiritual energy on him, he gave off a suffocating sense of majesty. He coldly looked at the purple-robed woman and the 3 women chasing her. He frowned and calmly said, "Scram." The 3 women's expressions changed slightly. One of them quickly said, "The Heavenly Water Sect of 5-element planet is attempting to capture a traitor. I hope Senior won't intervene." A flash of coldness appeared in the man's eyes. He then waved his large sleeves, causing a gust of wind to blow the 3 women out of the blood-red planet. "What is your name?" "Xixue. Junior's name is Xixue. A cultivator from the rank 6 cultivation planet Suzaku." The purple-robed woman stared at the person before her. This person was able to send the people chasing her away with a single wave of his sleeves. This kind of cultivator was simply too terrifying. Planet Suzaku. Country of Chu, the Cloud Sky Sect. The Cloud Sky Sect was completely different from before. The country of Chu was raised to a rank 4 cultivation country by the current Suzaku, Zhou Wutai. Although it was only rank 4, its sphere of influence was the largest among the rank 4 cultivation countries. Even all of the rank 5 cultivation countries had to be respectful when they were in Chu, especially when facing the Cloud Sky sect. This was because almost everyone who experienced those few hundred years of events all knew of a cultivator named Wang Lin. That person single-handedly set out a huge, never-before-seen wave on planet Suzaku. After the Cloud Sky sect became a rank 4 country, they tore down their sect. Then, with the help of the entire country, they built a giant statue out of high-quality spirit stones. This statue was that of a man wearing black. His eyes revealed a pondering expression. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave off an out-of-this-world feeling. His right hand formed a seal, as if he was wondering. The statue emitted a terrifying majesty that enveloped the surrounding area. This was the location of the Cloud Sky sect. It was also something that the countless Cloud Sky sect disciples worshipped. It was also something that all cultivators in Chu respected. It was also a legend for planet Suzaku. There was currently one old person and one young person walking up the stairs to the Cloud Sky sect. At their current position, they could clearly see the towering statue. The teenager's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, "Grandpa, is this the statue you were talking about?" The old man looked at the statue and revealed a trace of reminiscence. After a long time, he rubbed the child's head and said, "Do you know why the head of the Cloud Sky sect was able to reach the soul formation stage? Why all of the sects in Chu consider the Cloud Sky sect as their ruler? Why all those experts from rank 5 cultivation countries must be so respectful when they are here? All of it is because of this statue." The youth seemed startled before blinking and smiling. "That is strange. How can a statue make everyone so respectful?" The old man sighed and said, "Although the person the statue is based on only cultivated here for a short period of time, during those few hundred years, he set off a never-before-seen storm on planet Sail. There were some things that only spread after he left. Rumor has it that when he had only cultivated for 200 years, he managed to create a complete mess in the Sea of Devils. He saved a beautiful woman and completely shocked the entire Cloud Sky sect. He slaughtered his way through Zhao, creating rivers of blood. The entire Tang family was slaughtered, and the entire country became a graveyard. Rumor has it that he went into the celestial realm and cut off Red Butterfly's arm. He defeated Lu Mei, battled Feng, and accepted the soul-refining sect's Du Tain as his master. He destroyed Xixue, killed the giant demon clan Ancestor, and became famous during the battle against the forsaken Immortal clan. He obtained the Suzaku crystal inside the Suzaku tomb. After defeating many others, he was the first to obtain the Suzaku crystal. He could have obtained the title of Suzaku, but he refused it and gave it to the current Suzaku, Zhou Wutai. The youth exclaimed, "He actually refused the title of Suzaku? Why else do you think the current Suzaku, Zhou Wutai, also comes and silently gazes at this statue every time a big event happens?" On planet Suzaku, before that person was born, the Holy Land was Mount Suzaku. Now the Holy Land is this Cloud Sky sect. The youth's mouth was wide open. He had heard about all of this before, but it was never as detailed as today. His heart beat faster, and his little face was filled with excitement as he said, "Grandpa, I want to be like him in the future. What is his name? Where did he go?" "His name is Wang Lin. I also don't know where he went. But no matter where he goes, such a person won't be ordinary." The old man sighed and bitterly smiled. "Your grandpa once had dealings with him, but I'm afraid he has long forgotten who I am." The youth was about to speak in excitement when the roar of a tiger suddenly came from below the mountain. This tiger's roar was filled with majesty and caused the trees to shake. At the same time, a large, black-striped tiger jumped up from the bottom of the mountain toward the top. There was a woman sitting on the back of the tiger. She was about 20 years old and was wearing white. Her clothes moved with the wind, and she looked like a celestial. This woman's appearance was not the most beautiful, but she looked very delicate with her pink skin. Her beautiful eyes showed her intelligence. "Little white, faster." The woman's voice was like a yellow aureole, very alluring. The tiger she was sitting on let out another roar and charged directly at the Cloud Sky sect. When they reached the top of the mountain, the tiger landed beside the statue. The tiger's eyes turned to look at the statue. Then his eyes filled with disdain, and he thought, "This little girl is too silly. Why must she try to find this person? It is much better to stay on planet Suzaku. This tiger lord has so many tigresses. If we have to leave in the future, how can I bear to separate from them all?" However, this little girl once said that there are more beautiful tigresses outside of planet Suzaku. This makes it somewhat difficult for this tiger lord. The woman stared at the statue and softly said, "Uncle, Little Ruer has already reached the core formation stage. Very fast, right? I'm very diligent. Grandpa Tianhous said that once I reach the nascent soul stage, he will give me the bag you left for me. Uncle, I'll definitely be able to reach the nascent soul stage. A soft sigh appeared from the void, and then a tall old man walked out from the Cloud Sky sect. He was wearing a Taoist robe that gave him a sense of majesty. He arrived next to the statue. First he bowed to the statue, and then looked at the woman and tiger. His eyes were filled with kindness and love as he said, Ruer, you must follow your heart. If you force yourself to pursue the nascent soul stage, then you will walk down the wrong path, and will be walking against the flow. The woman looked at the statue and softly said, Grandpa Tianhous, back then, when Uncle left Zhao and went into the Sea of Devils, wasn't he also dead set on reaching the nascent soul stage? Thus, following one's heart isn't always the right advice. This old man was Tianhous. After Wang Lin gave him some pointers, he was able to break through the nascent soul stage and reach the soul formation stage. Aside from being grateful, he felt even more respect for Wang Lin. He never touched the bag Wang Lin left behind. He didn't dare to. He couldn't forget Wang Lin's calm gaze before Wang Lin left. Zhou withdrew her gaze and looked at Tianhous. She revealed a smile that was like a lily blooming and said, Grandpa Tianhous, on the way here, I met the current Suzaku, Uncle Zhou. He wanted me to go cultivate at Mount Suzaku. He said that my cultivation will be faster there, so Ruer is here to say goodbye to you today. Tianhous understood that Zhou's status on planet Suzaku was extremely special. It could be said that she was the little princess of planet Suzaku. Almost everyone who met Wang Lin before was extremely courteous toward her, whether it was due to fear or respect toward Wang Lin. Even the Forsaken Immortal clan was extremely polite to Zhou. Normally, the Forsaken Immortal clan wouldn't allow any cultivator to enter their territory, but Zhou was one of the few exceptions. It could be said that Zhou would not meet any danger on planet Suzaku. Also, Zhou Wutai, the Forsaken Immortal clan's Yangtze, and many other people with high cultivation levels all gifted her life-saving treasures. If any average cultivators really wanted to fight this little core formation girl, they might not be able to win. In addition, there were experts sent by Mount Suzaku and the giant demon clan's patriarch, Qixue, following her. They were ready to protect her at any moment, so she wouldn't face any danger. Among the people protecting her, there were also people from the Cloud Sky sect. After pondering a bit, Tianhous nodded and kindly said, Okay, you cultivate well at Mount Suzaku. If you really reach the nascent soul stage one day, I'll immediately give you the things benefactor left behind for you. Zhou smiled before turning around and looking meaningfully at the statue. She then slapped the tiger's head and said, Little White, let's go to Mount Suzaku. Little White let out a roar before jumping into the air and disappearing over the horizon. It has to be said that this Tiger Lord was able to borrow that Wang Lin's might a lot in these years. Those cultivators that would normally want to catch me before are now all extremely respectful when they see me. Forget it. For the sake of this little girl, if she wants to leave planet Suzaku, this Tiger Lord will just have to follow her. As Little White flew in the air, drool flew out the corner of his mouth. God knows if that was the real reason he made up his mind, or if it was because of the tigresses from other planets that Zhou talked about. Chapter 612, Second Origin Soul. In the Dragon Lake outside of Sky Demon City, there was a large number of demon soldiers guarding the Dragon Lake year-round. There were also many hidden experts of the capital that spent their time cultivating here. No matter how big of an event happened, unless it was targeting the Dragon Lake, they wouldn't appear. Thanks to the powerful demonic spiritual energy here, even the divine retribution 10 years ago didn't cause any damage here. The water in the Dragon Lake was filled with demonic spiritual energy. There was another world at the bottom of the lake. A screen of demonic spiritual energy blocked the path to the underground cave. There was a statue in the underground cave. This statue was completely black and looked exactly like the ancient demon. Right now, there was a demonic glow coming from the statue's eyes. There was another pond below the statue. This pond didn't have much liquid, but the liquid had become very sticky. Wang Lin was currently sitting in the lotus position inside this pond. He was still wearing the armor, but his eyes were closed. The large man that looked like Ling Tianhous was sitting in front of Wang Lin. He was completely encased in a purple crystal, and the erosion on his body was slowly healing. Strands of demonic light came out from the statue and entered Wang Lin's body. Every time the demonic light entered Wang Lin's body, he trembled. The devil inside his origin soul had already been suppressed with the help of the ancient demon. The devil was currently in a coma, but Wang Lin's goal wasn't just to suppress, but to devour. He was going to devour this scattered devil to help improve his own cultivation. However, This scattered devil was simply too large, and was not something he could easily devour. Wang Lin had been sitting in this pool for several months as he slowly devoured the devil, but he still hadn't managed to completely devour it. Although this was the case, Wang Lin continued to create countless restrictions and place them on the devil. After these few months, countless restrictions had been placed on the devil. Also, with the help of the ancient demon, Wang Lin was able to leave an imprint in the scattered devil's soul. However, the scattered devil was simply too powerful, so the imprint was very weak. Only with the passage of time could Wang Lin continue to carve the imprint on the devil until he could completely control it. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was a flash of devilish light in his eyes. I'm unable to devour this devil with my current cultivation. I can only continue to engrave the imprint on the devil's soul, and one day I'll eventually be able to control it. When that time comes, rather than devouring this devil, another option is to refine it into my second origin soul. The second origin soul is a unique spell that cultivators can use once they reach the Ascendant stage. However, this is not a spell that everyone can successfully use. The main reason is the embryo used for the second origin soul. The strength of the embryo determines the success rate of the creation of a second origin soul. Once a cultivator fails to create a second origin soul, they are hit with a powerful backlash. Also, a second origin soul causes the cultivator to suffer heavy losses, which is why most Ascendant cultivators choose not to refine a second origin soul. None of the Ascendant cultivators Wang Lin had met so far had a second origin soul, and very few of the cultivators above Ascendant that he had met had one. Wang Lin thought, this is one of the scattered devils of an ancient devil. There is almost no other embryo more fitting for creating a second origin soul. I'm 100% confident I can successfully create a second origin soul with this. Right now my origin soul and body have completely merged, solidifying my Ascendant cultivation. Now that there is no longer any danger, there are some things I must immediately do. I must obtain the remaining pieces of sword energy Ling Tianhous made. It is simply a waste for them to be in the hands of his trash disciples. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stood up inside the pond. The armor on his body made him look like a demon general, and paired with his long, flowing black hair, it gave him a demonic feel. After touching the armor, there was a trace of excitement in Wang Lin's eyes. This set of armor was very powerful. There was a thick layer of devilish energy coming out from the armor. However, it was a pity that Wang Lin couldn't absorb it. Although this is the case, if I use the demonic finger with this armor, then I'm afraid it will be even more powerful than my Underworld river. My cultivation level isn't high enough to make this armor acknowledge me as its master, so I can only use some of its abilities. However, once I refine the scattered devil into my second origin soul, I will be able to use the full power of this armor. Wang Lin touched the armor before taking out a bracelet from his bag of holding. The moment this bracelet appeared, it turned into a ray of black light that wrapped around Wang Lin's arm and took form. Are you going to leave? The ancient demon's voice came from the statue. Wang Lin turned around. He clasped his hands at the statue and said, Senior Ancient Demon has helped me 3 times now. I will remember this in my heart. This time I'm going to fulfill the agreement from before. However, before this, there are a few matters I need to take care of, and I require Senior Ancient Demon's help. The Ancient Demon pondered a bit before slowly asking, What matters? Wang Lin pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding. He took out the pagoda he gave him back then. I want to find a sword spirit. This tower has his divine sense. I request Senior Ancient Demon's help to find it. The Ancient Demon spread out his divine sense and said, There is no presence of this sword spirit in my sky demon country. As for other places, I have no idea. The demon spirit land is simply too big for me to search. If you can help me take one of the ancient demons, I will be able to cast a wide-range search spell after I absorb it. Right now it is impossible for me to do it with my current strength. If you have an ancient devil tower, you can spread out your divine sense as well. Wang Lin withdrew the pagoda and nodded. Then he pointed at the large man surrounded by purple crystal and said, I want this person. The ancient demon pondered for much longer this time, and then said, I'll give him to you, but you must retrieve an ancient demon for me within 100 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded. I want to enter the ancient demon inheritance and comprehend that mysterious realm, using it to refine my spells. This matter isn't difficult, but I have already helped you many times and fulfilled my promise to you. You, on the other hand, haven't done anything yet, so we can talk about this once you have retrieved an ancient demon. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Fine, but it will be difficult for me to do this with just one person. From today onward, you are my messenger. Your identity is now above the demon emperors. My Sky Demon Country will officially begin war with the Fire Demon Country as a way to help you. Once you have reached the demonic spring in the capital of the Fire Demon Country, don't forget the chant I gave you." Wang Lin clasped his hands and reached toward the large man surrounded by purple crystals. He then took a step and directly left the Dragon Lake. In an instant he disappeared without a trace. The reason he asked the ancient demon to look for Zhou Yi and allow him to go into the inheritance was because the ancient demon had already done a lot for him. If he were to act like he had no more wishes to fulfill, the ancient demon might suspect his sincerity. These two requests were indeed things he wanted the ancient demon to help with, and were not just things he had used to stall the ancient demon. This way, the ancient demon would have more patience. Wang Lin appeared from the void, 5,000 kilometers from Sky Demon City. He looked at the crystal in his hand before putting it inside his bag of holding. This person must have some relation with Sword Saint Ling Tianhous. There might be some use for him in the future. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a pondering expression. He then stepped out once more and used the greater teleportation spell. Wang Lin continued to teleport. His target was where Zishue died. He was unwilling to give it up so easily, so he had to check. After all, Ling Tianhou's sword energy was simply too precious. The greater teleportation spell was a powerful spell. After casting it several times, Wang Lin entered the Fire Demon Country. Zishue had died in a jungle, and most of the plants here had withered. There was debris and rotting corpses all over the place. After all, it had already been several months. However, Zishue's corpse was still here. There was a faint, golden glow coming from his corpse, and there were countless animals and birds around him. At first they came here to feast on the corpses, but as soon as they came close to Zishue's corpse, they instantly died. On this day, a ray of blue light came from the distance. It was a middle-aged man who wore a blue robe. After he spread out his divine sense, he found Zishue's corpse on the ground. Then he immediately descended and arrived 100 feet from Zishue's corpse. This is the place. Just as I expected, this person must have a treasure on his body, or else there would be no way for this kind of sword energy to be released. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with joy as he stared at Zishue's corpse. Zishue died at a very remote location. Unless one looked carefully, it would be very difficult to find this corpse. This middle-aged man's cultivation method allowed him to take over birds and beasts. Although his divine sense wasn't powerful, when he was cultivating, the bird he possessed found this corpse. This person was startled and immediately noticed that something was off, so he quickly came looking for the corpse. He looked at Zishue's body and took a deep breath. Then he slapped his bag of holding, and a large number of black beetles came out. They immediately flew toward the corpse. However, when these black beetles came within 100 feet of the corpse, the body immediately emitted bursts of golden light. After the flashes of golden light, all of the black beetles were exterminated. The middle-aged man wasn't shocked and in fact was happy. He looked at Zishue's body and muttered, "There must be a treasure here." He took a deep breath, but just as he was about to continue casting spells, a cold snort came from behind him. The man was shocked. He suddenly jerked around and waved his right hand. A large number of black clouds flew out from his sleeves. These clouds were actually countless rice-sized insects. Then the black cloud pounced at the person behind him. Using this opportunity, the man backed up a few steps and took a look, but then he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a person wearing black armor standing there, and he was surrounded by waves of monstrous devilish energy. Those insects that he threw out immediately died after getting close to this person. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he took a few steps back. Then he clasped his hands and asked, "Why is this friend preventing me from retrieving my junior apprentice brother's body?" "Your junior apprentice brother?" The person in armor was Wang Lin. After he arrived via teleportation, he saw this person filled with joy while looking at Zishue's body. "Of course he is my junior apprentice brother. We are disciples of the Heian sect. This person is called Zhou Chu, and my name is Tong Yun. The two of us came to the demon spirit land together. 1 month ago, junior apprentice brother Zhou and I separated. I didn't think that he would be killed. If it wasn't for the fact that junior apprentice brother carried a tracking object from the sect that releases a golden glow, I would not have been able to find him today." Tong Yun had a sad expression, and his demeanor revealed sadness. Chapter 613, Zishue's Sword Energy. This Tong Yun's reaction was really fast, and he even had a very sad expression when he said it. He didn't say much, but he was able to quickly cover up all the flaws in his lies. If it was an ordinary person, they would have more or less been deceived by this person. Wang Lin coldly looked at Tong Yun before withdrawing his gaze and walking forward. Tong Yun's expression slightly changed as he backed up while staring at Wang Lin and thinking, The armor this person is wearing is simply too terrifying. I also can't see through his cultivation. I don't know if this person is a cultivator or a native of this demon spirit land. However, no matter how powerful that person's cultivation is, once he enters 100 feet of that corpse, he will still die without a doubt. I won't make a fuss, and I'll let him get killed by the golden light released by that treasure. Then I'll use my own methods to retrieve that treasure. At that moment, even that armor will be mine. Tong Yun sneered in his heart, but on the surface he revealed that he was angry. However, he didn't dare to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step forward and entered within 100 feet of Xixue. The moment he entered within 100 feet, there was a golden flash from Zishu's body. This golden light stabbed toward Wang Lin like 10,000 golden needles. Tong Yun revealed a look of joy along with a hint of pride. However, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and the pride in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes, which were hidden behind the helmet, released a cold gaze. He waved his hand, and the golden light was swept away. Wang Lin had already experienced retrieving Ling Tianhous' sword energy once. Now he leisurely took another step and arrived beside Zishue. His casual step was extremely terrifying in the eyes of Tong Yun, who was 100 feet away. He realized that this was going badly, so he turned around to escape. However, right at that moment, a cold snort entered his ears. Tong Yun's body trembled and stopped. He had a feeling that if he was determined to run, he would without a doubt die. The shadow of death descended on his heart. You don't want your junior apprentice brother's corpse? Wang Lin squatted but didn't turn around. Tong Yun's face twitched, and he quickly said, "If Senior likes it, then please take it. Junior will not have a single word of complaint. My junior apprentice brother had a hard life. If he can be of a use for someone like Senior after he died, it is his blessing." Junior believes that even if junior apprentice brother was still alive, if he knew Senior was interested, he would commit suicide without any hesitation. My junior apprentice brother is that warm-hearted of a person. Right now he was completely terrified and spat out a string of lies. Wang Lin looked at Zishu's corpse. Then his gaze locked on to Zishu's forehead. The golden light was coming from between the eyebrows. Wang Lin focused himself and decisively cut Zishu's head off. Then he grabbed the head and spat out a mouthful of origin flame. The colorless flame wrapped around Zishu's head and started to burn and refine the head. On the side, Tong Yun saw all of this and his heart trembled once more. He bitterly thought, it's over, it's over. He must be a cultivator to have origin flame. However, he must be a very vicious cultivator that cultivates the demonic path and won't even let a dead person go. I'm unlucky enough to witness all of this. I hope this person doesn't kill me to silence me. Wang Lin looked at Zishu's head that was being refined. His eyes lit up, and he spat out more origin flames. Soon, Zishu's head disappeared, and only the golden light remained. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he grabbed the golden light. Then he moved it next to his mouth and swallowed it. Then his left foot picked up Zishu's body and kicked it toward Tong Yun. He said, "There is your junior apprentice brother's body back. Give him a proper burial." Tong Yun's face was extremely pale. There was fear from just escaping a disaster as he quickly caught the corpse and said, "Yes. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." He quickly left with the corpse in his arms. It wasn't until he was dozens of kilometers away that he let out a breath of relief and found that he was soaked in cold sweat. He felt great hatred as he looked at the headless corpse in his hands and threw it to the side. He then waved his right hand, and a large, black cloud appeared. The black cloud covered the corpse, and in the blink of an eye the entire corpse, including the bones, was completely devoured. It was all this corpse's fault. I almost lost my life back there. Although that Senior's cultivation level is high, his mind is a bit slow. He really thought that this person was my junior apprentice brother. Tong Yun spat on the ground and felt lingering fear as he recalled what happened. He looked back before immediately departing the area. He didn't know the fate that would have befallen him if Wang Lin really thought that he was Zishu's senior apprentice brother. After swallowing Ling Tianhou's sword energy, Wang Lin's body slowly sank into the ground. He sat down in the lotus position underground and began to silently refine. Without refining it for a period of time, it would be extremely difficult to use Ling Tianhou's sword energy as his own. At the bottom of the earth, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and found that there was another sword energy not far away. His eyes lit up, then his hand reached out underground, and the sword energy in the distance immediately began to struggle. It then turned into a giant rat and roared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin exclaimed and released his Ascendant cultivation. The large rat let out a miserable cry before being caught by Wang Lin. What appeared before Wang Lin was a simple and ancient sword. There was a black rat on the sword that stared at Wang Lin with its black eyes. Zishu's sword. Wang Lin revealed a smile. When he killed Xixue, his origin soul was in a state of madness, so he grabbed the sword and just threw it away. Thinking about it later, he felt very regretful. However, not only did he obtain Ling Tianhous sword energy today, he was also able to find Zishu's sword. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. If one day I, Wang Lin, take out all 12 swords, what kind of expression will you have? Wang Lin grabbed the sword, imprinted his own divine sense on it, and threw it inside his bag of holding. The 12 swords treasured swords were not simple, and the 12 swords cultivation levels weren't high enough to use the full power of these treasured swords. However, in Wang Lin's hands, that was a different story. Wang Lin spent 1 month in the ground below, where Zixue died, before finally refining the sword energy. This time he completely refined the sword energy for his own use. This was different from Mo Yang's sword energy, where he was merely storing it, and then just threw it outside to use it as a one-use item. After refining Zishu's sword energy, Wang Lin could send it out and retrieve it at his own will. He could even split the sword energy into 10 different sword energies with the power equally dispersed. Of course, he could combine them again to have the unimaginable power of a ray of sword energy from Ling Tianhou. As a result, this sword energy became a lot more flexible. Compared to before, this was a difference between heaven and earth. Even among the 12 swords, most of them could only use it like a one-time item. They didn't have the ability to send it out and retrieve it as they wished. Wang Lin was able to do this was because his cultivation had reached the early stage of Ascendant. Also, to make it easier for his disciples to use, when Ling Tianhou gifted them the sword energies, he wiped his own divine sense off of them. That made them items without any owner. Just by doing this, Ling Tianhou protected his disciples far more than the All-Seer did. He would give his disciples a ray of powerful sword energy, while the All-Seer only gave his disciples something that barely qualified as a life-saving treasure. Ling Tianhou had arranged for Greed to go into the demon spirit land to protect his disciples, but the All-Seer would not do this. This had a lot to do with their respective Daos. Ling Tianhou's Dao was the Dao of tyranny. This made it so he was extremely protective of his own people. Outsiders were not allowed to mess with his people. No outsiders were allowed to bully the disciples of the Delu Sword sect. It was exactly because of this that even though the Delu Sword sect had a very bad name, all of the disciples still looked up to Sword Saint Ling Tianhou with extreme respect. However, it was because of this that there weren't many extremely strong cultivators in the sect. The reason was that it was very difficult to become truly powerful under this kind of protection. On the opposite end was the Heavenly Fate sect. The All-Seer's Dao was following the will of the heavens. He was a typical follow-the-heavens type of cultivator. The life and death of his disciples were decided by heavens, their strength decided by fate. Although the sect was like this, it caused the Heavenly Fate sect to have many experts. Just those 7 true disciples were all-powerful. That's not even mentioning the countless people hidden within the sect that had experienced countless life and death situations. A big event happened in the Demon Spirit Land during the month Wang Lin spent cultivating underground. This matter made almost every single foreign cultivator leave their respective base and rush toward the Fire Demon Country and Sky Demon Country. The Sky Demon Country mobilized 30 million soldiers and officially declared war on the Fire Demon Country. Although battles in the Demon Spirit Land were common, they were all small battles. All-out wars between 2 countries were extremely rare. Even with the appearance of cultivators every 5,000 years, it would only cause a certain amount of war between the 9 countries. Rarely would it create a life and death contest between 2 countries like this. This was because once the balance between the 9 countries was broken, it would create an unimaginable chain reaction. However, for cultivators, this was a God-sent opportunity. This was the fastest way to obtain merit. The Sky Demon Country's 8 Commander-in-Chiefs and 8 Vice-Commander-in-Chiefs were all deployed. Among the 2 new Vice Commander-in-Chiefs, there was Mo Lihai and the ranked 1 Demon General, Mo Fei. In addition to all of this, the Sky Demon Country's Demon Emperor was personally leading the army. The entire army was split into 3 armies. They were going to slaughter their way into the Fire Demon Country in 3 different directions and then meet outside the capital of the Fire Demon Country. The day Wang Lin left the underground was the day the Sky Demon Country's army entered the territory of the Fire Demon Country. Just as he appeared from underground, Wang Lin could feel a thick killing intent in the air. This killing intent wasn't from just one person, but from tens of millions of people. Under this killing intent, even the sky seemed to dim. The white clouds in the sky were replaced by dark clouds, and then rain began to fall. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky. He pondered and muttered. The ancient demon sure is decisive. Perhaps after these countless years his patience was at its limit. If that is the case, I will have to be more careful. However, this battle does not have much relation to me. The most important thing right now is to kill the remaining 10 disciples of the Sword Saint and take their sword energies. Then I need to refine countless strands of slaughter energy. After that I will have the ability to have a foothold even in this demon spirit land. I also need to continue to explore that cave. Perhaps there will be even more treasures. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a step and disappeared without a trace. There were 2 disciples of the Sword Saint beside that Mo Fei back then. They are my targets. However, that Mo Fei is a bit strange. The black-haired man in the prison looked very similar to him. I'm afraid there is something strange behind all of this, Wang Lin pondered as he flew. Chapter 614, The Third Ray of Sword Energy. A cloud of dust appeared over the horizon. Even rain wouldn't be able to suppress this dust cloud in a short period of time. Countless armored demon soldiers rushed through the cloud of dust on horses, and they all emitted thick, killing intent. An antique tower floated above the demon soldiers and moved along with the army. There were demon soldiers with powerful gazes surrounding this tower. At this moment a ray of light came from the horizon and charged directly at the large army. Before the ray of light closed in, a person walked out from the tower. This person's clothes looked ordinary, but he gave off a sense of majesty. There was a smile on his face as he looked at the light coming in from the distance and smiled. Brother Wang, how are you? The ray of light turned into Wang Lin outside the tower. He looked at the person who came out of the tower and wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he said, Wang Lin greets the Demon Emperor. This person was the young man who drank with Wang Lin through the night. Back then Wang Lin wasn't able to see any demonic spiritual energy from this person, but he had a faint feeling that this person was not normal. When he saw this person again as an Ascendant cultivator, he was able to see some clues. There was a fist-sized demon crystal in this person's dantian. Although this demon crystal looked very normal and didn't give off any hint of demonic spiritual energy, this made Wang Lin pay attention to it. As Wang Lin was carefully examining this person, the person who walked out of the tower was also examining Wang Lin. He smiled. Brother Wang doesn't need to be so polite. You are the messenger the Ancestor personally appointed. Your position is equal to mine, so you can just call me by my name, Guyundan. However, I'm a bit confused. How did you know I was the Demon Emperor? Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, I only had my suspicions before. It was only after seeing Brother Gu today that I was sure. After Wang Lin finished speaking, a divine sense continued to beg in Wang Lin's mind. Master, the master that I, Su Liguo, most respect. Do you have the heart to allow 2 lovers destined to be paired in life and death only to pass by one another when they are only separated by several dozen feet? Master, I haven't seen that little beauty in 10 years, Wang Lin frowned as he slapped his bag of holding, and Su Liguo immediately flew out. This time he was smart. He was afraid of angering Wang Lin, so he didn't bring the celestial sword but came out by himself. The moment he appeared, he took his original form and began to repeatedly examining the Demon Emperor. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the Emperor's sword. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed. Could it really be that the little beauty and I are not destined to be together? We haven't seen each other in 10 years, and just like this a lifetime will pass. It was rare for Su Liguo to speak so elegantly, but in Wang Lin's ears, it was still embarrassing. He clasped his hands at the Demon Emperor and said, Brother Gu, this is my sword spirit. He had some misunderstanding with your sword spirit. The Demon Emperor looked at Su Liguo and said, No problem. I already know of the sword spirit that my niece has been hating for the past 10 years. As he spoke, his hand reached at the void and a series of crackling sounds came from the space before him. Space itself split open and the Demon Emperor's sword flew out. It's you. The moment the sword appeared, it immediately trembled and released a sword him. Then the sword slashed at Su Liguo, and a ray of sword energy flew out. The helplessness in his eyes disappeared immediately. Luckily, he knew that the little beauty's owner was right there, so he suppressed the lust in his eyes. He revealed a love-sick expression and said to the Emperor's sword, My dear, we haven't seen each other in 10 years. Call your grandpa Su. I missed you. As he spoke, he quickly dodged the sword energy. He came out as his spirit, so he had some difficulties dodging the sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Although Su Liguo was only a sword spirit, he was still his property. He could treat Su Liguo however he liked, but others couldn't. When he saw that the Emperor's sword was about to attack again, and the Demon Emperor wasn't doing anything to stop her, Wang Lin's expression sank. He waved his hand, causing a gust of strange wind to flow at the Emperor's sword. This caused the sword energy to tremble. This aura. It's you. You are that despicable food. Good. It looks like you two are together. The figure of the young girl appeared above the sword. She gave Wang Lin and Su Liguo a vicious stare before activating the Emperor's sword without any hesitation. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with celestial spiritual energy, and it charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned slightly and let out a cold snort. Now that he was at the Ascendant stage, he was far stronger than back when he was at the late stage of soul transformation. Back then he indeed dreaded the Emperor's sword, but now why would he fear a mere sword? The cold snort caused all of the sword energy to collapse. The Emperor's sword was about to attack again, but the Demon Emperor reached out and grabbed it. Demon Emperor Gu Yundun smiled and said, "Brother Wang, my niece is mischievous," and this was embarrassing. However, although she is a sword spirit, she isn't a natural one. She is the daughter of a good friend of mine. Due to certain circumstances, she was changed into a sword spirit. He casually glanced at Su Liguo. However, this glance caused Su Liguo to tremble as if he was about to collapse. Wang Lin's pupils shrank an unnoticeable amount. At that moment, the demon crystal inside the Demon Emperor suddenly activated. The demonic spiritual energy released wasn't any weaker than a late-stage Ascendant cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as grabbed Su Liguo and threw him inside the bag of holding. Then Wang Lin clasped his hands. "That was embarrassing, Brother Gu. I came here to ask you where Demon General Mo Fei is." The Demon Emperor let out a sigh inside his heart. Originally, he didn't want to get into such an awkward relationship with Wang Lin, but he couldn't stand people bullying Shuang-Er. Although Wang Lin's sword spirit hid it very well, he could easily see the lust in the sword spirit's eyes. The Demon Emperor secretly let out a sigh and said, "Brother Wang, Mo Fei has already become a vice commander-in-chief. He is with the Heaven Commander-in-Chief. Together they are leading the left army and should have arrived the Fire Demon country's Songtao city." After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and said, "I have already announced the fact that Brother Wang has become the Ancestor's messenger. This will make things easier for Brother Wang. In addition, you hold my jade, so it is like I'm personally there. If there is anyone who disrespects you, you can order the Heaven Commander-in-Chief to kill them." With that, he threw a white jade at Wang Lin. There was a very unique demonic aura inside the jade. It was extremely difficult to imitate it. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. After he accepted the jade, he said, "Many thanks." With that, he clasped his hands, took a step, and disappeared. Gu Yundun looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to and shook his head. "Wang Lin, when that Zither music entered my ears, I knew we were similar people. I don't want to be on bad terms with you, so I gave you that jade as a sign of good faith. I hope you understand." While they teleported, Su Liguo's voice entered Wang Lin's origin soul. "Master, that little beauty." Wang Lin calmly said, "Don't mention this again." He squeezed the jade in his hand and put it inside his bag. With how cunning Wang Lin was, he naturally understood the Demon Emperor's intent. The left army of the Sky Demon country had 10 million demon soldiers. The earth shook as the soldiers passed by as if there were countless explosives going off. The Heaven, Eternity, and Desolate Commander-in-Chiefs were leading the army. The Hong, Mystery, and Yellow Vice Commander-in-Chiefs were there to help manage the army. They led the 10 million demon soldiers straight toward the Fire Demon country's Songtao city. At this moment, the Heaven, Eternity, and Desolate Commander-in-Chiefs were all riding different demonic beasts inside the army. The three of them didn't talk to each other. There was a powerful killing aura surrounding the area as the Sky Demon country's army closed in on Songtao city. In the right side of the large army, Vice Commander-in-Chief Mo Fei rode on a female unicorn-like demonic beast. His eyes were completely calm, and there was a person standing on the tail of his female unicorn. This person was middle-aged and his eyes were closed. There was a giant sword on his back, and he gave of the air of a celestial. All of a sudden, a thundering explosion came from the horizon. This series of thunderous rumbles seemed to want to suppress the entire 10 million demon soldier army. Within the thunderous rumble, a person suddenly appeared. This person was wearing a black armor and looked like a devil god descending. He was surrounded by devilish energy. His appearance caught the attention of many people. He was Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, his eyes became cold. Then he took a step and charged toward the army like a meteor. He didn't speak at all. As he charged toward the army, his divine sense spread out and immediately locked onto Mo Fei, who was in the right side of the army. Mo Fei's expression was indifferent as he looked at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man's eyes, which had been closed this whole time, slowly opened. His eyes released a profound light. Before people realized it, Wang Lin closed and followed by thunderous roars. He flew by countless demon soldiers. Right now beside the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the other two Commander-in-Chiefs' eyes lit up. The killing intent from the 10 million demon soldiers raged in the sky, but Wang Lin completely ignored it. Killing required the right momentum and for him to act before the other even had time to react. Otherwise, if he were to first announce his identity, then take out the Demon Emperor's jade, and then try to kill, he would have lost the opportunity to strike first. This would give the Delu Sword Sect disciple a chance to use Ling Tianhous' sword energy. I have orders from the Demon Emperor to capture and kill Vice Commander-in-Chief Mo Fei. The rest of you make way. Wang Lin let out a shout and tossed the Demon Emperor's jade toward the two Commander-in-Chiefs that were about to act. All of this happened in an instant. The Underworld River swept by, and Wang Lin teleported away. Right before he disappeared, he pointed his right index finger forward. Finger of Death. The finger of death shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Mo Fei. Mo Fei's expression was calm as he raised his right hand. The expression of the middle-aged man behind him became serious. The middle-aged man's hand moved, and his large sword flew out. A vicious boar appeared on the sword. The finger of death was extremely fast, but as it closed in on Mo Fei, it suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. This shocked Mo Fei, but his expression immediately changed as demonic spiritual energy erupted from his body and surrounded him. As for the middle-aged man, he was also shocked. Just this moment of shock meant death. Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared next to the middle-aged man. His finger pointed at the man. All of the devilish energy from his armor gathered together to form a devilish flame. This finger was Wang Lin's peak. It was impossible to resist. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. With a moment of life or death before him, he was prepared to use Ling Tianhous' sword energy without any hesitation. However, at this moment, the Underworld River suddenly rose up from the ground. It flew into the sky and turned into the reincarnation cycle. Then an invisible force descended. It was as if this Underworld River was the only thing that existed in this world right now. Everything paused for a moment because of it. During this pause, just as the golden light between the middle-aged man's eyebrows began to flash, Wang Lin's finger landed. The finger landed, and the person died. After cutting of his head off, Wang Lin's body flickered. He grabbed the large sword and left. His actions were smooth, clean, and tidy. Chapter 615, Whereabouts of Greed. The middle-aged man's name was Xixue. At the moment Wang Lin cut off his head, Wang Lin sealed his origin soul. With Wang Lin's Ascendant stage cultivation, it was effortless to seal the origin soul of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin took the head and left. He was like a spring breeze that disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the Emperor's jade, he didn't take it back because it was useless to him. However, it was something the Demon Emperor gave as a sign of good faith. If he hadn't accepted it, he would have appeared a bit too domineering. As he rushed away, he didn't turn around to look at the 10 million demon soldiers at all. He stepped into the air and disappeared. Wang Lin refined Xixue's head and devoured the sword energy. As for Xixue's origin soul, Wang Lin used the soul search spell. After Wang Lin obtained the information he wanted, Xixue's origin soul almost collapsed. Wang Lin threw Xixue's origin soul into the soul flag to be used as a primary soul. Not only do the people of the Delu Sword Sect in the Demon Spirit Land all have a ray of Ling Tianhous sword energy, there is also someone called Greed secretly protecting them. Greed. This name is very special, so I shouldn't have heard of him. The appearance of this Greed from Xixue's memory is somewhat familiar, but I'm sure I have never seen this person before. Wang Lin pondered as he flew. Greed. According to Xixue's memory, this person's cultivation has already surpassed the Ascendant stage and has reached the stage of illusory Ying. Only one step below Situ Nan's corporeal Yang stage. Wang Lin's eyebrows were locked. However, he suddenly stopped flying and remained motionless in the sky. Situ Nan. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his right hand touched his bag of holding. A jade flew out of his bag, and he grabbed it. After checking it with his divine sense, his expression became ugly. If he hadn't thought of Situ Nan, he wouldn't have remembered that Situ Nan gave him a jade. There were several images inside this jade. The people recorded in the jade were the people that forced Situ Nan to abandon his body. Originally, when Situ Nan gave Wang Lin the jade, he didn't expect Wang Lin to actually encounter them. He just wanted Wang Lin to remember these people and to not provoke them. Wang Lin also didn't think he would meet one of them. Also, it was extremely easy for cultivators to change their appearance. Finding someone with just a few pictures was no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. If this Greed is indeed Situ Nan's enemy, then he must know about the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. This heaven-defying bead was Wang Lin's biggest secret. It has been over 700 years since he obtained it, and the properties of the heaven-defying bead were still extremely strange. Back then, only some rain was able to complete the rain element. However, it became much more difficult later on. Now only the metal element wasn't complete. However, Wang Lin had a feeling that the difficulty for completing the last element had reached a terrifying degree. If he could completely separate the heaven-defying bead from his body, Wang Lin wouldn't have to worry. If he was really forced into a moment of life and death, he would calmly make a choice. However, right now the bead had already fused with his origin soul, so there was no way to separate it from him. The only method was to extract his origin soul and refine it like when he refined Ling Tianhou's sword energy. This was the only way to refine the heaven-defying bead from his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyebrows furrowed hard. Where did the heaven-defying bead come from? Why does the Cultivation Alliance care so much about this bead? This heaven-defying bead has been with me for hundreds of years. Aside from the fact that time slows down inside it, there is almost no other ability. Even if you were to hide inside, if you meet a powerful cultivator, you won't be able to run and will still be found. No matter how you look at it, this bead is just an ordinary item. Even though it can slow down time, it is only useful to low-level cultivators. For high-level cultivators, a large amount of celestial jades is much more attractive. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Then his eyes looked into the distance like sharp blades, and he muttered to himself. There were originally 5 Delu sword sect disciples, with Chunlong as the leader. After Mo Yang's death, although they weren't sure, they became suspicious of me. With how the Delu sword sect normally acts, they should have sent someone to inquire about this, but they didn't act. According to this Haiju's memories, this greed was in the Fire Demon country back then. He seems to have found some secret there. After those 10 years, Haiju was the only one left in the Sky Demon country. The other 3 have gone to the Fire Demon country to meet with greed. That's right, that Xixue must have also gone to meet with them. However, on the way, he had killing intent towards me, so he was killed by me. What exactly did this greed find? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, thanks to greed, I lost the chance to continue gathering Ling Tianhou's sword energy. However, I can't rush this matter either. Wang Lin sneered as he used greater teleportation to teleport away. This war before me is the best chance for me to collect slaughter energy, so I can't let it go. However, I only have the power of one person. This thing. Yes, I should do it like this. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and then he disappeared. Wang Lin didn't participate in the battle in the Fire Demon country. He teleported for several days and arrived back at the Soul Refining tribe inside the Sky Demon country. After 3 months quickly passed by. With the treasures Wang Lin gave 13 and Ouyang Hua, they were able to devour the remaining 3 tribes one by one. A large amount of foreign tribe members were forced to drink the memory-wiping soup and become members of the Soul Refining tribe. For these new tribe members who had never practiced the Soul Refining spell, Wang Lin took out the 1 billion soul flag, shook it, and a large amount of soul fragments flew out. Under Wang Lin's control, the soul fragments flew into the tribe members' bodies. However, rather than harming them, the soul fragments coexisted with them. Then Wang Lin spread out his slaughter energy and fused it into these people. Just like this, the second wave of 30,000 people was sent into the Fire Demon country. There were still a lot of people left in the Soul Refining tribe. Wang Lin used the greater teleportation spell many times to move everyone out of the wilderness. The location he picked was the ancient battleground where the scattered devil used to live. Wang Lin used a spell to form a tall tower where the Devil Tower used to be. Then he sat in the lotus position within. As for the tribe members, they began their new lives here. A large amount of simple houses were built. Soon, a new tribe was formed here. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Wang Lin didn't take a single step outside the tower in these 10 years. After the 3 large armies of the Sky Demon country slaughtered their way into the Fire Demon country, the Fire Demon country naturally had their ways of dealing with it. They launched their counterattack and began an endless slaughter across many battlefields. The 10 years of war was merely the beginning. During these 10 years, waves of Soul Refining tribe members with Wang Lin's slaughter energy joined the battle. At the same time, the Soul Refining tribe continued to grow. The savage tribes in the Fire Demon country were now their targets. Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten the battle in the Fire Demon country. He spent 10 years cultivating inside the tower and engraving his imprint on the scattered devil. He was preparing. He was preparing to make himself even stronger before the 100-year time limit was up. This was the only way for him to complete the agreement between him and the ancient demon. The endless cultivation during these 10 years caused Wang Lin's early-stage Ascendant cultivation to become even more stable. He could feel that although some of the slaughter energy he sent out disappeared, even more was coming in each day. Xixue was no longer naked. She was now wearing a blue robe. After she appeared, her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Lin as she clenched her teeth and said, "What exactly are you thinking? In the past 10 years I have already told you everything. What exactly do you want?" Chapter 616, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. During these past 10 years Wang Lin had questioned Xixue many times inside the tower. Xixue's hatred for Wang Lin had already been buried deep in her heart. At the same time, she was completely terrified of Wang Lin's methods. Wang Lin had managed to open a hole in her mind, and that hole was opened when she told Wang Lin how to use the Blood Soul pill. Once this opening appeared, Xixue almost collapsed under Wang Lin's methods. Although she hadn't told him everything, she had more or less spilled some secrets. "You said that the cave was left by a celestial emperor, and that there are a total of 4 caves. How did you find out about all of this?" Xixue bit her lower lip. She was still not willing to answer this question. Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up, and he slowly said, "You have already been in my hands for more than 20 years. Could it be that you don't want your freedom? If you tell me everything, I promise to release you after I leave the demon spirit land." His voice contained some devilish energy. This was a small spell he learned from the scattered devil after spending 10 years engraving his imprint on it. Xixue softly sighed and whispered, "I can tell you everything, but you must swear on your Dao heart that you will let me go once you leave the demon spirit land. You don't have the qualifications to demand conditions from me. I'll naturally do what I promise. Speak, you have only one chance. If you don't speak, I'll seal you forever." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it gave off a cold intent. Xixue played with her hair as she looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she whispered, "My father warned me to not fight against you. I was very puzzled and didn't know why my father would know you. Back then you were merely a little cultivator, even if you were the All-Seer's disciple. With my understanding of my father, your status, your cultivation, everything about you was not worthy of my father's attention. That is why I didn't listen to him. Now I somewhat understand why father talked about you." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he coldly looked at her. Xixue let out a sigh and said, "It was my father who told me that there is a total of 4 caves here. Back then, when father, Ling Tianhous, the All-Seer, and company came to the demon spirit land, they found a secret." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he calmly asked, "What secret?" "This demon spirit land is, in fact, a cave. I believe you have also guessed this already. I can tell you that this demon spirit land is a cave, and that this cave is very big. It is big beyond imagination, but there isn't just one. There are a total of 5 caves, 4 fakes and 1 real." Wang Lin's expression was still the same as he slowly said, "I presume the one you took me to was a fake cave." Xixue bitterly nodded and said, "Yes, that was indeed a fake cave." Wang Lin asked, "What was your purpose for going there?" "Father once said that the fake cave contains a lot of treasures, spirit liquid, and other things. If I could obtain them, they would help my cultivation greatly." Xixue's voice was soft, but before she could finish speaking, she saw the sneer on Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin calmly looked at Xixue. He didn't speak, but his eyes made her heart tremble. After a long time, she bitterly said, "Everything I've said is true. You don't need to use it as an excuse to not free me in the future." Wang Lin's tone was grim as he said, "A good way of telling the truth. What you said perhaps is indeed what you believe in your heart, but that is not what I asked. What relation do the 4 fake caves have to the real one?" Xixue pondered once more. Then she let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. In truth, those 4 fake caves are in fact the gates to the real cave." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. "The secret your father in them found can't be this simple. I only know that father guessed that there are opportunities to help one to step into the 3rd step inside that cave, because that cave belonged to the #1 celestial emperor, Qing Lin, before the celestial realm collapsed. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin was the strongest person in the celestial realm. Rumor has it that when the celestial realm collapsed, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin didn't die. After he fought, he escaped with injuries. The secret my father and them found is that the aura of Celestial Emperor Qing Lin is in closed-door cultivation inside the final cave. I don't know how they found out, so there is no need to ask me about it." After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin. When she first heard of this, her shock was almost unimaginable. Even recalling the matter now caused her heart to tremble endlessly. With Wang Lin's mental strength, she wanted to see what kind of expression he would have when he heard this explosive piece of news. Unfortunately, all she saw was the same unchanging expression. Wang Lin's expression didn't change in the slightest, but his pupils shrank an unnoticeable amount. These words started a storm inside Wang Lin's heart. He believed 70% of what Xixue said. It was not about how beautifully she said it all, but because she said the two words, Qing Lin. Wang Lin could never forget what he saw when he first went into the cave with Xixue. He had stacked the life seals together to hear the voice coming from the void. I am Qing Lin. What kind of cave is this? It has ancient demons and a scattered devil. The ancient demon was split into 9 parts by someone, and thus can't fuse back together. I don't know much about the scattered devils, but from what it said, it was a devil under an ancient devil. Could this demon spirit land also have an ancient devil? The more information Wang Lin came upon, the more he felt like there was a layer of fog before him that he couldn't rip open. He quietly looked at Xixue and said, how were the 4 fake caves distributed between them back then? The All-Seer and Ling Tianhous each took a cave. The other cave was taken by the Cloud Celestial couple. Back then my father's cultivation level wasn't high enough to fight with the 4 of them for the fake caves. However, his luck was good, so he was able to find the existence of this cave. In fact, besides my father, everyone else still thinks this place has 3 fakes and 1 real cave. Cloud Celestial couple? This was the first time Wang Lin had heard this name. The Cloud Celestial couple was famous tens of thousands of years ago. They didn't leave this place like everyone else, but decided to cultivate inside their fake cave. That is why apart from very few people, not many people know of them. I only heard of this cultivation couple from my father. When Xixue said this, she revealed a trace of envy and melancholy. When she heard about this couple, it was when she was going through her spring. Even now there was still that sliver of a dream deep inside her heart. Thinking about it now, she couldn't help but feel melancholy. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Xixue and said, your father, the blood ancestor, should be coming soon. After he said that, Xixue's heart trembled violently. However, her face revealed a surprised expression and she said, I have no idea what you mean. Her expression was extremely natural and didn't reveal any hints. During these tens of thousands of years, the demon spirit land has been opened countless times. I have no idea how many times you have come here, but with the blood ancestor's ability, it shouldn't be hard to extend your life. With that in mind, this just happens to be the time you must enter the cave, even with the risk of an outsider finding out about it. If there wasn't some secret behind it, I'm afraid you wouldn't be this anxious. I'm afraid that in these tens of thousands of years, your father, the blood ancestor, still couldn't come in due to certain reasons. That is why you came. You were very anxious to obtain the right to enter the cave. I believe you were preparing for your father's arrival. Wang Lin's voice was very calm and deep as he slowly said everything. Xixue looked at Wang Lin for a very long time. Then she smiled and nodded. You are very smart. That is right. My father will be here very soon. In fact, not only my father, I'm afraid your teacher, the All-Seer, the Delu Sword Sect's Ling Tianhous, and various old monsters of planet Tianyun will all be coming here soon. Wang Lin's eyes closed, leaving only a sliver of space open as he slowly said, is this because of that golden token that appeared during the tide? Xixue's gaze toward Wang Lin revealed a glimmer of shock. It wasn't until now that she truly understood how terrifying Wang Lin was. This person is simply too cunning. Although his questions seem simple, as soon as I answer, I have already fallen into his calculations. Step by step, I unknowingly allowed his person to gain control of a lot of information. As a result, if I were to lie, he would immediately be able to detect it due to all the information he has. This person is too terrifying. Xixue didn't know that thanks to Wang Lin's cultivation of restrictions, the deducting happening inside his mind was 10 times, 100 times more complex. His conversation with Xixue really couldn't be considered much. Wang Lin wasn't afraid of Xixue speaking. As long as she spoke, he had ways of extracting information from her. What he was afraid of was Xixue not speaking, like before. Xixue lowered her head. She subconsciously avoided Wang Lin's eyes and said, that token is known as Qing Lin's celestial token. It is the key that opens the door in the fake cave toward the real cave. One can only enter once they have the key. However, opening the door to the real cave requires all 4 tokens to open all 4 fake caves at the same time. Not a single one can be missing. Wang Lin asked, according to you, the All-Seer and them still believe that 3 tokens are all they need. Only your father, the blood ancestor, knows that 3 tokens isn't enough to open up the door to the real cave. Is that the case? Xixue pondered a bit and nodded. The blood ancestor sure is cunning. As long as he holds the fake cave, even if he doesn't have a token, he still holds the initiative. As long as he manages it properly, once that fourth token appears, he will naturally have the qualifications to go inside the real cave. Wang Lin pondered a bit before his eyes lit up, and he asked, where would that token appear after being sucked into this place? Xixue hesitated a bit and said, the tidal abyss. Its entrance is inside the fire demon country. Wang Lin no longer asked questions. His right hand reached out, and Xixue was sealed once more. After putting her back inside the bag of holding, he was the only one left inside the tower. His eyes gave off a demonic glow as he muttered to himself. It turns out that this demon spirit land contained this kind of secret. My cultivation level is far too low compared to these old masters. However, why was the All-Seer so determined on me coming to this demon spirit land? Chapter 617, The Second Seal. Wang Lin pondered. The longer he stayed inside the demon spirit land, the stranger everything became. First it was the painting of Huanglong. Then it was the two Mo phase that looked exactly the same. Finally, it was the large man who looked extremely similar to Ling Tianhous. Wang Lin's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself, the All-Seer pursues the will of the heavens. For him to insist that I come here, he must have his own motives. Also, when I was on planet Tianyun, Baiwei once pointed out that a large majority of the All-Seer's disciples past 10,000 years old have disappeared. I just don't know if those seniors' disappearances have to do with this demon spirit land. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding, and his eyes became cold. He thought, as long as I'm strong enough, no matter how strange this place is, it can't affect my Dao heart. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his origin soul continued to engrave his imprint on the scattered devil. He continued to engrave this imprint deeper into the devil's soul, solidifying his control. In addition, as the soul-refining tribe grew, more and more people began to cultivate the soul-refining spell. Also, this was an ancient battleground, so it contained a lot of soul fragments. Although most of them were hidden deep underground, as more and more people joined the soul-refining tribe, people began to dig large holes. Cultivating in these holes became a unique way to cultivate the soul-refining spell. This was only one method of cultivating the soul-refining spell. The other method was going to the fire demon country to absorb the souls of all the dead demon soldiers. However, only people who had some success in their cultivation were qualified to go. Anyone who wanted to go by themselves had to be personally assessed by Ouyang Hua before being granted permission. The soul-refining tribe was growing strong at a very fast pace. This kind of growth couldn't be seen every day. The tribe was like a cocoon that was absorbing nutrients. Once the young butterfly breaks free from the cocoon, it will be able to shock the 9 countries. In the tribe members' minds, the tower at the center was their holy ground. It was something that absolutely couldn't be tainted, as if it was where the gods lived. As for Wang Lin, who hadn't come out in 10 years, he was their ancestor, their guardian. Every day, aside from strengthening the imprint on the scattered devil, he created countless restrictions that he placed on the restriction flag. In these past 10 years, Wang Lin continued to deduce more and more restrictions, and he slowly closed in on 9,999 sets of restrictions. The 1 billion soul flag was long ago released by Wang Lin, and the 100 million soul fragments covered the sky above the soul-refining tribe. Sounds of soul fragments wailing could be heard all day, and this became a unique symbol of the soul-refining tribe. Wang Lin also spent a lot of time studying the 5 seals on the god-slaying war chariot. When Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he could barely release the first seal. Now that he was at the Ascendant stage, he could comfortably activate the first seal. However, this wasn't enough for Wang Lin. He wanted to be able to release the second seal. After the first seal was released, this god-slaying war chariot could threaten peak, late-stage soul transformation cultivators. As for the second seal, Wang Lin merely scanned it with his divine sense, and that immediately caused strands of lightning to appear. They chased after his divine sense, and actually followed him outside the seal. Wang Lin was already prepared. He activated the celestial spiritual energy inside his body and took several breaths of time to completely erase the lightning. Through the lightning, Wang Lin could judge that once the second seal was removed, the beast would become extremely powerful. Also, it was likely that the second seal was sealing the spirit beast's lightning power. It has to be said that this god-slaying chariot came from the celestial realm. The creator said that they were all very powerful weapons. Although the name, God-slaying, seems arrogant, after spending hundreds of years with it, even though Wang Lin didn't completely believe in its power, he believed 30% of it. Wang Lin's interest for this second seal increased greatly when he found out that the beast would gain the power of lightning. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell the old man under the black tower used was very powerful. Every time Wang Lin thought about it, his heart would tremble. The most powerful part of that spell was the black lightning. Without it, the power of that spell would be weakened greatly. Wang Lin was confident in opening the second seal. However, after analyzing the lightning, he found out that once he opened the second seal, the beast trap would collapse due to the beast's strength. The beast trap was given to him by an ancient cultivator under 2C as payment for helping them. This item had been very helpful to Wang Lin in these several hundred years, especially when it came to the god-slaying war chariot. It allowed Wang Lin to still use the god-slaying war chariot when his cultivation level wasn't high enough. But now that Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased and more of the seals were opened, this item was no longer able to control the spirit beast. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before he slapped his bag of holding, and the beast trap flew out before him. The bracelet had countless ancient symbols and carvings of ancient beasts. There were also a few subtle cracks left behind by the beast's first backlash. Looking at the beast trap, Wang Lin's eyes showed hesitation. Without the help of this beast trap, Wang Lin must use his own strength to completely subdue the spirit beast. He must follow the method left behind by its creator to complete the inheritance, or else this treasure will be useless. Wang Lin revealed a decisive look as he grabbed the beast trap and stood up. He disappeared from within the tower and reappeared 5,000 kilometers from the soul refining tribe. This place was a plain and was completely deserted. Wang Lin threw the bracelet on the ground before forming a seal and pointing at it. The bracelet gave off a black light before turning into the god-slaying war chariot. The ferocious war chariot covered in thorns appeared and gave off a powerful light. At the same time, the spirit beast appeared. Its 1,000-foot-tall body was like a small mountain. Its red eyes fiercely stared at Wang Lin the moment it appeared. It let out an unyielding roar that shook heaven and earth. As it roared, it suddenly charged toward Wang Lin. It was as if a small mountain was crashing toward him, and sounds of space tearing could be heard. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his right hand casually pushed forward. It was as if a giant hand had descended from the sky. After a thunderous roar, the spirit beast's large body was pressed against the ground. Dust was kicked up and spread out in a ring, and the entire earth shook. The spirit beast raised its head, and its eyes were filled with the intent to struggle. It let out a fierce roar as it stared at Wang Lin, and its unyielding aura exploded forth. Wang Lin calmly looked at the spirit beast. The him back then couldn't contend with this spirit beast at all. However, now he could easily suppress the beast to the point where it couldn't break free. His right hand held the beast down from a distance. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue. Then he began to slowly draw in the sky, and a blood symbol slowly condensed. This symbol was left behind by the creator of the god-slaying war chariot. There was a total of 7 symbols, and once all 7 were placed, it would allow the chariot to truly recognize an owner. However, 2 of these 7 symbols were only supposed to be used once the 4th seal was released. After the blood symbol was complete, Wang Lin flicked it. It then turned into a ray of blood light and flew directly at the struggling beast on the ground. The blood symbol fell on the spot between the beast's eyebrows. The spirit beast's body suddenly trembled as if it was in a lot of pain. It let out a crazed roar and began to struggle. Wang Lin's eyes flickered and he loosened his right hand. The moment the beast gained its freedom, it immediately stared at Wang Lin. It released a series of roars, and the unyielding nature in its eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin coldly looked at the spirit beast and then formed a seal. A black light appeared from the seal his hand made, and he shouted, "First seal, open." The black light flew out along with the symbol and landed on the spirit beast. There was sound of crackling, and then a powerful aura suddenly emerged from its body. At this instant, the spirit beast stood up. It opened its bloody mouth that seemed like it could devour the world and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body didn't move as he moved his right hand once more and waved it. This created a gust of wind which formed into a palm and smashed toward the beast. There was a loud bang as the beast's large mouth was shattered from the impact. The beast immediately backed up. As it backed up, its body turned into strands of black gas that scattered in all directions and charged at Wang Lin like crazy. Both of Wang Lin's hands began to draw in the empty air, and then 2 blood symbols appeared in them. At this moment, almost all of the black light entered Wang Lin's body and rushed toward his origin soul. Wang Lin revealed a sneer, and there was a flash of golden light coming out of his eyes. Origin soul, leave. Wang Lin let out a roar and his eyes dimmed. Then his origin soul flew out. The spirit beast was held by the neck by his origin soul. The 2 blood symbols quickly flew over and were grabbed by Wang Lin's origin soul's left hand. Then he pressed both symbols down between the spirit beast's eyebrows. The spirit beast's body trembled, and then an even more powerful aura rushed forth. This time it unexpectedly was able to break free from Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body. His eyes opened, and he looked at the beast. At this moment, somewhere countless kilometers away from Wang Lin, at the border between the Fire Demon Country and the Golden Demon Country, this place was a large mountain range. A miasma filled this mountain range all year round, so it was a place neither demon country managed. There was a white city deep within the miasma. To be more accurate, it was only a castle that was surrounded by 100-foot-tall white stone walls. The inside of the castle gave off a mysterious feeling. At this moment, a black shadow quickly flew within the miasma. While floating in the air, the black shadow kneeled down on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Ancestor. I have found the location of Wang Lin, who disappeared from the Sky Demon Country capital 20 years ago." There was silence from the castle for a while before an eerie voice came out. "What is his current cultivation level?" The black shadow hesitated for a bit and said, This subordinate didn't find out because the team sent to capture this person back then was killed, so no news were sent back. However, subordinate knows that this person has been appointed as the Ancient Demon's Messenger." Ancient Demon's Messenger. Haha, someone that this old man has set his eyes on is indeed not ordinary. Dispatch 3 units. Bring a Celestial Guard as well. Capture this person alive. The black shadow quickly acknowledged the order and disappeared. Inside the castle, a small old man muttered, "If this Wang Lin is properly trained, he could become another Celestial Guard for me. No matter how high his cultivation level is, as long as he hasn't reached the Ascendant stage, then the Celestial Guard can capture him without any problem." Chapter 618. A New Change, the Silver Horned Thunder Beast. Wang Lin's eyes stared at the spirit beast. After the third blood symbol was imprinted on the spirit beast, the aura it gave off even terrified Wang Lin. The beast's body trembled violently, and the red light inside its eyes became even stronger. The red light was so strong that it extended 3 inches from its eyes. Wang Lin calmly looked at the beast. Although he looked calm, his eyes were flickering. The jade with instructions on releasing the seals on the beast talked about this before. A majority of the power of the god-slaying war chariot was in the spirit beast. Every one of the 7 origin soul blood seals could stimulate the beast to evolve. If the seals were not released when that simulation reached its peak, then the spirit beast would explode and die. However, if the seal was released early, the beast's evolution would be interrupted and it wouldn't be able to reach its peak power in the future. In truth, none of the 3 god-slaying war chariots were used before the maker died. According to his original plan, the 3 god-slaying war chariots would become perfect after being activated once. That's why he had to release the seal once its evolution reached its peak. Only then could the power of the god-slaying war chariot match its name. According to the maker's original plan, he was going to gather all of the materials and then find someone at the Celestial Emperor level to help activate them for the first time. This would ensure that there wouldn't be any regrets with any of the war chariots. In the Jade, he even claimed that not even someone at the level of a Celestial Emperor could allow the 3rd war chariot to be activated perfectly. The spirit beast continued to shrink, and the aura inside its body became even more terrifying. Originally there was wind in the plains, but now it was as if the wind didn't dare to come. The sky gradually grew dark, and it was no longer clear like it was before. Countless grains of sand were trembling on the ground, as if there was some mysterious force shaking them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up like a torch. The aura of the spirit beast before him had already surpassed the strength of an early-stage Ascendant cultivator. It gradually reached the mid-stage of Ascendant and continued to rise. After several breaths of time, the body of the beast shrank from 1,000 feet to 100 feet tall. However, the red light from its eyes were now nearly 7 feet out of its eyes, and a silky fog surrounded its eyes. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Then his hand formed a seal, and black light appeared in his palm. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the spirit beast. Just at this moment, the red light from the beast's eyes suddenly retracted. Suddenly, a powerful and nearly frenzied destructive aura suddenly began to increase inside its body. This increase was simply too quick. It was as if there was a rapidly inflating sphere inside the beast's body. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with deduction as he carefully watched the beast. He pointed at the beast and shouted, "Second seal, open." The black light flew out, and at the moment the beast's aura reached its peak, it landed on the beast's body. After an instant, the beast stopped trembling and the destructive aura stabilized around its body. It then raised its head and let out a roar at the sky. Thunderous roars suddenly came from the sky and bolts of lightning descended. This wasn't a divine retribution, it was created by this beast. The lightning descended from the sky and landed on the spirit beast's body. The successive lightning bolts linked together, forming a line. The spirit beast's body was surrounded in a sphere of lightning. It was standing, but it gradually lied down, and soon it turned into a Qilin-like beast. However, it wasn't a Qilin, but a beast even more rare than Qilin in the celestial realm, a thunder beast. A silver horn slowly drilled out from its head under the effects of the lightning. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment when he saw the silver horn. He let out a sigh, and then moved forward. As his hand drew in the air, the fourth blood symbol was complete. He grabbed the blood symbol and headed straight for the thunder beast. According to the Jade, if the second seal on the second war chariot is activated perfectly, a golden horn should appear. He immediately closed in on the thunder beast, charged directly through the lightning, and directly pressed the blood symbol between the spirit beast's eyebrows. The timing he picked was the one the Jade mentioned. The moment that the spirit beast evolves into a thunder beast was the only moment for imprinting in its life. This moment was specifically left behind by the Maker to place an imprint on the beast. The blood symbol imprinted between the beast's eyebrows. At the moment it landed, there was a flash of golden light. Wang Lin was startled, but when he looked closer, there was no longer any golden light. After the fourth blood symbol was imprinted, the thunder beast no longer looked at Wang Lin with a hostile gaze. However, there was no kindness either. After it looked at Wang Lin, it disappeared back into the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the god-slaying war chariot was placed back into his bag of holding. His eyes lit up, and he thought, that golden flash can't be my eyes going bad, but why did it happen? Even if it is a silver horn, it is still strong enough to deal with mid-stage Ascendant cultivators. Although the natives here are easy to deal with, how is any cultivator who has reached the mid-stage of Ascendant simple? They either have powerful spells, or amazing treasures, or both. As a result, although I won't dare to say I can win against any mid-stage Ascendant cultivator with my early-stage Ascendant cultivation, it is impossible for them to kill me. And if I meet a mid-stage Ascendant cultivator with spells and treasures weaker than mine, I'll be able to kill them. As for late-stage Ascendant cultivators, simply too difficult. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Whether it's Xixue or that black-robed old man, both of them have reached the late stage of Ascendant. Even if I use the Thunder Beast, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist against a late-stage Ascendant cultivator's power. Fortunately, I have Ling Tianhous sword energy, so if I really encounter one, I have nothing to fear. Wang Lin took a step forward and teleported back into the tower. The reason why late-stage Ascendant cultivators are so powerful is because they are already at the end of the first step. Especially peak-stage late-stage Ascendant cultivators, they can be considered the peak of those at the first step. Only people with similar cultivation levels can match them in battle. They are not people mid-stage Ascendant cultivators can resist at all. That is, unless they have an extremely heaven-defying treasure, like Ling Tianhous sword energy, or the fourth soul from the 1 billion soul flag. Even then, that fourth soul was still captured by Xixue, and Teacher Dun Tian still died. Back then the old man under the Devil Tower said that the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell was his weakest spell. That shouldn't be false. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position in the tower as he pondered. If I have more than 1 million strands of slaughter energy, the 1 billion soul flag, the god-slaying war chariot, and the Underworld river, can I beat a late-stage Ascendant cultivator? Wang Lin silently pondered. No confidence. However, with Ling Tianhous sword energy, if a late-stage Ascendant cultivator really provokes me, I will have no choice but to use one of the sword energies. Wang Lin's eye became cold. Now I will need to properly refine the 3 swords I got from the 12 swords. These 3 swords were wasted on their previous owners. I studied them once before, and it seems like there is another ability hidden within them. However, this ability requires a combined attack to activate. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 3 swords from Mo Yang, Zishus, and Haizhu flew out. These 3 swords gave off a fierce spiritual aura. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy, which turned into a green mist that surrounded the 3 swords. He then closed his eyes and concentrated on refining them. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, several rays of light appeared in the sky 50,000 kilometers away from the Soul Refining Tribe. Their target was clearly the Soul Refining Tribe. Among these people there was one person wearing golden clothes that gave off a golden glow. This person didn't look that old, and his face gave of a sense of cold arrogance. There was one person following him. This person was a youth who wore clothes as white as snow. He was handsome, but his face was currently filled with bitterness. He looked at the soul-refining tribe with hesitation hidden in his eyes. The golden-clothed man looked at the youth and coldly snorted. "What are you thinking about, Sun Yinshan?" The white-robed youth was the person who came to the demon spirit land with Wang Lin, the junior sect master of the Xianyuan sect, Sun Yinshan. When he entered the demon spirit land, he had several high cultivation level elders protecting him. However, now he was by himself. After hearing the golden-clothed man's words, Sun Yinshan's body trembled, and he respectfully said, "Sir, this subordinate." Before he finished, the golden-clothed man interrupted him and coldly snorted. "No need to explain. Since you joined my cultivation union, you must obey all orders. If it wasn't for me giving your sister face, do you think you would be part of such a good opportunity to obtain merit, like capturing Wang Lin?" Sun Yinshan remained silent and nodded. He thought to himself, "I don't know if the Wang Lin in this soul-refining tribe and Wang Lin from the Heavenly Fate sect are the same person. I'm thinking too much. There is no way they are the same person." The Ancestor even deliberately sent out a celestial guard to capture this Wang Lin. "There is no danger in this trip, but you must be careful and not let that Wang Lin escape." After the golden-clothed man finished speaking, his gaze turned to the middle-aged man in black at the back of the group. This man was ordinary, and his expression had been calm this entire time. It was as if nothing in this world could cause his expression to change. A string of fine ripples slowly spread out from his body and seemed to fuse with the surroundings. His aura had almost completely disappeared. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to detect his existence at all. To be able to melt with the heavens and earth and fuse with the void meant that this person's cultivation had reached the early stage of Ascendant. However, this person's Ascendant cultivation was a bit strange. There was no origin energy inside this person's origin soul. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position inside the tower when he suddenly opened his eyes. A bright burst of light released from his eyes. 13. We have guests. Bring them here. Chapter 619, Get down for me. The cultivators of the Cultivation Union flew toward the soul-refining tribe. Before them was an endless, black cloud. This cloud was too thick. Forget sight. Even their divine senses were immediately knocked away by it. In fact, if they were a bit careless, their divine senses would be devoured by the soul fragments inside. Sharp, ghostly wails that could shock the heart came from inside the black cloud. It was impossible to see what was inside due to the black cloud, and this huge, black cloud would stop most people in their tracks. The man in gold's expression sank when he saw this. He let out a cold snort and said, "Wang Lin's place only has this one layer of protection. Once we break through this, we can easily capture that child." There were several people beside him. All of them had gloomy expressions and were unable to say a word as they stared at the dark cloud. Sun Yinshan revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. He learned a bit about this matter from his sister. Most of the small teams thought that this was an easy chance to earn merit, because the Ancestor sent out a celestial guardian. All of them were fighting for this chance. The messenger who brought back news of Wang Lin's location did mention that the location was surrounded by a powerful cloud. However, the people fighting for this chance didn't pay too much attention to this. They still believed that nothing would be a problem with the celestial guardian here. Sun Yinshan looked around. Including himself, there were almost 20 people here. Most of them were at the early stage of soul transformation, and only a few of them were at the mid-stage of soul transformation. There was only one late-stage soul transformation cultivator. It was Uncle Feng, who remained silent the entire time. Sun Yinshan looked at the gray-haired old man not far away from him and only felt sadness. This was Marshal Uncle Feng. He was Sun Yinshan's father's junior apprentice brother, and he came here to protect Sun Yinshan. However, he could have never imagined his little sister would have secretly followed them here and caused him to land himself in such a dire situation. The Ancestor even wiped Marshal Uncle Feng's memory with a secret spell and turned him into a puppet. He had a celestial seed planted in him by the Ancestor, so he no longer had control over his life and death. The man in gold shouted, "This black cloud is merely a bluff. Number 10, go break this black cloud for me." An early-stage soul transformation cultivator behind the man in gold had an ugly expression. He hesitated but didn't dare to disobey. He let out a sigh and respectfully said, "Subordinate obeys." This cultivator clenched his teeth and charged toward the black cloud. However, the closer he got, the pressure that could shake the origin soul became even stronger. There were also those ghostly wails that charged out like soundwave spells. This cultivator could no longer close in when he was 10,000 feet away from the black cloud. He felt that if he forced himself to continue, he would die for sure. When he saw the cultivator stop, the man in gold's face filled with hostility. He shouted in a cold tone, "Number 10, Do you dare to disobey an order? The cultivator's face became better after he heard this. He let out a sigh and thought, forget it. This life that barely resembles a human life should come to an end. If I can die here, I will be relieved from this torture. He let out deep breath as he took a step and charged forth like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he entered within 10,000 feet of the black cloud. And just at this moment, the black cloud suddenly moved. The black cloud surged like raging waves and formed mushroom-like shapes as it continued to expand outward. The sharp wails became even stronger as they echoed across the sky. As the clouds churned, a series of heaven-shaking roars came from within. At the same time, the black cloud quickly turned into a large mouth that could devour the world. It devoured the cultivator without any hesitation, leaving nothing behind. Almost all of the cultivators of the Cultivation Union were shocked by this. Although they were very far, they felt like they were right next to the black cloud. Their clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. It was as if number 10 wasn't the only one devoured by the black cloud. The calm Celestial Guardian's eyes suddenly lit up as he carefully looked at the black cloud and revealed a puzzled expression. Team Captain, this black cloud. A man beside the man in gold was filled with fear. The man in gold's expression became even darker. He pointed at the old man not far away and said, Number 3, you go. This white-haired old man was Sun Yunshan's martial uncle. His expression was filled with confusion. He didn't say a word as he stepped forth. Sun Yunshan clenched his fist. He then looked at his martial uncle Feng leaving, and his heart bled. The old man arrived 10,000 feet away from the black cloud in just a few steps. Just as he was about to continue, the black cloud suddenly sped up and churned. In an instant, the black cloud split open, leaving a clear road in the middle. A cold-looking young man walked out step by step. He glanced at the old man before looking at the people of the Cultivation Union. Then he calmly said, My ancestor welcomes everyone. The man in gold's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, Number 3, kill him. We can enter using this path. The cold-looking young man was 13. His expression was neutral without any emotion. As for the old man, he rushed toward 13 in a flash. However, just as he was about to close in, a strand of black cloud suddenly rushed out. It surrounded the old man, pulling him back into the black cloud. The old man disappeared without a trace. This scene was like a hammer that struck hard on the hearts of the people of the Cultivation Union. This was especially true for Sun Yunshan as his eyes turned red. 13 extended his right hand and said, This way. With that, he turned around and walked away. The man in gold's expression was filled with uncertainty. He subconsciously looked back at the man in black, and his heart felt more calm. He sneered and said, Let's go. I want to see what tricks this Wang Lin has up his sleeve. The group quickly flew forward and continued along the path opened up by the black cloud. As they entered, the path behind them was slowly closed by the black cloud. After a short period of flying, the man in gold suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with shock and his expression became very ugly. The people behind him were all dumbfounded by what they saw before them. What appeared before them was a huge tribe that had a lot of people. At this moment, all of them raised their heads and looked at them with cold gazes. The gazes of these countless people gathered on the people of the Cultivation Union. Although their cultivation levels were high, they were still shocked. At the center of the tribe, there was an open space 5 kilometers in radius. At the center lied a tall tower. A powerful sense of majesty spread out from the tower and surrounded the area. These people felt like they could barely breathe under this pressure. 13 stood outside the empty area and respectfully said, Ancestor, I have brought the guests here. Fellow cultivators came filled with killing intent. Could it be that I have offended you all? Wang Lin's voice slowly came from the tower. Although his tone was modest, his voice seemed to contain devilish power behind it. His voice slowly diffused across the entire soul refining tribe. Wang Lin gradually learned bits of the heavenly devil sound spell as he gradually strengthened the imprint on the scattered devil. At this moment, the spell was spread by sound. Everyone in the Cultivation Union, aside from the man in black, had the spell fill their minds. The man in black's cultivation level was rather high, so he didn't get lost within this sound. His eyes became very bright as he stared at the tower. His face revealed bewilderment and uncertainty once more. The man in gold's origin soul shook. His eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of confusion, and he subconsciously said, You didn't offend. If that is the case, you all are too presumptuous to still come looking for me for trouble. Wang Lin's voice was filled with his cold intent. At this moment, all of the members of the soul refining tribe shouted, Impudent. Everyone in the soul refining tribe said that word at once, and the sound fused with the wailing from the black cloud. This was even louder than roaring thunder when it landed in the cultivators' ears. It was as if countless sharp swords had stabbed into their hearts. It caused their ears to buzz and their origin souls to shake. Blood came directly out of the mouths of a few that had low cultivation levels. It was clear that their insides were shaken and their origin souls were injured. This shout also cleared everyone's minds. The man in gold's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously backed up and his face filled with shock. If he was like this, then the surrounding cultivators were even worse off than him. Every one of them sucked in breaths of cold air. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they realized that things were not good. As for Sun Yunshan, the excitement in his heart far outweighed the shock. He was secretly shouting in his heart, "It's him, it really is him." As the man in gold retreated, he screeched, "Celestial Guardian, attack." After he said that, the eyes of the man in black suddenly shined brightly. He stepped forth and arrived above the tower with one step. Then his right hand formed a seal, and he slammed it down. This slam seemed to contain the power to pull up a mountain. A golden symbol appeared in the sky and charged toward the tower. A cold snort came from within the tower, then Wang Lin's figure came out. He didn't even look up as his hand released a black light and reached into the sky. He calmly said, "Come down for me." After his hand reached out, cracks suddenly appeared on the golden symbol. Following a series of crackling sounds, the golden symbol collapsed. The man in black's expression suddenly changed greatly, and for the first time, his face was filled with terror. He wanted to dodge, but his body was immediately caught by a power that could steal life force. He was ruthlessly pulled down from the sky. With a loud boom, the man in black's body smashed into the ground. Chapter 620, Object from the Celestial Realm. When the man in black landed on the ground, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he swung his right hand. Countless restrictions immediately flew out and sealed all of the hidden meridians in the man in black. Then Wang Lin casually reached out and used the wind from the finger of death. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that there was something strange about the man in black's body. This person's origin soul had no origin energy at all, and instead had a piece of jade the size of a fingernail. As a result, although this person had reached the Ascendant stage, he didn't have the domain of an Ascendant cultivator. In Wang Lin's eyes, this person was merely a brute. Forget the fact that Wang Lin had already reached the Ascendant stage. Even before he broke through, he could have easily dealt with this person. However, to outsiders, Wang Lin's simple grasp was like lightning striking their brains. This caused the people of the Cultivation Union to become dumbfounded. The man in gold's body trembled, and his face was completely pale. If it wasn't for the fact that the road behind him had been sealed, he would have quickly escaped at the first opportunity. As for the other cultivators, they were all staring dumbfoundedly at the middle-aged man that was caught and smashed into the ground by Wang Lin. After a long time, they still weren't able to say a word. Only Sun Yunshan felt like his excitement had reached its peak. He let out a big sigh of relief as if he wanted to release all the oppression he had suffered so far. The man in gold trembled and quickly said, "Son, Senior, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We are just here representing the Cultivation Alliance to invite you to join." Sun Yunshan sneered as he quickly moved more than 100 feet from the group and shouted, "Brother Wang, their purpose here was to capture you alive." Wang Lin had seen Sun Yunshan a long time ago. At this moment he merely nodded. The man in gold's expression became even more pale. Then his expression became even more vicious as he stared at Sun Yunshan and shouted, "Sun Yunshan, do you dare to betray the Ancestor?" Sun Yunshan's body trembled, and he was about to speak when Wang Lin waved his hand. A gentle breeze hit the man in gold, and his body suddenly exploded. His origin soul flew out from his body, filled with confusion. However, he was soon devoured by the black cloud in the sky. The smell of blood hadn't dissipated yet when all of the surrounding cultivators' eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't imagine that Wang Lin's cultivation would have reached such an unimaginable level. With one grasp, the Celestial Guardian was caught. With one wave of his hand, the man in gold exploded. Late-stage Ascendant. He must be at the late stage of Ascendant. Wang Lin ignored those cultivators, but he looked at Sun Yunshan and smiled. "Brother Sun, we haven't met in many years." Sun Yunshan let out a sigh and bitterly said, "Brother Wang, save me." Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he smiled. "Come inside and talk." With that, he grabbed the man in black on the ground and walked into the tower. Sun Yunshan hesitated for a bit before he flew forward and quickly followed Wang Lin. Not only was his shock not smaller than the other cultivators, it was even more intense. He remembered that before entering the demon spirit land, Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. However, in a few short decades, Wang Lin had already reached the Ascendant stage. Aside from shocking him greatly, it also caused Wang Lin's status in his mind to infinitely increase. Only those more than a dozen cultivators remained in the sky. None of them dared to leave or attack, so they could only float there. All of their hearts were filled with uncertainty, and each breath felt like a year. Inside the tower, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position. He took out a simple round table from his bag of holding and a jar of fine wine. Then he poured a cup for Sun Yinshan and smiled. "Brother Sun, sit." Sun Yinshan stood stiffly on the side. After hesitating for a bit, he sat down opposite of Wang Lin and said, "Brother Wang, since you already came, there is no harm in asking me for help." Wang Lin smiled as he put down the wine jar and looked at Sun Yinshan. Sun Yinshan pondered for a short period of time before picking up the cup and drinking it all in one go. Then he grabbed the jar and drank directly from it. Only after he drank a majority of the jar did he put it back down. His eyes were bright as he looked at Wang Lin before taking a deep breath. He pointed at the man in black and said, "Brother Wang, this person has no name and is called a Celestial Guardian. We are from the same organization that calls itself the Cultivation Union." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he slowly said, "Celestial Guardian." Sun Yinshan took another large gulp of wine. Then his eyes turned slightly red, and he said, "There is a person inside the Cultivation Union who calls himself the Celestial Realm Ancestor. This person's cultivation level is very high, and it was he who called them Celestial Guardians. In addition to this Ancestor, he has about a total of 10 Celestial Guardians. There isn't much difference in their strength. The battle you had in the Sky Demon Country's ancient demon city with Demon General Mo Lihai caught the attention of the Ancestor. For some unknown reason, he sent people to capture you. I believe you must have already met the people who tried to capture you in Sky Demon City. Then you went missing in Sky Demon City, and this matter was dropped. However, a few months ago, someone somehow found out you were here. Thus, the Ancestor sent us out to capture you alive once more." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He remembered that back in Sky Demon City, a group attacked him while he was listening to the Zither music. The head of the group exploded when he was about to be captured. Wang Lin remembered this kind of madness in his heart. Back then he thought that those people were sent by another demon general. However, after listening to Sun Yinshan today, it seemed like there was someone else. Sun Yinshan clenched his fist and continued, "Brother Wang, you don't know that back then my sister used some unknown method and also came to this demon spirit land. She was bewitched by the Ancestor and became a member of the Cultivation Union. After she met me, she tricked me into joining this organization. When I found out that something was wrong, I wanted to escape. However, the Ancestor appeared, and with only one spell, he captured the 4 martial uncles that came with me. From that moment on, the 4 of them had their memories wiped and they became puppets. Even I had a celestial seed planted in my body, so now my life no longer in my control." Wang Lin's eyes released a golden glow and looked at Sun Yinshan's body. This gaze caused Sun Yinshan's origin soul to shake as if it was about to collapse. He had a feeling that everything about him, all of his secrets, were exposed before Wang Lin. This feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. However, Sun Yinshan was covered in sweat, and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with respect. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and pointed at Sun Yinshan's forehead. Then strands of green lines suddenly appeared on Sun Yinshan's forehead. There were a lot of these green lines, and soon they covered Sun Yinshan's entire body. Wang Lin let out a soft exclaim, and his eyes became serious. He carefully looked at the green lines, and then closed his eyes to ponder. Sun Yinshan felt very nervous in his heart. If this celestial seed couldn't be removed, then he would forever be under the Ancestor's control and never be free. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and slowly said, "The Ancestor called this restriction the Celestial Seed?" Sun Yinshan quickly nodded and said, "That is correct. The Ancestor once said that this was something he got from the Celestial Realm before it collapsed, and that it is an object of the Celestial Realm, and no one besides him can break it." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at the man in black and thought, "This man in black is called a Celestial Guardian. This restriction is called Celestial Seed, and this Ancestor claims he came from the Celestial Realm. Could it be Celestial Emperor Qing Ling? Although this possibility is very low, that restriction is indeed not simple. It contained boundless celestial spiritual energy, so it should be something from the Celestial Realm." Wang Lin pondered a bit before reaching into the void. Then the Celestial Guardian flew into his hand. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with indifference as he placed his hand on this person's head. Then Wang Lin activated the Soul Search spell. If this man in black was a real Ascendant cultivator, Wang Lin would not have been so bold as to soul search someone at the same cultivation level as him. However, this person's body didn't have any origin energy. In truth, this person's ascendant cultivation was given to him by the broken jade in his origin soul. His true cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of soul transformation. As he searched his soul, Wang Lin's expression gradually became more gloomy. This person's memory was very short. It only contained memories of after he became a celestial guardian. As for the memories before, that was a complete blank. Wang Lin released his right hand, and with one slap, his origin soul was pushed out. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he spat out a mouthful of origin flame. He then began to refine the origin soul right in front of Sun Yunshan. Sun Yunshan looked at this, and while his heart was filled with shock, it was filled even more with awe and fear. While Wang Lin refined the origin soul, his gaze swept past Sun Yunshan. He naturally had his reasons for doing all this. The origin soul of this ancestor was indeed strange, so Wang Lin naturally couldn't believe everything Sun Yunshan had said. He still had to do the necessary preparations, like shocking Sun Yunshan and keeping his guard up. The celestial guardian's origin soul was quickly refined. The fingernail-sized broken jade sparkled as it floated before Wang Lin. He stared at the broken jade and began to ponder. Although this jade gave off no celestial spiritual energy, when Wang Lin scanned it, he found that it contained an unimaginable amount of celestial spiritual energy. However, this celestial spiritual energy couldn't be absorbed, as it seemed there was a strand of intent inside it. The fusion of a cultivator's origin soul and this broken jade can create something similar to an early-stage ascendant cultivator. However, I believe that the success rate of this kind of fusion is very low, or else that Ancestor wouldn't only have 10 celestial guardians. Also, this fusion can't be as simple as simply merging with the broken jade. The key must be the intent within this broken jade. Only by fusing with the intent can the fusion be complete. Ideas quickly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. If the ancestor of the cultivation union knew what Wang Lin was thinking, he would definitely be shocked. It has to be said that he spent a lot of time to figure this out. However, Wang Lin only used a few clues, and he managed to deduce 70% to 80% of the truth. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly asked, "Where is the cultivation union?"